The story begins with an emperor sitting on his throne. A middle-aged man, Henry Morris, is brought there in handcuffs along with two soldiers. The people gather there, looking worried and frightened. Henry wonders whether the poison he drank yesterday has ruined his magic. He thinks that if he had not done that, there would have been more to protect. He clenches his teeth and considers that it is indeed bad. He realizes that a day like this was bound to come eventually. Yet he still trusted his old friend and comrade, Golden Jackson Edward, and considers that this was his mistake. He reflects that the current emperor, Silver Jackson Edward, takes advantage of his father's achievements to rise to power. The high aristocrats see this as a great opportunity, as it is easier to handle a selfish man than a sharp blade. Meanwhile, they individually eliminate troublesome governors and potential rebels by charging them with treason. Henry worries about how it has come to this and thinks that he was sure the emperor was smarter as a child. An aristocrat points at Henry and orders that the criminal be put on his knees. Henry goes down on his knees. The aristocrat states that the traitor charged with high treason is Henry Morris and asks whether, despite being the wisest in the empire, he admits that he was plotting against the imperial family. He declares that although the criminal who plotted should be captured along with his family, because of the great emperor's generosity, he has decided on the crimes of Henry Morris. Henry looks at him in frustration, and everyone becomes frightened at that moment. Henry then yells that his ears will rot if he continues listening to them and tells them to stop blabbering and just kill him already. Emperor Silver Jackson Edward becomes frustrated and orders the soldier to kill him at once. The soldier, holding a sword, moves close to Henry but seems scared. He apologizes to Henry and raises his sword. Henry thinks that even when he is dead, he will never forgive him. With that, the soldier severs his neck. Silver Jackson Edward orders the soldier to throw his body out for the animals to eat. As a result, after 20 years of an ununified power, Henry Morris, the first eight-circle wizard of mankind, dies. Afterwards, Henry, a young boy, opens his eyes and flinches, wondering what has happened. He is sure Behold's sword cut through his neck. He notices a body of hen and a worn-out book in his hand and wonders what it is. Seeing the word necromancy in the book, he realizes that he was involved with necromancy. Then, seeing a mirror, he moves toward it and, looking at himself, wonders whether this is a dream. He pinches his cheek and thinks that this makes no sense, questioning what exactly the previous owner did. He reflects that necromancy is dark magic and wonders where and how the man acquired this magic and what he was doing with it. Looking around and observing the surroundings, he wonders where he is. He concludes that if it is related to necromancy, this must be a place capable of handling black magic. He thinks there seems to be no one here and questions whether he is the owner of this place. He reads the book and understands that they failed, possibly due to a damaged magic book and a lack of magical experience. He considers that this could be a good opportunity for him and that this life might be a blessing in disguise. He remembers that just a while ago, his stomach was burning from poison and that those men looked at him as if he were a monkey in a zoo. He reflects on the humiliation and realizes that he needs information. Based on the room's interior and his clothes, he concludes that he does not appear to have lived a bad life. Observing his body in the mirror, he thinks he was probably not a knight, so perhaps a wizard. He sits and begins to practice magic, reasoning that if he is a wizard, a circle should be drawn on his heart. He tries hard but feels nothing and cannot sense even the basic first circle. He notices that he has no circle and that his body is out of shape, wondering what the previous owner did. He decides that first he will create the circle, then gather information. He reasons that whatever the man did, he must have earned some money from it. He recalls that he was an 8th circle wizard and the Empire's Grandmaster, and concludes that even if this body has no magic, he should still be able to draw the first circle. He sits against Ares and works hard to draw the circle. He tries hard to form a magic circle and finally creates it within his heart. The first circle is complete. He opens his eyes and says that it is good enough, wondering how much time has passed and deciding to leave it like that for now. He thinks about Silver Jackson, noting that he is like a child. He recalls the moment he sits before Silver Jackson Edward, who blackmails him by threatening to kill innocent children if he does not drink the poison. For the sake of the children's safety, he drinks it. The locals who are captured worry about him, and afterward, he begins to vomit blood. Remembering this, he thinks that if only he were a knight, he could have stood against them even with the poison. Magic is effective and superior, but in terms of raw strength, it is not strong enough to deal with a dozen swordmasters at once. That strength, however, can be ruined by a single poison. A wizard's one and only weakness is a fragile body. If he had the body of a high-ranking swordmaster, he could drink many cups of poison and remain fine. He thinks that if he were to die, he would finally acknowledge the knight's strength. In any case, he believes the purpose of this life has now been decided. Later, he leaves the room and notices an attendant sitting on the floor outside, snoring. He mutters that since this person even has an attendant, he must be more than a commoner. The attendant wakes up, notices him, and calls him young master. He yawns, stretches, and stands in front of him. Henry thinks about the attendant's attitude toward his master and decides that something must be said. He asks what the attendant thinks he is doing. The attendant feels it is strange and asks Henry why he is suddenly acting like this, and whether he did not get enough sleep. Henry angrily kicks his leg and says that he thinks the attendant did not get enough sleep. The attendant falls to the floor and asks why Henry is doing this. Henry replies that he sees the attendant has not gotten his act together yet. He kicks him in the face again and thinks that he is being ignored by an attendant. The attendant glares at him angrily, and Henry mutters about his attitude. The attendant thinks that this is not the dull young master he knows. He bows and pleads, saying that he has wronged him and asking to be forgiven just once. Henry tells him to raise his head and says that this is the last time he will show mercy, warning that he will not be let off so easily if it happens again. The attendant bows and says that he will keep it in mind. Henry thinks to himself that this should be enough. He then asks the attendant what today's date is. The attendant replies that it is July 6th of the year 20. Henry thinks that only one day has passed and that he is reincarnated a day after his death. He then asks for his own name. The attendant says that he is the young master, Henry Morris. Henry flinches and asks again what he said. The attendant repeats the name and asks if there is a problem. Henry then asks for his father's name. The attendant answers that it is Baron Hans Morris. Hearing this, Henry wonders if fate can really be like this and thinks that having the same name is not bad at all. He recalls that Baron Hans Morris is a veteran of the Unification War and one of the few who survives until the end, becoming a baron after being recognized for his military achievements, a famous baron, placing Henry in a position where he is neither fully noble nor a commoner. Later, in his room, he reads the family history and learns that his blood ties are not much to look at. His father is not greedy. His mother dies while giving birth to Henry, and the eldest son lacks talent or will and seems far from achieving anything. If there is someone close to success, it is the head of the family, Mrs. Morris, and Henry's younger half-brother, Kevin Morris. He mutters that this must be why Kevin becomes involved with dark magic. The illegitimate child is better than the heir. He thinks that he is not sure where Kevin gets all those magic tools from, but that it is a foolish decision. He concludes that he has gathered enough information. This family has no wealth, no talent, and no connections, yet it can be a fresh start. He recalls that it is the same as before, when in the small nation that later disappears, Mumbattum, he and Golden Jackson start with bare hands and create the present empire. He decides to first practice magic with this body. He has 5 hours before dawn and plans to make as many circles as he can. He is sure there will be much to do when the sun rises and thinks it would be best to get the annoying tasks out of the way first. The next morning, sun rays enter his room. He opens his eyes, drenched in sweat and completely exhausted. He confirms that the magic circle has been formed and thinks that he is done for now, noting that this time he manages to reach 3 circles. The attendant enters carrying a bucket of water. He asks whether the young master did not sleep and says that he has brought water for him to wash up, asking why he is sweating so much. He offers to prepare more water for him to clean himself. Henry replies that there is no need and that he will get ready by himself, telling him to wait outside. The attendant agrees, closes the door behind him, and mutters that he knew something was different. Henry cleans himself using magic, looks refreshed, and says that it is much better now. He thinks that for now this will be difficult, and although he wants to devote himself to the 4th circle immediately, the amount of magic required for it varies, so he cannot do anything about it and must pause his training for the moment. He opens the cupboard and notices that the clothes all look almost the same. He picks an outfit, saying that there is nothing he can do. Later, he comes out fully dressed and tells the attendant that he is hungry, ordering him to show him where he can find food right away. The attendant agrees and leads him to the dining table. The Morris family is sitting around it. He recognizes the owner of the house, Baron Hans Morris, and sees on the other side the concubine and her son. He mutters that, including himself, there are 4 members in the family, and that it seems true that Henry's mother has died. He joins them, and Baron Hans asks whether everyone slept well and tells them to start eating. As they eat, Henry looks at the food and thinks that although they are not the richest family, they probably earn a decent amount. It is not as good as before, but it is still acceptable. Kevin eats recklessly, and Henry feels annoyed, thinking that it is unbecoming of a future baron and gives him a bad feeling. He tells Kevin that it would be nice if he ate more quietly and that they should behave like gentlemen. Kevin starts laughing, letting food fall from his mouth and scatter around. He tells him to just eat the way they normally do and asks why he suddenly wants to behave like a gentleman, saying that it is not like him. Henry stops eating and thinks that he is losing his appetite, but decides to be patient. Hans then asks whether they have decided who is going to enroll in the Swordsman Academy. Henry wonders about the academy and recalls that there is such a place, thinking that it is not a bad idea. He thinks that if he follows the instructions until graduation, he could become a fully fledged knight and his body would change completely. However, he also thinks that with this method, the time needed to get revenge on the emperor would be longer. It would be better and more efficient to continue forming circles, as it would not take as many years as mastering swordsmanship. Kevin replies to his father that there is no need for discussion, and that someone like him would be better suited to attend the academy. Hans says that he has a point, but that it is also important to hear what Henry has to say. Kevin mockingly says that there is no use in listening, claiming that with Henry's personality, he would not be able to do anything at the academy, that he would be too flustered and end up doing nothing like a fool, and that Henry has always been like that. Henry asks in frustration whether he would do nothing like a fool. Kevin asks if he says something wrong and adds that Henry does not even have the guts to spar with him, which is why it would be better for him to go, saying that he thinks he is more cut out for something like that. Hans tells Kevin that his words are a little harsh, but that he is not completely wrong. He then asks Henry what he thinks about it. Henry replies that he has changed his mind and says that it would be better for Kevin to attend the academy, rather than for an illegitimate child to keep the dignity of the family. Kevin becomes furious and slams his fists on the table. Henry says that his reason for not sparring with him is not because he lacks guts, but because Kevin's skills cannot even compare to his, and that he feels bad about embarrassing him. They are all shocked at first and then start laughing. Kevin, while laughing, says that Henry is going a little too far with the jokes. Henry thinks that both his attendant and his family have ignored him many times already. Hans tells Henry that, as Kevin says, he is overdoing his jokes and asks why he is suddenly acting like this. Henry replies that it is exactly as he says and suggests that if Kevin is that confident, they should have a match. Hans asks whether Henry will really be okay if he says it like that. Henry confidently replies that he will, and adds that if Hans's morning schedule is not too busy, he would like him to attend. Hans says that if he is sure, then it is fine, and tells both of them to head to the training ground. Henry looks at Kevin, who is still laughing, and thinks that he will teach him a lesson. Later, they all gather at the training ground and stand facing each other. Kevin throws his sword toward Henry and asks him to take it. Henry grabs it and swings it, thinking that the wooden sword weighs almost the same as a real sword and that it is good enough. The attendant notices Henry and thinks that the look in his eyes has changed, and wonders whether he really thinks he can beat young Master Kevin. Hans tells them that by the rules, the loser is the one who surrenders first, but since they are brothers, they do not have to go that far. He then announces that the duel will now begin. Kevin says that he will go easy on Henry. Henry tells him to do that and hits his feet on the ground to gather magic. His muscle strength, agility, and reflexes increase. He notices that his defensive magic may not be as effective as it was in his past life, but it should be enough to punish a child like Kevin. He then leaps toward Kevin and begins to strike him. Kevin flinches at that moment but manages to block his strike with his sword. Everyone is shocked at the sight. Henry then grabs Kevin by the neck, kicks his feet, and throws him to the ground. He begins striking him with his sword, thinking that he has to end this quickly. Kevin takes a hit on his shoulder. Henry says that if he blocks like that, he will break his bones and start beating him. The concubine tells Hans to stop this now. Hans tells Henry to stop and asks if he is going to kill him. Henry stops and asks Hans if he has something else to say. Hans says that it is okay and that Henry was right. Henry says that he thinks it would be good to have a proper talk tomorrow about who will be admitted into the academy, and for now, he will take his leave as he is tired. The attendant wonders at the unbelievable sight. All the attendants gather and ask how it makes sense and how young Master Henry could beat young Master Kevin, noting that the amount of time they have trained is too different. Coher, Henry's attendant, insists that he saw it and confirms what he is saying. He asks Bolton if he saw it too, reminding him that he was there. Bolton confirms that Coher is telling the truth and that Kevin was completely overpowered. They wonder whether the eldest son has been hiding his strength until now. Meanwhile, Henry sits in the bathtub in his room and thinks that he does not think this body is that bad. Its sensitivity to magic is not bad, and it is also quite built. If the previous owner had been lazy, he would not have been able to do anything. However, being already 20 years old, it would be dangerous if he did not have a foundation, so he will have to start taking measures. He thinks about the fourth circle and decides to try one more time, unsure whether he can restore the magic he lacks using training alone. He then starts practicing magic while sitting in the bathtub. Suddenly, he feels a sharp pain in his heart and thinks that, after all, the problem is the amount of magical power he has. He acknowledges that there is an issue. Later, he gives some written items to Coher and asks him to bring them back quickly. Coher asks whether they are herbs and if Henry is hurt somewhere. Henry tells him that he does not need to know the reasons and simply asks him to bring the items. Coher agrees and leaves. Henry thinks that he needs to get the ingredients quickly. He realizes that since he died, his vision for the elixir may have been interrupted. He recalls the mystery elixir, Miracle Blue, which he created during the seventh circle after half a year of research. He thinks that it is one of his greatest achievements because it can increase the aptitude of a wizard. When someone drinks it, it unlocks the maximum magical power existing in that person's body. If lucky, the Miracle Blue can multiply a wizard's magical power many times. While writing down the recipe, he mutters that because he was rushed to execution, he could not even leave behind the recipe. He thinks that in case something unexpected happens, he should write down the recipe for the Miracle Blue. He recalls that no matter how miraculous the elixir is, it has shortcomings. An undiluted solution is a very strong drug and can only be used when the concentration is adjusted according to the drinker's level. He remembers that its principle is to randomly stimulate the heart to increase magical power and that it can only be used once in a lifetime. Therefore, when taken, the concentration must be adjusted as precisely as possible to match the drinker's body, because even one small mistake could cause the heart to explode, resulting in instant death. Coher comes back with the herbs and informs Henry of his return, saying that he is able to acquire most of the requested items, but that there is one he cannot obtain. Henry asks what that one item is. Coher replies that it is the last item on the list, the green crow flower. Henry asks why he cannot get it and whether it is not for sale. Coher answers that the medicinal goods dealer says a large group of bandits has been spotted on the trade route, and that for the past 15 days, merchants have been unable to enter the territory because of that. Henry asks whether his father does not know about this. Coher replies that there have been many attempts to suppress the bandits, but that they are sneaky and suddenly appear and vanish. Henry wonders how incompetent the Baron is if he cannot even take down a few bandits. He then tells Coher to get ready to go out. Coher flinches and asks what he means. Henry replies that he is going to the trade route and tells him to get 2 horses ready and make preparations. Coher worries and says that the young master cannot do that and that going there alone is dangerous, since the bandit group is identified as having more than 30 people. Henry asks what he means by alone and tells him that he is coming with him. He adds that although he does not ask about such things, he needs the green crow flower, and those bandits are preventing him from getting it, so Coher should get ready quickly. Afterward, Coher finishes the preparations and stands holding a weak horse. Henry asks whether there are no other horses. Coher replies that this one is his private horse. Henry says that he will scold the stable boy when he comes back and tells Coher to bring a sword that he can use. Coher asks if there is anything else he needs. Henry replies that if Coher wants to live, he should bring things that will help him survive. Coher agrees, says that he will be back, and leaves. Seeing the condition of the horse, Henry says that it must have gone through a lot, and that if its owner is incompetent, it makes sense. While petting it, he says that its name from now on will be Jade, explaining that it is the name of his horse from his past life. He recalls that after learning teleportation magic, he no longer needed to ride, and that the horse eventually died, and he says that he will fix this one up. He bites his finger and recalls a perfect speed modification technique, one of the military magic techniques passed down to biologists, a secret method to modify a horse. He starts writing spells on the horse's body, thinking that to make a perfect transfer formation, one must be at least a fourth circle wizard, and that since he is not, he has no choice but to lower the level by one and try to make it work. He completes the spell and says that he is done. The perfect speed modification technique begins, and the horse starts to be modified and screams in pain. Henry apologizes, saying that he is lacking in many ways and cannot anesthetize it. After a moment, the modification process completes, and the horse becomes healthy and fit. Coher returns and says that he has brought a sword. Henry says that he did a good job and tells him to lead the way. Seeing the horse, Coher asks whether Henry switches horses while he is gone. Henry replies that it is the same one. Coher says that he does not think so, and that it was not like this before. Henry asks whether he is saying that he is lying, and asks again whether it is a different horse from the one he saw earlier. Coher is frightened and shocked at the same time and replies that it is the same horse. Henry then tells him to lead the way, saying that they do not have much time. Coher still cannot believe his eyes and thinks that no matter how much he looks at it, it does not seem to be the same horse. Later, they are ready to set off, and Henry asks Coher whether he has prepared everything he told him to. Coher replies that he has, but adds that if the master and madam find out, they will be in big trouble. Henry says that they are just borrowing the items, so there should be no trouble. Coher hesitates, but, frightened by Henry's glance, says that he understands. Henry tells him to take good care of the items, warning that it would not be good if even one were lost. Then they both leave. On the way, Henry tells Coher to put on more jewelry and to wear 2 earrings as well, saying that they have to attract the bandits. Coher hesitates, says that he has never worn earrings before, but he still puts them on. Henry says that it is good enough and tells him to go on. When they reach a certain point, Henry says that they can slow down from there, explaining that their goal is to become the bandits' target. Coher, still afraid, says that they can still go back and that the rumors about the bandits are very bad. Henry says that he will take care of it and adds that since they are together, it will not be too shameful even if they die in this situation. Seeing Coher's expression, he says that he is joking. Then the bandits appear and completely surround them. Henry mutters that they appear rather quickly, and that although he knows they are good at shadowing, they are more careful than he thinks, and that he cannot even feel their presence. The bandit leader steps forward and asks what they are doing, saying that it feels as if they are asking to be captured and taken away. Henry asks whether he is the leader. The man asks what if he is. Henry says that he must really want gold if the leader comes out himself. The leader replies that no thief would refuse treasure and tells them that if they hand over what they have, the clothes they are wearing, and the horses they are riding, their lives will be spared. Coher asks the young master what they should do, saying that it looks like there are more than 20 of them. Henry tells Coher that everything will be over by the time he wakes up from his nap. Coher does not understand and asks what he means. Henry then strikes his neck with a hand technique, causing him to faint and fall to the ground. Henry dismounts and tells Jade to wait there patiently. The bandit leader smirks and asks what Henry is doing. Henry replies that he makes Coher sleep because he would have been a bother. The leader asks whether he plans to take all of them by himself and orders his men to kill him. Henry counts them and asks whether there are only 25 of them. The bandit leader tells him that paying attention to such things when about to die means he is crazy. Henry replies that they will see who the crazy one really is. With a snap of his fingers, Henry places a jelly-like material over their heads, completely blocking their mouths. He says that he does not need to dirty his hands just to deal with a few bandits. With that material, they all collapse. The bandit leader struggles to free himself. Henry then gathers fire in his hand. The bandit leader is shocked when he sees it. Henry throws the fire, and it moves behind the leader, burning the forest. The bandit leader cries and admits defeat. Henry tells him that if he sees their faces around there again, they will not make it out alive. Later, Coher wakes up in distress and asks what happened to the bandits. Henry replies that he thinks they all ran away. He mounts the horse and tells Coher to make sure nothing is forgotten, and says that they should go back. When they return, Coher puts all the jewelry into a bag and says that he will go and return everything. Henry tells him not to lose anything and not to steal any of it. Coher says that he will not. Henry then goes to return the horse and asks the stableman for permission to take a look at the stables. The stableman agrees. Meanwhile, Kevin regains consciousness and asks his mother what happened. He remembers everything and asks whether he really loses. His mother scolds him, asking what kind of training he has been doing to be so easily defeated by someone like Henry, saying that it makes her very angry. Kevin feels ashamed and murmurs that it cannot be true and that there is no way it could happen. He says that his lazy brother, who never misses a day of training, winning against him is impossible. He clenches his teeth in frustration and repeats that it is impossible. Henry goes into the horse farm and, upon seeing a horse, asks the stableman whose horse it is. The stableman tells him that it is the Lord's horse and that they watch it with particular care. Seeing another one, Henry asks about that as well. The stableman replies that it is young Master Kevin's horse. Henry mutters that the conditions of those horses are good and wonders why his is the only one in such a state, calling it shameful. He then asks where his own stall is. The stableman hesitantly shows it to him. Seeing its condition, Henry notes that it is completely broken, humid, and damp, and says that it is not being taken care of at all. He tells the stableman that from now on, the horse's name is Jade. He says that he will consider it an honest mistake this time and overlook it, but instructs him to take good care of both the horse and its stall from now on. The stableman agrees and says that he will make sure to take good care of them. As Henry turns to leave, he adds that it goes without saying that the Lord's and Kevin's horses must also be properly cared for. He warns that if next time he comes and finds the condition of any of the horses is not good, there will be consequences. At night, at the dining table, Hans Morris asks Henry if he wants to discuss the duel that occurred that morning and asks for his opinion. Henry, while sipping tea, says that he is okay and asks Mrs. Morris what she thinks. She, frustrated, clenches her teeth and says that her opinion is not important and that they should proceed with the conversation. She adds that she will leave first and exits in frustration. Hans then asks when Henry started learning swordsmanship, noting that he has never shown that side of himself before. Henry says that it was not so much swordsmanship as giving advice to a spoiled younger brother. Hans remarks that the kid now has some humility and asks whether Henry will be the one attending the Swordsman Academy. Henry says that after consideration, he thinks Kevin should be the one to attend the academy. His father, shocked, asks why he suddenly changed his mind. Henry explains that it is a decision he came to after careful consideration following the duel and adds that if the purpose of going to the academy is to learn swordsmanship, Kevin should go since he is the one lacking ability. His father comments that his reasoning has changed since the morning, noting that Henry had previously said Kevin should not go because he was not good enough. Henry replies that he was not thinking clearly at the time and that he wanted to send Kevin there, but had a condition. His father, flinching, asks what the condition is. Henry says that although he is giving up on attending the academy himself, he does not want to waste such a huge opportunity. His father asks what he is suggesting. Henry explains that he just wants to lightly test Kevin and asks that if there are any complaints against him, Kevin should be sent to him. Hans remarks that Henry sounds like a stranger now, but agrees to the plan. Henry thanks his father and adds that, based on rumors he heard, the bandits have disappeared. His father, shocked, asks if he is talking about those bandits. Henry confirms that the merchant said they have not seen the bandits anymore. Hans says that since the weather will be good tomorrow, he will send some people to confirm this. Henry says that if there is nothing else to discuss, he will take his leave. Later, someone knocks on Henry's door, and he asks who it is. Kevin comes in, and Henry asks what he wants. Kevin mumbles that his father tells him to come and talk about the academy. Henry walks closer and says irritably that he does not understand what he is saying and asks whether he really mumbles like a fool. Kevin says no. Henry then asks him to say it again and asks what their father says. Kevin feels scared and wonders whether this is really the brother he knows, and how he can change so much. He then apologizes and calls him brother. Henry asks what he is saying. Kevin replies that he is talking about the times he is rude to him and everything he has done without knowing his place. Henry thinks that Kevin has finally come to his senses and says that he does not know whether Kevin has heard, but he has decided to give up on going to the academy. He explains that although he has given it up, it does not automatically give Kevin a chance, since the reason neither of them can easily enter the academy is the high tuition. He adds that Kevin seems to really want to go, which is why he is giving him a chance, but he has a condition. Kevin excitedly says to just name it and that he will accept any demand. Henry tells him not to make such a big deal about it and asks whether he has ever heard of Burnham. Kevin asks whether he means Burnham in the north. Henry says that he does and explains that he has some business there, but wants Kevin to go instead. He adds that one of Burnham's regional products is the green crow flower, which traders bring there, but that they have trouble because of the recent bandits, so he wants Kevin to go there himself. Kevin asks whether Henry thinks he can do it, and then abruptly agrees, saying that he can certainly do something like that. Henry tells him to wait because he still has something to say. He adds that although it is a product that can be stored for days, he must act quickly in order to get revenge on the imperial family and the nobles as soon as possible. He gives Kevin 6 days and says that he just has to come back within that time. Kevin wonders whether 6 days is enough, since after deducting sleeping hours, it is only enough time to focus on riding a horse. Henry turns and says that if it is too hard, they can forget it. Kevin says that he will do it and that he can do it. In the evening, at the horse farm, the horses are grazing outside. Kevin's horse notices Jade, who is standing to the side while dozing. It moves closer and starts sniffing it. Jade continues to doze and does not notice it. The horse then bites at Jade's stomach. Jade wakes up and kicks it away. It gets up again and kicks Jade in return. Frustrated, Jade faces it again. Kevin approaches the stableman, Vernon, and calls out to him, asking where he is. The old man, Vernon, comes out in a rush and asks what is wrong. Kevin notices his horse lying dead and asks what has happened, saying that Grand must not really be like that and that he must be seeing it wrong. Seeing Grand lying dead, Vernon cannot believe his eyes and says that he does not understand why the horse is in that state. Kevin angrily says that if the stableman does not know, then there is no one else. Vernon bows and begins pleading, saying that this cannot be happening, asking to be spared, and saying that he truly does not know how it happened, and that he is sure the horse was fine until yesterday. Kevin shouts at him to be quiet and orders him to get another horse immediately. He mutters that everything is happening at the worst possible time and asks if there are no other good horses around. He then notices Jade and says that he will take that one. Vernon tries to explain about the horse, but Kevin orders him to be quiet. Kevin grabs the reins, but Jade starts kicking at him. Vernon pushes Kevin aside to protect him. Kevin asks what is wrong with the horse. Vernon tells him to calm down and says that the horse belongs to Master Henry. Kevin, shocked, wonders how it can be Henry's horse, thinking that Henry's horse was dull and weak. Vernon says that regardless of the situation, the horse belongs to Master Henry, and adds that if Kevin urgently needs one, he should ride the emergency horse instead. Kevin thinks of Henry and, in frustration, punches the wall. Later, Kevin sets off on his journey. Seeing him leave, Henry, in his room, says that now all that is left is to wait. He thinks that he needs a strong body that can withstand even the deadliest poison, and that the root of that strength is aura, the mana of common people. He reflects that it is different from the magic used by stacking circles on one's heart, and that aura is the use of mana throughout the whole body. He thinks that mastering aura is easy if a person pushes themselves to their limit, and that it comes as a realization that aura has been acquired. He recalls that in his past life, his father asked him about learning swordsmanship so that his weak body could become stronger, and he feels annoyed by his useless body now. Later, he goes to the guard's manor and tells Kohar to come and pick him up again when lunch is ready. He thinks that, according to his family tree, there are 2 sword masters in the Morris family. One is the lord of the mansion, his father, Hans Morris, and the other is the one in charge of the family's security and the manor, the head of the guards, Byrne. He thinks that the head of the guards is a sword expert and wonders whether he should go and see how great he is. As he enters, he notices that no one is there and says that it is quieter than he expected, and wonders if everyone is on duty at the castle wall. A girl notices him and asks if it is the young master. He tells her to forget formalities and asks if she knows where Lord Byrne is at the moment. She says that if he means Lord Byrne, he is currently in the backyard of the guard's post. He acknowledges this and moves to the backyard. Seeing him, Byrne says that if it is not the young master, he asks what brings him to that shabby place. Henry greets him and says that he has come to ask for a favor. Byrne asks what kind of favor it is. Henry says that it is about teaching him swordsmanship. Byrne is shocked on hearing this. Henry asks why he is so surprised and says that he wants to start swordsmanship training starting that day. Byrne says that the young master previously said that there is no meaning behind swordsmanship. Henry says that he has changed his mind and asks whether Byrne can train him or not. Byrne happily says that he is very glad to see the young master finally take an interest in swordsmanship and asks if he is finally preparing to be the successor of the Lord. Henry becomes puzzled and says that it is not exactly that. Byrne says that there is no reason to be embarrassed and asks if he may ask a question. Henry tells him to feel free to ask. Byrne says that he has heard that when Henry is sparring with young Master Kevin, he wins by a landslide and asks if this is true, and if so, whether Henry learns swordsmanship from somewhere else that he is not aware of. Henry says that it is not like that and that he has decided to learn swordsmanship from now on. Byrne says that it will not be difficult to help him, but thinks that he is not convinced and that he can take his time figuring it out slowly. He then suggests starting with a light spar, explaining that he will teach only the very basics at first, but that after hearing Henry beat young Master Kevin, he cannot grasp Henry's current level. Henry agrees. Later, Henry wears magic armor. Byrne says that he will let Henry attack first. Henry says gladly and jumps at him. Byrne stands still as Henry comes at him. Henry points his sword at Byrne, but Byrne dodges and begins to kick him in the stomach. Henry blocks the knee with his hand. Byrne wonders about Henry's power and thinks that it has to be a coincidence. Byrne then wields his sword, which Henry dodges by bending down. This shocks Byrne, and Henry then lands a strike that Byrne blocks with his sword. Byrne wonders whether the young master's sword is always this heavy and thinks that there may be something he is not aware of, and that he should try pushing him more. He begins to strike seriously, but his strikes are blocked by Henry. Byrne wonders whether Henry is really trying to block that. Henry, huffing, thinks that this may be why Byrne is called the commander-in-chief, and that apart from Oromana, Byrne's sheer sword skill is remarkable. He wonders why Byrne is in a rural area when he has such skills. While blocking the strikes, he thinks about whether it is even possible with someone who exhausts so easily. He continues blocking while sweating heavily. Byrne praises him. Henry asks what he means. Byrne asks why Henry has hidden his skills until now. Henry says that he only watches over someone's shoulder and tries to copy them. Byrne mutters that Henry learned that much just by watching someone else's shoulder and thinks that when it comes to sportsmanship, it is not only about movement. He reflects that this shows how much Henry already knows about basic battle senses. Henry says that it is beyond his expectations and adds that if his appearance makes Byrne uncomfortable, he does not have to worry about it, and that since Byrne will be his teacher, speaking informally would not be right. He thinks that Byrne also seems good at reading people. Henry asks Byrne whether the sword he uses is the imperial swordsmanship. Byrne confirms that it is and says that it is common to learn imperial swordsmanship. Henry thinks about Golden Jackson and recalls trying to avoid the imperial swordsmanship, but realizes that no matter where he goes, imperial swordsmanship is considered basic. He asks Byrne whether the class starts from that day. Byrne says that the title Henry gave him feels awkward, but regardless, the class is not hard at all. He decides to consider that as the first class and asks Henry what he thinks he needs the most right now. Henry says that he thinks it is stamina, because whatever he does, stamina will be an important foundation. Byrne agrees that stamina is correct and says that one needs good stamina to survive until the very end. He then asks whether there was anything in particular that Henry thought was lacking during their spar. Henry says that he lacks everything and feels like a blank piece of paper. Byrne agrees and adds that, to give more detail, in swordsmanship, the foundation would be footwork. Henry wonders about footwork and recalls that Golden Jackson also said the same thing, that everything begins with the feet, but questions whether just footwork can have such a big effect. Byrne notices his doubt and says that from the look on his face, he is not convinced. He throws his sword and says that he will have to show the difference himself. He explains that he will be on the defense and only dodge, and that Henry should continue to attack freely. Henry remarks that Byrne seems to be underestimating him. Byrne says that this is another class. Henry gathers his defensive magic and says he understands and begins to strike. Byrne dodges by moving back. Henry tries many times to land a strike, but Byrne dodges easily. After a while, still struggling to land a strike, Henry finds Byrne appearing behind him. Byrne says that they will stop there. Henry, huffing and exhausted, thinks that even with magic, he is still too slow compared to Byrne. Byrne asks Henry to look at his feet and compare his footprints to Byrne's, asking if he sees the difference. Henry observes the footprints and notices that the range of their actions is different. Byrne confirms this and says that if a circle were drawn on his footprints, they would not go out of range, whereas Henry's footprints are very irregular. Henry asks whether it would not make sense to have irregular footprints if he is the one attacking. Byrne replies that attacking should be done after observing, and that one can only decide where and how to attack after figuring out the opponent's course of action. Henry thinks that even though it is different from magic, there are too many differences. Byrne explains that moving in a circular motion is called the circle step in Imperial swordsmanship. He adds that what Henry needs now is physical strength and footwork, so he will focus on those for a while. Henry says that he understands physical strength, but asks how Byrne will judge his footwork. Byrne remarks that Henry seems to be in a rush and that there is no end to the training. He says that they will do this. If Henry can even lay a hand on him while using proper footwork, then he will start teaching swordsmanship. Henry says that he understands. Henry continues doing exercises, sweating, and collapsing from exhaustion. He uses healing magic, rises again, and resumes training. Seeing him running, Byrne thinks that the most qualified person is truly the most qualified. If Henry is training for physical strength, he focuses on physical strength. If he is training for footwork, he focuses on footwork. Byrne thinks that the Lord would approve. Henry, holding the sword, swings it and thinks that if it were not for that foolish emperor, he could have been doing magic research that he was unable to pursue. As the sun sets, he huffs and remarks that the day has ended. Later, in his room, he starts writing and mutters that he will see how much he wrote yesterday, noting that those aristocrats who slandered him and his allies will all be remembered and added to his kill list. He closes the diary and thinks that it is enough for today's names. He then takes out the map and thinks about the western continent, Eurasia, the empire named by Golden, and remarks on its absurd naming. He decides to go further west today, remembering that in his past life, he hid many treasures and artifacts across the continent, intended to be his legacy like Miracle Blue. Now, having lost everything, he will have to collect them himself. He thinks that he will try to remember as many treasures as possible and mark them on the map. Then the door opens, and Coher comes in. Henry stops him with a hand gesture and asks what it is. Coher says that Master Kevin has returned. Henry wonders why it has only been 5 days, and Kevin has already returned. He rises, turns, and says they should go see him. They go to see him and notice the servants gathered outside his room. Henry asks why everyone is gathered there. One of them tells him that young Master Kevin is in a bad condition. He flinches on hearing this. Another maid says that if he wants to know the details, he has to go inside, adding that Kevin might have run into bandits on his way back. Henry wonders why he has already gotten rid of the bandits on the trade route and thinks that more bandits may have appeared. He then goes inside, and after seeing Kevin's condition, he excuses everyone. Suddenly, the concubine grabs his collar and starts yelling at him, scolding him and saying that because of him, Kevin is in this condition. Henry thinks that it is just as the maid said. He frees himself from her and asks the physician why Kevin is like this. The physician says that he thinks Kevin ran into a group of wild animals. Henry asks why he thinks so. The physician replies that Kevin has no sword wounds and that he found claw and tooth marks, and that the same applies to Kevin's horse. Henry asks how bad it is. The physician replies that Kevin has a lot of accumulated fatigue, that his condition was not good when he departed, and that being on horseback for a long time made it worse. Henry thanks him for the diagnosis and asks if there is anything else that needs healing. The physician says that for now, he has done everything he can. Henry then asks him to move aside and asks Mrs. Morris to do the same. She yells in frustration, saying that it is absurd and asking what else he is trying to do to her son. He then calls Koher, who understands him. Later, alone in the room with Kevin, who slightly opens his eyes, he tries to sit up, but Henry stops him and says that he does not have to get up. Kevin lies back down. Henry mutters that he endured quite a lot. Kevin tells Henry that he brought back the green crow flower he asked for. Henry appreciates him and says that he did well in fulfilling his promise and that he can attend the Swordsmanship Academy. He then uses sleep magic on him and says that he should rest well and that he will be fine when he wakes up. After Kevin falls asleep, Henry uses healing magic on him and says that although he cannot heal his skin like a priest, he can still treat his fatigue and internal injuries. After healing him, he quietly takes the flower bouquet and thinks that now he has all the ingredients he needs. He then leaves with Koher. At night, in his room, Henry prepares the elixir, muttering that the smell brings back memories and that it has been a long time. He thinks that even though it was a medicine made for the annual ritual of the tower's young disciples, other wizards are now surely creating similar elixirs after his death, but that those would be fakes. He notes that after freezing and boiling it several times, the color has changed, and the smell has finally started to change as well. He thinks that now he only has to adjust the concentration to fit his body, and that if he does not, his magic power could explode in his heart. Although he is going to drink it as it is, he thinks that the side effect of a magic explosion is caused by the inability of the drinker to control the effects of the ingested undiluted solution, and that, in the end, it is a matter of ability. He reflects that magic control is not based on the physical body, but on mental strength and sensitivity, and that since he already has experience with 8 magic circles, he should have enough control over the effects of an undiluted miracle blue solution. Still, he cannot help but shake and thinks that theoretically it should be perfect. He then begins to drink it. After drinking it, he puts back the bowl and says that it tastes fishy. Suddenly, his whole body becomes so hot that it feels as if it will melt. Heat is released from his body, and he sweats heavily. He then sits on the floor and starts meditating to create the circle. After a while, the heat is still being generated, and the circle starts forming. He says that this is the strength he wanted and asks to be given more. While awakening, he wonders that compared to the pain he felt when awakening the 8th circle, this amount of pressure is nothing. As the circle generates, he mutters that a circle seems to be emerging and finds it unbelievable, questioning how this is happening and whether 2 gates have opened. He realizes that a 5th ring has been made from the 4th one and thinks that he did not expect the miracle blue solution to work so well. He notes that with the 5th circle, he has already become a sorcerer. He reflects that the 5th circle domain is one that some cannot achieve even after training their whole lives. He recalls that at the Magic Tower, wizards who reach the 5th circle are not called wizards but sorcerers, and that sorcerers possess power greater than 100 soldiers combined and authority equivalent to knights. He wonders whether he can form another ring, but concludes that the formation of 2 rings seems to be the end, and that starting from the 6th circle would require much more concentration. He sniffs his clothes and notices that they smell terrible, wondering what the smell is and whether it is coming from him. He changes his clothes and notices dirty patches all over them, realizing that they are not simple sweat stains. Despite the suit having been freshly laundered with clean magic, it looks as though it has not been washed for years. Looking at himself in the mirror, he notices his modified body and realizes that it has awakened. He reflects that awakening is a phenomenon that only occurs to those who deal with magic, where the magic in one's body becomes concentrated beyond its limit, and the body evolves to receive more magic. He notes that although the evolution differs for each person, the skeleton often becomes more refined and muscle growth increases, resulting in a stronger body. He realizes that the waste expelled from his body during awakening causes the filth on his clothes. He cleans himself with magic and says that he does not need to be beaten up for strength training for a while. Koher then comes in and says that breakfast is ready. Koher is shocked upon seeing him and mutters that the young master is now taller than him. While following him, Koher wonders what has happened, thinking that Henry used to have a boyish image with a small body, yet now has changed into a strong young man within one night, and wonders whether it is because of the ingredients he prepared before. As he comes to the dining table, everyone wonders what has happened to him. His father asks what has happened to him and why his body has become bigger. Henry replies that he does not know himself and that he wakes up like this. Meanwhile, at the training ground, Byrne also wonders and says that all he can say is that it is shocking. Henry says that he thinks the same way. Byrne asks whether it is because he exercised suddenly, but then says that it is impossible for that to make him grow overnight. Henry says that whatever it is not a bad thing, and that thanks to his strength, training will be much easier now. Byrne says that they will need to increase the intensity of the exercises, but that it will be fine to focus on footwork training for now. Later, he climbs onto a cliff and says that, as expected, fresh air is the best, and asks whether they should head down. He then jumps from there, glides down like a bird using a magic feather pole, and lands on the ground. He uses shockwave magic and destroys the cliff top, which shatters into pieces and comes crashing down toward him. Meanwhile, as the cliff is destroyed, two guards flinch and wonder what the noise is and whether lightning has struck. As the cliff shatters into pieces and falls toward him, Henry uses frozen field magic and forms a protective shell around himself. All the rocks fall and freeze. He remains unharmed and says that this is good enough. He then uses shockwaves on the cliff again, and the rocks form like spears and start falling to the ground. While practicing, he tries to protect himself using the circle step technique. After successfully protecting himself from all the spears, he takes a deep breath and says that he should be able to challenge him now. He then approaches Byrne and says that he has come to challenge him. Byrne is shocked and asks whether it is already time. He wonders whether Henry has already mastered the circle step. Byrne says that it is fine and that, as he promised, if Henry manages to land a hit on him, he will begin teaching him immediately. He sets the timer and says that Henry has 3 minutes, and that if he cannot catch him by the time the last grain of sand falls, it will be his defeat. Henry says that he understands. Byrne adds that if Henry fails this time, there will be a punishment waiting for him. Henry agrees and thinks that he will test the effects of the awakening and will not use magic this time. Byrne sets the timer and says that they should begin now. Henry jumps at Byrne and lands a punch, but Byrne dodges it. Henry tries several times to touch him, but Byrne continuously avoids his attacks. As Henry's hand approaches, Byrne grabs his arm, lifts him with one hand, and throws him away. Byrne says that he never said he would not strike him. Henry agrees and moves toward him again. Byrne stops him with one hand and kicks him in the stomach, throwing him far away. Henry thinks that he cannot see any openings. He moves toward Byrne again and begins to strike, but Byrne blocks his attacks with his arm. Henry then notices the timer and says that the time is already up. To his surprise, Byrne lands a punch in his stomach and throws him far away. Henry falls to the ground in pain. Byrne shows him the timer and says that the time is up and that this is Henry's defeat. Byrne tells Henry that he was still pretty amazing and that he did not expect him to achieve such growth in such a short period of time. He adds that starting today, for 10 days, they will double his strength training, and that next time, he should think carefully before deciding to challenge him. Henry feels embarrassed and agrees. Later, lying on his bed in his room, Henry thinks about whether his progress was due to a lack of experience. He reflects that he did not even sleep for a couple of days to practice the circle step. He recalls practicing on a nearby mountain, avoiding a huge number of icicles, and even training his dodging against wild animals. He realizes that this is not the time to practice footwork and that he needs a quicker and easier method. He wonders why Golden created such a technique and suddenly remembers that this footwork was made by Golden. Then he questions who created a more powerful footwork technique than Golden, recalling that it was Sword King Hector Mayer. He remembers that Hector Mayer's footwork was so odd and unusual that even Golden struggled against it. He reflects that Hector Mayer, the last prosecutor of the now vanished kingdom, had won against Golden in a duel, but due to war, he and his allies had no choice but to kill him. Henry thinks it would have been helpful if Hector Mayer had been with them during their plans, and decides he should seek his help. He then takes a book from the library and, reading it, notes that he never thought he would touch black magic in his life. As expected, the book is full of typos, but he is relieved that none of the pages are ripped. He reasons that if it is only like this, he should be able to use a restoration skill. While reading, he considers the sentences, a guillotine that punishes the evil, a truth trial that reveals lies, and a method of witch hunting that can deceive spies. He uses sentence restoration magic to rewrite the characters. The characters begin appearing before him, and he notices the typos being corrected and the damaged letters being restored. He realizes that this is possible because it is his magic. He closes the book and says that it is done, then opens it again and mutters that the restoration goes well. While reading, he thinks that the book says a perfect revival is extremely difficult, and he wonders whether his rebirth is merely a coincidence. He summarizes that the doors to the netherworld can only be opened on days with a full moon, and that to call a specific soul, an item of great sentimental value to that soul, is required. He concludes that the only remaining problem is Hector Mayer's legacy. He draws a circle on the floor and stands on it. He touches the center of the circle and speaks a word, causing the circle to activate and shockwaves to emerge. Someone appears, and Henry happily says that it has been a while. A frog, Scar, the spirit of trade, asks if they have ever met for him to say that. Scar, who is created through people's deepest desires and greed, and is a spirit based on the law of equivalent exchange, questions him. Henry asks during the ritual whether Scar did not see the name that he wrote down. Scar replies that he comes only because he is curious about what kind of person would dare to use that name, and angrily asks who Henry is and how he dares to use it. Henry says that Scar always acts coy, but becomes bold about this, and adds that even when Scar pretends not to, he knows Scar is fond of him. Scar, frustrated, asks what he is talking about. Henry introduces himself and says that he takes on this form because of his situation, but that he is the Henry Morris Scar knows. Scar asks in shock what he is saying and calls it nonsense. Henry asks about the sacrament of Wendragora and whether Scar remembers trading it for the lightning-struck tree. He adds that there is also a trade involving the canine tooth of Phantom and the Piri of Unyo. Scar becomes excited and asks how Henry knows, adding that the man involved has already died. He tells Henry that if he truly is who he claims to be, he should show his magic, saying that that man's magic is unique. Henry smiles and opens his fist to show the magic. Scar recognizes the dragon magic and asks in shock how this is possible, questioning what has happened to him, mentioning the fifth circle and his appearance. Henry says that the story is long and adds that it is nice to see Scar again. Scar says that this is unbelievable, and that even if Henry has been reborn, he cannot believe he has been reborn like this, and asks how Henry can still surprise him even after death. Henry says that he is not surprised to surprise him, and adds that he did not call Scar just to greet him. Scar says that since Henry is an old friend and customer who has been reborn, he should say what he wants. Henry asks whether Scar remembers Sword King Hector Mayer. Scar says that he remembers and identifies him as the one who made Golden fall to his knees. Henry says that since Scar remembers, it is easy to explain, and states that he now needs Hector Mayer's legacy, asking whether Scar can get it for him. Scar calls it a strange request and asks whether Henry is holding some kind of memorial service. Henry replies that it is similar and asks again if Scar can get it. Scar says that he is created solely for trade and that there is nothing he cannot get, but seeing Henry's situation and that he is at most at the fifth circle, he does not think Henry can provide something of equal value. Henry clenches his teeth and says that it seems Scar is looking down on him. Scar asks Henry whether he has a good idea and warns that he will not go easy on him just because they have not seen each other in a while. Henry replies that this is the best he can do and asks whether it is not enough to interest Scar. Suspecting something, Scar says that it looks like Henry understands and asks whether he shall listen to what Henry has to say, questioning what gives him such confidence. Henry asks whether Scar is not curious about how he revived himself. Scar is shocked when he hears about the revival and admits that he is indeed curious. Henry tells him that it is the king's legacy. Scar responds that it is the same for him and asks whether Henry has ever seen a successful revival before. Henry says no and then says that it is fine, adding that in exchange, he will pay after receiving it. Scar, puzzled, says that he cannot fool Henry and releases some sort of energy from his mouth, which swells. He opens it and produces a ring, holding it and explaining that it is the king's engagement ring, reminding Henry of the engagement to the princess. Henry confirms that if it is the engagement ring, then nothing else is needed. Scar gives it to him. Henry cleans the ring with magic and grabs it. Scar mocks him for acting clean. Henry says that there is still too much saliva and then holds the ring, explaining that it relates to black magic and the secret of resurrection. He says that on the day of his execution, he regained consciousness in a random room and noticed a book of necromancy and a dirty chicken in his hand. He explains that this body was from the previous necromancy, and that although he thinks their attempt failed and the original soul was wasted, he became its replacement. Scar wonders whether that is even possible. Henry says that after completely restoring the necromancy book and reading through it, he realized it was not the same experience he had gone through and concludes that it was just a strange coincidence. Scar asks further questions, but Henry says that is all, that a kid's mistake brought him back to life, and that is all he knows about resurrection. Scar, frustrated, angrily says that Henry is doing it again. Henry asks what his problem is, saying he was just being honest, and questions whether Scar expected something else. Scar admits that he forgot what kind of person Henry was since it has been a long time. Henry tells him that he should not make a mistake like that. Scar, frustrated, tells him to shut up and comments that even after being reborn, a person's nature cannot change. Henry, with a devilish smirk, says that he has learned something new. Scar spits close to him and disappears. Henry observes that Scar is a cute fellow and, seeing the ring, hopes there are no hard feelings. At night, he still sits in the circle, holding his injured wrist. He places the ring there and drops his blood as well, saying that this should be enough. He casts some magic spells, and the circle activates again, with a strange energy emerging from it. He struggles to hold on and notices a door, recognizing it as the door of the netherworld. It starts opening, and someone appears from it. He recognizes him as Hector Mayer, who appears before him. Hector opens his eyes and remarks that it has been a while since he has smelled this fresh air, and asks where he got that ring. Henry, holding it, says that he had it the whole time and greets him, addressing him as Lord Hector. Hector angrily asks whether they have met, claiming that he has never seen him before. Henry says that they had a pretty intense meeting and introduces himself again as Henry. Hector asks whether he means the old wizard Henry. Henry confirms, and Hector says that he cannot be fooled, insisting that he is nothing like the guy he remembers, and asks why he is impersonating him. Henry explains that it is a long story and that even with all the evidence, Hector still needs an old-fashioned explanation. He tells him that he is indeed Henry and that he experienced death and was later revived through black magic. Hector asks about black magic, noting that Henry is not an ordinary wizard and that he did not know he could handle black magic. Henry clarifies that he did not perform it himself, but that it was a young magician's doing and that this body belongs to him. He adds that the world has changed a lot and that shortly after Hector's death, they achieved the unification of the continents. Hector asks what happened to Henry, and Henry explains that the last few years were not good. They built an empire, and he became a hero, but in the end, he was executed by the hand of Golden Sun. Hector recognizes that Golden Sun must be the current emperor. Henry describes him as an incompetent tyrant. Hector laughs, remarking that it seems his death was in vain if heroes were killed by such a tyrant. Henry clenches his teeth, admitting that he could not sleep from anger and frustration. But now the chance for revenge has come. Hector asks why Henry summoned him, whether it is to join him and help kill the emperor. Henry says that it would be great if he joined him, but he does not currently have the ability to revive him. Hector angrily asks why he summoned him then, questioning whether it is to make fun of him for being resurrected while he has not been. Henry denies this and says that he wants Hector to teach him swordsmanship. Hector is shocked and asks what Henry is talking about, adding that Henry is already dead and telling him to stop joking around, questioning whether he is not a wizard. Henry replies that this body he has taken was born with the blood of a knight and that he has enough magic, having already reached the stage of a sorcerer. He adds that in this life, he is interested in working with a sword. Hector asks whether the wizard who killed him is now asking him to teach swordsmanship. Henry answers that if Hector needs an apology for what happened in the past, he is willing to apologize. Hector asks what he should apologize for, and Henry says that he is talking about the war. Hector is shocked, then starts laughing, and says that Henry is more emotional than he seems. He adds that they were at war, as Henry said, that he has always been faithful and loyal to the emperor, and asks why a knight would hate someone for dying on the battlefield. Henry says that he was worried for nothing. Hector then says that wizards have always had a lot of unnecessary worries. He comments on the ring, saying that he did not think Henry was the type to collect trophies. Henry smiles and says that it is not a trophy and that he prepared it in Hector's honor. Hector says that this makes him laugh and asks whether Henry is sure he is not a poet or bard instead of a wizard. Henry replies that Hector is the one who won over Golden and one of the last prosecutors, which gives him enough reason to honor him. Hector says that Henry seems to have an emotional and romantic side. Henry says that he only says this because Hector is worth that much and reminds him that he is the Sword King. Hector is shocked and says that being called by that name after his death is unexpected, but agrees to listen to Henry's request. However, he adds that he will not teach him for free. Henry says that he already knew Hector would not agree so easily and asks what he wants. Hector says that it is good that Henry caught on quickly. Henry agrees and asks again what Hector wants. Hector says that he wants to live like Henry. Seeing Henry's shocked expression, he explains that he means exactly what he said. He wants to live in this world again. He adds that Henry is an extraordinary wizard who has already experienced resurrection, and that it should be easy for Henry to bring him back as well. Henry says that it would be difficult. Hector becomes angry and says that if that is the case, he is calling off the deal, and adds that Henry is the only one who will lose anything. Henry then turns and says that there is nothing he can do, that he will have to find a different way, and that it has been pleasant while it lasted. Hector is shocked by his behavior. Henry asks whether something is wrong. Hector stops him and says that he should not be like that, adding that he is only asking Henry to revive him as he revived himself. He says that if Henry does that, he will teach him swordsmanship and even help him get revenge on the Emperor. Henry thanks him for the offer, but says that he was revived by chance, and that the most he can do right now is call upon the souls of the deceased in this way. Hector calls this bullshit, and Henry says that, as Hector said, Henry is the only one losing something, so there is no reason for him to lie. He adds that necromancy and resurrection are two different kinds of magic, and that in his present life, he has no knowledge of black magic, so he cannot gamble with Hector's life in this situation. Hector agrees and becomes sad, asking whether there really is no way and saying that if he returns to the netherworld this time, he does not know how much longer he will have to wait in the dark. Henry says that the netherworld is far more horrible than he thought. Hector yells at him and begs him to help, saying that he prayed to God his whole life, but that nothing like God exists, and that after he died, there has only been endless darkness and despair. Henry then suggests a different approach and says that he does not know if it will work. He explains that his resurrection was not complete and that although he has achieved the level of an 8-circle wizard, he has not solved the mystery of resurrection and immortality. He says that black magic could be different and asks whether Hector has ever heard of necromancers. He explains that rumors say necromancers have the power to bring back the dead and make them undead. Hector asks about the undead, and Henry explains that it is the same concept as liches but supposedly different. He says that liches pursue immortality after death and live in restricted territories, and adds that while they may look like liches, they are still humans. He explains simply that they are to wizards what sorcerers are, and that they may be able to bring humans back as the undead. Hector asks whether Henry is telling him to become undead. Henry says that this is only the primary method for now, and that if they find and follow such necromancers, they may gain information about resurrection. He tells Hector to think about it and says that even crawling on the ground would be better than remaining in the dark. Hector agrees and says that being undead would certainly be better than being in the dark, but warns Henry not to forget his promise and says that if Henry breaks it, he will place a curse of death on him as severe as his own. Henry asks what he means by a curse, then says that Hector does not have to worry and that he will make sure to keep his promise. Then Hector's ring begins glowing in Henry's hand. He notices it and wonders what is happening. Hector says that he put a curse on the ring, and since he does not have anything else right now, he felt he had to do it, so Henry should not be too upset about it. Henry wonders about it and says that he will call Hector here every full moon at night and that he will be expecting him. Hector agrees and says that he is giving everything in advance and that there is no need to wait. They can start the training immediately. Henry thinks that this is why black magic is dangerous to work with. He brings Hector outside to the training ground. Hector asks whether Henry is learning imperial swordsmanship during the day and wants to learn his swordsmanship at night. Henry says that it is his only choice. Hector warns that it is going to be tough, since the more Henry learns things like swordsmanship, the more his body becomes accustomed to it. Henry says that he will just have to learn both at the same time. Hector laughs and says that rather than just talking about it, it would be better for Henry to experience it. Hector starts running and tells Henry to follow him and stand in a certain position. Seeing Henry stand, Hector says that he has a good posture, but since he is already familiar with the circle step, this will not be easy. Henry says that he will just have to try to ask what the name of the footwork is. Hector replies that footwork should just be footwork and questions whether it really needs a name. Henry then says that he will call it Hector's step, based on his name. Hector agrees and starts running. Henry, shocked at his speed and struggling to follow, thinks that this footwork is much more irregular compared to the circle step and that it feels as if he is dancing. He resolves that this time, he will make sure to take Burn down. As the sky brightens, Henry, exhausted, falls to the ground. Hector tells him that he should have rested for a bit and remarks that it looks like Henry really wants to kill the Emperor. Henry, huffing, asks what he means. Hector explains that hard work never fails. He may not know about magic, but swordsmanship makes a person stronger the more they practice it. Henry says that magic is the same. Hector then tells him to forget that and asks what he plans on doing after taking down Burn. Henry replies that he will focus on mastering Auror. Hector laughs and says Auror, noting that Henry has only just started taking baby steps, and comments that he is good at making people laugh. Henry insists that once he acquires Auror, he will probably become a magic knight. Hector says that now that he mentions it, that seems inevitable, and wonders if that means he will be the teacher of the greatest magic knight on the continent, adding that just thinking about it scares him. A sword master using sorcerer-level magic could be dangerous. Henry corrects him, saying it is not about using sorcerer-level magic, but surpassing a great wizard level. Hector tells him to stop chattering, get up, and take control already. During the day, Henry spars with Burn and finally manages to take down his sword. Burn, exhausted and shocked, admits defeat and says that he cannot believe it. Henry wonders if he actually won. Burn confirms that he did, telling Henry that he won by a landslide. They shake hands and appreciate each other. Henry thinks that at dawn, he practiced Imperial sword skills, and at night, he practiced Hector's sword skills. It has been 3 months since he met Hector, and he has succeeded in mastering both skills. He even took down Burn, his objective. He reflects that Burn was an expert swordsman, a veteran prosecutor, and a war hero, yet he was defeated by Henry's swordsmanship skills, leaving no reason to stay at the manor. He mutters that he will finally be able to live. Burn laughs and admits that although he complimented Henry a few days ago, he must now admit it fully, calling Henry a genius. Henry says he is flattering him and denies being a genius. Burn insists that he can say with confidence that Henry is a genius, noting that although he only taught him Imperial swordsmanship, Henry transformed it to create a new style. Henry thanks him for the praise. Burn adds that he is only stating the truth and asks what Henry plans to do next. Henry says that if he could, he would love to stay and make up for his flaws, admitting that he is rather greedy than humble. Burn laughs, saying it is obvious, but reminds him that Auror is not something that can be mastered with simple training. Henry then asks a favor, explaining that he is thinking of leaving the mansion and joining the army, and inquires if Burn knows anything about noblesse oblige. Burn asks if he means the aristocratic duties of nobility, and Henry confirms it. Henry explains that noblesse oblige is the duty of a nobleman to share power, set a moral example, and serve society. He adds that if someone has money or power, they are obliged to share it. That is the noblesse oblige system. Burn asks if their family is not subjected to the system, noting that, from what he knows, one needs to rank as a count or higher to bear such responsibility. Henry acknowledges this, but says it gives him even more reason to participate. He thinks it would be a great honor for a baron who is a war veteran to take control of the military, and that he would be respected wherever he goes. Burn then asks if he has a division in mind, and Henry confirms, saying he knows a place, the Forest of Evil. Burn is shocked and protests, saying the Forest of Evil is too dangerous and that the Lord would oppose it. Henry says he already received his father's permission, adding that the condition was to beat Burn at swordsmanship, which he has just achieved. Byrne, still shocked, says that is nonsense and insists he needs to discuss it with the Lord, stating he is against it. Henry says Byrne cannot stop him because he has already made up his mind. Later, Byrne meets Baron Hans and asks if he really gave Henry permission to head for the Forest of Evil. Hans confirms, saying he did, but only under a certain condition. Henry appears, stating that he has just fulfilled that condition. Both Hans and Byrne are shocked at the sight. Hans asks for confirmation, and Byrne hesitantly admits it is the truth. Hans slams his fist on the table, exclaiming that it is impossible. Henry says he kept his promise to both of them and asks to be allowed to go to the Forest of Evil. Byrne protests, questioning whether Henry truly meant his promise. Hans confirms that he did. Henry interrupts, pleading for a chance to prove himself, saying they need a bigger world. Hans argues that such a world does not require the Forest of Evil, claiming Henry is still too young to understand its dangers. Henry acknowledges that he knows the Forest of Evil is called the End of the Continent and is where the doors to the Netherworld are. He explains that it has a long history and is one of the most dangerous areas in the Empire, where numerous devils have appeared before. Hans insists he cannot send Henry there even though he is the heir, since barons lack power in the army. Henry challenges this, asking if the only reason to give up is that he is the heir, and wonders what he can do as the heir to a powerless family. Hans insists that it is not what he means. Henry says that no matter what is said, he has already made up his mind and declares that he will leave the mansion the next morning, offering his final greetings as he bows. He then leaves, slamming the door behind him, thinking that this is now a farewell to the place as well. Later, Henry comes to the training ground and starts swinging his sword. Some onlookers gossip, wondering if he is really going to the Forest of Evil, saying they hear it clearly and questioning whether the Lord has approved it. As night falls, Henry stops practicing, huffing that it should be enough for the day. His father comes up behind him and says he has never seen that style of swordsmanship before. Henry notices him, and Hans asks what style of swordsmanship he has just seen and whether Henry created it himself. Henry hesitates and says he has only modified imperial swordsmanship to his own taste. Hans says that all this time, he has misunderstood who Henry is. Henry flinches and asks what he means. His father says he realizes it after Henry's duel with Kevin and asks the reason Henry has hidden his strength all this time. Henry says he has never hidden it and has simply never really shown it, then asks why his father is there. Hans says that the weak child has really grown up, and then gets to the point, saying he decides to respect Henry's wish and will allow him to go to the Forest of Evil. Henry bows his head and thanks his father. Hans then puts his hand in his pocket, takes out an envelope, and says he wants to give it to Henry. Holding it, Henry asks what it is. Hans explains that people who traveled to the forest in the past were stationed there as an army, and that he hears a high commanding officer from Fort Killiburn is there. He says the envelope is a letter of recommendation and an enlistment application and tells Henry to give it to him. Henry asks the officer's name, and Hans says he is called Esselin, who was a lieutenant when Hans was first drafted as a young soldier. Henry tries to remember Esselin and mutters that since he cannot remember him from his past life, he must not have been that important. The next morning, Henry is ready to leave. His father asks whether one horse is enough. Henry says that it is and adds that if he brings a carriage or anything else, it will only make it more difficult to bring it back. Coher says that he is still going so far away. His father then says that it is going to be a difficult journey and tells him to make sure to take care of himself. Henry thanks his father and sets off on his journey, thinking that it is also a goodbye to that place. Holding the reins of his horse, he leaves, using haste magic on himself. After reaching a certain spot, he stops and dismounts. Using stonehouse magic, he creates a cave in front of him. Using light and clean magic, he cleans the place and forms a soft stone bed. He tells Jade to take care of her own food and to get some rest. After satisfying the hunger she has had for the whole day, Jade begins her relentless hunt. A week later, at Fort Killiburn, a security guard notices that someone is heading their way. The head of security asks who it is, and the guard says that the person has a yellow horse, but he cannot tell who he is. Seeing Henry approaching, the head of security wonders who it could be and whether he has been sent by the capital. Henry stops before the main gate. The forces point their arrows at him. He dismounts, and the head of security orders him to stop there and identify himself. Henry takes out his identity card and throws it up to them. Seeing the card, the head of security is shocked, and he throws it from there. After confirming that he is a baron, he tells Henry to wait a little. After a while, they allow him to enter. The head of security asks if he is a baron and apologizes for being rude, saying he is only doing his job. He gives Henry his card. Henry takes it and says that it is okay, adding that it is his family crest. The head of security introduces himself as Harvan, saying that he is the head of the security guards at the entrance to Fort Caliburn. Henry greets him back and introduces himself. Henry says that he is there to enlist. Harvan asks about enlistment, and Henry says that he is talking about noblesse oblige. Harvan says that he does not think a baron has a role in the system, unless it is voluntary enlistment, and Henry agrees, saying that it is voluntary enlistment. Later, in the office, an official checks the letter that Hans gave Henry and apologizes for making him wait so long, saying that they have confirmed that the name on the letter of recommendation is the same person as his commander. He points at a soldier and tells Henry to leave the paperwork to him and to go and follow that soldier. While following the guard, Henry thinks that he had thought the commander was just a high commander and that he is getting a good feeling. The soldier knocks on the door, and the commander allows him to enter. The guard greets the commander and says that he has brought Sir Henry with him. The commander appreciates the guard and orders him to leave. He then says to Henry that he is Hans's son and tells him to come and sit. They both sit, and the commander says that Henry must have gone through a lot of trouble coming all that way. He adds that he would not have known that Hans had a son and raised him like that, and says that Henry seems like an interesting person. He says that most people are impatient to finish their military service and asks why Henry would volunteer to come to such a dangerous place. Henry says that it is because of the monsters. The commander flinches. Henry says that he applied there because he thinks he will be able to learn more quickly how to face them. The commander laughs and says that it is good that he is honest, but that this is not a place one can come to just because of spirit. Henry says that he has worked hard to prepare for this. The commander clenches his fists and tells him to get into position. He brings a huge sword and stands against him. Henry's eyes widen when he sees the sword. The commander says that imperial swordsmanship is something anyone can learn, but that there is a huge difference in the amount of effort put in. He stomps on the floor and leaps at Henry. Henry struggles with the incoming attack and begins to use defensive magic. He blocks the strike with his sword. The commander wonders how he blocks it. Henry struggles to keep blocking and asks if they are done now. The commander says that he honestly did not think Henry would block it. He then swings his sword again and begins to strike at him. Henry thinks that he is crazy. He again uses defensive magic to block the strike with his sword. The commander says, "One more time," but a girl comes in and says that it would be best to stop and that he is just fooling around. The commander laughs and says that the people who have recently come with requests have had deceptive appearances, but that a real one has arrived today. She thinks that the commander is saying that Henry blocks his attack twice and wonders if this is the birth of another monster. The commander then tells Henry not to hide anything and to be honest, asking why he gives that opportunity to the illegitimate son. Henry says that it is because he cannot see any hope, and that he has heard a rumor that the last remaining hero, Henry Morris, died not long ago. He adds that even though he is the last hero, he is still killed by the Emperor, and that he thinks the Empire's future will be corrupted. The commander holds his sword and says that he is a knight and a soldier who has sworn allegiance to the Empire, and that defending a traitor in front of him is very bold. Henry says that he has also sworn allegiance to the Empire, but that he is loyal to the Empire and not to the people. Hearing this, the commander starts laughing wholeheartedly and says that Henry is right and that he likes how daring and rebellious he is. He says that, as Henry says, the Empire is in chaos. He adds that it was a good idea to give up the Swordsman Academy and says that maybe the Academy has a tight hold on the Porum family. Henry thinks about Porum and wonders if it is Kington Porum. He asks if Kington is not second in command and how the Academy can leave behind Sir Bahold and take the second in command. The commander says that it has been a long time since Kington became the Grandmaster and that Bahold has retired. Henry wonders and thinks that he cannot believe that he is retiring. The commander tells him that Porum has a huge hold on the Academy and says that the Academy, which is the key to becoming a knight, is corrupted. He then welcomes Henry to Fort Caliburn, says that he will take care of him, and makes sure that he works hard. Henry thanks him, and the commander asks if they are to take the next test. Henry asks if there is something else to test. The commander says that he has started a new hobby. He takes them along and stands before a wall. He glances at Tinny, and she understands and places her hand on a scanner lock. The wall moves aside and leads to the basement. They stare down, and Henry asks if there is something there. The commander says that he has recently started a fun new hobby. While taking them along, he comes before another wall and again signals Tinny. She puts her hand on a scanner, and another door opens. There is a huge ground where a monster stands alone. The commander says that it is a monster. Henry wonders if it is probably a purple Gehenna. The commander asks how Henry feels about seeing a monster for the first time. Henry asks if they capture the monster alive. The commander replies that the monster is Henry's last test and says that if Henry knocks it down, he will acknowledge him for sure. Henry thinks that it is ridiculous and wonders if it is too reckless. He says that he understands and that he just has to knock it down. The commander says to see how skillful Henry is. Henry wields his sword and thinks that it is a fox pretending to be a bear. He gathers his magic, protects himself with defensive magic, and steps into the battlefield. The monster notices him and turns toward him. He thinks that he has not been paying much attention to it for quite a while. He then notices that there is a barrier on the floor. Suddenly, the monster approaches him. He quickly uses haste magic and retreats from his place, dodging the monster's attack. The monster stomps toward him again. He swings his sword and leaps toward the monster. He manages to land a slash on its body and says that it is enough to delay and that they should start. As the monster growls and attacks him, he dodges and uses the circle step technique to retreat from his place. He appears behind the monster, wields his sword, and says that it is done for. Henry uses the circle step technique and begins to strike at the monster. The monster does not feel his presence from behind, and Henry takes advantage of this and lands a strike on its back, cutting its horns. The monster collapses to the ground. Henry grabs one of its horns and says that it is done. He then tosses it toward the commander and asks whether he should get rid of it. The commander seems impressed by Henry and wonders how he really did it. He then asks how Henry knew that the monster's weakness was its horns. Henry says that it was just a feeling. He adds that the monster's skin is really hard, so he wondered if its horns were weak and attacked them there. The commander asks if it was really just a feeling. Henry says that there is another test he has to take. The commander says that there is no need, that this is all, and that if Henry took any more tests, they would not be any fun. He says that he will take care of the mess. He adds that starting the next day, Henry has to go to the education corps and get basic training for a month. Tinny apologizes for interrupting and says that the training of the jockeys is already taking place at the education corps. The commander says that this works perfectly, tells them to let Henry start the training in the middle, and adds that if Henry is lacking in anything, he can get training and learn it by himself. Henry then bows and thanks him for his consideration. The commander says that there is no need, that this is a privilege only for those who have passed the test, and that it is a privilege most people cannot even imagine. He then asks Henry whether he can handle his liquor. Henry agrees that he can handle it. The commander then says that Henry has probably been eating things he should not have been eating for a while, and that he will treat him to some good food. Later, they are drinking and having food, and the commander laughs and says that he cannot believe it, and that Henry does not even let him down with drinking. He then starts telling stories from his younger days, and Henry, feeling annoyed, thinks that, as expected, all nights are the same. Henry uses sleep magic on the commander, but it does not affect him, and he continues his story. Henry wonders whether the worst incident of Fort Caliburn is the time when powerful protective magic is cast to block all kinds of curses and magic in order to protect the commander-in-chief. The next day, Tinny and Henry are riding in a carriage. Tinny worries and says that since Henry is not able to sleep, she asks what he is going to do. Henry says that he is all right. He then adds that he thinks she is going to go through more hardships because of him. She replies that she always does, and then she gives him some papers and asks him to take them. Henry holds them and asks what they are. She says that since he is starting his training in the middle, she has organized some of the basic teachings for him. Henry thanks her and starts reading the notes. After a while, he gives them back to her and says that he is finished and that she can take them back now. She flinches, and he says that he memorized everything just now and adds that his memory is pretty good. She wonders if her eyes are not wrong, and if this guy is a genius for sure. Then a soldier informs Tinny and Henry that they have arrived at the entrance of the education corps. She leaves him there and says good luck, adding that they will see each other next time. The soldier takes him inside and tells him that he may enter. Inside, he says that in this place, Henry will address everyone as an officer, and that since he has the rank of an apprentice, he is not allowed to speak informally to anyone except those of his own rank, and then asks if he understands. Henry agrees and thinks that this is the beginning of his military life. Henry then asks the officer if he has a question and asks whether he needs to know what was taught during the first week that he missed. The officer confirms that it is required at their school and explains that every week, a test is given based on what is taught during that week. Henry asks what happens if someone does not pass the test. The officer says that there has not been a single person who has not passed. Henry then says, with all due respect, that he would also like to take the test. The officer, feeling frustrated, asks how he can take the test without knowing what was taught and whether he thinks this is a joke, and initially refuses. Henry explains that he has received some training from the commander and that he is just curious whether he needs additional training if he passes the test now. The officer thinks that Henry has received training from Commander Esselin, then agrees and says that what Henry said sounds like making light of the education taught there, and warns that if Henry fails the test, a punishment will be given accordingly. Henry agrees and thanks the officer. The officer thinks that this arrogant child will be given a special test. Later, Henry sits and takes the test. The officer sets the timer and says that all he has to do is finish the test within the given time. With that, the time starts. Henry looks at the test paper and thinks that the education course has recently focused on questions about equality, and he starts solving the paper. When half the time has passed, he tells the officer that he has finished. The officer flinches, looks at the timer, and wonders if he is already done. Seeing the question paper, he notices that more than half of the sand is still left and says that he will start scoring it. He checks the paper, and Henry receives a perfect score. The officer seems puzzled and then congratulates him, saying that he got a perfect score. Henry says that it is a relief and that he thought the questions were pretty easy. The officer then says that starting in the afternoon, there will be a martial arts class, so Henry can relax in his room until then, and adds that if he needs anything, he can go to the administration office. Henry agrees and leaves. The officer thinks that he can see why Henry is getting guidance from the commander, since Henry achieved a perfect score on a test for intermediate commanders that even officers find difficult. As a result, without Henry even knowing it, he is becoming famous in the education corps. In the afternoon sparring class, officer tells Henry to introduce himself, and he introduces himself. Officer then says that they will start with close combat sparring and asks Cadet Henry to step forward, explaining that since it is his first day, he should test his skills and realize his limits. Officer adds that the next test will measure his skills and abilities, and announces that starting immediately, Henry will begin one-on-one battles. He explains that the fight will continue until someone is knocked out, and that it will end only when all the cadets present are knocked out. Henry thinks that this is something like unlimited competition. The officer informs him that they will start with Cadet Need and calls Cadet Need to step forward. Cadet Need stands before Henry, and they face each other on the battlefield. Henry takes his stance, and Cadet Need, seeing this, thinks that if Henry's starting position is bad, it will be good for him. As Cadet Need moves toward him, Henry throws a punch at his face. Cadet Need ducks and avoids them, but Henry then strikes with his other hand at his neck. Cadet Need falls backward and collapses. The other cadets wonder what just happened and whether Need has been knocked out. Officer wonders how, among all 20 cadets, Henry has just taken down the one with the third highest grades in close combat sparring with a single strike, and questions who Henry really is. He then calls the next cadet. Henry throws the other cadets and defeats them all. Officer remarks that there are not many people left with top grades and wonders who exactly Henry is. Henry, seeing his fists, thinks that this should be the 9th person, and that, although it is a new feeling, Hector really is an amazing person. He thinks that he had hoped an aggressive type of martial arts could be applied to close combat sparring and did not expect it would actually work. Officer calls Cadet Ronan to step forward. Ronan steps in. An officer explains that in past close combat sparring classes, Cadet Ronan held the highest grade, and if Henry is able to surpass him, he will share the top position in the class. Henry, seeing Ronan's calm expression, thinks that he looks like a gentleman but is at the top of the class. Officer starts the combat. They face each other, and Henry thinks that Ronan is pretty calm and wonders if the top of the class is really that different. Since Ronan is at the top of the class, Henry decides he will have to humble his pride. Using the circle step, he quickly moves behind him. Ronan glances back, but Henry begins to punch him. Ronan blocks the punch with a kick. Henry, standing before him, thinks that he must have underestimated him, as he really is different. Ronan moves toward him, using the circle step and leaps at Henry. Henry notices the difference in Ronan's circle step. Ronan lands a punch at him, which Henry blocks with both arms, guarding. He counterattacks with a punch, which Ronan blocks with his arms. They exchange blows and stand again facing each other. Ronan grabs Henry's leg, throws him to the floor, and begins to punch him, saying it is the end. Henry wonders if he will lose like this and resolves that he will not let it happen. He then uses Lighten Gram, a magic that lightens the target's weight. He holds Ronan up, grabs his leg, drags him, and then throws him against the wall, canceling the Lighten Gram magic. Ronan collapses, leaving the cadets shocked. Officer is also shocked. Henry tells the officer to announce the results. The officer flinches but then declares Henry the winner, noting that he achieved a perfect score in theory class, close combat test, and sword test. At night, Henry approaches Ronan, who is sitting in his room. Ronan turns aside, still upset. Henry asks for his name and says they should get to know each other, introducing himself as Henry Morris. Ronan shakes his hand and introduces himself as Ronan Porum. Henry flinches, realizing that he is a Porum. Henry thinks and says that if Ronan is a Porum, then Ronan interrupts and says that he is adopted into the Porum family. Ronan explains that Kington Porum defeats the retired Lord Bahold and is crowned the first sword of the Empire, taking the titles of Knight King and Grandmaster. He adds that although Kington is honorable, he cannot ignore the noblesse oblige system, and that most of the cadets there come from noble families and are gathered to serve in the military. Henry thinks that this explains everything. He sits down and says that it is no wonder Ronan is so good with his footwork, and asks if he has mastered Porum's sword. Ronan replies that it should be the same for Henry, adding that he has never seen that kind of close combat or swordsmanship before, and asks what Henry's identity is. Henry joyfully tells Ronan that they should become good friends. Ronan asks why he says that all of a sudden, and Henry replies that he just felt like saying it, and they both share a good laugh. The next day, Ronan loses to Henry again. Henry helps him up and asks whether he plans to pull out a knife when fighting a demon. Ronan remarks that Henry stands out too much, and Henry makes excuses. An officer announces that if anyone feels unfit for an assignment, it is possible to transfer, so no one should be too heartbroken. He adds that since training is over, there will be a celebration, and that alcohol and meat are prepared in the cafeteria. All the cadets cheer happily. Their sparring officer then informs Henry that Commander Esselin is looking for him. Henry wonders why. Tinny comes and takes him along. In the carriage, she asks how his time at the Education Corps is. Henry replies that thanks to her consideration, it is pleasant. She says that the commander will be pleased to hear that and explains that Henry is not being called because he is being protected. When Henry asks what it is about, she explains that the commander usually calls the top of the class separately to celebrate, and that he is especially happy Henry finished first. She adds that the commander grants one wish to the top of the class. Henry is shocked upon hearing about the wish. Later, she drops him off and wishes him good luck. Henry thanks her for her help. She gets back into the carriage and says that she will be waiting that night, and that Henry should tell a soldier to call her if he needs her, because she will go to the residence. When Henry asks what she means, she says that he will find out soon enough and then leaves. Henry then approaches Commander Esselin, who happily welcomes him and says that he has heard Henry finished first. The commander explains that he has prepared drinks and a good meal, saying that since he does not know what Henry likes, he has prepared a bit of everything and invites him to sit down. He asks if there is anything Henry wants or wants to do, and adds that since he has granted the wishes of those who finished first, he will grant Henry's wish as well. Henry smiles and thanks the commander. The next day, Ronan and Henry both come to the training ground. Ronan asks Henry where he went the previous day, saying that he could not find him, no matter where he looked. Henry replies that he went to drink alcohol with the commander. Ronan says that he guesses the rumors are true. Henry asks what rumors he means, and Ronan says that he is talking about the rumor that the commander favors him. Henry says that he should not misunderstand, explaining that it is only a tradition for the top of the class. Ronan tells him to stop lying and asks whether he really only drank. Henry shows him a sword and says that he also received this. Ronan wonders why it is a sword. Henry explains that the commander gave it to him as a present and said that it is a holy sword. Ronan is shocked and asks if it is a holy sword. He recalls that on a previous day, the commander gave Henry the sword and told him to take it, asking how it is and explaining that it is a holy sword blessed by the greatest priests and that it is not strong enough to defeat monsters. Henry swings the sword, and Ronan is wondrous at the sight. Henry mockingly asks if Ronan is jealous. Ronan, frustrated, says that of course he is jealous, but adds that there is no use wanting what someone else has and that a better sword will appear sooner or later. Henry agrees and then asks which unit Ronan is assigned to. Ronan tells him that it is an infantry unit. Henry says that it is not bad at all. Ronan says that it is a good place to get promoted and that he is assigned to a first-class unit rather than a second-class one, adding that as long as he does not make mistakes, he should be promoted to intermediate officer in no time. Henry thinks that Ronan has been pretending not to think carefully about such things. Ronan then asks about Henry's assignment. Henry replies that it can also be considered an infantry unit. Ronan asks what he means by that, and Henry explains that it is an independent company and asks whether Ronan has ever heard of Caliburn's Needle. Ronan does not know about Caliburn's Needle. The previous night, the commander became completely drunk and fainted. Henry purifies himself using magic and says that it is enough to get rid of the alcohol. He comes out of the commander's room and asks a guard to contact Tinny and ask whether he can meet her right away. The guard agrees and goes to contact her. Henry looks at the units on the map and says that there are many troops in the fortress. He thinks that 1 year is enough for the top of the class to drop to the bottom, and that is why he has to go somewhere that will help him the most. Tinny then arrives. Henry apologizes for calling her so late. She says that it is fine and comments that he seems smart, noting that some people do not even notice such things. Henry thinks that her kindness is merely a command given by the commander and is only simple help. Tinny asks which unit he has in mind. Henry replies that he wants to go to a place where there is not much to do and where there is no interference, adding that it would be nice if he could adapt easily when assigned there. She asks if he wants something like an independent infantry company, and he agrees. She says that the place he wants is obvious, but that he does not have anything specific in mind, and adds that she should just pretend to be humble. Henry apologizes if he makes it sound that way. She laughs and says that it is just a joke. She then marks some units and says that those places are the ones he wants, adding that most independent companies are special forces. She asks if he knows what special forces are. Henry replies that they are units that handle specific missions. She says that is correct and adds that special forces are usually dangerous, but asks if he still does not care. Henry says that he does not mind. She thinks that his goal is promotion and says that it will be hard in an independent company at first, because most troops in such companies are seniors, and it could be too much for new cadets. Henry asks if there is no solution. She points at a unit and says that they should go there, explaining that it is one of the commander's affiliated special forces units, that he will be put into action right away, and that since it is under the commander's command, he should not face any disturbance. After hearing all of this, Ronan understands. They notice that the carriage is approaching. Ronan gets into the carriage, and Henry tells Ronan not to die. Ronan laughs and tells him to be careful as well, and then leaves. An officer came and coldly asks Henry if he is the one, and Henry confirms that he is Henry Morris. The officer tells him to get into the carriage, and Henry agrees. Henry recalls that Tinny said it just so happens that the lieutenant position at Caliburn's Needle is open, but most of the time it is a place where only the elite of the elite can go. She adds that they don't usually accept any officers, and even if they do, it is going to be tough. While sitting in the carriage, Henry thinks that he did not expect the officer to be this blunt and cold. Upon reaching Caliburn's Needle military camp, Company Commander Salomon looks at Henry's documents and asks for his name, which Henry confirms. Salomon remarks that according to the documents, Henry seems to be the best cadet from his class, and Henry says that is not true. Salomon angrily asks if Henry is saying that the education officer wrote a false report. Henry, troubled, denies it and says that he is just not that talented, while thinking that, judging from the way Salomon speaks, he seems to have a lot of doubts about him. Salomon says that contrary to the commander's judgment, they are not ready to accept him yet, and asks if he understands. He adds that this place is not a playground, and that if Henry does not want to be kicked out, he has to cling on desperately. He tells Henry to follow him to his official residence. He leads him to an abandoned warehouse and says that the company has a tradition of having new officers repair the old house and reuse it. He tells Henry that he has to finish the maintenance by the end of the day and asks if he thinks he can do it. He then leaves, wishing him good luck. Henry thinks that from his first impression, Salomon seems childish. He realizes that even if he cleaned all day, he would not be able to finish on time if he were a normal human. He then uses clean magic repeatedly on each spot and operates the place. By the end of the day, all the cadets gather and inform Commander Salomon that all units of the special mission have returned safely, and they ask if everyone should go back to the barracks. Salomon says no and tells them that there is a place where everyone has to go together, explaining that a new lieutenant has arrived and should be cleaning the warehouse like barracks behind the building right now. As the cadets go there, they remark on the size of the place, saying it is so big, as expected from their company commander. Salomon says that it has been a while since he told the new lieutenant to clean it, and suggests they go see it. Upon seeing the place, Salomon's eyes widen in surprise as he notices it is completely clean and organized. Henry, sitting there having tea, greets Salomon, who wonders how it is possible and thinks that he has served in the army much longer than Henry. Henry asks what he is doing there and whether he is here to check on the cleaning. Salomon tells him to come and say hello to the members of the Special Mission Platoon in charge of practical activities. Henry comes outside and notices their cold eyes, thinking that they are not just reacting to the memory of their dead Lieutenant Carter, who was a veteran officer serving here for 5 years and was killed during a mission in the Forest of Evil. He observes that this place is full of a family-like sense of solidarity and understands why the platoon has not forgotten him yet. Henry greets them and introduces himself as Henry Morris, the new platoon lieutenant, but no one responds. He thinks that he has to correct the wrongs here with his own power, which is what Commander Esselin would have allowed him to do. Henry asks the cadet for his name, and the cadet introduces himself as Hodden. Henry tells Hodden to take him to the residence where Lieutenant Carter used to be, and Hodden leads him there. Upon entering, Henry tells Hodden that he can go out and line up again. Inside, Henry thinks that before they could even forget their former lieutenant's death, the cadets might be rebellious now that an incompetent lieutenant has arrived. He reflects that this place is still the army, a place where emotions can shake people. Henry then takes out the belongings of the former lieutenant from a wooden box outside and says that he is well informed of the situation. He addresses the cadets, saying that they behave this way because they cannot forget their former lieutenant, Carter. He remarks that they seem like great poets, and if they are going to act like that, they might as well go out and sing a song of mourning instead of playing the part of soldiers. He pours petrol on the box and begins to burn it, ordering everyone not to move even a step. The cadets start crying, and one steps forward, yelling, asking what Henry thinks he is doing, and how he could destroy the lieutenant's belongings. Henry notes that their glares are cold again and says that this could be taken as rebellion. He challenges them, saying that if they want to, they can take off their badges and fight him. The cadet asks whether Henry will keep his promise, and Henry reassures him, telling him not to worry and to just come to him. The cadet moves toward Henry. Henry uses magic armor on himself, dodges the incoming punch, and strikes the cadet's face with his elbow. The cadet holds his mouth, and Henry kicks him in the stomach and throws him away. The cadet coughs up blood, and Henry asks for his name. When there is no response, Henry asks whether he is not going to answer. The cadet then gives his name as Jibo. Henry turns to the others and says that all of them have lost their minds and need to know when to be ashamed. He yells at them, asking whether they think acting like this will make their deceased lieutenant happy. The company commander orders everyone to leave. In his office, Salomon slams the table and thinks that if nothing is done, Henry will truly take charge, and he concludes that he has no choice. Later, he calls two senior cadets and says that he has something to tell them. Henry also joins them and introduces himself as the new lieutenant of the Special Missions Platoon. One cadet introduces himself as Hugo, a lieutenant in charge of the commander's personal duties. Another cadet introduces himself as Vogue, stating that he is in the support force and is the head of administration and company supply. Hugo tells Henry that since he is his senior, he can speak comfortably, and asks whether it is true that Henry has not learned aura. Henry confirms that he has not learned it yet. Hugo says that he is dumbfounded and asks whether Henry even has a conscience, and whether he knows what kind of place this is for him to step into as a new officer. Henry replies that he will learn aura when the time comes and that there is no need to hurry. Hugo becomes frustrated and remarks on Henry's arrogance. Henry then asks about a test, saying that in the position of lieutenant of the Special Missions Platoon, the most important position is the company, and questions why a new officer is chosen over anyone else, asking whether Hugo is scared of him. Hugo becomes angry, stands up, and challenges him, saying that they should do it and see how long Henry can continue with his words. He asks the company commander to allow it, saying that he will test Henry himself. In the training ground, all the troops gather. Salomon thinks that he purposely assembled all the troops there, believing it would be the place where everyone sees how big a mess the new cocky officer will make. He also thinks it is an opportunity to withdraw the personnel appointment if necessary. Henry asks Hugo whether it is really okay to test with a wooden sword after saying he wanted to test with a real sword. Hugo, frustrated, tells him to just keep talking. Everyone around gossips about the new lieutenant, thinking that this is going to be fun. Salomon thinks that he does not know what Henry is up to, but Hugo is an advanced expert user, and he is not an opponent for a runner-class user like Henry. He adds that although it is not a real sword, it is a wooden sword, and he wants the two of them to do their best. Henry thinks that this time he will use the maximum amount of power. He gathers his magic armor, and they both run toward each other. They swing their swords, and with just one slash, Henry breaks Hugo's sword. Commander Salomon, shocked, thinks that it is impossible for a runner-class user who does not even know aura to do that. Henry then bows to Hugo, calling him senior, and leaves. In the commander's office, Henry asks Salomon whether he is not going to host the morning meeting. Salomon gives him some papers and tells him that this is what he is assigned to, and that he should get started after reading them. Salomon leaves, thinking that he needs to rest a little, too. Henry sits there, thinking that the dumb people back then and now are all the same, judging others by their looks. He reads the papers and wonders about his assignment. In the Forest of Evil, Class 9, Area Patrol Gehenna. He thinks that he will have to go see Commander Esselin immediately. Later, Henry approaches Commander Esselin and greets him, introducing himself as Special Missions Lieutenant Henry. Esselin asks what he is doing there. Henry says that the duty he was assigned feels strange. He explains that his assignment is different from the usual special missions, and that today's task is only a simple sweep-out mission normally handled by the infantry division. He adds that he understands Esselin wants him to gain experience from the bottom, but he still finds the assignment odd. Esselin acknowledges this and asks why Henry has come to complain. Henry replies that today he proved his abilities by facing Lieutenant Hugo. Esselin flinches and asks whether he actually won against Hugo. Henry answers that he cut Hugo's wooden sword with a single strike. Tinny is shocked, and Esselin asks in disbelief how he could break a wooden sword held by an Auror in one attack. He warns Henry that lying to escape responsibility is a bad habit. Henry calmly says that if they do not believe him, they can confirm it themselves. Esselin remarks that only good news has been coming in since morning and agrees to look into it. He then asks whether Henry wants a different mission since he dislikes his first assignment. Henry agrees and says he wants to go to the Class 6 district. Esselin asks why he chose the 6th district specifically. Henry thinks that he cannot reveal that he is searching for hidden treasure under the excuse of a mission, and that he must confirm the exact location. He answers that he has never been there and has heard that the Class 6 district is the main area of the Special Missions Forces, so he wants to learn more about it through his first mission. Esselin agrees and explains that he originally planned to send Henry to the Class 9 district only for experience, but when Henry returns, he will assign him the mission Henry truly wants. He tells Tinny to bring Carter's paperwork. After Tinny hands over the documents, Esselin asks if Henry knows who the former lieutenant was. Henry answers that it was Lieutenant Carter. Esselin says that Carter died during a mission and asks whether Henry is curious about that mission. Henry thinks that this must be important if it drove a lieutenant to death, and that it sounds troublesome, but he answers that he has wondered about it. Esselin says that long ago, Carter had been hunting a creature called Black. He adds that this is only a guess, but Black may be a demon who enjoys playing games. Henry thinks that he has not heard the word demon in a long time and asks why Carter went after Black. Esselin explains that when Carter first encountered Black, he was a company commander in the infantry division. During a mission in the Class 7 district, he lost his precious men to Black. It was an ordinary infantry encounter, but Carter was extremely loyal and could not forget it. Henry asks whether Carter joined the Special Missions Forces for revenge. Esselin confirms this and says the mission was specifically assigned for Carter's revenge. He also needed someone capable, and Carter had been the best candidate. Henry thinks that Carter was a fool to sacrifice himself for revenge, but he also realizes that because of that, his unit followed him. Esselin says that a predator does not hunt when it is full, yet Black is not even hungry and is still killing people for fun. What began as Carter's revenge mission has now become an official threat to the fort, and Black is a demon that the special missions must eliminate. He tells Henry that the task will now fall to him. Henry understands the situation. Esselin pats him and says that he believes Henry will do well, but warns him not to overdo it, because if he dies there, his body may never be found. Henry mutters to himself that if that is the case, Esselin should never have assigned the mission in the first place. Later, Henry studies Carter's files and thinks that demons normally appear only in areas classified as Class 3 or higher. If even one of these creatures is a true demon, the mission will be difficult. According to the report, the creature known as Black possesses the ability to transform. Black is officially classified as a Class 6 demon, but it has also been sighted in Class 7 and Class 8 areas. It shows extremely high intelligence, can speak human language, and carries condensed dark magic within its body, magic that is unstable and dangerous. Henry mutters that, based on 5 years of accumulated records, Black is confirmed to be a highly hostile opponent. This will not be easy. Still, he decides to move forward. The next day, the deputy commander comes to Henry's room and asks whether he summoned him. Henry replies that his previous assignment has been cancelled and that he will begin patrol in the Class 6 district that afternoon. He asks if the deputy is familiar with Black. The deputy confirms that he is. Henry explains that he has inherited Lieutenant Carter's mission. He adds that chasing Black immediately would be difficult, and the deputy agrees. Henry says that Carter's 5 years of data are insufficient, so he intends to start investigating Black from the beginning. Since this is the first day, he will only conduct light reconnaissance. Henry hands the deputy a wooden box. He says that these are Lieutenant Carter's belongings and asks him to take care of them. The deputy looks shocked, and Henry asks if he truly believed he would burn them. He says they mean nothing to him, but they still deserve proper handling. He then asks whether Jibo is recovering. The deputy answers yes, grows emotional, and thanks Henry while apologizing. Henry tells him it is fine but warns him not to let the unit become careless again, or he will take real action next time. The deputy salutes, but Henry stops him, saying it is unnecessary. The deputy leaves. Later, an announcement is made that a special operation is being formed under the Special Missions Company. Lieutenant Henry Morris and 9 others are assigned. Henry addresses the group and states that they will begin their mission in the Class 6 district. With everyone in agreement, the unit departs for its operation. On the way, Henry looks at the surroundings and thinks that it has been a long time since he last saw such a sight. He feels nostalgic whenever he looks at it because it reminds him of the past. He thinks that they are stealthily heading toward their destination in the Class 6 district and wonders whether he should begin. He activates the Solitude in the Crowd Magic, a combination spell that prevents large groups from drawing attention or interest. The cadets notice monsters along the route, and one of them says that today must be a special day, wondering how they have not encountered any trouble even once. Another cadet says that he has a good feeling about this mission. They arrive at the Forest of Evil, Class 6 District, Safety Zone. Henry observes his magic at work and thinks that he did not know Solitude in the Crowd would be effective in this area. He addresses the team and tells them that their goal is to obtain a lead on Black. He explains that although he possesses 5 years of information recorded by Carter, it is not very helpful, so he intends to restart the investigation in his own way. He states that Black is classified as a Class 6 demon, cannot speak, is suspected of being a maniac, and is stronger than other demons of the same class. He says that they are going to search for anything that can provide a lead. Henry shows them a drawing of a mushroom and explains that it is a kin mushroom, a demonic mushroom known to grow in the Class 6 district. The deputy commander asks whether this area is not already Class 6. Henry confirms that it is and explains that the mushroom requires at least Class 5 demonic energy to grow. The deputy commander asks whether this means that if Black is beyond Class 6, the mushroom might be growing near its habitat. Henry confirms this. Henry states that he is dividing the platoon into 2 teams led by himself and the platoon sergeant to improve efficiency. He says that because the platoon is divided, there should be no conflicts with demons and that they will regroup at the safety zone in 6 hours. He hands a scroll to the deputy commander and explains that it is a magic item that will transmit the user's location to him in an emergency and that it should be used only in danger. He adds that the captain personally gave it to him and that it is expensive, so it must be used wisely. He thinks that it is actually a magic scroll he previously created. The deputy commander agrees and says that he understands. Henry announces that the platoon is dividing into 2 groups. The deputy commander says that they will meet again in 6 hours. While traveling, Houghton asks if he can ask something, and Henry allows it. Houghton asks how Henry came up with the method of using the demonic mushroom. Henry explains that he learned it from a book about the Forest of Evil, and that he memorized the entire book. Houghton expresses satisfaction. Henry thinks that it does not make sense for a Class 6 demon to live in a standard Class 6 environment. He thinks that the demonic mushroom they are currently searching for grows in an area he sprayed decades ago to protect a hidden treasure and that it serves as a gatekeeper milestone. He thinks that he feels sorry for using the troops in this way, but that it is not a lie that he is also searching for Black while secretly looking for the treasure. After 6 hours pass, the platoon regroups at the safety zone. Henry finds nothing and thinks that the effort has been wasted because he cannot find even a single spore of the kin mushroom or any clue about Black. Some cadets discuss among themselves that Henry has nothing to do with Lieutenant Carter, yet he still cares this much about the mission. Others say that they must have misunderstood him and that he is actually a good man. Some say that they feel foolish for not finding even a single mushroom. The deputy commander thinks that it does not matter that Henry is a new officer and decides that from now on, he will pledge his allegiance to him. Meanwhile, Henry wonders where his hidden treasure could be, and misunderstandings continue to pile up. At night, Henry forms a magic circle and casts spells to summon Hector. The Nethergate opens, and Hector appears. Hector says that it has been a long time and asks whether Henry has already been assigned to a unit. Henry says that he has been assigned, and that he has also overpowered the people who laughed at him earlier. Hector asks who would dare to laugh at him. Henry explains that some sword experts doubted his skills, so he taught them a lesson, and they are now keeping quiet. Hector says that they must be ashamed and adds that, from an expert's perspective, there is nothing more trivial than a runner. He then asks whether there has been any progress and whether Henry has still not learned Aura. Henry says that he has not made progress because he has been given a troublesome task and has not trained for a while, which is why he cannot even deal with a monster that is right in front of him. Hector asks what kind of task could be important enough for Henry to endure losing his training partner and asks whether it is truly that significant. Henry says that it is a long explanation, and then he honestly explains everything to him. After hearing the story, Hector asks whether Henry is saying that he cannot train properly until he catches someone named Black. Henry says that this is correct. Hector says that this cannot continue and that catching Black should be the first priority. Henry says that it is easier said than done. Hector criticizes Henry, saying that it is foolish for a wizard to choose the long and difficult path instead of the easy one. He asks why Henry is trying to chase Black directly when he could simply question a witness. He mentions that Carter was obsessed enough to chase Black for 5 years and implies that there must be lingering reasons behind it, even after Carter's death. Henry asks what this has to do with a witness, and then thinks that he cannot believe he did not think of such an easy solution. He realizes that he could simply summon Carter's soul and ask him. He says that he needs an item that is strongly imbued with Carter's spirit and shows Hector the report on Black, stating that Carter likely valued this more than anything else. Henry draws a summoning circle to summon Carter. Hector asks what will happen to him if Henry summons someone else. Henry replies that he does not know because he has never done it before, and that he is unsure whether it would be a big problem. He then casts the spell, and strong energy begins to emerge. Henry calls out for Carter to appear. The Nethergate appears but does not open, and Henry continuously calls for Carter. While Henry is out of breath, Hector says that it might not be his place to say this, but asks whether it is possible that Carter's soul is not in the Netherworld. Henry looks at him and asks what he is talking about and why Carter's soul would not be there. Hector says that he does not know, but he is certain that Henry's sacrifice and magic circle are perfect. Henry then asks how Hector knows that it is perfect. Hector explains that it is because Henry is able to open the gate to the Netherworld. Henry, feeling disappointed, asks what the problem is and says that it is driving him mad. Hector says that if necromancy magic cannot bring Carter's spirit, then it may be possible that Carter cannot be summoned because he is still alive. Henry is startled and suddenly gets an idea. He says that he has a different plan and that Carter is not the only victim of Black. He states that he is changing his target to Carter's former subordinates and leaves immediately. Hector asks about the former subordinates and points out that this was at least 5 years ago, asking where Henry plans to get their belongings. Henry replies that he does not know about other places, but if it is in Caliburn, he can only think of one place. Henry arrives at the Cradle of Horses and says that if the bodies of the dead cannot be found, they are enshrined in the Cradle of Heroes rather than the Tomb of Heroes. Hector asks whether Henry thinks he can find their belongings there. Henry answers that, according to one of Carter's reports, one of the names of his former subordinates is Halterbelt. He then notices the belongings and says that he has found them, and that this is where they are. He takes a necklace and says that it should be enough. Henry returns to the summoning circle, places the necklace on it, and casts the spell to summon Halterbelt. The Netherworld gate appears and begins to open. Hector tells him that he has succeeded. Henry calls Halterbelt, who appears and asks who Henry is. Henry introduces himself as Henry Morris, the lieutenant of the Special Forces under the direct control of Commander Esselin, and explains that he has summoned Halterbelt because of Lieutenant Carter. Halterbelt asks whether Henry is referring to their company commander, Carter. Henry explains that Carter was a company commander at that time, but has since been promoted to lieutenant of the Special Forces, and that Carter is currently missing because of Black. Halterbelt covers his eyes and begins crying, apologizing while saying that he is thinking about how Carter has been fighting alone for 5 years. Henry tells him that there is no need to apologize and says that he understands completely. He then asks whether Halterbelt remembers any description of Black. Halterbelt replies that there is something Henry is mistaken about. Henry asks what he means. Halterbelt explains that Black not only transforms, but steals and uses the bodies of other living beings, confirming that Black is like an evil spirit. He says that when he approached one of his colleagues, Black jumped from one body to another through their mouths. Henry wonders whether Black moves into bodies using their mouths. Halterbelt confirms this and adds that Black also revealed his plan, saying that he would become someone who is a demon. Henry mutters that becoming a demon could mean an evolutionary stage, in which an evil spirit scatters enough dark energy to become a demon. He says that if Black was preparing to become a demon 5 years ago, then in the worst-case scenario, Black is already a demon, and that the situation is becoming worse. Halterbelt adds that there is one more thing he remembers. He says that while he was frozen in fear, Black approached him and said that he should consider it an honor to be eaten by someone who is about to become a demon. He explains that when Black entered his head, he felt the pleasure of murder and the desire to conquer bodies, and that this desire was caused by a scent that was full of pleasure. He concludes that Black ambushed them because of that scent. Henry asks Halterbelt about the scent and what exactly it was. Halterbelt explains that it was the scent of a deodorant obtained from a trading partner and used among themselves, and that he thinks the scent strongly stimulated Black's desire. At least that is the feeling he got from it. Henry then asks whether Halterbelt remembers the name of the deodorant. Halterbelt says that it is probably familiar because of its fame and that it was a deodorant called Febreze. He sobbingly requests that Henry listen to a favor, saying that he does not want revenge, but if Henry meets Lieutenant Carter, he should convey his thanks to him. After saying this, Halterbelt disappears. Hector remarks that it is a relief, as he had been worried that Halterbelt might curse Henry due to lingering feelings. The next day, Henry approaches Esselin, who asks whether he came so early in the morning to look for some deodorant and questions whether that makes sense. Henry explains that even though it is a small chance, he does not want to miss it, and still will not let him leave. Then Tinny arrives holding a deodorizer and asks if Henry is talking about Febres, showing it to him. Tinny says that since it is something Lieutenant Henry needs, instead of lending it, she asks for something in return. Henry agrees and asks what she needs. She whispers that on the next day off, she wants to have a meal with him. Henry agrees and says that it is easy enough. The next day, in the Forest of Evil, Class 6 District, Henry calls everyone's attention and, while holding the deodorant, asks whether anyone knows if there was a deodorant like that among Lieutenant Carter's belongings. The deputy commander replies that he does not think there was. Henry feels disappointed and thinks that if Carter did not even spray the deodorant, then he wonders why Carter was attacked and whether Halterbelt's testimony is wrong. Henry says that if there were none, then there is nothing he can do, and instructs everyone to move out with the same goal as the previous day and begin the search. They prepare to leave for the day's mission. Henry thinks that he should slowly get started as well and uses the solitude in the crowd magic to protect the other cadets. He then sprays the deodorant on himself and thinks that if he does this, the troops will not get caught up in anything. He uses steam skin magic, and the fragrance of the deodorant begins to spread. He thinks that this is a magic created for women who wanted their perfume to stand out, and notes that he never expected to use it this way. The fragrance reaches the monsters and enters a cave. Inside, a white Taurus smells it and thinks that it might be the scent, but also thinks there is no reason for a smell that has not appeared in years to suddenly appear. It begins to growl and alerts the other Tauruses. Meanwhile, Henry wonders whether Halterbelt's testimony is false and thinks that he will have to summon some of the other victims and, for now, will do what he can. As they move, Henry hears growling from a direction and asks whether they are Tauruses, the half-human, half-bull monsters, and the deputy commander confirms it. Henry asks about the sound, and above him, something forms in the sky. Suddenly, a lightning bolt strikes Henry, and he collapses on the spot. Many Tauruses appear before them. The troops are frightened, and the deputy commander tells everyone to stay calm, saying that they are still shaken by the former lieutenant's death, but must remain calm. He declares that he will take the lead and orders everyone to stay in formation and move toward the safety zone. Some protest and say that they should at least get revenge for the lieutenant. The deputy commander yells at them, asking whether they will keep acting like children, saying that they are Tauruses and that they must run with all their strength, adding that he cannot guarantee their survival and ordering everyone to stay sharp and leave immediately. A huge white Taurus appears, and the troops wonder what it is. It growls and destroys the ground. Jibo shouts that it has blocked their retreat and declares that in this situation, he will die fighting, telling the others not to stop him and saying that they can feel that this creature is the culprit. Houghton suggests that they go together, saying that they cannot face the company after losing their lieutenant twice. The deputy commander agrees and says that he will die there as well. They all begin fighting the Tauruses. Meanwhile, the white Taurus notices Henry's body and moves toward him. Jibo notices this and wonders what it is doing and whether it is going after Lieutenant Henry. He runs toward it and attacks, demanding to know what it is doing. The white Taurus strikes him in the stomach and throws him away. As it growls and prepares to strike him with lightning, Jibo thinks that this is the end. To his surprise, Henry stands in front of him, protects him, and blocks the lightning with his sword. Henry notices a page with a magic circle drawn on it stuck to his sword. He grabs it and squeezes it in his fist. He then gives his hand to Jibo and tells him to get up, go and report that he is still alive, and make sure not to die. Jibo happily agrees and moves toward the troops. Henry then asks the white Taurus whether it is the one that struck him with lightning, and it growls in response. Henry stands holding his sword against it. The Taurus begins to attack him, but Henry blocks the strike with his sword and says that it is not even that tough. He kicks it in the chest and, with a slash, severs its head. The head falls aside. Seeing this, Henry wonders whether it is dead. However, it speaks and calls the Taurus useless. Demonic energy comes out of it, and the head attaches to the body again. It tells Henry to think of it as an honor to be its new host. Black then tries to enter Henry's body, but it does not work. Henry says that he has found Black, and that it will not work on him. He strikes again and slashes the Taurus in half. Black's spirit appears separately and scolds him. Seeing it, Henry says that it is quite interesting, and that it is not completely an evil spirit, but not exactly a demon either, and asks what it actually is. He begins to use magic on it and asks whether it is a doppelganger or something similar. Black becomes troubled and dodges the magic. Henry notes that it dodges the attack and says that he cannot believe it is trying to run away. He uses the return to the body magic that was created to find the remains of dead soldiers, but Black dodges again. Henry observes it and thinks that it depends on its magic, and wonders whether he should follow it. Meanwhile, Black wanders and thinks that it must find a new host quickly. It notices a bear lying nearby and quickly enters its body. Henry approaches the bear. Black, inside the bear's body, tries to remain calm and thinks that it must act naturally so as not to get caught, and hopes that Henry will go away. Seeing the bear, Henry says that it looks like a normal bear and turns away, thinking that he had thought Black might be using it, and that Black is foolish. Suddenly, Henry strikes the bear and kills it. With a snap of his fingers, he activates Ignite Magic and burns the entire body. Black comes out of the bear's body and asks how Henry found it. Henry asks where Carter is. Black replies by asking whether Henry thinks it will tell him. Henry becomes annoyed and says that he will have to force it to tell him. He then uses Freeze Magic on it. In the Forest of Evil Class 6 District, Black brings Henry into a cave and says that Carter is there. Lieutenant Carter is sitting unconscious inside. Henry moves closer and calls his name, but Carter does not respond. Black then enters Carter's body and says that Henry must not have thought he would be that easy to capture. Henry smiles and says that he expected this and knew Black would do that. Black grabs Carter's sword and Henry laughs. Black, frustrated, asks why Henry is laughing. Henry mutters that he guesses Black can use the host's power at will. Black laughs and says that Henry will have to pay the price for making him this way, and that Henry's body will be his. Henry becomes annoyed and mutters that it sounds exactly like what a parasite would say. Carter's body moves toward Henry and begins to strike at him. Henry dodges the attack and retreats. He appears behind Carter and strikes his back. Carter collapses, and Black asks how it is possible. Henry replies that this is why Black is only an evil spirit. Black says that Henry may know how to talk and may pretend to know how to wield a sword, but that is all, and that even if he knows how to wield a sword, he cannot do anything. Black says that what matters is the polished skill of swordsmanship over many years, even hundreds of years. He then uses Paralyze Magic on Carter's body and says that Carter will no longer be able to move, and asks whether Henry understands the difference between them. Black comes out of Carter's body and pleads to be spared. Henry says that he will decide what he wants, but first asks what Black actually is. Black asks whether Henry will spare him if he tells him. Henry replies that it depends on what Black does. Black then says that his name is Clever, that he is an evil spirit from the underworld, and that he is the last survivor of his tribe. He says that in their language, he is from the Alalar tribe. Henry asks about mimics, which are lowly monsters that act as parasites for boxes and attack humans who open them, and asks whether that is what Alalar means in human language, saying that he did not know mimics had such abilities. Henry then begins to use Ignite Magic and says that his questions are over and that Black should die. Black pleads and says that Henry said he would spare him and is breaking his promise. Henry replies that he said it would depend and that it was never a promise. Black then tosses a coin toward Henry, tells him to wait, and shows him a huge amount of treasure, saying that if Henry spares him, he will give him all of it. Henry asks how Black got it. Black says that it is one of his abilities and that all of it is treasure he has been collecting, and asks Henry to accept it and spare his life. Henry thinks that even with the treasure, he would rather have the ability to store it, noting that it is a high-level subspace ability obtained at 7 circles. He then tells Clever that if he wants to live, he must become his subordinate, and that if he does not want to, he can die. Black agrees and says that he will do it. Henry takes a ring from the treasure and says that platinum is the perfect metal to hide energy and purify turbid energy. He puts it on his finger and asks Black whether they should make a contract. He begins to capture Black's energy and says that by borrowing the name of the God of Promise, He proposes a strong promise, and that the evil spirit Clever will take a vow of absolute obedience to him, asking whether Black will give him his heart. Black sadly agrees and says that he will. Henry captures his heart and says that the promise has been made, and that he will engrave the evidence of the oath into the ring, telling Black to endure it, because if he endures it, he will survive, but if not, he will die. Black's body shatters completely, but he manages to endure it. Henry thinks that, as expected, a creature with above-average skills is different, praises Clever for enduring it, and orders him to pack up all his treasures and not to show himself until he is called. Black agrees. Henry then asks whether they should get going. He carries Carter on his back and leaves. Meanwhile, the cadet Houghton clears the last Taurus and says that it is over, then asks where the lieutenant is. They notice Henry coming, carrying Lieutenant Carter on his back, and wonder whether that person is really the lieutenant. They realize that it is, and that it is not just one person, and that the other person could be Lieutenant Carter. They all cheer happily upon seeing this. They return, and Commander Salomon says that he must be dreaming. Hugo says that he also cannot believe that this is reality. All the cadets cheer for Lieutenant Henry. Henry says that they are heroes for this and that they had misunderstood him. Hugo apologizes to Henry, saying that he is sorry for everything and thanks him. Henry says that first, he wants them to move all the wounded men and Lieutenant Carter to the infirmary. Salomon says that, of course, they will do that. Henry mutters that he has done much more than this, but they praise him only for this. At Fort Caliburn's infirmary, Commander Salomon pleasantly says that Lieutenant Henry is trying to return right away and asks why he does not receive more treatment. Henry replies that he is not injured anywhere and can return. Salomon says that, as expected, Lieutenant Henry is very different in many ways and adds that it is good, considering that he has a visitor. Tinney approaches and tells Henry that Commander Esselin is looking for him. Henry becomes annoyed and says not again. At night, Henry goes to meet the commander. Esselin laughs and says that no one would have known Henry could catch Black so quickly. He says that although he could not prepare the best alcohol, he has prepared something similar, Jelna's Exploding Whiskey series. Henry seems unpleasant, but holds the drink. Clever speaks to Henry and asks whether he is in a difficult situation. Henry asks why he thinks that. Clever says that he can feel the discomfort they are feeling and wanted to ask, adding that if Henry wants, he can use his ability, chest, and drink the alcohol for him instead. Henry asks whether he is talking about his subspace and says that it is a good suggestion. Clever says that Henry only has to naturally drink the alcohol, and he can open the chest in his esophagus to collect it. Henry asks how he can believe him. Clever says that he will use this opportunity to prove it, and that Henry is a much higher being than he is, so he would never dare to harm his master. Henry thinks that perhaps it is because of the platinum, and that Clever's personality has become more docile. Henry says that he will trust him this one time and toasts with the commander. As he drinks, he notices that the alcohol moves into his chest through his esophagus. Esselin says that they should drink out of bowls today and asks whether Henry thinks he will be able to. Henry agrees, and they clink their bowls. After a while, the commander becomes completely drunk and faints, and Henry says that it is over. Later, while sitting alone, Henry thinks that he might have done too much this time. He thinks that he was expecting something from Carter because he is a top-notch world expert, and that he could not fulfill his original purpose of finding his treasure. He summons Clever, who appears, and Henry asks him to change his appearance to something that feels familiar to him. Clever appears in the form of a cat. Henry praises him for his earlier work and says that he did not call him only for that, but to learn more about him, and tells him to come closer. Clever sits on his lap, and while petting him, Henry says that with chest and hypnosis, not even a parasite, but a mental invasion and a talented mimic, that is good enough. Clever jumps to the floor. Henry says that Clever responds to certain scents and asks what that scent is exactly. Clever says something in a different language, and Henry asks whether he is saying cucumber. Clever says that he cannot fully understand human speech, so even if Henry tells him, he would not know what cucumbers are. Henry leaves the room and brings a cucumber. Clever becomes happy upon seeing it and starts sniffing it. Henry thinks that, judging from his reaction, cucumbers are not a weakness but a stimulant. Henry says that Halterbelt had deodorant on him and asks why Clever attacked Carter when Carter did not even use deodorant. Clever says that he was just curious and knew that Henry had been after him for a long time, and also says that after his evolution was over, he was going to use Carter's body as a vessel. Henry mutters that even though it was a hassle, it is a good thing he got Clever. He shows him a picture of a Ken mushroom and asks whether he has ever seen a mushroom like that in the 6th district. Clever, seeing the picture, says that a mushroom like that is a kin mushroom, and that he has seen it. Henry asks whether he knows where it is, and Clever confirms that he does. At night, Henry prepares to leave, uses the solitude in the crowd magic, and asks Clever whether he is sure about its location. Clever tells him to trust him. Henry flies into the sky and, after a while, lands in a forest using featherfall magic. He asks where it is, and Clever tells him that it is behind the tree. Henry swings his sword, slices half the tree, finds nothing, and asks whether Clever is sure about the place, saying that there is nothing there. Spores begin to spread, and Clever tells Henry to take a closer look. Henry notices spores all around and thinks that they are kin mushroom spores, that there are many of them, that there is no natural enemy, and that it must be growing comfortably. He thinks that he could easily get it by burning it, but that he might be targeted by evil creatures at night. He asks Clever whether he can suck them in. Clever agrees and tells him to leave it to him, and then sucks in all the mushroom spores at once. Henry notices a cave and says that he has found it. He goes inside using lightning magic. They find a guardian shielder, and Henry says that it is still the same. He thinks that if everything were still the same, the item would have been left as an heirloom, but that it is not possible for the sake of revenge. He puts his hand on the shield and casts magic spells on it. Energy emerges, and it starts melting. When it completely melts, Henry finds a box inside it. He opens the box and finds an orb. Clever asks what it is. Holding it, Henry says that it is the heart of a demon species called venom, and that when it is eaten, one becomes resistant to all kinds of poison, and one's blood itself turns into fatal poison. He thinks that he has finally obtained it. Clever asks whether there is no cure, and Henry says that there is. He then engulfs the orb and says that it is disgusting. Demonic energy starts releasing from his body. Clever asks whether he is alright, and Henry says that he is fine. Henry then holds a small bottle and opens its cap. Clever asks what it is, and Henry says that it is a fatal poison, and thinks that it is the poison Silver Jackson gave him when he took everything away from him, and that he should test the effects of Venom's heart. He drinks the poison, and Clever is shocked. Henry remains fine and feels happy that he is completely fine. Clever worries and asks whether he is really okay. Henry says that the heart is definitely effective, and that normally he would have experienced extreme pain as soon as the poison passed his esophagus, that the toxins would block every magic circuit, spread all over his body, and attack his organs. He then leaves the cave, thinking that he has achieved his purpose of coming there, and says that they should return. The next morning, Commander Salomon asks Lieutenant Henry whether he is back and tells him that he should take plenty of rest since the commander has given him permission. He then gives him a letter. While holding it, Henry asks what it is, and Salomon says that it is an official document that has come only for him and tells him to check it once he is back at his quarters. Afterwards, Henry opens the paper and wonders what it is about. As he opens it, he smiles, looks at his cupboard, and thinks that for the first time, he should dress up. It is a letter from Tinny inviting him to dinner at her quarters. Meanwhile, Tinny gets ready and thinks that Henry is a fine choice, that he is young, smart, and capable. There is a knock at the door announcing that it is Lieutenant Henry. She is fully ready and welcomes him. Henry thanks her for inviting him to dinner. She tells him to speak casually and says that since they are not working, there is no need to be so polite. She thinks that before anyone else takes him, she will definitely make him hers. Later, seeing the food spread, Henry asks whether she made it herself. She says yes, explains that the helpers sometimes help her, but that she usually cooks for herself, and that it is more comfortable and tastier that way. Henry says that he did not know she was good at cooking. She says that he will be very surprised when he eats it, and asks whether they should have a drink. Henry says that he would love that. Tinny asks whether she is forcing someone who is always forced to drink with the commander. He laughs and says that as long as it is not the amount of a whole beer barrel, he prefers a light drink. They both have a good time together. Henry thinks that it feels peaceful, and that it has been a while since he has felt this way. Tinny laughs and says that this kind of full day off is nice, and asks whether he wants to move somewhere else and have another bottle. Henry agrees and asks where the other bottle is, offering to bring it. She refuses and says that she will bring it and that he can wait there. Internally, she thinks that if he drinks just one more bottle, she can use the drink she has been saving just for today, which is called the love potion. Just as she opens the door, a guard knocks and says that he was just about to knock, and that he is there due to an urgent message. Frustrated, she asks what the matter is. He says that Officer Carter has woken up from his coma. Henry and Tinny are both shocked on hearing this. They go to see Carter, and the physician informs them that he has now regained consciousness, but that, because he has been exposed to dense demonic energy for so long, he is still extremely weak. Commander Esselin asks how long it will take for him to heal. The physicians say that it will take at least 1 year for him to return to his original state. They explain that the density of demonic energy in the Class 6 district and above is completely different, and that, according to the results, because the evil spirit freely extended his life and he received no nutrient supply for a month, his organs have been excessively damaged. Commander Esselin then asks whether he will be completely cured within 1 year. The physicians answer that he will, and add that 1 year also includes his rehabilitation period. They also say that when Carter woke up, they immediately told him that Black had been eliminated and that he asked them to convey a message to Lieutenant Henry, saying that the person who fulfilled his lifelong wish to kill Black had his thanks. Henry smiles. Afterwards, Salomon asks Commander Esselin, just in case, whether Henry was appointed to Caliburn's Needle because Carter was thought to have died, and whether, since Carter did not die and was only in a coma, he must return to the special unit according to military law. Esselin starts thinking and comments that it is troublesome. Henry asks whether he may tell him his thoughts. After hearing them, Esselin exclaims in astonishment and says that it is true and that Henry never mentioned it before. 1 year later, Henry is practicing at the training ground. Hector scolds him and asks whether he truly has no talent. Henry angrily asks what nonsense that is. Hector seriously tells him to think about it, saying that even a beggar would be able to manage after being on the battlefield for a year, and wonders how someone as smart as Henry still cannot do it. Henry tells him to shut up. He thinks that he has been recognized for his service as an elite officer, and as the commander of the special unit during that 1 year, that he has cleared countless missions, gone into the deep forest, given himself handicaps while still facing evil spirits, trained every single day, and polished both Imperial and Hector's swordsmanship. Yet he is still only a sword runner. Hector wonders about him and thinks that Henry is an amazing person. He reflects that Auror Bondi is an extreme life force that the body emits when it has reached its peak, but that Henry has never felt a life-threatening experience, even in the most dangerous forest of evil, because he is simply that strong. He also thinks that the stronger someone is at birth, the harder it is to master Auror, and that the longer it takes, the more powerful the Auror that person learns. He concludes that Henry will be able to master Auror without being told, and that Henry's biggest obstacle at the moment is realizing his own limit. At sunrise, Henry wonders whether he should slowly prepare for military discharge. All the cadets gather, and Salomon sadly asks whether he truly must leave. Henry says that he must because he has served his true purpose, and reminds them of what he said on the day Lieutenant Carter woke up. He states that he is aware that the minimum service period for noblesse oblige service is only 1 year, and that exactly after 1 year, he will leave. Salomon says that since Henry has already decided, he accepts it. Henry thanks him for everything until now. Salomon replies that they are more grateful to Henry, says that they had an easy time thanks to him, and tells him that he did well during his time there. He then orders the cadets to salute Lieutenant Henry Morris, and everyone salutes him. As Henry is ready to leave, all the cadets are crying, and the deputy commander is sobbing, saying that they will never find anyone as good as him. Salomon asks Henry why he does not say something to his squad members. Henry tells them that they did well, and that they will meet again when they can. He meets Commander Esselin, who asks if he really needs to go, noting that Henry had said he wanted to advance when he enlisted, but is leaving so soon. Esselin gives him a silver badge. Henry, holding it, reflects that it was originally just 1 star representing the Order of Military Merit, but now it has 3 stars thanks to his hard work and achievements during his service. He notes that it is a silver medal with 3 stars, and that as long as he has it, he will be saluted everywhere he goes. Esselin says that, just as Henry requested, they have not sent any word to his hometown. He shows him another piece, and Henry asks if it is the token he asked for. Esselin confirms, explaining that he promised to give it when Henry completed the education core, and that it is his first time making such a thing. He promises with his name on the line that as long as Henry has this token, Esselin will grant his wish whenever and wherever he wants or needs. Henry asks him to also take care of the person he mentioned before. Esselin asks if he means Ronan, saying he will test him as requested, but if he does not meet the standards, Henry knows what that means. Henry agrees. Esselin tells him that he did well and, with solicitude, assures him that he will always be there waiting, and that if Henry ever changes his mind, he should come back and find him. Henry thanks him and leaves Caliburn. He thinks that first is money, as there is no power as basic as wealth, and then he will go to the largest imperial entertainment city, Vivaldi Town. Henry reaches the kingdom's greatest pleasure city, Vivaldi, and remarks that with his status, he doubts he will need to wait in line. A guard halts him, stating that even though he may be a soldier of the Empire, no special exceptions can be allowed, and tells him to go back and stay in line. Henry tosses the silver badges at the guard, who, seeing the identification tag with 3 stars, salutes him and allows him to enter. They give him a black card, explaining that it will provide numerous benefits during his stay. Holding the card, Henry reflects that it is essentially a free pass given to a select few. Observing the busy market, he thinks the place has not changed at all. He stops outside a clothing store, noting that he needs to change out of his uniform. A volunteer lady notices him and assumes he is a young, low-ranking officer, welcoming him and asking if anything catches his eye. Henry thinks she sees him as a poor, low-ranking officer and requests clothes designed by Sylvia, who is legendary for creating the highest quality garments in the Empire, which are very expensive. The lady is shocked, and Henry remarks that even a large store like hers does not carry them. She apologizes and brings out 2 dresses designed by Sylvia. Henry chooses one and says he will get changed. While he changes, the lady comments that despite working there for over 5 years, he is the first customer she has seen who suits Sylvia's clothes so well and asks if he requires anything else. He inquires about shoes, and she promises to bring the best she has. Clever observes and notes how humans are weak against money. Henry leaves the store feeling good in proper clothes and tells Clever to absorb the rest of his belongings in jade, while Clever reflects on Henry's expected extravagance. At the Vivaldi town center, Henry notices a notice board, and Clever asks him what it is. He explains that it is a town post showing the locations of all the best competitions as well as the current champions within Vivaldi. Clever notes that it is essentially a big gambling city, and Henry agrees, thinking it is time to earn some money. He finds a chess champion competition board, and upon seeing the winner's name, he remarks that he never thought they would still be the champion of this place, noting that the person has never lost a single match. At Vivaldi City Hall, a servant approaches Mayor Brent Larson, reporting that something urgent has come up. The mayor allows him to enter, saying it better be important since he is disrupting his wine time. The servant reports that a figure of black rank has requested to see him. Brent asks who it is, and the servant says the name is Henry Morris, though he has not yet stated the purpose of his visit. Brent, troubled upon hearing the name, slams the table, thinking there is no way Henry Morris is dead. It must be a coincidence. Frightened, he initially tells the servant to have him come another time, but the servant insists that if he refuses, Henry will reveal the Bargast incident to everyone. Brent throws his wine glass and orders the guard to bring Henry in immediately. Brent Larson, who has claimed the title of chess champion for the past 10 years and risen to his administrative position in Vivaldi City through this recognition, wonders who this person is, why he has the same name, and how he knows about the Bargast incident. When Henry enters the office, Brent asks if he is the one named Henry Morris. Henry confirms it and addresses him, saying that the title Emperor of Chess is fitting, but Emperor of Vivaldi might be even more appropriate. Brent apologizes and asks Henry to show his identity pass. Henry gives him his silver badge. Brent examines it and, seeing the 3 stars, acknowledges that Henry is definitely worthy of a black rank, but notes that since the pass is made of silver, he can be at most the son of a baron. He notices Henry's clothing and wonders how the son of a baron could afford clothes designed by Sylvia. Henry asks if, having confirmed his identity, Brent can return the badge, which he does. Brent apologizes again and asks if Henry knows the place called Burgess. Henry confirms that he does, noting it is an inn. Brent wonders how he could know that, and then asks what Henry wants. Henry sits before the chessboard and states that he wants a chess match as his condition. Brent questions if Henry realizes who he is. Henry smiles and remarks that it was due to Brent's fame as the reigning chess champion for 10 years that he became the town mayor of Vivaldi, and if Brent can beat him at chess, he will reveal how he knows about the Burgess Inn. He suggests it is a fair proposition. Brent, curious about Henry's plan, sits before him and declares that one of his titles is undefeated champion. Henry, arranging the game tools, says he is aware of that and is challenging him because he enjoys defeating strong opponents. Brent asks why he wants this, suspecting Henry does not seek just victory. Henry explains that since he has a higher chance of losing, he does not want a superficial reward. Brent responds that he will listen to whatever Henry desires. Henry agrees and suggests starting the game, claiming white as he is the challenger, and Brent laughs and consents. As the game progresses, Henry thinks to himself that he will take this opportunity to remind Brent that he is the inventor of chess. The game becomes intense, and Brent begins losing. Eventually, Henry achieves checkmate. Brent, troubled, wonders how he could be checkmated so easily by someone he has never seen before, lamenting that his 10 years of honor and fame have been destroyed so quickly. Henry asks if he is okay, noticing Brent looks unwell. Frustrated, Brent destroys the chessboard and exclaims in disbelief. Henry remarks that under normal circumstances, he would have received the King Slayer title and a hefty reward. In a rush, Brent declares the match null and says he will take his leave. Henry tells him to calm down, reminding him that he still has a promise to uphold. Brent, now feeling arrested, asks who Henry really is. Henry reveals that he is actually the second chess disciple of the magician, Henry Morris. Henry tells him that the Burgess Inn is the first place where he learned, and also the last place where Brent played chess with his master. Brent confirms this. Henry then says that he learns how to play chess from Lord Morris himself, and explains that, since his name is the same as his master's, he is taken in as his disciple. He adds that this is how he knows about Brent, and that he is told Brent is his master's first disciple. Brent asks what Henry wants, and whether he perhaps wants the chess champion title. Henry smiles and says not to misunderstand, stating that he has no intention of becoming the chess champion, and that all he wants is 10,000 gold. Brent becomes troubled on hearing this and says that he does not have that much money. Henry thinks that he knows Brent would say that and considers him a coward. He then grabs Brent by the shoulder and says that by law, Brent receives 10,000 gold whenever he defeats a chess champion, that he knows Brent receives that money, and that it is stored at the top of Vivaldi Tower. Brent is shocked and asks if their master also tells Henry about that. Henry squeezes his shoulder and says that he will receive that money as his reward, and that no one will know Brent loses that money as long as he does not lose. Seeing Brent thinking, Henry mutters that Brent will not lose and that his pride is on the line. Brent then agrees. Henry says it is a good choice, that he will be leaving now, and tells Brent to take him to the place where the money is stored. Later, Brent takes him to the top of Vivaldi Tower. While looking outside, Henry admires the view. Brent tells him that it is the pride of Vivaldi Tower and enters a room, saying that they are there. There is a library inside, and behind a book, there is a lock. Brent opens the lock, the shelf door opens, and he says that it is right through that door. Henry goes inside and wonders at seeing the room filled with silver coins. He thinks that each of the coins is about 100 grams of platinum and asks Brent if he wants 10,000 gold coins, he will need to take 100 kilograms from there. Brent asks how he is planning to move that amount. Henry tells him not to worry about it. He tells Clever to take everything, and Clever consumes all the coins within him. Brent, in shock, asks how he does that. Henry says that Brent really thinks he comes there without some sort of preparation beforehand. Henry then gives him a scroll and says that it is a gift, a summoning scroll that can be used to call for him. Holding the scroll, Brent asks what a summoning scroll is and why Henry is giving it to him. Henry pats his shoulder and says that if another person like him wants to cause trouble, and if that person does happen to appear, Brent should tear that paper apart, and Henry will come and take care of that person for him. Brent thanks him, and Henry leaves. Henry recalls his past life when he was in jail and asks Brent whether he can leave his people in his care. Brent apologizes and says that it will be difficult for him to do so and asks for forgiveness. Standing behind him, Henry internally says that he forgives him. Seeing the outside view, he thinks that now that he gets some money, it is time for him to get down to business. The next day, he goes to the 10 million gold arena. Henry shows the registrar his black card and says that he would like to participate in the sword fight. The registrar says that it is an honor to meet an esteemed person and gives him the papers to register as a player. Henry fills out the form, thinking that it is a simple registration that only requires his name, rank, and strength. He fills the paper, gives it to the registrar along with his silver badge, and says that it is his identity pass. The registrar thanks him and asks him to wait a minute. He says that the paper states that Henry is a runner rank swordsman, but his identity pass states that he is affiliated with the Caliban Special Forces, and he asks how Henry is able to attain 2 stars within the most difficult task force with that rank. Henry shows him the black card and asks whether he suspects him of something when he has that black card. The registrar becomes troubled, says no, and explains that it is the first time he has seen something like this, apologizing for his behavior. He stamps Henry's identity and says that his player registration is approved, handing him his player license. Holding the license, Henry thinks that it is to be expected since he has never participated in this competition. The sword fight is a match that involves 2 players of equivalent rank fighting until one of their swords shatters, and the winner is decided by whoever destroys the other's sword first. This competition is a popular event among swordsmen. Since the match is short but fierce, it quickly becomes one of the world's most popular competitions. In the past, he already participated in a sword fight and was able to prove his worth. He then thinks that the higher the rank is, the more crowd it attracts and the more money is involved in the match. Seeing the notice board, he wonders if the stakes are much higher as well. The receptionist approaches him and asks whether he is there to participate in the match, and requests to see his player's license. Henry gives him the license, and after seeing it, the receptionist says that he is F rank. He explains that in order to attain D rank, he must defeat 3 other F ranks, but that he is also able to immediately rank up. He adds that if Henry defeats a C rank player, he is only able to rank up to the next tier and will not be able to skip tiers. Henry, feeling annoyed, thinks that it is an irritating setup and that he does not want to waste his time. He then holds a pouch of coins and says that he will bet on himself, placing 100 gold coins on the condition that he defeats any players who are around C rank or above. The receptionist says that he will accept his condition. In the reception room, a horde of people enters excitedly. Seeing them, Henry thinks that everyone is there to get a taste of money, because this amount is something that a B-rank player will never attain, even if he wins all of his fights for a whole month. Later, the receptionist shows Henry the forms and tells him that these are all the people who want to challenge him, asking what he plans to do. Henry takes one form and says that he will start with that person. The onlookers mock Henry, saying that he will have to fight the sword expert Damien, and that it is unlucky, adding that it is sad for a B rank to fight an F rank for money. Seeing his opponent, Henry thinks that Damien does not look half bad, considering the gear he has, and that the steel sword is from Vivaldi Town. The judge announces that the moment someone injures the opponent, the match will be forfeited and declares the start of the match. Damien asks Henry whether he knows why the sword fight is a popular event. Henry asks whether that is something he should know. Damien replies that it is because the difference in skill becomes apparent, and says that this will be a lesson, wishing him luck in trying to block his attacks. Henry, holding the sword, says that Damien talks too much. They charge at each other, and their swords clash, and Damien's sword breaks. Everyone is shocked. Henry asks the still shocked judge whether he is not going to end the match. The judge announces that the winner is Henry. The onlookers wonder what just happened, saying that he is supposed to be F rank and questioning whether he is a false ranker, asking who he really is. Henry then tells the receptionist that he will raise his bet twofold and that he will now take on any B rank players. The receptionist says that it will be 200 gold. Henry thinks that with that, he should be able to quickly raise his rank. Henry continuously wins the series, thinking how easily he has become an S rank contender with this match. Every time he raises his rank by 1, he doubles the prize of his fight. 100 gold coins he started with quickly turn into an enormous amount, and the crowds chant his name. Thanks to Henry, the 10 million gold arena's sword fight competition becomes a major attraction, doubling its previous sales. Henry raises his prize to 300 gold and asks if any S-rank contenders can challenge him. Everyone cheers, and an official asks why he does not join his team, offering to sponsor him. Henry refuses, saying he is not there to earn money, only to reach the top. Another challenger approaches, asking if he is having fun becoming a rising star, declaring it is his turn. Henry asks his rank, and the man introduces himself as Sawan, S-rank 18th place. The audience gossips that Sawan is the barrier blade, explaining that when he wields his sword, he becomes as strong as a wall. Henry thinks that Sawan will soon fall to 19th place. The judge announces that, since both are S ranks, they should be aware of the rules. They must not kill each other. The match begins. Sawan swings his blade, declaring he will show why people call him the barrier blade, and challenges Henry to come at him. Henry thinks that Sawan must be at least a high sword expert level, uses his magic armor, and runs toward him. Sawan leaps into the air to strike, but Henry breaks his sword with a single strike. The audience chants in amazement at Henry's skill. Henry remarks that Sawan is wide open, no longer a wall but just a gate, thinking that he is the first S rank he has had to use magic on. The judge announces the next match as the one everyone has been waiting for is ranked 2nd place Black Knight versus challenger Henry Morris. Black Knight congratulates Henry for making it this far, but Henry apologizes and strikes, defeating the knight with a single blow. The winner is Henry Morris again. Henry looks at the participants list and notes that there is only one left, naming themselves King, thinking it is cute. Henry approaches the receptionist and tells him to go and inform King that a real challenger has arrived. The receptionist asks if he is serious about challenging King. Henry places a pouch of gold before him and says he will wager 5,000 gold. Everyone wonders what kind of family he comes from, noting that it is a huge amount of money, and his Sylvia-designed clothes add to the impression of wealth. Someone recognizes him and thinks he is Henry Morris, the man who overturned the fighting arena. 10. The owner of the 10 million gold arena arrives and greets Henry, apologizing for the intrusion. Henry internally thinks it is about time this greedy man shows up. 10 asks if he is the same Henry who took down the Black Knight in one hit, and Henry confirms, asking what of it. 10 explains that, since Henry is the first to challenge the king, he wants to raise the bar for the competition. Henry asks how he plans to do that. 10 says that while sword fights normally involve no fatal injuries, a challenge against the king has different rules that allow fatal injuries. Henry thinks this explains why no one has dared to challenge King and asks what 10 wants. 10 says that King is the only sword master in the competition, while Henry is a sword runner. A battle between a master and a runner is unprecedented, and 10 wants the match held tomorrow in the town center so everyone can witness it. He promises to reward Henry handsomely. Henry asks why he should agree, and 10 says the reward will be generous. Henry then whispers to 10, asking if it is true that there is no limit to how much one can bet against King. 10 confirms that this is what makes the fight against King special. Henry asks what happens if the arena cannot compensate for the price offered, and 10 assures him that money is no concern at the 10 million gold arena. Henry then asks for a proper place to stay, and 10 agrees to give him the best room Vivaldi Town can offer. Henry internally thinks that he will soon become rich thanks to 10. Thanks to the special sponsorship from the owner of the 10 million gold arena, Henry's final match is scheduled as the main event in the heart of the wealthy town. The larger the crowd, the better it is for him, as the betting price will rise exponentially, allowing him to earn even more than before. Henry is in his room, having tea, and observes that everything is coming together, and thinks it is time to put his plan in motion. Henry asks 10 what the current difference in the bets is. 10 says that the difference is about 100 times. Henry says that he assumes everyone is expecting great things from King. 10 says that this is normal because people want to earn a lot of money, and that King is the only sword master in the arena and has never been defeated before. Henry tells 10 that before the match starts, he wants to bet on himself. 10 laughs and says that if he is trying to motivate himself to win, he should go ahead. Henry thinks that it is good that 10 is accepting it so easily. At the arena, Henry tells the receptionist that he wants to participate in the betting. The receptionist says that contestants can only bet on themselves. Henry says that he will bet 10,000 gold on himself and tells Clever to give it to him. He uses magic to present 10,000 gold coins in front of the receptionist. The receptionist is shocked, and his colleagues begin counting the coins. Henry thinks that since the betting difference is 100 times, he will receive 1 million gold if he wins, and that the 10 million gold arena does not have that amount. He thinks that if they cannot pay, he will take what he has planned. The receptionist gives him a receipt and says that the amount has been confirmed as exactly 10,000 gold. Henry holds the receipt and thinks that it is his gold ticket, and that 10 is in for a surprise. In the battlefield, the audience chants excitedly as King enters. Everyone praises and cheers for King. Henry looks at him and thinks that for someone called King, he looks ordinary. The judges announce that in a fight involving the crown champion, harming the opponent is allowed, and that both sides have agreed to the terms. They start the match. They stand facing each other, and Henry senses a strange, magical presence. He realizes that it is debuff magic and thinks that this is the reason King has never lost, and that the rule allowing killing is meant to silence opponents. Henry uses returned magic, a defensive spell that reflects magic back to its caster. The reflected magic strikes the mages, who begin coughing blood. Henry thinks that they are only 3 circle mages and that they will no longer interfere with the match. He tells King that he can see him clearly now and that it is time for an official match. He activates his magic armor. King releases his aura and insults him. Henry realizes that King's aura is not at sword master level and is weaker than expected. He decides to end the facade, slashes at King, and breaks King's sword with a single strike. The audience reacts in shock. 10, holding his wine, is stunned. The judge announces that the winner is Henry Morris and welcomes the new champion. Later in the bar, the locals discuss that they have heard the news that Henry Morris has become the new champion of the sword arena. One of them says that he sees it with his own eyes, and that King is not even a match for him. Another says that he loses a lot of money because of him and should have bet on Henry instead. Others say that they cannot believe a new champion has appeared in Vivaldi. 10's manager informs him that champion Henry bets 10,000 gold on himself before the match begins. 10 flinches and asks if it is 10,000 gold. The manager says that the biggest difference is 112, and that when it is combined with the fight money, they owe Henry about 110,000 gold. 10 is shocked and says that now they have to kill Henry. He thinks that if people find out that the 10 million gold arena goes bankrupt, his career will be over. Henry suddenly opens the door, throws the magicians inside, and asks who they are going to kill and tells them to say it to his face. 10 shouts at the magicians to get out and says that he will have a word with Henry. Henry tells him that he should not have done that. When they are alone in the room, 10 politely says that he is unsure what Henry is talking about. Henry says that they should get straight to the point and that he is here for his money. He says that if 10 gives it without making a fuss, he will let him go, and that it is best not to try anything funny. He says that if the money is not handed over, he will have the town mayor come instead, and that he has already finished his talk with him, so 10 should just hand over the money. 10 flinches and says that he cannot, and that he only has about 100,000 gold in his possession. He says that since he cannot pay, he will let Henry seize everything from him. Henry says that he does not care about the 10 million gold arena and that he already knows that 10 does not have enough money to pay him back. He puts his hand on 10's shoulder and says that he has an offer to make and that they should have a quiet talk at 10's house. The magicians sit outside, and Henry tells them that they should feel ashamed as magicians and that if they try to do that again, he will not hesitate to kill them. Later at 10's house, 10 asks Henry, who sits and drinks tea, what the offer is that he speaks of. Henry says that starting now, 10 should answer his questions honestly. Henry asks 10 how many cold irons he has, and 10 flinches upon hearing this. Cold irons are described as extremely sturdy minerals that can only be found in the deepest parts of the oceans, and because these minerals have the property of exponentially increasing magic power, they are forbidden to be used as a means of trade. Henry tells 10 to stop pretending not to understand, and thinks that even though he does not know how 10 manages to obtain these minerals, he will be the one to take them away from him. 10 says that only a select few should know about that information and asks how Henry knows. Henry replies that it is not important and asks how many he has. 10 helplessly says that he has about 300 kilograms. Henry says that from the 10 million gold owed to him, he will only take about 3,000 gold for now, but he will take all of the cold iron. He thinks that since 300 kilograms of cold iron is worth about 40,000 gold, it is a good trade. Henry adds that 10 can slowly pay him back the rest of the money. Seeing 10's stunned reaction, Henry asks whether he really thinks he would let him off for almost 10 million worth of gold. 10 hesitates and says that he will certainly pay it back. Henry then gives 10 a summoning scroll and says that it is a gift. He asks whether 10 plans to earn money and says that he does not need to worry about making those champion rules, because he will easily take care of anyone who challenges him. 10 thanks him. Henry then asks which room he should use, says that the room seems quite nice, and adds that he needs a place to stay for a while and will be in 10's care for now. 10 says that it is his personal office. Henry pats him and says that if he does not like it, he should pay up, and that even if he scrapes up all the money he has right now, he will still not be able to pay him back. 10 agrees and tells him to enjoy his stay. With this incident, 10, who is considered the richest person in Vivaldi town, quickly becomes the poorest. Later, when 10 sits helplessly, Henry asks what is wrong with his attitude. 10 denies it. Henry then asks what the true purpose behind the 10 million gold arena is and says that he is fairly certain that 10 is not using this place just to earn some money. He thinks that his second objective is fame and that he needs to build a reputation for the strongest group, which is why he needs the assistance of the 10 million gold arena. 10 sighs and says that they are also information brokers and that, just as Henry suspects, it is hard to make a living relying solely on the income of the arena, which is why they also provide information to people. Henry asks again whether their work requires them to be good at researching others. 10 agrees and says that they gather information pertaining to all major cities and towns, as well as subject states within the 4 kingdoms and the Holy City governed by the Vaticans, and that they also create some infrastructure within a few free states. Henry says that 10 is more established than he thought. 10 replies that they are nothing compared to the Silver Moon, which is described as a large underground guild with the biggest connections within the entire kingdom. He adds that it is one of the few largest groups that has not only manpower and information, but also resources, and that because of this, not many people can come into contact with them. This is something Henry wants to take advantage of. Henry smiles and says that they will need to become the second Silver Moon. 10 is confused and shocked upon hearing this. As Henry leaves, he says that the 10 million gold arena is not in a position to make any form of trades, so it is time to make a group that is just as good as the Silver Moon. 10 thinks that Henry looks far too young and inexperienced, and wonders where he gets all this confidence from. Henry says that the only thing they are lacking is manpower. 10 tells him to wait and says that they cannot rush things like this, adding that the Silver Moon has connections to criminals and access to hired mercenaries and assassins, and that they do not do that kind of business. Henry replies that they should do it as well, and says that starting now, the 10 million gold arena will start to build its own mercenaries. He says that there are many groups they can use for this purpose, and that, in order to make more money, it is natural to look for different options. Henry angrily tells 10 to hurry and start writing. He says that they need skilled people and should gather those with a lot of confidence, that since their rank mercenaries earn about 5 gold per month, they will double the pay to 10 gold per month, and that they will provide education to those who are truly skilled. He adds that if they do not have a place to stay, they will house them as well. 10 says that Henry is being too generous, and that since they are a newly established mercenary group, there will not be much work to do in the beginning. Henry replies that this is exactly the point, because as a newly established group, they have no choice but to create these conditions, and asks who would want to work at a place that has nothing to provide. 10 says that Henry is absolutely correct. Henry then adds that they will have something to work with since he will be the one covering all the fees, and tells 10 to stop worrying and focus on getting their name out there. He also says that he will be the one to conduct the interviews. 10 agrees and asks what they should name the group. Henry says that they will go with Million. The name Million starts to spread throughout the kingdom. Mercenaries discuss among themselves that a new mercenary group has appeared in Vivaldi and that it apparently offers a monthly wage of 10 gold along with bonuses. They say that the offer is not bad and suggest heading over there. At the 10 million gold arena, 2 participants are fighting. The receptionist stops them and says that if they cause a scene, they will have no choice but to kick them out, and asks them to fill out the forms, adding that they will first inform their manager that they are there. Meanwhile, Henry is having tea in his office when Brent arrives, huffing, and asks what important matter Henry wants to talk about. Seeing his condition, Henry asks whether he ran over, and tells him that he did not have to, then invites him to take a seat. Brent asks what it is this time. Henry says that there is no need for Brent to be so scared and asks whether he is aware that the number of visitors in Vivaldi Town has reached an all-time high that day. Brent says that he has heard, and that it is because of the formation of a new mercenary group in the 10 million gold arena. Henry confirms that this is correct and says that the 10 million gold arena has decided to create a new mercenary group named Million, and that he will be the leader of that group. Brent is shocked and asks whether he is serious. Henry replies that it has just happened and adds that it has been about a day since they started promoting themselves, and that this has caused the number of visitors to increase exponentially, which he says is obvious. Henry then asks whether Brent remembers their previous conversation, and Brent says that he does. Henry then says that there is one thing he wants to ask and tells Brent, as the mayor, that they should raise the tax. He says that it will not be an excessive amount, but since soldiers from all over the kingdom are coming to the town, he thinks it would be a good idea to make some profit from this. Brent shouts that he cannot do that and says that he is just the mayor of the town and that tax prices are controlled by the kingdom, so it is something he cannot change. Henry replies that he is sure that is the case for taxes regarding the entire city. But since Brent is the mayor, he is certain that he has the power to control taxes in certain parts of the town. He says that by raising taxes in a few places, not only will the economy of the town be revitalized, but Brent will also be able to make a considerable profit. He then grabs the cup and asks whether he is wrong. Brent wonders how Henry knows this, then says that it is possible and agrees to help him. Henry says that it would not look good for the town hall to be openly aligning itself with a private organization, which is why he has already prepared an official group for Brent to work with. He explains that this group is called the Fighting Arena Group, and that all fighting arenas in Vivaldi Town have agreed to join. Henry says that in order to test how effective the group is, many mercenaries will be coming to Vivaldi Town to receive interviews, and that they will therefore stay in the town for some time. Because of this, they will soon require money and will inevitably make an appearance at one of the fighting arenas. When this happens, Brent simply needs to impose a special tax on them, taxing them through application and participation fees. Brent, puzzled, says that this will cause a lot of commotion among the pre-existing fighters. Henry replies that the new fighters will initially want rewards in return for the tax. But if the pre-existing fighters begin to complain, Brent only needs to grant them tax exemptions. By doing so, the new fighters will start clashing with the pre-existing fighters, which Henry calls a common technique used by the central government to create internal chaos. Henry adds that if this leads to public safety issues, Brent can simply lock them all up, and says that he has offered to give an expensive gem to anyone who makes it through the interview, so it will not become a major problem. He says that it is a good deal for Brent. Brent asks what Henry gains from this. Henry replies that he only wants half of the tax money and asks for half of everything earned through the special taxes. Brent mutters that he suspected the offer was too good to be true. Henry then says that Brent should not worry and that he will personally give him a private share of the money later. This makes Brent consider the proposal, and he extends his hand, saying that he must thank Henry for the offer. Henry shakes his hand and says that as fellow countrymen, they should always help each other. 2 days later, a large number of people flock to Vivaldi Town, and during this time, Henry decides to carry out his test. A registrar announces that an interview test will be conducted in 3 parts. One participant asks whether they still have to pay even if they fail. The registrar confirms this and says that anyone who passes the first phase will be given 1 silver coin. He points toward a room and says that the first part of the test is very simple, and that they only need to pass through that small room in order to move on to the second part. Seeing this, Ten wonders how much money Henry plans to give out and decides to take a look. A participant enters the room and says that he will show what true talent is. As he goes inside, he thinks that the test is pathetic. His body begins to feel heavy, and he realizes that the purpose of the test is to gauge the participant's stamina. He tries to run, thinking that he only needs to run and can easily pass the test. After some time, he opens his eyes and finds himself lying on the ground. He gets up and asks whether he has passed, feeling something squishy beneath him. He looks back and notices that many participants have collapsed there, which confuses him. A registrar approaches and tells him that he is finally awake, explaining that they moved him there because he fainted during the first part of the test. The participant then wonders whether all the people there fainted and never passed the first part. Watching this, Henry thinks that he does not need people who cannot pass the filters he has created. The filter in the first part of the test increases gravity the closer one gets to the exit. A gravity-type spell spreads throughout the room, and the gravity near the exit is increased exponentially many times over. Henry thinks that a strong barrier would have easily withstood that amount of gravity. A capable mage would have detected the trap and created a counter spell to escape. As he sits there, Brent approaches and says that he has finally found him. Brent asks whether it is really fine to continue the test in this manner, explaining that he heard not a single person passed the test that day. Henry replies that it is fine and says he will continue observing for one more day. He adds that the next test will require the participants to find a pearl buried in mud, and that he never intended to accept everyone in the first place. That evening, the participants began discussing among themselves. Some complain that they could barely find a place to stay because the town is overflowing with applicants. Others say they have never seen a town where every tavern is completely full. Since they are in Vivaldi Town, they decide to try their luck at the fighting arena. However, when they arrive, they create a scene, questioning why the entrance fees are so high and why there are no free matches available. The receptionist explains that due to the sudden surge of fighters, the arena had no choice but to impose special taxes. The participants complain that they are suffering because of the new fighters and leave, while muttering that it would have been better if the newcomers were kicked out. The receptionist quietly remarks that at least nothing serious happened aside from their complaints. Just as Henry predicted, although the entrance fees increased dramatically, there were no major incidents on the first day. The next day, a participant declares that he will definitely pass the first test. Another asks if he even has a plan. He replies that he thought of a few ideas the night before, and will share them if he succeeds. Moments later, he fails and shouts that he can no longer endure it. Henry's test was never meant to be easy. Once again, many participants fail. Some give up entirely and head to the fighting arena to earn back the money they lost the previous day. Observing this, Henry categorizes the fighters into 4 groups. First are the new participants. Second are those who continue to retry the test. Third are those who have given up on the test and decided to fight in the arenas instead. Lastly, there are those who abandon everything and return home. Since the cost of living in Vivaldi is high, more and more people are beginning to leave for their hometowns. Seeing this, Henry decides that it is finally time to begin his plan. That night, he tells Brent that once the sun rises, he should start the plan he mentioned earlier. Brent asks whether he is referring to granting tax exemptions to the pre-existing fighters and wonders if that is truly a good idea. Henry replies that he is certain the newer fighters will be extremely displeased and that it will be impossible for them to create any temporary countermeasures against his scheme. He then tells Brent to stop worrying, assuring him that everything has already been perfectly prepared. If you want, next we can move into the chaos phase, where Henry's plan starts breaking the town from the inside. The participants notice another room and wonder what it is. They ask the registration officer about the privilege gate, and he informs them that a new rule has been implemented starting that day. Fighters who are at least B rank in the fighting arena are given access to an exclusive gate for the test. Ten is also present and, upon learning this, wonders whether Henry is planning to make these people participate in the fighting arena. He concludes that this will definitely increase the arena's revenue and realizes that Henry truly knows what he is doing. 10 days have passed since the test began. As expected, no one passes the first phase of the test, while the tax prices and the income of the 10 million gold arena continue to rise. 10 visits Henry and asks whether he is truly certain that people can pass the first phase. Henry replies that, of course, they can and asks why 10 is questioning it. 10 explains that rumors are spreading, claiming that the mercenary test is merely bait and that Henry's real purpose is to maximize profit from the fighting arenas. While sipping tea, Henry replies that he is not trying to maximize profit but only wants to earn enough. He adds that if such rumors are starting to surface, then it is time for him to step forward. 10 flinches and asks what he means. Henry leaves while saying that he needs to put on an act, and that if he can dispel people's doubts, it will become easy to gain their trust from that point onward. He declares that it is time for Henry Morris to make an appearance. Meanwhile, the participants question the registrar in frustration, saying they have been hearing strange rumors and asking whether the test can truly be passed. They ask why nobody has been able to pass if it is not bait. The registrar attempts to calm them down and explains that to provide proof that the first phase can be passed, Henry Morris has been brought in to take the test. The registrar introduces Henry Morris as the current champion of the fighting arena and asks for applause. The participants react in disbelief, saying that Henry is a sword runner who has not unlocked his aura and questioning how someone like that can be the champion. The registrar confirms that Henry has not unlocked his aura and suggests that he attempt the first phase of the test. The participants insist that it is impossible for someone without an aura to pass and state that even intermediate experts cannot clear the test. Henry stops them and calls them pathetic, claiming that although he is only a sword runner without an unlocked aura, he is confident he can pass and questions why they cannot. They become frustrated and challenge him, telling him to prove it. The test begins, and Henry enters the room. He equips his magic armor and activates a counter spell that nullifies the gravity magic. He passes through the room easily, while the other participants collapse along the way. Henry exits the room, stretches his arms, and states that the test is too easy and that they are talentless. Through this act, the suspicious rumors surrounding the test vanish, and the participants' motivation to pass the test is reignited. Everyone begins trying again. Later, Henry approaches Brent and asks whether he should add more benefits to the conditions, stating that he cannot believe that nobody has passed yet. Brent replies that the strongest sword experts have already been scouted by multiple established groups. Henry states that he still believes money is the main concern. Brent responds that even if money is important, people still want guaranteed profit. Henry realizes that there is a high chance skilled fighters are already affiliated with larger and famous groups and wonders whether everything has been a waste. He then tells Brent that about 10 days remain for the test and instructs him to return everything to normal after earning as much money as possible during that time. He says that he will return in 10 days and that he will personally scout mercenaries. He adds that if anything happens, Brent should contact him through 10. At the 10 million gold arena, Henry tells 10 that he is going out for a while and that 10 will have some work to do. 10 asks what that work will be. Henry replies that he needs 10 to collect information regarding professional fighters from different regions. 10 asks whether Henry is planning to fight those professional fighters. Henry swings his sword and states that they must filter out only the best. He adds that he needs to head to Ankleman for a while. 10 asks whether Ankleman is not a southern port city and questions why Henry is going there. Henry replies that there is someone he needs to bring back and instructs 10 to gather as much information as possible while he is gone. He says that he will return within 10 days. Henry mutters to himself that Van is a sword master and hopes that the stubborn man will listen to him and is still in Ankleman. He then leaves the room, saying that he is heading out. The registration officer rushes outside the room, and Henry asks what the matter is. The officer explains that he comes as fast as he can to report that the first participant has finally passed the test. Henry reacts happily and approaches the participant standing nearby, thinking that he must be the one who passes the first part of the test. Henry congratulates him and introduces himself as Henry Morris, the captain of the newly formed mercenary group Million. The participant introduces himself as Hagler and asks whether it is true that members receive a house and education for their children if they join the mercenary group. Henry confirms that the one who passes the test deserves at least that much. The participant continues holding his hand and appears puzzled. Henry thinks that anyone who can pass the first part of the test should be a well-renowned fighter and wonders where such a bumpkin comes from and whether there is a mistake. Hagler asks what the second test is. Henry replies that the second part of the test is a sword fight. He draws his sword and announces that the second part of the test will begin, and asks Hagler to do his best. Hagler stands before him, holding his sword. Henry feels impressed and thinks that Hagler's aura is around the same level as that of a sword master. He states that he will give Hagler the first move. Hagler begins to strike at Henry, who blocks his sword. Hagler uses all his power, but Henry, while blocking, thinks that Hagler is a lot better than Hugo and that there is some weight behind this man's sword. Henry then says that it is his turn to attack. He strikes at Hagler, who dodges, but his sword breaks. Hagler, disappointed, sits on the ground sobbing and says that his last hope has failed. Henry tells him that he passed and should work with him, adding that he does not need to do the third part of the test. Hagler, surprised, asks if he is being serious. Henry says that there is no need to be surprised and explains that the third part of the test is just a basic interview, but it seems Hagler does not need any of that. He asks Hagler if he has a family to provide for. Hagler confirms that he has a wife and daughter. Henry assures him that he can entrust his family to them and welcomes him to the team, telling him he can now take it easy. Henry expresses curiosity about why someone of Hagler's skill level is living a runaway life. Hagler asks how he knew that, and Henry says that it is obvious when someone is this talented but has to take care of a family in a place like this. Hagler responds that they can discuss it in more detail after meeting his family and requests that Henry speak casually with him since he will be his superior. Henry agrees to talk formally just for today, as it is their first meeting. The officer announces that they finally have one person who passed the test and asks everyone to welcome Sir Hagler. Other participants wonder if someone really passed and whether that means he passed all the tests, expressing jealousy and noting that Hagler's life is practically set. Later, Hagler brings Henry to his home and calls his wife to say that he is back. A beautiful girl rushes to him, and Hagler hugs her, saying that he was able to pass the entrance test. Henry thinks that she is easily the most beautiful person in Vivaldi. His daughter comes and hugs him, asking who Henry is. Hagler tells his daughter, Nia, to show respect, explaining that Henry is the one he will be working for. Henry greets them and introduces himself as the current leader of the Million Mercenaries group. He explains that they will begin their relocation since Hagler passed the test and that, as promised, they have a special house for him to stay at. Henry brings them to Ten's palace. Hagler, concerned, comments that the house seems more suited for nobles. Henry says that this is the house that Million provides and that he himself is providing it. Ten introduces himself as the owner of the 10 million gold arena, stating that he has already been notified by Henry and asking them to enjoy their stay. Previously, Ten had asked Henry to bring Hagler's family over, and Henry confirms that it is the least he can do since Ten is indebted to him. Henry calls the maids and tells them to let Hagler's family wash up and to prepare some clothes for them. Later, while sitting and having tea, Henry suggests listening to Hagler's story. Hagler explains that he was a common foot knight scouted by a baron because of his impressive skills. Since his wife, Sans, is a beautiful woman, the baron tried to seduce her, which caused Hagler to almost beat him to death, and that is why they are currently on the run. Hagler says that because he is on the run, not many places would take him in, and when he heard about the mercenary group, he thought it would be his last chance. Henry remarks that injuring a noble is a serious offense. Hagler acknowledges it, but explains that he could not hold himself back. Henry asks if he was not scared of the consequences. Hagler says that he himself is not scared, but he fears for his family's lives. Henry reflects that a family is a man's greatest weakness and asks why Hagler went that far. Hagler admits that it was the first time in his life he felt such rage, and without meaning to, he ended up going pretty far. Henry comments that if he were in Hagler's situation, he would probably have killed the Baron. But Hagler managed to control himself and only ended up breaking a few bones. Henry assures him that, since he promised to provide safety for Hagler and his family, he will uphold his word. He shows Hagler his identity card and says that there is no need to worry, as he is also a noble. Hagler asks if Henry is just a count and not a baron. Henry replies that he will handle the situation by himself, so Hagler does not need to get involved. Henry then tells Ten to focus on taking care of Hagler's family while he is away at Ankleman, adding that there are about 10 days left for his test and that Ten can take it easy for a bit. He gives Hagler some coins, acknowledging that he has lived a hard life, and tells him to enjoy his time with his family. Later, while on horseback and looking at a map, Henry mutters that there are about 2 small fiefs along the way to Ankleman, but he decides he does not need to visit those places and should instead search for treasures around the regions. Pointing to a spot on the map, he notes that he has hidden the whispering artifact there, an earring that can communicate with animals, and thinks that Hagler's daughter, Nia, would enjoy it. He reflects that it is natural for parents to take good care of their children and decides he should do his best for Nia as well. Henry reaches near Whispering Lake and notes from the map that it should be around here. He tells Jade to go full speed ahead and jumps off the cliff. Using feather fall magic, he lands safely on the ground and appreciates Jade, thinking a good steed definitely makes the journey much easier. Reaching the lake, he remarks that it has become more beautiful than he expected and notices that the mana quality is significantly higher than before. He finds a spot and decides to replenish his mana there, thinking it feels as if he has returned to his hometown. In the afternoon, after completing his replenishment, he observes that the place has more mana than he anticipated. Standing before the lake, he uses reverse gravity magic, causing the water to rise into the air. He notices a guardian and comments that Silver has hidden it deeply, hoping the Whispering Lake has protected it well. Using return magic, the guardian melts and a box appears. Henry grabs the box and undoes the gravitational magic with a snap of his fingers, allowing the water to return to the lake. He reflects that it is refreshing to use magic freely. Opening the wooden box, he finds the earrings and equips them. The earrings, known as whispers, allow communication with plants and animals. He hears the plants' voices asking why a human is causing a scene in their area. They express concern, saying they must hurry to get rid of him and hope he is not there for the wrong reason. Henry wonders if there is something worth protecting, and hears them insist that Master Elragon's egg must never be revealed. He realizes that Elragon is a rare dragon spirit, considered one of the top water spirits, whose descendants, although left behind, are not well protected. Henry thinks that although he came to retrieve a toy, he has stumbled upon something valuable. He decides to take the egg, noting that he cannot sense any Elragon nearby. The plants express concern, suspecting he plans to take the egg, and speculate that he is aiming for something at the bottom of the lake. Henry mutters that his head is starting to hurt from hearing the rocks and all the plants talking gibberish, so he decides to change his plan. He instructs Clever to take out the chest, and, as it appears, he retrieves his fire sword. He thinks that since fire is rare around this area, it will surprise them. The plants react, questioning why he is doing that suddenly and worrying that if he starts a fire, they and even Master Elragon's egg might be burned. They realize that the egg is buried under an ash tree and suggest moving the entire tree. Henry smiles, thinking he can easily identify an ash tree and uses light magic to locate it. Eventually, he finds the ash tree. The plants insist that Henry should leave and walk away. He thanks them for confirming the location and uses magic to move the water aside from the tree. Spotting the egg, he grabs it while the plants make a fuss. He removes the earring, muttering about how obnoxious they are, and restores peace to the lake, snapping his fingers to return the water to its place. Holding Elragon's egg, he notes that he has found it and acknowledges its beauty, recognizing it as the egg of a spirit. He reflects that this is the second time he has discovered a spirit's egg and considers himself lucky. He thinks that with the Elragon egg, the potential for his future is limitless, especially since encountering a high-ranking spirit is rare. Noting that it is a water spirit, he decides to provide it with a continuous supply of water magic. Using sharp magic, he sharpens his fingers to cut his arm, reasoning that his body, with its endless mana, is the best place to sustain the egg. He places the egg inside his body and uses healing magic to close the wound. Satisfied, he decides that it is enough time to head toward Ankleman and tells Jade to get going before flying off. 2 days pass, and although the journey would normally take 4 days, he halves the travel time by moving without rest. Upon reaching the harbor city of Ankleman, he shows his identity card to the guards, who salute him and express respect, welcoming him to the city. Seeing the ocean, he remarks on the salty air and recalls how he used to visit Ankleman for a change of pace, feeling that the air brings peace to his mind. Clever asks to see the ocean, mentioning that he has never seen it before. Henry allows him, and Clever steps out to enjoy the view. Henry notes that this is Clever's first time seeing the ocean, and Clever compares it to something similar in the demon realm, though the water there was pitch black. Henry understands why he is impressed. Clever then asks if Van will be in Ankleman, and Henry surmises that he is hiding, noting that Van is extremely patriotic, so much so that he would have been willing to slice off his king's head. Before the unification, Ankleman was a small kingdom with limited authority. When Henry is tasked with leading an army there, he decides to negotiate with the king in order to make Anklemen surrender peacefully, since it lacks manpower. However, the king of Anklemen, being a prideful man, declines Henry's offer and states that he will never bend his knees to protect the dignity of his royal lineage. Henry asks whether this is truly what the king wants and whether he intends to bring about the demise of Anklemen. After this, the king's head is presented by Van. When the king's official yells in protest, Van slashes at him and orders him to be silent. At that time, Van was the only sword master in Anklemen. Although young, he is recognized for his skill and holds the position of deputy commander of the army. He declares to the army that no one holds a higher position than him now and challenges anyone who is dissatisfied to draw their swords. With this incident, Van becomes the highest authority within the Anklemen kingdom. Van stands before Henry, who wonders whether he is supposed to conduct negotiations with him. Van introduces himself and states that the kingdom of Anklemen shall become a subject state to the empire. Henry expresses his thanks for what he has done. Van adds that this is under one condition: if the people of Anklemen become slaves to the empire, he will do whatever he can to revolt and fight back, and he asks Henry what he will say to that. Recalling all of this, Henry reflects that Van is indeed a crazy man. He notes that some people call Van a coward for making that decision, but he believes that Van is simply a strong-hearted patriot. He concludes that if Van listens to his words, then he must be somewhere within Anklemen right now. Henry closes his eyes and reflects on the past, thinking that it is a heavy responsibility. After being betrayed by the people he once called his comrades, he does his best to divide his power among the nobles who support him. However, this becomes another major mistake. As soon as the nobles receive even a small amount of power, they begin to crave more. Henry, feeling disappointed, states that he no longer has the power to protect them and asks them to leave and find another place to live, adding that after his death, they will surely come after their lives. Among the people who are forced to evacuate is one of Henry's closest companions, his blade, also known as Van. Because of this, they all go into hiding. Henry tells Clever that he is there because he wants to recruit one of his closest companions back to his side, and that he needs to meet Has first. He goes to a bakery and apologizes for the intrusion while asking the baker whether he knows who Mayor Has is. The baker replies that he doesn't know who the mayor is. Henry recalls that Has is the second mayor of Anklemen, specifically chosen by Henry and Van. Since the first mayor is involved in excessive corruption, Van swiftly takes care of him, which allows them to search for the perfect candidate, eventually coming across Has. Has is a competent and kind-hearted man, but is extremely afraid of Van. Because of this, he is able to restore peace and purity to Anklemen. Henry asks the baker whether he knows where Mayor Has is after retiring. The baker wonders whether the mayor had left his office that day and says that he saw the mayor going around the market and observing the merchants the day before. Henry realizes that Has is still the mayor and reflects that this should not be possible, since he is able to keep his position even though everyone Henry knows is purged. The baker raises his hand and says that Mayor Has is a splendid man who successfully governs the city without falling into corruption. Henry, lost in thought, finds it strange that Has remains unsullied even after Van disappears. He reasons that the fact that Has not become a corrupt politician means that someone is threatening him, and wonders whether it is Van. He concludes that it is possible if Has believes that Van is still keeping watch on him. Henry turns to leave, and the baker asks whether he is leaving. Henry leaves without replying, and the baker comments that Henry is a strange man and wonders why he speaks in honorifics despite clearly being of higher social standing. Later, Henry sits on the shore again and calls to Clever, asking whether he still has the kin mushroom spores from the malevolent forest. Clever confirms that he maintains the spores so they do not shrivel and die. Henry thinks that he needs to prepare for his meeting with Has and resolves to come up with a suitable plan. At Chanta's farm, fisherman Chanta stares at his land in disbelief, finding it completely destroyed. He is not the only victim, as all fishing farms throughout Anklemen fall prey to the kin mushroom spores. Because of how persistently the spores spread, the fishermen are unable to do anything about it. At the Anklemen town hall, fishermen gather outside the mayor's office to protest. Mayor Has asks what the commotion outside is about and what is happening. His servant informs him that the fishermen are there and that something bad has happened to their fishing farms. Has asks whether they are being robbed or attacked, and the servant replies that some sticky moss has apparently infested their farms. Has questions what kind of moss it is, complaining about how troublesome it is, and asks whether it is contagious and how many people have been affected. His servant replies that it is difficult to determine the exact number, but most of the farmers seem to be affected. Has expresses disbelief, stating that the farming industry is one of the largest sources of commerce in Ankleman. He orders his servant to summon the priests and doctors. Later, his servant informs him that the doctors and priests do not know what the infestation is. According to the doctors, they have never researched a moss like this before and state that it does not appear to be moss, but rather a type of mushroom spore. Has, growing frustrated, slams his hand on the table and questions why mushrooms would appear in fishing farms and how such a thing is possible. He then asks what the priests say. The servant replies that the priests can only offer prayers and that, since the incident occurs within fishing farms, there is little they can do except pray. Has complains that despite the large sums of money given to them, all they can offer is a simple prayer. He questions whether they can at least provide blessings or sprinkle holy water over the affected areas. The servant replies that this issue is not something the priests can solve in the first place. Has thinks that the religious figures are useless, but then states that the people may feel slightly better after receiving prayers. He adds that they still need to find the source of the problem as quickly as possible. A guard then enters and informs Has that a new nobleman is requesting an audience and that he carries a silver status tag imprinted with 3 stars. Has dismisses the request, stating that it is not the time and that he is busy. He says that he has no time to casually chat with a noble. The guard hesitates, and Has asks what else he has to say. The guard then relays that the nobleman claims he can resolve the issue currently affecting the fishing farms. Has comes to meet Henry and greets him, saying that it is an honor to meet such a prestigious figure. Henry returns the greeting respectfully, stating that he is also honored to be greeted by the mayor. Has sits in front of him and asks his name. Henry introduces himself as Henry Morris, causing Has to become visibly shocked upon hearing the name. Henry remarks that Has seems surprised and explains that many people react the same way because his name is identical to that of a great sage who was executed. He shows his silver badge and states that it is merely a coincidence. Has apologizes for his reaction, and Henry replies that it is fine, adding that he can only blame his father for choosing that name. Has responds that he believes it is a wonderful name. Has then brings up the disaster affecting the fishing farms and says that he has heard Henry can provide a solution. Henry confirms this, explaining that he notices a substance he is familiar with while passing by. He clarifies that the substance consists of spores from a demonic mushroom known as kin mushrooms. Before giving a detailed explanation, Henry introduces himself as a lieutenant of Calavan Fortress who is responsible for eliminating demons within the malevolent forest. Has acknowledges that this explains Henry's 3-star decoration. Henry confirms and explains that the spores found on the fishing farms are the same as those found in the malevolent forest. He states that these spores are parasitic organisms that greedily absorb nutrients and reproduce at a rapid pace, specializing in mass reproduction. Has becomes concerned and asks what should be done. Henry replies that since he has encountered them before, he knows several extermination methods, but suggests continuing the discussion in a more private place. Once inside a private room, Has states that they are alone. Henry says that he will get straight to the point. Has grows uneasy and asks what Henry wants. Henry thinks that Has is sharp-witted and explains that the kin mushrooms are extremely persistent. He admits that he does not know how the spores reach Ankleman, but once they root themselves in an area, they are almost impossible to completely eliminate. He adds that during his missions, he always tries to kill as many as possible. Has thinks that the situation is worse than expected and worries that Henry may be seeking continuous payment. Henry calmly sips his tea and states that he is still an expert regarding these mushrooms and proposes that Has hire him. He promises to monitor the spores in order to minimize damage to the fishing farms. Has feels conflicted and admits to himself that he cannot afford continuous payment. He then asks whether he may return with a response after consulting the affected farmers, and Henry agrees. As Has prepares to leave, he asks if Henry can at least remove the spores currently affecting them. Henry replies that this is not difficult, but reminds Has that they have not discussed his wage. Has turns back and apologizes, saying that he has neglected the most important business matter, and asks how much Henry wants. Henry replies that he wants 500 gold for the service he will provide that day. Has becomes shocked upon hearing the price of 500 gold and asks whether that amount is too much. Henry protests, stating that these are demonic mushrooms found in the malevolent forest, and that the extermination method is something he developed by risking his life. He questions whether 500 gold coins can truly be considered excessive. Has appears frightened, and Henry observes that Has is likely worried that paying 500 gold this time will cause Henry to expect the same amount in the future. Henry reflects that a mayor who constantly frets over money is no different from merchants who chase after numbers, since merchants seek profit while civil servants must prove their competence by demonstrating proper financial management. He then asks Has what he plans to do while he sits worrying about money, as his farmers continue to suffer. Has suspects that there is something suspicious about Henry and notes that Henry has not yet provided proof of his claims. Has then agrees to pay only after Henry proves his skills, and Henry responds that has made the right decision. At the fishing farms of Ankleman, the fishermen notice the mayor approaching. Has brings Henry along and informs the fishermen that Henry has been tasked with eliminating the spores. The fishermen praise Has and beg Henry to inspect their farms, with some stating that several areas of their farms have already been consumed, and others insisting that they were the first to request help. Henry stops them and states that he will begin with the closest location. While holding a bag and surveying the farms, Henry thinks that exterminating the spores is an easy task, since he only needs to collect the spores that Clever has placed in the area. He also thinks that he must make the process appear difficult, so that Has will believe the price is justified. He notes to himself that the bag only contains salt and sand, but assumes that it will appear mysterious to the fishermen. Henry then sprinkles the salt and sand mixture onto the water. Has asks what he is scattering. Henry replies that it is an extermination powder that will cause the spores to die rapidly. He adds that the powder must be sprinkled regularly since no one knows when the spores will return, which is why continuous service is required. Has asks whether the powder is difficult to make. Henry replies that the process is quite complicated and that he must always double-check the recipe whenever he prepares it. Henry then tells Clever to begin. Clever enters the water, opens the chest, and collects all the spores. The fishermen rejoice, claiming that Henry's powder is eliminating the spores and calling it a miracle, thanking the heavens for their salvation. Henry then points to the now cleared farm and asks Has what he thinks. Has happily exclaims that the powder truly works. After the issues at the fish farms are resolved, all of the farmers express their gratitude to Henry. Henry replies that there is no need to thank him and states that it is thanks to the mayor's quick decision that their farms are saved. Has then expresses his thanks to Henry, and Henry responds that it is the least he can do since he is being paid. Has suggests returning to his house to discuss the payment, and they go back to the mayor's residence. After closing the door, Has worryingly tells Henry that he has been thinking about why Henry does not sell the recipe for the powder. Henry replies that he cannot do so, stating that he does not wish to give away a recipe that he created by risking his life. Has dismisses the topic, saying that he was only considering whether it might be more cost-effective in the long run, and then asks whether Henry has a place to stay. Henry replies that he has just arrived and does not yet have a place. Has then offers to reserve an inn for him, and Henry agrees. Later, Has's servant escorts Henry to his room and hands him a pouch, explaining that the mayor apologizes for not coming in person due to urgent matters. Henry replies that it is no problem. After the servant leaves, Henry opens the pouch, notices the silver coins, and thinks that everything is going according to his plan and that he only needs to wait for others to take the bait. That night, while Henry is sleeping, 3 masked individuals sneak into his room. They place a handkerchief over his mouth, but Henry grabs the wrist of the one holding it, takes the handkerchief, and squeezes his wrist. The other 2 remark that the poison should be strong enough to knock out an elephant and express disbelief. Henry states that he is not fond of petty gimmicks. The man he is holding tells the others not to kill Henry, saying that they must capture him. Henry mockingly asks whether they intend to capture him, and then beats them, knocking the 2 unconscious. He then remarks to the remaining man that it did not take much effort to defeat them, and that he was expecting stronger opponents. He squeezes the man's wrist, causing him to scream in pain. Henry thinks about how they dared to try to smother him with sleep poison. He removes the man's mask and asks who sent him. The man replies that the three of them planned it themselves after seeing how effective the powder was. Henry kicks his knee and warns him that this is his last chance, and that he will make sure he can never walk again if he lies. The man cries and pleads, insisting that he is telling the truth. Henry wonders whether they are truly just petty thieves and asks for his name. The man introduces himself as Reinda. Henry asks if only the three of them are involved. Reinda confirms this and explains that they were passing by the fish farm, saw the powder, and wanted to steal the recipe. Henry clenches his teeth in annoyance. Reinda continues to cry and insists that he is telling the truth. Henry kicks his knee again and states that Mayor Has is the one who sent them. Reinda flinches and asks what he means. Henry grabs his collar and says that he is sure Reinda will understand after receiving more beatings. Henry then activates a silent room spell, making the room soundproof, and states that they can now get down to business. After beating Linda, he removes the soundproofing magic and asks him whether he wants more. Linda apologizes. Henry states that he and the others are assassins sent by Mayor Has to obtain the powder, and remarks that Linda should have complied earlier. Linda confirms that they are indeed assassins sent by the mayor. He then gives him a pill, places it in his mouth, and orders him to swallow it. After Linda swallows, Henry states that the pill is a poison that will turn his blood black and eventually kill him if he does not take the antidote within 4 days. He says that he plans to take them to Mayor Has at daybreak and that no further explanation should be necessary. He adds that he has already given the pill to the other two and instructs Linda to inform them, which Linda agrees to do. Henry then thinks that he now has a witness. The next morning, Henry goes to the hotel manager, Ibris. Ibris is shocked upon seeing the assassins and asks what is going on. Henry says that they attacked him the previous night and claims that they are petty thieves who tried to steal his belongings. Ibris says that he will immediately call the police and have them charged. Henry questions whether that is all and asks whether Ibris is dim-witted. He states that he has heard that this hotel is supposed to be the best in Ankleman. Ibris confirms that Halligan is the most well-known luxury hotel in Ankleman and that many nobles use it. Henry yells that a hotel with no basic security procedures cannot be considered luxurious and threatens to sue them for their poor security practices. Ibris, troubled, says that there must have been a misunderstanding, explains that Halligan has the best security system among the hotels in Ankleman, and says that he does not understand how such an incident could occur. Henry angrily asks whether Ibris is accusing him of lying. Ibris hesitates and replies that he is not, but that he simply cannot understand how the intruders entered. Henry then asks the assassins how they entered, and Linda replies that they came through a hole in the wall behind the hotel. Henry asks Ibris whether he heard that and adds that, as a hotel manager, he should be apologizing first. Ibris kneels and apologizes, saying that they will offer as much compensation as Henry desires and begging him not to sue them. Henry clenches his teeth in frustration, thinking that for a commoner merchant, money must be more important than ego. He then repeats his last wording and takes out a pill. Later, Haz's servant approaches him and says that there are guests in the parlor and that there is a serious problem. Haz, shocked, asks what the problem is. The servant says that Henry has brought 3 men along with the manager of the Halligan Hotel. Haz goes to see them and flinches at the sight. He asks Henry what business he has there so early in the morning. Henry angrily asks what business and questions whether Haz cannot even recognize the assassins he has sent. He shows him the handkerchief and says that he knows Haz will pretend to be innocent, so he has brought the handkerchief with the hypno poison on it. Haz appears puzzled, and Henry says that there is enough evidence and asks him to stop pretending. Haz replies that he has no idea what Henry is talking about. Linda then apologizes to the mayor and says that they have failed the mission. Haz yells at them, asking what nonsense they are talking about and who they even are. He then yells at Henry, accusing him of trying to set him up and asking whether he really thinks Haz will fall for such tricks. Ibris then tells the mayor that those men visited the hotel the previous night, claiming that they had business to carry out for him, and says that the testimonies of the gatekeepers and the visitor's log are all present. Upon seeing the documents, Haz flinches and says that this is outrageous. Henry then says that Haz must not be claiming that the manager of the best hotel in Ankleman is lying. Later, Has is alone in the room with Henry and thinks that there is no way the manager of the Halligan Hotel is fabricating such a thing, since he must know that it would damage the hotel's reputation. He feels ashamed and says that this is truly unbelievable, while sobbing. Seeing him in this state, Henry internally apologizes to him. Henry does not hold any ill feelings toward Has. However, he decides not to care about past ties in order to draw out Van, since he has already experienced a miserable end. Has, while crying, asks Henry to spare him. Henry asks whether he is admitting it. Has asks what the point of admitting it is now and, before being punished, asks for a favor. Henry tells him to go ahead and asks what favor he wants, and Has asks for 1 day. Henry asks whether he is only asking for time to flee. Has replies that he is not and asks for time to settle matters on his end. Henry asks whether he is planning to ask Van for help. Has flinches when Henry says Van's name. Seeing Has's shock, Henry thinks that his guess is correct, and that Van, being smart, stubborn, and strong, must be hiding somewhere in Ankleman. Henry then asks where Van is. Has flinches and asks how Henry knows about him. Henry says that the question is not how, but where. Has pleads for his life, and Henry tells him not to ask the question. Has then takes out a summoning card. Meanwhile, Van is asleep and, in his sleep, hears Henry Morris's name being called. He dreams of every moment related to Henry, from the time Silver is killed. He then rises in distress and wonders why he is having that dream again. Seeing Henry's sword, he thinks that Henry is the strongest man in the history of the continent, yet still only human. Grabbing the sword, he thinks that Henry is a weak-hearted man, tangled with human emotions. He asks why Henry does not take action at the beginning and why he treats malicious nobles like humans. After witnessing Henry's death, Van leaves the capital without even having time to collect himself and hides in Ankleman, his hometown, because he knows better than anyone that the swords once pointed at Henry will point at him next. Ankleman is the biggest trade city in the empire, and the region that collects the second highest tax revenue, which tempts many nobles. However, before his death, Henry made Ankleman a free city not owned by nobles. Van considers this Henry's final gift and pledges to protect the city to the end. Van then sees the summoning card burning and thinks about Has, knowing that only Has and Van use summoning cards. It is the first time since learning how to make them from Henry that one burns completely to ashes, which means it is an emergency. He leaves, saying that Has must wait for him. The next morning, he comes to meet Has. Henry is sitting there and asks how the trip is. Van, shocked, asks who Henry is. Van releases his murderous intent and demands to know who Henry is. Henry greets him and states that his name is Henry Morris. Van flinches upon hearing the name, and Henry asks whether he is Sir Van the Swordmaster. Van furiously demands to know who Henry really is. Henry thinks that Van is still as menacing as ever and notes that his own mental strength allows him to resist the murderous intent and speak freely. Henry states that he is the one who eradicates all the destructive spores the previous day. Van recalls that Has mentions a man with the same name as the great magician who resolves the spore problem. Van then asks where Has is. Henry replies that Has is in the bedroom and that he tells him to take time to reflect on his mistakes. Van is puzzled by this statement. Henry rises and moves to prepare tea. Van thinks that destructive spores no longer matter and that the only important issue is how this man knows about his existence and uses Has's summoning card, deciding that it will not be too late to kill him after finding that out. Henry asks whether Van likes cold green tea. Van flinches and asks whether Has tells him that. Henry replies that he only gets that impression. Just as in the past, Henry prepares and serves cold green tea to Van himself. They sit and drink tea together. Henry asks whether Van is satisfied with his life there. Van asks what that is supposed to mean. Henry says that Van is well known and was once the sword of the great magician. Van asks whether Henry is mocking him. Henry replies that it is a fact known throughout the nation and asks him not to misunderstand. Van asks how Henry knows he is here. Henry answers that his master tells him, identifying his master as the 8th class wizard, Master Henry Morris. Van, enraged, releases his murderous intent and threatens Henry, accusing him of lying and warning that he will kill him if he lies again. Henry states that he is only telling the truth. Van slams the table, shattering it, and declares that it is a lie, saying that Henry Morris never had a disciple. and that Van himself is always by his side, so such a lie cannot deceive him. Henry replies that Van's heated reaction shows that he is still his master's guard knight. Van says that this is not a position to be spoken of lightly. Henry answers that it is also important to him, since it is the main reason he comes to see Van. Van asks what Henry is talking about. Henry says that he will explain after receiving an answer to one question and asks whether Van still has loyalty to his master. Van then wonders whether this man is truly his master's disciple and suspects that he might be a spy sent by the palace. Van asks whether Henry is aware of the seriousness of his question. Henry confirms that he is and thinks that if the nobles knew about Van's whereabouts, they would not want to beg for their lives by rejecting their loyalty to him. Van draws his sword, swings it, and points it at Henry, saying that he has never forgotten his master's favor, a man who saved his life and the lives of many others in Ankleman. Henry smiles and starts laughing. Van, frustrated, asks why he is laughing. Henry, still laughing, apologizes and says it is too difficult to hold in his laughter, then asks whether Van thought he was just a pawn of the nobles. Van says that finally, Henry is revealing himself. Henry replies that he will prove to Van that he is indeed Henry Morris's disciple. Henry then opens his fist and shows Van the blue dragon spirit magic that he uses and tells him to watch carefully. Van becomes shocked. Henry explains that his master's magic sigil was a dragon and that his own sigil is also entirely composed of dragons. He states that the beings who are the source of all magic cannot be defeated by magic and that those beings are dragons. Seeing Van's shocked expression, Henry adds that there is more. He shows Van the map and states that he possesses the treasure map that indicates where all of his master's treasures are buried. He further states that he has also learned all the specialized magic that only his master could cast. He then bows his head and states that he bows to Van on behalf of Henry Morris himself and sincerely thanks him for remaining loyal to him. At night, Henry tells Van that he is planning revenge for their master's wrongful death and for all the things their master could not accomplish, and that he has come there solely for that purpose. Van has also thought about revenge before and believes that for revenge to succeed, one must not act emotionally, since the opportunity may never come again, especially when the targets are the powerful nobles of the palace and the unwise king. Van thinks that revenge is easier said than done. Seeing Van remain silent, Henry mutters that Van must be afraid and that he must know logically that it is impossible to achieve revenge alone, no matter how long he tries. He also considers that Van would have difficulty leaving the city he cherishes deeply. Henry states that Van is contemplating between taking revenge for Master Henry Morris and protecting Ankleman, and asks if this is correct. Van remains silent. Henry then states that he understands Van's feelings, but insists that Van must realize that if the nobles are left alone for the sake of temporary peace, they will one day take over the city. He says that this is an undeniable fact because the free city of Ankleman yields great profits and nobles have always desired to control it, merely waiting for the right moment. Henry uses the Spore incident as an example and states that Van was manipulated because he could not devise a plan, and that Ankleman is currently in a state where it fails to respond to unforeseen events. Van clenches his teeth and acknowledges inwardly that Henry's words are true, and that Ankleman is a weak city that cannot properly handle unexpected situations. Henry then offers to help Van, at least until the city grows to a point where nobles would not dare to take it over, and states that Ankleman will become the best managed city. Van asks how this will be achieved. Henry replies that he already has Vivaldi in the palm of his hand and that if Van accompanies him to Vivaldi, he can provide sufficient proof. Van responds that this is unnecessary and asks how Henry took control of Vivaldi. Henry answers that it is unofficial, but explains that he defeated Mayor Brent in a chess match. Van asks in shock if Henry defeated the undefeated champion. Henry confirms this and adds that in exchange for keeping the lost secret, Mayor Brent is under his command. He further states that he became the official world sparring champion of Vivaldi and took control of the largest arena, the 10 million gold arena, and that this proves how easy it is for him to support Ankleman from the shadows. Van thinks that if this is true, there is no reason to refuse, as Henry would become a reliable supporter, but that in order to gain that support, he would have to take part in the revenge Henry proposed earlier. Henry mutters that Van must have endured many hardships, and then states that he has mastered magic and trained his swordsmanship as his master's disciple. He adds that if Van still has doubts about his competence, he formally challenges him to a duel at that very moment. Van mutters that Henry seems to have something planned. Henry says that his magic is only at the third circle, and that his swordsmanship is only at runner level. Van thinks that Henry's magic is outstanding for his age, but that his swordsmanship is pathetic. He asks why, although Henry served in the Caliburn fortress, he is still only a runner. Henry replies that Van can judge that for himself after they fight. Van agrees and says that Henry had better not disappoint him after all that confidence. Henry agrees and thinks that although Van is a swordmaster, he fundamentally uses the Empire's swordsmanship, and since Henry learned Hector's swordsmanship, he has a fair chance of winning. Van then says that they should take the duel somewhere else. They go to the underground practice hall of the City Hall, a huge backstage hall secretly built by Van for his personal training. After arriving, Henry says that he did say he would prove his capabilities, but compared to Van, he still lacks many things, and that it is impossible to defeat him. Van asks if Henry is backing off. Henry refuses and says that he wants Van to set a minimum standard that would meet his expectations, and thinks that although he has mastered high-rank swordsmanship, Van is a swordmaster, and he needs a handicap. Van agrees and states that if Henry manages to land 3 valid strikes, he will give his approval. Henry thanks him and takes his stance. Henry thinks that Van is also using the Empire's swordsmanship and recalls that most swordsmen of the Empire used the style developed by the previous emperor, Golden Jackson, because it is more efficient than the current style. Van says that he will give Henry the first move. Henry thanks him and rushes forward to strike. He lands a powerful strike that Van dodges and wonders if he has ever seen such movement. Henry rushes again and lands a strike on Van's waist. Van is shocked, and Henry smirks and says one. Van realizes that Henry's attack is not weighted, meaning that Henry knew the sword would hit his waist and released his strength. Van says that he underestimated Henry and that he will not allow it to happen again, and he releases his killing intent. Henry senses that the atmosphere changes and thinks that it is getting real, and that he did not expect Van to be this strong, and that his feet feel frozen. He thinks that Van has grown stronger, then smiles and thinks that he wants to see whether his magic armor and Hector's swordsmanship will work against Van. Van asks if Henry is smiling and how he dares, then leaps forward to strike. His sword is blocked by Henry's sword. Van struggles and asks in surprise if Henry blocked that, and says that Henry does have skills to boast. He strikes again and tells Henry to try blocking that as well. Henry blocks again and pushes Van back. Henry thinks that it is impossible to keep up with Van's attack speed and uses targeting magic to capture Van's attack before it hits. He captures the attack and blocks again. Henry thinks that blocking is the best he can do, even with targeting, and acknowledges that Van is remarkable. Van releases his killing intent again and begins to strike at Henry. Henry retreats in confusion. His sword hits the wall and breaks. Van yells in frustration and asks what Henry is doing, reminding him that he said he would prove his abilities and questioning whether running away is Henry's definition of proof. Henry stands firm and says that it is not anymore. Henry says that it is going to be different now. Van begins to land a strike, and Henry uses haste magic on his body. He dodges the strike and begins to counterattack. Van wonders that Henry is fast, and Henry strikes at his shoulder. Van attacks again, but Henry sees the sword coming and uses blink magic to disappear. Van wonders if Henry disappeared and questions whether he just used magic and swordsmanship at the same time. Henry then appears behind him, lands a hit on his shoulder, and says that it is over now. Van asks if Henry just used magic. Henry replies that he did not mean to deceive him and apologizes. Van says that it is not necessary and that magic is a part of Henry's power, so it is fair enough. Van thinks that Henry is a magic swordsman, and that he is indeed like Grand Duke Henry, and wonders where such a monster was found. He then asks, as promised, whether Henry will participate in the revenge. Van says that he will, adding that he is a man of his word and that he has seen Henry's potential. Henry thanks Sir Van and thinks that it feels strange to receive approval from one of his past life's subordinates. But if it is Van, it is another story. Van says that they are going to meet often now and tells Henry to call him brother instead of sir. Henry agrees and says that they should go to Has, who should be feeling regret right now. Van goes to meet Has, who starts sobbing upon seeing him. Van asks how Haz's self-reflection is going. Haz asks what he means, and Van says that he heard the basic story and that Haz has been played by his brother. Haz is confused until he sees Henry coming in and flinches, asking about his brother. Van says that he and Henry decided to be brothers starting that day, and that Haz must treat Henry with as much respect as he treats Van. Haz wonders what they are talking about. Henry tells the mayor not to worry too much and says that he plans to respect Haz's decisions, which makes Haz even more surprised. Later, Haz sits holding his head, not understanding anything. Van asks whether Henry is saying that Enkleman should be managed by establishing a professional management team. Henry says that this is correct and explains that the nobles are always hunting free cities and that once Enkleman's effectiveness drops, they will try to take it over. Haz says that establishing a professional management team does not guarantee good results all the time. Henry agrees and says that this is why he is thinking of forming a pact between Vivaldi and Enkleman. Haz does not understand, and Henry tells him to consider it a type of exchange. He says that if the two cities are deliberately planned to rely on each other, the nobles will not easily be able to claim management rights. Haz flinches and asks if Henry is saying that they should create a debt or something. Henry replies that it would look like a debt on the surface, but that debt is not the aim. He says that in order to win city management rights, the person must also assume the debt, so the debt must be made to seem like a big obstacle. Haz says that no matter how he looks at it, this is a loss for Vivaldi and asks whether Mayor Brent will agree to this. Henry replies that a decision has already been made that Brent will actively support this and summarizes that his relationship with Brent is like Haz's with Van, and tells Haz to just sign the pact. He adds that when Enkleman is in need of help, Vivaldi will have every right to help. Van says that all of this surely makes sense. Henry thinks that things are running out nicely since two of the highest tax revenues are under his control, so he will not have to worry about funds running out. Van asks whether, if the pact is made, the professional management team is unnecessary. Henry replies that it is purely for Van and that from then on Van will be affiliated with the Million Mercenary group Henry established and will move with them. Van asks if there is a specific reason it has to be a mercenary group. Henry says that it is convenient because it is easy to gain fame and might, and that if Van works in the mercenary group, he will inevitably be less involved in city management. He explains that this is why he suggests setting up a professional management team. Haz shouts and tells him to wait, saying that it now feels like Henry wants to make the management team because Haz is unreliable. Van stops Haz and tells him to hush and do as Henry says. Henry tells both of them to calm down and says that he did not mean it that way, but meant it as assistance so that Haz is not burdened with all the work alone. He points out that Haz is handling public affairs and city management at the same time without breaks, and suggests leaving city management to the management team so Haz can focus on public affairs. Haz asks if that does not mean Henry wants him there as a puppet. Henry replies that, to be precise, yes, and asks why Haz does not want that and what the reason is. Haz hesitates to answer, and Henry thinks that Haz cannot give an answer because he has lived as a slave under the title of mayor for so long. Henry tells the mayor to listen to him and says that he is giving him, who has worked hard as Enkleman's mayor for the past decade, a chance to enjoy the rest of his life. He says that he will make Enkleman the best city that ever stood, and that Haz only has to maintain the title of mayor and live as he wishes. Henry adds that he will raise Haz's salary and enable him to take vacations as often as he likes. Haz thinks about an enjoyable life and the best city and about being the mayor of the best city, and happily says that he feels liberated. Meanwhile, Van, seeing Henry, thinks in annoyance about how pathetic Haz is and about Henry being the Grand Duke's disciple. Haz grabs Henry's hand and thanks him, and Henry replies that it is no problem and that Haz deserves this. Henry internally thinks that Haz and Van are both people who stayed true to their initial selves and are therefore reliable. Henry tells Van that they will discuss the details of the arrangement after the professional management team has been formed. He then asks Haz whether the people he brought are still in the parlor. Haz replies that if he means the hotel manager and the scoundrels, they should be there. Henry moves and says that they should head to the parlor because they cannot keep them waiting there all night. As they enter the parlor, the scoundrels sit helplessly, and Ibris asks Henry when he will give them what was promised. Henry asks if he is talking about the antidote and says that they have suffered long enough and can get going. He hands Ibris a pouch, and Ibris takes it and runs from there. Linda, troubled, asks where theirs is. Henry replies that that was the last one, and that the one he gave to the manager is all he had, and that he does not have any left anymore. They shout and start crying. Henry says that one pill of the antidote is enough and asks what they are doing, telling them to go after him because there must be some pills left. They flee from there, chasing the manager. Van asks Henry why they are like that. Henry says that he poisoned them, and Van asks whether that is true. Henry replies that it is not, and Van says that it was cruel of Henry. Henry replies that they dared to intrude on his bedroom, so he thinks they deserve it. Henry plans for Van's recruitment to take at least 10 days, but it only takes 2. After Henry concludes his business, he rests for a few more days and then leaves for Vivaldi with Van. On the way, he asks Van whether he knows any information about Grand Duke Henry's other closest supporters. Van replies that, unfortunately, he does not, since everyone is busy hiding themselves after the Grand Duke orders them to scatter. He adds that thanks to Grand Duke Henry, they survive, and that if he had not ordered them to scatter, they would have remained in the palace and met a miserable end. Henry then asks about the people whom the master is protecting. Van sadly replies that they are all banished. Henry wonders when he hears about the banishment. Van says that they cannot avoid the accusation of having served a traitor. Henry wonders what he is talking about and recalls that Silver Edward tells him that if he surrenders his life, he will assure the people's lives and safety, and that he surrendered. Henry clenches his teeth in frustration and internally scolds Silver. Van says that he has heard that they are banished to the edge of the continent, to a place called Seldura in the far north. Henry asks whether by Seldura he means Seldura the snowfield, which is the only place on the continent that snows all year long, where the freezing cold and drastic climate make human habitation impossible. Henry feels sorry for them and thinks that they are sent off to die, vowing that he will save his people no matter what. Van seems to notice Henry's mood, and the two remain silent on their journey to Vivaldi. Finally, they reach the Empire's best entertainment city, Vivaldi. Seeing his stay, Van says that it is a remarkable house. As they come inside, he asks whether Henry lives in such a gorgeous house. Henry replies that it is not his, and that he only uses it as if it is. Ten welcomes them and asks whether they are back so soon. Henry replies that things turn out better than planned. Ten then says that the person beside him must be someone important, and Henry introduces Van as the one who is going to be the vice head of the mercenary group. Van extends his hand to greet Ten and introduces himself. Ten also greets him and thinks that he has heard that name before. He asks if Van could possibly be Sir Van, the palace's swordmaster. Henry confirms it, and Ten flinches upon hearing this. Van says that he now serves Henry for reasons he won't explain and tells Ten not to overreact. Ten bows his head and apologizes, saying that he did not recognize such an honorable person. Van replies that he is not an honorable person, and that Ten is speaking too highly of him, asking to be called simply Van. Ten hesitates, saying how could he dare call a grand knight like Van by his first name? Henry interrupts, telling them to stop making such a fuss. Henry then asks about the task he assigned. Ten reports that no one has passed the first test since Hagler, and that the rumors of hidden masters have turned out to be false. Henry asks if that is really the case, and Ten explains that there is no way for a mercenary group to form if no one can pass the entrance test. Van inquires about the entrance test and asks Henry if he can try it. Henry replies that it would be boring for Van, though Van says he will just consider it a light game. Henry instructs Ten to show Van to the first test area and to prepare a room for him to stay, and Ten agrees. Henry then says to Van that, in the meantime, he will go see Mayor Brent. On his way, Hagler meets Henry and expresses surprise at his early return. Henry explains that things turned out well, so he came back early. Nia, holding a strawberry, greets Henry but drops it and starts crying. Henry thinks she seemed to be saving it. He picks her up and asks if she was being a good girl, and she confirms while still crying for her strawberry. Henry offers her a gift better than the strawberry, giving her a silver chain necklace. She wears it happily and thanks Henry, saying it is a pretty necklace. Hagler thanks him as well, saying it was unnecessary, but Henry explains that he is looking after her because she is his subordinate's daughter and tells Hagler not to feel pressured. Henry then whispers to Nia that if she holds the necklace with both hands before sleeping, she will hear the fairies, but that they are shy and she must eavesdrop. She laughs and agrees. Henry pats her and tells them that if they go to the mansion, someone he brought along, the vice leader, will be there, and they should get to know him. Hagler agrees, and Henry leaves, waving at them. In the Vivaldi City Hall, Henry comes to Brent's office, and Brent asks what brings him there so soon, remarking that he thought Henry said it would take at least 10 days. Henry says it is the third time someone has asked him that and explains that things turned out well, so he came back early. He sits on the couch and asks how the tax collection is going. Brent replies that there is a little fluctuation, but they are still making a steady profit, with profits so far just over 100,000 gold. Henry comments that it is not bad and notes that since the recruitment ends in a few days, they just have to work a little harder. Brent then asks if there is another reason for his visit and whether Henry wants to tell him something. Henry explains that he came to discuss a contract, describing it as a simple agreement between cities meant to enable trade and strengthen their bond. Brent questions whether it is necessary, saying the city has already flourished without such a contract. Henry responds that there might not be an immediate benefit, but Brent is not losing anything either. Brent expresses concern, noting that the concept of joint responsibility might still entail risk. Henry reassures him that even if a situation requiring responsibility arises, as long as he is alive, it will not be a problem, and asks if Brent does not trust him. Brent clarifies that it is not a matter of trust. Henry then stands, saying he will visit again to discuss the terms of the agreement and that Brent should be aware of it. As Henry leaves, Brent mutters helplessly that he has no choice and wonders how he ended up in this situation. Standing outside, Henry thinks that he should visit the testing area while he is out. Reaching the test area, Henry notices the participants and thinks that although the number has decreased, those remaining must be the ones truly determined to join the group. The registrar announces the first test passer, and Henry realizes it is Van. He thinks they plan to motivate those who have been trying from the start. Later, during lunch, Henry considers that it is time to genuinely make Ten one of his people. He invites Ten to have a drink with him, and Ten asks if it is just the two of them. Henry pours the drink and asks Ten if he hates him. Ten admits that he does, explaining that he went from being the owner of the 10 million gold arena to a mere creditor in a day. Henry says he is thinking of expanding the business. Ten questions whether Henry intends to have him manage those businesses, noting that their relationship is currently only that of debtor and creditor, and asks why Henry trusts him. Henry responds that this is precisely why he wants to take their relationship beyond that. Ten asks what Henry wants so badly that he is creating such a serious atmosphere. Henry explains that his dream is to dominate the continent and that the 10 million gold arena and the million mercenary group are just the first steps. He proposes that they stop being debtor and creditor and officially become partners, promising to make Ten the Gold King. Ten flinches at the mention of the Gold King, but after they cheer and drink, he agrees, saying he has nothing to lose anyway. Henry and Ten officially become partners and visit the management guild Golden Feet to scout for a professional management team for Ankleman, but no one meets their standards. Henry suggests that they should give up on the management guild, and Ten asks where else they could find an accountant and a professional manager. Ten explains that regardless of circumstances, they need an accountant and manager, noting that every economy circulates through back alleys, with Vanish Road, also known as Lone Road, being a common source. Henry asks about the need for licensed accountants, and Ten reassures him that there are people who were once accountants or managers before ending up there. Henry insists that they cannot just hire anyone, and Ten mentions Angel's Embrace, owned by a man named Heisha, as the biggest group around. Henry goes to Angel's Embrace, and one of the members asks Ten what brings them all the way there. Ten says he came to meet their boss, Heisha, and asks if he is upstairs. The member replies that Heisha ordered them not to let anyone inside. Ten asks if they do not know who he is, and the member mockingly acknowledges him, recalling that Ten went from being the richest man in town to a penniless old man. Other members laugh, joking that 10 million gold is not eternal and asking if he is there to borrow some cigar money. Ten clenches his teeth in frustration, but Henry grabs the man's arm, twists it behind him, and rebukes him. He orders the other members to take the man out. They all leap at Henry but are soon lying fainted on the floor after a thorough beating. Heisha then comes downstairs and asks what all the noise is about. Seeing his men defeated, he He wonders what is happening and notices Henry, recognizing him as the sword-sparring champion. Ten asks Heisha to have a word with him, and Heisha, quick-witted, leads Henry and Ten to the underground prison where many debtors are held. Henry observes the prisoners and realizes they are all debtors. Ten explains that those who cannot pay back their debts are either stuck there forever or sold as mine slaves far away. Heisha releases some debtors from prison. Henry points to one and asks why such a young person is there. Heisha explains that he was once a genius accountant sought by all the management guilds, but he became overconfident, attempted a business, failed, and ended up in prison. Henry then asks a boy his name and if he wants to work for him. He kneels and pleads, saying his name is Harris and begging him to let him work. Henry asks about the debt amounts, and Heisha tells him to just take them, considering it a favor. Henry then points out the stains on his shirt, asking if Heisha cannot see that he got blood on it because of Heisha's men. Heisha laughs and assures him that they will compensate for it, offering to fulfill anything Henry would like. Henry says that if Heisha is serious, then instead of money, he wants all the debtors in the underground prison to be released to him. Heisha hesitates and says that it is impossible because releasing all of them would be his loss. Henry angrily says that, in that case, he should receive compensation for Heisha's men almost killing him. Heisha then releases all the debtors. Henry asserts his reasoning and secures the lives of all the people in the underground prison. He decides to give them a second chance, just as he did with the accountants. Harris thanks him, and Henry says that before they begin working, they need to go somewhere first. He takes them to the Sylvia clothing shop. The shop manager welcomes him and asks if he is the officer who visited before. Henry greets her and says that he plans to make a bulk purchase of designer Sylvia's clothes. She asks who the clothes are for. He brings the debtors forward, and she flinches, saying that she cannot tolerate the filth and that they must bathe first. Later, after they wear proper clothes, Henry thanks her for her excellent service. She says that a customer like him is always welcome. The debtors also thank Henry. Henry says that they should now get to work, and that first they will proceed with the agreement between Ankleman and Vivaldi. Harris firmly says that they will make a perfect contract even if they have to stay up all night. At the Vivaldi City Hall, Henry gives Brent the contract book and tells him to go through it. He also says that soon after the agreement is made, there will be a business proposal. Brent reads it and says that he trusts Henry not to do them any harm. Henry tells him not to worry and asks about the accountants he sent. Brent happily says that thanks to them, they finished calculating the taxes collected during the recruitment of the Million Mercenary Group and earned over 100,000 gold from special taxes. Henry calls it trivial. Brent stamps the contract and says that it is the most they have ever earned in such a short time. Henry introduces Harris as his personal accountant and tells him to report to the mayor. Harris tells Brent that, based on the special tax records from last month, 90,000 gold out of 120,000 comes from the 10 million gold group's profits. Brent flinches and asks why those records are kept separately. Henry asks if Brent was thinking of handing all the tax money to the Empire. Brent asks what he means. Henry explains that if the company name is not specified in the special tax records, there will be no indication of how the money was collected. He burns the paper and says that since the largest arena belongs to them, burning the special tax records will leave the money without a trace. He says that they now have about 90,000 gold in a secret fund as promised, and that 10,000 gold is Brent's share. Brent is shocked and asks if Henry is really giving him 10,000 gold. Henry asks if his word is not enough. Brent gratefully accepts it. Later, Henry sees Van off and says that he hopes everything turns out well. Van says that he will be back soon. Henry assists Has in forming a professional management team that will manage Ankleman from now on. Van and the management team are left with a contract. Henry thinks that he can finally move on to his next plan. Ten asks what the next plan is. Henry says that he is not in a hurry. Ten says that if Henry wants to dominate the continent, every second counts. Henry thinks that calling Ten the future Gold King has motivated him. Henry then says that he will go to Seldura for a while. Ten is shocked and asks if he means Seldura of the North. Henry says that he has people to find there. Ten says that Seldura is a place of exile. Henry says that he is aware and also knows that he must pass through Surin Gorge. Ten says that the gorge is guarded and civilians are not allowed to enter. Henry asks if bribery will work. Ten says that a legal way would be more efficient. Henry agrees. Ten suggests visiting a mercenary guild so that entry to Seldra can be allowed under the pretext of a mission. Henry says that it is a good idea and that he was planning to register their mercenary group anyway. Henry thinks that he now has to rescue his people from Seldra. Henry now has Vivaldi and Ankleman under his control, in order to leave for Seldra in the north, where his people are imprisoned. He seeks out a mercenary guild to find a legal route. He hands over the papers to the checker, who tells him to wait for a moment. Ten then comes over and informs Henry that he has met the branch manager. Henry remarks that Ten has good connections. Ten replies that he would not be himself without them and adds that, as expected, there is a mission that allows entry into Seldra. He explains that it is a simple escort mission, although the relationships involved are quite complicated. Henry asks him to continue, and Ten explains that the escort is requested by a private contractor who is commissioned by the Empire. Henry questions why the Empire uses private contractors when it can handle the task itself. Ten replies that, according to what he has heard, since the destination is close to Seldra, the Empire hopes to reduce transport fees. He adds that it is a regular resupply mission, and that the guards have already been selected. Henry thinks that the use of private contractors is simply to cut costs and wonders what the Empire is planning. He asks what they should do next. Ten responds that the branch manager has agreed to help and informs him that the team will be leaving tomorrow, which makes the timing perfect. Henry pats him and says that this is good news. Ten then adds that he has arranged for Henry to be registered as a B-rank mercenary. Henry replies that it is good to have connections and praises him for his work. The checker then addresses Henry Morris and hands him his papers, informing him that this is his B-rank mercenary card and confirmation. He explains that the mercenary plaque will take time to complete, so the card will be used temporarily. Henry reads the documents and notices the name of the paint industry, asking whether they are in charge of the supply transport mission. Ten confirms this, and Henry states that he needs to prepare first. Later, Henry uses magic to create equipment and thinks that the equipment should be sufficient. He decides to apply the perfect steed modification technique to the horse that Hagler will be riding. Hagler then arrives, and Henry tells him that the timing is perfect and that the equipment is a gift. Hagler hesitantly asks whether it is acceptable for him to receive so much, including the sword, armor, other weapons, and cold weather gear. Henry replies that he does not need to feel pressured and states that equipment is just as important as skill for a mercenary. He reminds him that when he was recruited, it was mentioned that they offer the best treatment in the industry. Hagler tears up and expresses his gratitude. The next morning, Henry and Hagler arrive at the mercenary gathering point, and Henry says that they seem to be on time. Merchant Monk asks whether they are the Million Mercenary Group and questions whether there are only 2 members. Henry confirms that there are only 2 of them and says that they are confident in their skills. Merchant Monk replies that it is not only an escort mission and that they will also have to lift and carry items. Henry agrees and says that they can do it. Monk then states that since no additional members are being accepted, their salary will be low. A man then approaches and asks whether they are the Million Mercenary Group from the rumors, expressing disbelief that there are only 2 members. He introduces himself as Billy, the leader of the Hound Mercenary Group, and says that he expected a large group because of the large recruitment notice, but instead sees only 2 people. He mocks them, saying that it is nothing more than a great boast with a small roast, and questions whether it can even be called a mercenary group. Henry asks Billy whether he has tried their recruitment test and remarks that he looks familiar. He thinks that Billy is one of the people who failed the test and caused a disturbance, and then adds that he may be mistaken. Billy becomes frustrated, clenches his teeth, and scolds Henry. Monk tells them to stop and warns that they will be charged a penalty if anything is damaged in a fight. Henry smirks and says that there will be no such thing and tells everyone to get going. He thinks that Billy is a loser, and they then set off. They stop at a place to eat, and one of Billy's members tells the others that the leader of the Million Mercenary Group is the sword sparring champion. Another member says that he has also seen him fight well. Billy angrily responds that sword sparring is not real fighting and says that it is just swinging a sword. His members reply that the championship title fight is fierce from the beginning. Hagler hears their gossip and asks Henry whether he is going to let them continue talking like that. Henry replies that empty vessels make the most sound and says that there will be an opportunity. Later, Hagler becomes frustrated and throws away his food, saying that he cannot take it anymore, and that he will not forgive anyone who insults Henry. He starts beating one of Billy's members who is gossiping. Henry thinks that they have spilled the food. Billy approaches Henry and asks what is happening, saying that his subordinate is causing a disturbance. Henry asks whether Billy can restrain him with his numbers. Billy scolds Henry and begins to draw his sword. Henry releases his murderous intent and tells him to stop. Billy starts trembling and wonders what kind of bloodthirst this is, panting and thinking that he cannot breathe. Henry then tells Hagler that it is enough, and Hagler stops. Henry restrains his murderous intent, and Billy can breathe again, nearly collapsing. Henry tells Hagler to continue eating. Hagler apologizes and says that the food was destroyed because of him. Henry takes out a bag and asks whether he has heard of a subspace pocket. Hagler asks whether it is a magic pocket that can carry anything. Henry spreads out delicious food and says that this is correct, and tells him to help himself. He thinks that even though the work is tough, they do not need to eat poor food. Several days later, they finally arrive at Surin Gorge. Henry says that Surin Gorge is Seldura's first gate, and Hagler replies that it is no wonder it is called the continent's north end. The merchant alerts everyone to be cautious, saying that bandits sometimes appear from that point onward. As they continue forward, someone suddenly appears behind them in a fairy explosion and orders them to stop moving. Bandits approach them with their faces covered. Henry notices their clothes and swords and thinks that the bandits look as if they are wearing military outfits when they should be trying not to stand out, and he feels that something is suspicious. One of the men, who appears to be the bandit leader, orders them to throw away their weapons and surrender, saying that their lives will be spared. One of Billy's members says that they must be fools and questions how stupid they must be to think about robbing people in such a deserted place. Henry thinks that he is right, especially since the road is used solely for transporting the Empire's goods, and feels that it almost looks as if they are waiting for. Billy tells his members to warm up since it has been a while. He mocks Henry and says that since Henry and Hagler will get in their way, they should just guard the carriage. Henry replies that he will leave it to them. They stand facing each other, wielding their weapons. Henry notices the presence of aura energy and wonders whether bandits like them are aura users, realizing that it is dangerous and that he needs to alert the leader. He then notices Billy laughing and wonders how he can laugh in a situation like this, feeling that something is not right. Billy moves toward the bandits and says that he will show them the skills of the Hound mercenary group. Their swords clash, but the bandits overpower them. With a wave of strikes, the bandits clear them all out. Billy shouts for his members to regroup and organize their positions. Seeing his members defeated, he clenches his teeth and realizes that they are surrounded. Later, Billy surrenders himself to the bandits and says that they should just kill him. One of the bandits begins to strike at him, but the strike is stopped when Henry attacks the man with a sword and kills him. Billy flinches when he sees someone throw a sword from far away and hit the bandit. He wonders whether Henry really throws a sword and hits him from that distance. Henry then tells Hagler that it is their turn. The bandit leader orders his members to get rid of them first. All of them move toward Henry and Hagler. Henry uses grease magic, which makes a targeted area slippery. They all fall with their horses, and Henry tells Hagler to go and take them all down. Hagler rushes at them and says that he knows their leader is an incredible man. He goes after the bandits and slashes at them, killing them. Seeing this, Billy wonders how just the two of them can do such a thing. Henry appears beside Billy and tells Hagler that since they need someone to work, he should take Billy to the carriage, and Hagler agrees. Then the bandit leader remains, sitting on his horse and wielding his sword. Henry thinks that this one must be the boss. He moves Hagler aside, takes out his sword, and says that he will take care of him. The bandit leader swings his sword, and when Henry sees this, he realizes that the man is a sword master, and thinks that it is a good thing he is dealing with this alone. Henry thinks that since his opponent is a sword master, he needs to cast a thicker magic armor. When he sees the aura surrounding his opponent's sword, he casts the haste spell and wields his sword. He runs toward the bandit leader to strike. The bandit leader appears frightened by his charge, and when Henry slashes at him, the leader blocks the attack. Henry struggles against him and thinks that even though he casts multiple haste spells, he is still blocked by the sword master's aura. He then moves back and strikes again, severing the head of the leader's horse. The horse collapses, and the leader stands on the ground, saying that it is his favorite horse. Henry smirks and says that they are now even, adding that his neck is getting tired. The bandit leader, frustrated, releases his killing intent and calls Henry an ignorant man. Henry notices that the leader must have truly loved that horse because his aura grows larger. He moves toward him, thinking that widening the distance would be dangerous, and that he cannot get through the aura with a normal slash. He decides to concentrate all his power on the tip of his sword. He uses sharp magic and strikes the bandit leader, piercing through his aura. The bandit leader is shocked, and his aura is released in an explosion. Henry pushes himself back to protect himself from the blast. After the dust settles, Henry thinks that the man leaves behind an arm and escapes like a lizard leaving its tail, yet still calls himself a sword master. He realizes that he cuts the man's shoulder instead of his neck. He then notices a tattoo on the man's neck, a double snake symbol, which is the unique mark of the Viper Knights led by Salmora of the 10 Swords. They are the 10th sword among the Imperial Palace Knights' 10 swords. Henry thinks that the man is indeed not ordinary and realizes that the Imperial army is behind this. He then thinks that Aubert will be behind everything in the end. Excluding the Imperial family, the Empire's power structure consists of 6 great houses, 1 Duke family, 2 Marquis families, and 3 Count families. Great wizards and grandmasters also participate in state affairs with the title of Grand Duke. Aubert is the head of the Crimson family, one of the Marquis houses. Among the 6 great houses, the Duke and Marquis families wield power rivaling the Imperial family. Henry internally scolds Aubert, thinking that he still plays dirty and vowing that he will crush everything. He returns to the carriage and, when he sees the merchant monk standing there, thinks that he is also involved. Monk laughs and says that thanks to Henry, they are able to pass safely. Henry grabs Monk by the shoulder and asks who he is. Monk pretends not to understand and thinks that he has been caught, and wonders how Henry knows. Henry slams Monk's head against the carriage and thinks that because of Marquis Aubert's pawn, innocent mercenaries die, and that it could have ended without any mercenary deaths. He feels furious. He then breaks the lock of the carriage and sees the supplies, thinking that, as expected, there are no proper supplies and that they plan to kill everyone there from the beginning. He thinks that the Emperor must have ordered the minimum supply of daily necessities, but Marquis Aubert's group obstructs even those supplies to destroy the exiles. When Hagler asks what is happening, Henry says that the mission is a scheme planned by the bandits and the merchant. He hits his fist against the carriage and says that although he wants to return to Vivaldi immediately, there is still 1 carriage of supplies left, so they will head to Seldra. He clenches his teeth and says that there are exiles who need these supplies. Later, Henry stands close to Jade when he hears Billy scolding Monk, saying that everything is Monk's fault and that because of him, his mercenary group collapses. Hagler asks Henry whether they should stop him, but Henry tells him to leave Billy alone. Billy beats Monk, and Hagler then asks what they should do with him. Henry says to lock Monk in the carriage and tells everyone to head to Seldra. They reach the checkpoint near Seldra, where a guard stops them, thanks them for their hard work, and asks where Merchant Monk is. Henry replies that Monk is in the back and then asks where the chief is. The guard says that the chief is passed out from heavy drinking and then asks whether they met any bandits on the way. Henry says that they have just finished taking care of them and throws the bandit leader's arm in front of the guard, causing him to flinch. Henry tells him to go and get the chief. Later, the guard brings the chief. The chief asks about the paint industry and says that if it is the paint industry, then Monk should be present. When Henry sees the chief, he thinks that, although the man is fatter and has a longer beard, he is Gatekeeper Bunt. Bunt is known as the Gatekeeper Shield, a nickname given by other soldiers for his outstanding talent in defending castles. With his excellent swordsmanship, solid work handling, and clean public life, Henry himself once gave him a medal. Henry thinks that because of him, Bunt is demoted and has become like this, and that he is now drinking his pain away. Henry casts a simple magic spell that removes alcohol from Bunt's system. After the spell, Bunt comes to his senses and says that he suddenly feels sober. Henry greets him, introduces himself as the leader of the Million mercenary group assigned to escort the paint industry, and says that his name is Henry Morris. Bunt flinches at the name and sadly says that it is a name he yearns for. He greets Henry and introduces himself as Chief Bunt. He then asks why Henry greets them instead of Monk. Henry says that they are ambushed by bandits on the way, but that those men are not actually bandits and are instead disguised Viper Knights. Bunt asks whether the knights led by Salmora would really do such petty things as stealing. Henry asks whether the paint industry does not suffer frequent looting. Bunt says that the entire supply is looted at least once every 3 trips. Henry says that today is one of those times and assumes that the merchant and the Viper Knights planned it and stole the supplies. As evidence, he points out that there are only a few supplies in the carriage. Henry thinks that he wants to report this himself, but since the checkpoint chief is Bunt, he should change his plan. He says that he will hand all of these people over to Bunt, explaining that he is only a hired soldier, and that even if he reports to the palace, they would not believe him. But Bunt is different. Bunt says that it is useless because if it is the Viper Knights, there is nothing he can do. Henry says that Salmora, the leader of the Viper Knights, has connections with Marquis Aubert, and that if someone is behind this, it is most likely him. Bunt asks how Henry knows this and says that it seems Henry knows the situation. He adds that if the reports eventually end up in the hands of the 3 great houses, there is nothing they can do. He grabs Henry's hand and helplessly says that it will only harm Henry if he troubles Marquis Aubert and advises him to feign ignorance since he is still young. Henry then asks whether they can instead use Count Eisen, after Henry and the others who had contributed to the kingdom are executed for that reason. The empty spots of the Duke and Marquis are naturally claimed by the great houses of the central nobles. Among them, 3 houses fight for the 2 empty Marquis spots. The one who loses and instead gains the title of Count is Count Eisen. Henry wonders whether Count Eisen would not be able to solve this instead of them. He grabs his head and asks what Count Eisen can do when the opponent is Marquis Aubert, and he has already lost the fight once. Henry says that this is not something they should worry about, and that the important thing is to find a safe and certain way to report to the palace, and that whatever goes on there, they should do what they can. Bunt says that Henry is incredible, and that he had not thought of that before, adding that since Henry is an upright person, he would not have thought of such a dirty plan. Henry, getting into the carriage, says that he has heard from the rumors that Bunt is a great knight to be looked up to. He adds that he will take the merchants and asks Bunt to give them permission to enter Seldra, which Bunt allows. Later, they reach the exile village in Seldra. Standing before a silver pillar, Henry instructs a guard to use the hammer to alert them that they have arrived. The guards strike the pillar, and Henry wonders about his people, thinking about how their lives have been all these years. A board appears on the ground, and the guard removes it. From inside the hole, people start coming out. They all seem frightened, weak, and malnourished. Seeing their condition, Henry wonders if these are all that are left, and that he can't believe that out of 50 people, only 15 remain. Hagler asks why everyone is so disciplined like that. Henry thinks it is all because of Monk and how much he abused his power over the supplies to instill such fear in their eyes. Henry tells the guard that he will speak with Chief Bunt later, so the guard may return to the checkpoint and leave this to them. Seeing the supplies, Henry wonders if these are all they have and realizes they will no longer need Monk's employees. He instructs Hagler to take away Monk's employees' coats, tie their hands, cover their eyes, and throw them in the snow, and Hagler follows his orders. Henry then addresses the people, introducing himself as Henry Morris and saying that the person they are thinking of was his magic teacher. They are shocked by this. He explains that he has come to Saldra to continue his teacher's will, which was to meet them, and apologizes for not coming sooner, saying he did not have enough authority to act before. An old man asks if he is really the Grand Duke's disciple. Henry grabs his hand and apologizes again for arriving late. The old man says they are more than grateful that he has come for them. Henry sits on the ground and casts some magic spells. The snow stops, and he thinks that now that he has created an invisible barrier around the magic circle, it is time to move to the real part. He closes his eyes and casts another spell, invoking the blessings of the greater architect to bless the land. A grand dimension rises around them. One of the highest level survival spells. Henry created an architectural magic that forms a suitable mansion using the surrounding environment. Henry says that this will do and asks if there is a lake or river nearby. An old man says there is a legendary frozen lake to the north where it is said an ice spirit lives and asks why. Henry says that now that the house is built, they will need water to drink and asks where it is. Henry arrives at the lake, which is completely frozen, and observes the fish inside, thinking the water must be okay since fish live there. He stomps on the ice, but it doesn't break or crack, and he wonders if the ice spirit's magic is keeping it strong. He gathers fire in his hand, forming a huge fire using a firestone and applying a haste spell to accelerate it. He throws the stone onto the ice, destroying a portion of it. Landing back on the ice, he checks the water by putting his hand in it, but suddenly feels something and wonders what is happening to his arm. He realizes that he had stored the Alaragan's egg on his left forearm, and the water spirit egg is reacting to this lake spirit, suggesting a connection. At night, the bandit leader who had fled is still running toward Salmora, carrying his severed arm, thinking he must alert Sir Salmora about this and seeing the base of the Imperial army a little more clearly. He resolves to repay him for the humiliation he suffered. Henry says that he is going to dive right in, and that he has already used waterproofing and breathing magic. He then dives into the water. As he goes down, he wonders if the lake is deeper than he thought. Using lightning magic, he lands on the ground. The Alragan egg inside his arm starts glowing as it absorbs the water. He worries that, at this rate, the mana accumulated in his body will also be absorbed and thinks that he needs to get the egg out of his forearm. Suddenly, a huge light bursts out as the egg comes out of his arm. He wonders what it is and realizes that it truly is the spirit of water. It keeps getting bigger as it sucks in the water. The egg continues absorbing water and starts cracking. A dragon comes out of it. He notices that it is acting strangely, almost like a dog, and wonders what it is trying to find. He then notices something in its mouth and realizes that it is the essence of Mother Nature, created only in pure nature. He assumes that it is the essence of ice, which is why the lake has always been frozen. The dragon eats the essence of ice and evolves because of it. He grabs it and tells it that its name from now on is Alragan, and that he should check its attributes. After checking, he wonders if it seems to have been influenced by the venom heart he drank. He notes that its poison power is stronger than that of a spirit of poison, and that he can feel the power of 4 attributes within Alragan: water, ice, poison, and incredible healing power as well. He says that they should do their best together. Later, they both come out of the water, and Henry realizes that the water is warm. He thinks that the whole lake is actually a hot spring, and that, since he was planning to use this lake as drinking water, he should find a new one. Meanwhile, in the mansion, Henry's people happily discuss that it is very spacious, not humid at all, and so warm that it feels like being under the sunlight. Hagler sits and says that he is finally done arranging the loads, and that if it were not for Henry, he would have been the same as them. He says that he will pledge loyalty to him. Henry appears behind him and says that he will keep that in mind. Hagler asks when he returned, saying that he did not even hear the door open. Henry replies that there is no reason to use the door when he is a wizard. Hagler looks troubled on seeing Alragan and asks what it is. Henry replies that it is Alragan, a top-class water spirit, but since it is still a hatchling, it is weak. Meanwhile, the bandit leader reaches Salmora, who says that he has failed. Haram apologizes and says that he will take full responsibility for the failure of the mission. Salmora angrily tells him to stop that and explain. Haram explains everything. Salmora asks how, even though Haram could not feel any aura, Henry was able to fight him without much difficulty, and wonders how a man without aura could do that. He says that there is little information about Henry and that things have gone wrong for Monk, so they will have to take him down. Henry calls everyone outside. They all gather and look shocked, asking what this is. He explains that while investigating the lake, he finds that most of Seldura's terrain is actually volcanic, and that thanks to this creature, he is able to find a water vein and make the lake like this. He says that the water is clear and clean, so they can use it as drinking water. They touch the water, and an old man says that it is really warm, and that they will no longer have to worry about drinking water or heating. Henry says that from now on, he will set up his own company to take care of everyone. They thank him, saying that they can now properly live as people, and thanking him sincerely. Henry thinks that all that remains is to hand those men over to Count Eisen. Henry then goes to the checkpoint, and Bunt says that since Henry is there, he should hand them over to Count Eisen himself. Henry asks if that is instead of Bunt. Bunt replies that he thinks the process will be easier that way. Henry thinks that it will not be bad to see Count Eisen in advance, since he will be taking his head someday, and agrees to help. Bunt says that he is glad Henry accepted and adds that he will also pay the million mercenary group. Henry refuses and says that there is no need, but asks Bunt to do him 2 favors instead. Bunt says that he will do anything Henry asks and tells him to name them. Henry says that first, he would like to save a favor for later when he needs Bunt's power and would like Bunt to help him then. Bunt laughs and agrees. Henry then says that second, whatever Bunt sees when he visits the exile village should be kept secret. Bunt flinches and asks about the exile village. Henry says that he knows the people there and helps them with food, clothing, and shelter. Bunt says that he understands and that there will be no word about anything they see there. Bunt hands Henry a scroll and says that it is a prisoner transfer document, which can be considered a letter of recommendation. Henry takes it and thanks him. He then tells Hagler to shove all the thieves and scammers into a single carriage because they are leaving soon. Henry thinks about Eisen Snowman, a man from a traditional military family that has produced skilled combatants for generations. Compared to the power he wields, Henry considers him foolish and recalls how he has been constantly compared to the 2 past counts, who are now marquises. Henry reflects that, in the end, even though Eisen contributed a lot during the war, he was not able to receive the rank of marquis. He hopes Eisen is still as foolish as he was before. At the Snowman Palace, they arrive, and the guard asks about their identities. Henry shows his credentials, and the guard clears the way abruptly, telling them to enter. Henry notes to himself that dogs resemble their owners. These guards don't even salute. At Count Eisen's house entrance, Hagler seems nervous, and Henry tells him not to be. The guard checks Henry's identity and comments on the unusual combination of ranks and roles, asking what kind of hybrid he is: a baron, a mercenary, an officer. Henry, frustrated, tells him to watch his tongue, saying that just because he protects the Count's gate, it doesn't make him a count. The guard points his spear at Henry, who reacts by grabbing his sword and breaking the spear and the guard's armor with a single strike. The guard sits in fear, wetting his pants. Henry remarks to himself how pathetic it is to let a guy like this stand guard. He glances at the other guards behind, who stand in frustration, and they all leap at him, shouting to grab him. Henry reassures himself that he won't kill them and simply cuts their armor. He slashes and collapses them, leaving 2 men carrying boxes to wonder aloud what they just saw. Another asks if this is the S-class mercenary they've heard of. Hagler happily clarifies that their million mercenary group is only ranked B and suggests they visit if they have any requests. Suddenly, a spear flies past Hagler and hits close to Henry. A man standing on the roof announces that he is Batican, the security chief, and demands to know who Henry is. Henry asks whether Batican is the one in charge. Batican steps closer and asks what if he is. Henry raises his hand and says that he has come to meet the Count. Batican leans toward him and says that the Count is not someone a man like him can meet freely. Henry takes out the recommendation letter and says that he has a letter bearing the seal of the Imperial Army. Seeing the letter, Batican is shocked. Henry teasingly tells him to look closely. Batican flinches, turns aside rudely, and agrees. Henry remarks that it is what is expected of someone in charge who can understand quickly. Batican then leads them toward the Count. While walking, Henry observes the beautiful surroundings and thinks that Eisen still likes to show off, whether in the past or present. They reach the residence, and Batican tells them to wait outside. Hagler whispers that although the castle is large, the mansion seems small for a great house. Henry thinks for a moment and says that it is probably only a drawing room. Hagler asks whether he means the whole building. Henry shows his arm to Hagler and says that if he is looking for Allragan, it is saving its energy there. Henry then turns toward a stopped carriage. Eisen steps out with his subordinate and says that, for a mercenary youth, Henry is quite full of himself just because he has a letter with the Imperial Army's seal. Henry thinks that Count Eisen has arrived and that he is less intimidating than Van. He replies that if he had known the soldiers were important to Eisen, he would have tried to reason with them, but they were so aggressive that he had no choice but to use force. Eisen's subordinate scolds Henry, but Eisen stops him with a light strike to the back and begins laughing. Henry thinks that Eisen is someone who values strength and sees disrespect as bravery. Eisen says that it has been a while since he met someone he likes and suggests discussing the details inside. They go inside and have tea. Henry notices the teacup and thinks that Eisen is still wasting taxes on expensive tea without knowing how to appreciate it. He decides to please him and says that Eisen has a refined palate, as rumored, and that he did not expect to taste such rare tea there. Eisen laughs and says that he knew from their first meeting that Henry is someone like him. Henry sips the tea and says that the reason he came is to present a good sword, and that the recommendation letter is for that sword. While reading it, Eisen says that it means the Viper Knights were defeated by Henry alone. Henry confirms this. Eisen says that it makes sense given Henry's courage in looking him in the eyes. Henry responds that Eisen is too kind. Eisen asks why Bunt did not simply report to the Imperial Palace, and instead came to him. Henry thinks that sugarcoating poorly would backfire. He says that everyone in the Empire knows that Count Eisen does not have a good relationship with Marquis Aubert, who owns the Viper Knights, and that he also knows Bunt has a bad relationship with the heads of the three great houses. Seeing Eisen lost in thought, Henry adds that this is why he suggested it first, stating that yesterday's enemy can be today's ally, and that he learned at Fort Caliburn that there is no eternal enemy. Eisen excitedly says that Henry is saying wise words and that he is interesting and worth listening to. Henry mutters that he is on Eisen's good side. Eisen laughs and asks for his name. Henry introduces himself as Henry Morris. Upon hearing this, Eisen's killing intent activates, and he becomes shocked and pale. Henry asks whether he is all right. Eisen tries to calm himself and says that it is nothing. Henry thinks that this is enough, since he has now declared war on an enemy from his previous life. Eisen becomes alert and repeats Henry Morris's name, saying that it feels like a creepy coincidence. Henry apologizes for surprising him and says that it was not his intention, adding that he often faces troublesome situations because of his name. Eisen asks why Henry is offering this. Henry thinks that Eisen's attitude suddenly becomes sharp because of the name and says that he is a baron who served at Fort Caliburn, but is still a man who has a long way to go in the world. Eisen asks whether he made the offer to Bunt first to attract his interest. Henry confirms this and thinks that Eisen is suspicious, as everything seems to fit too perfectly and gives him goosebumps. Eisen then says that he appreciates Henry's presence and that he will surely confront Aubert before His Majesty. He also thinks that everything about Henry's name and behavior feels suspicious and that he will need to reward him well so that he will not speak behind his back, and then send him away. He tells his subordinate to give Henry a generous reward and see him off. While sipping his tea, Henry thinks that he did not expect Eisen to make decisions based on instinct rather than logic, which shows how uncomfortable Eisen feels about the name Henry Morris. He also thinks that he did not expect such a reaction and that he will have to wrap things up for today. Back in Vivaldi, after Van arrives in Enkleman, he does as Henry orders and hands over the management team to Has. Has immediately signs the agreement, and the management team completes Enkleman's financial audit properly. Recognized for his abilities, Has also proudly receives the incentives Henry mentions. After finishing everything Henry requests, Van immediately returns to Vivaldi. Ten informs him that Henry has gone on a mission to Salgura in the meantime. Van says that he will head to Salgura as well, but Ten tells him to wait and says that he will make the preparations. Before setting out on his journey, Van drinks a potion and says that it is easy to relieve travel fatigue thanks to the special recovery medicine made by the temple, and then says that they are going to Salgura. Meanwhile, Henry prepares to leave, and Batacan came along with him outside. Henry stops and says to Batacan that there is no need to see them off any farther. He also puts a gold coin into Batacan's pocket and says that it is a tip. Batacan thinks in frustration that Henry takes only a small amount of gold as a reward from Count Eisen's treasury, and then gives it back to him as a tip, calling him an arrogant man. Henry leaves, leaving him frustrated. At the Imperial Palace, it is stated that the heads of the 6 great houses have the authority to convene a meeting. It is explained that if the meeting is an emergency one, the heads of the 6 great houses must respond to the summons, while the Emperor and the Grand Dukes have the right not to respond. However, it is also stated that there is one form of summons that will surely make the Emperor participate, which is when someone is accused of plotting treason or of showing disrespect toward the Emperor, and when others formally accuse that person. At the meeting, one of the heads, Eisen, states to His Highness Silver Jackson, Edward, that he will explain the reason for the summoning, and he orders the guards to bring in the merchant and his employees as proof. The guards bring them, and Eisen further requests permission to bring in the bodies of the Viper Knights as the most important evidence in the accusation. Silver allows this. The bodies of the knights are brought in, and everyone becomes furious upon seeing them. Eisen states to His Highness that the reason for calling the accusation is that one of the 6 great houses has not only violated His Majesty's orders, but has also wasted national power by using the Imperial Knights as he wishes. Silver, in anger, demands to know who dares to disobey him and cause Imperial Knights to be killed. It is described that Eurasia's Emperor, Silver Jackson Edward, is an incompetent and foolish ruler, yet he is the only emperor in the world. It is further stated that when a simple-minded person holds power, no one knows who will fall beneath his sword, and therefore, a blind sword is considered the most frightening. Eisen then points to Marquis Albert of the Crimson family and states that he is the one responsible. It is explained that the Crimson family is famous for producing many people with resourceful minds, such as tacticians or soldiers. Moreover, Marquis Aubert is described as a skillful man who presented the most policies next to Henry in his previous life. Silver, frustrated, asks Aubert if this is true, and internally thinks that it explains why Salmora's and Monk's reports were delayed. Eisen orders the guards to remove the clothes from the bodies and shows the tattoos on their arms. He internally considers that there is no way out with this evidence and thinks that if he provokes the Emperor just a little more, he can get rid of Aubert. Silver becomes even more furious upon seeing the tattoos. Eisen states to His Highness that Aubert has been continuously embezzling the minimum survival supplies given by the Emperor to the outcasts in Seldra for more than a year. Aubert deliberately hires commoners, pretends to send the supplies, and, after scheming with the leader of the Viper Knights, allows the Viper Knights, disguised as common thieves, to loot the supplies. He deceived His Majesty. Eisen, frustrated, slams his hand on the table and declares that Aubert not only disobeyed the Emperor's orders but also killed innocent subjects and took money from the national treasury for himself. Silver, enraged, grabs the weapon of the guard standing close to him and prepares to charge at Aubert. Silver stabs the sword into Aubert's shoulder, but Aubert holds it with his bare hand and stops it from going deeper. Silver, frustrated, asks how Aubert dares to disobey him. Eisen smirks, convinced this is the end for Aubert. Aubert, while holding the sword, says that he could not help it and kneels, explaining that all the outcasts in Saldra come from rebellious families. Silver takes out the sword, throws it aside, and demands what he said. Aubert explains that the Emperor has shown generosity to these traitors, but he cannot forgive them because he still remembers Henry Morris bargaining with the Emperor for his life and the lives of the outcasts. That is why he acted, for the Emperor's honor, and bowed, offering himself to be punished for violating the imperial order. Eisen is shocked at Aubert's turning point and thinks that his actions never cease to amaze him. Aubert, who almost became a lawbreaker by violating the imperial order and wasting national power, is now, without anyone realizing it, a loyal servant who only considers what is best for the empire. Silver realizes his mistake, grabs Aubert, and calls for a priest. He hugs Aubert and admits his error, saying that he was a fool and did not know, which is why he attacked him. Aubert smirks. At night, Henry, sitting close to the fire, thinks that he cannot help this unpleasant feeling and wonders how he can make Eisen pay. He calls Clever and orders him to go to the treasury they stopped by earlier and take everything. Clever agrees and disappears. While lying on the ground, Henry thinks about Eisen and expects that he will be quite furious to see his treasury, which was like an impregnable fortress, emptied of gold. Clever soon returns and reports that the work is done. Henry gives him a cucumber, which Clever enjoys. Henry, looking at the moon, thinks that the haul must be at least tens of thousands of gold, and now they can return to Vivaldi without regrets. The next day, at the gorge checkpoint, Van arrives, and the guard halts him, saying that no commoner is allowed to enter this place. Van shows his identity card, and the guard, troubled upon seeing the golden card, realizes that Van must be at least a marquis or from the imperial palace. The guard bows and apologizes for not recognizing someone of high standing, and says he will bring the chief. Then Bunt comes and becomes happy upon seeing Van, saying that it is Lord Van. Van happily greets him and says that it has been a long time since he last saw him and that it looks like Bunt has been working hard. Van adds that he has come because he has business with a mercenary from the paint industry. Bunt asks whether he is talking about Henry. Van confirms this and says that he is currently the second in command of the mercenary group run by Henry. Bunt then realizes that Henry is the leader of the mercenary group and comments that this explains why he was not an ordinary man. He invites Van inside, saying that he has a lot to say about Henry, and asks him to come in. The continent is unified, and the war is over. But the army is still needed, so the Empire begins to educate the workforce in a more efficient way. As a result, various academies, including the Swordsman Academy, become imperial institutions. Many people start to strengthen their abilities not to survive, but to fulfill their dreams. Because of this, the Empire enters a golden age of endless power, and with talented people pouring out every year, the standard of power keeps rising. True power is not determined by how well one can use weaponry, but by how well one can use aura, the potential power within human beings. Kainir, the 3rd unit leader of the Viper Knights, is an elite among elites, even though he is in his 20s and serves as the leader of the 3rd unit of the Imperial Knights. Salmora tells Kainir that he will need to take a trip to Seldra. Kainir asks whether he is referring to Seldra in the north. Salmora confirms it and adds that the mission is top secret, instructing him not to alert anyone and to go quietly. He assigns Kainir the entire 3rd unit and orders him to erase everything that is breathing in Seldra, burning and killing everything, starting with the Imperial checkpoint installed at the entrance. Kainir agrees and says that he will not let him down. At night, they reach the Seldra checkpoint. Kainir swings his sword and orders the unit to kill everyone, and the unit leaps forward to attack the checkpoint. That night, Bunt and Van are drinking together. While they are enjoying their drinks, Van hears something. He stands up and says that it seems they have visitors. Grabbing his sword, he tells Bunt to wait there for a moment and says that he will be right back. He goes outside and feels a strong energy. He senses bloodthirst coming from over the hills and estimates that there are roughly 20 people. He steps forward and says that breathing in the cold air clears his mind. When he sees them, he thinks that, from what he heard from Bunt earlier, they must be the Viper Knights. He takes out his sword and thinks about Salmora, believing that he can finally have his revenge on his past enemy. He wields his sword and, with a single slash, kills the front line, then says that he wants to see their skills. Kainir sees this and wonders what that was. He questions whether it is an aura blade, but realizes that there is definitely no aura. He clenches his teeth in frustration and thinks that Van is ridiculously strong. Kainir gives a signal to his knights, deciding that they will overpower him with techniques. Some knights surround Van closely, and Van realizes that they have changed their strategy to siege him, considering it not a bad choice. He thinks that if they realize the difference in power, then of course they should approach him with skill, but that skills are only skills. Van puts his sword back and closes his eyes for a moment. He then quickly draws his sword again and, with a single strike, slashes them all down. Seeing them collapse, Kainir wonders about the quick draw technique, which he has only heard of. He recalls that the quick draw technique is a sword technique in which the sword is quickly drawn to surprise and attack the opponent. He believes that the range of the technique is limited to the person in front, and wonders whether it is aura, but realizes that it is neither aura nor bloodthirst. With just one strike, half of his men are sent flying. The remaining knights surround Van again. Kainir stands against Van and thinks that he has been called a genius swordsman his whole life, and that he has to fight. Van tells Kainir that he did not run away and calls it impressive. Kainir clenches his teeth and tells him to shut up. Van says that if Kainir is one of the Vipers, then the one who taught him must be that snakehead, Salmora. Van draws his sword and says that a snake, after all, cannot become a dragon. Kainir, frustrated, tells him not to mess with him. Kainir wields his sword and begins to strike at Van. Van dodges his strikes and, with a single slash, defeats Kainir. The next morning, Bunt says that Henry stated the stone rat got away, so it seems that these people are probably there to tidy things up. He adds that now that the situation has come to this, the one who would be anxious is Marquis Aubert. Van asks why Aubert would be anxious, and Bunt explains that the ideal outcome would be Marquis Aubert not receiving reports from these men. He adds that since Aubert would not be able to act recklessly in a situation where he has not yet received any reports, it would be better to send these people to Count Eisen as well. Bunt suggests that this would be perfect evidence to accuse Marquis Aubert once more if he can testify that he has been threatened by people who have snake tattoos on their bodies. Van says that it sounds like a good idea and that they will proceed that way. Bunt says that he could report them himself, but it might take a while because he can only move after requesting backup from the capital. He then suggests taking them to Henry instead and asks whether it would not be better to have Henry do it since he has already met Count Eisen, as that would take less time. Van agrees and says that he will prepare the carriage. Van then thinks about whether he should head back to Vivaldi. Feeling sorry, the Emperor orders the best healers in the Imperial Palace to treat Aubert. As a result, the wound that is torn up to his armpit is completely healed. Aubert, feeling frustrated at Eisen, mutters that Eisen is an annoying man, and that he cannot believe he is fooled by a fool like him. Salmora stands beside him and apologizes. Aubert pours a drink into a dog bowl and tells Salmora that that is that, and this is this, and then tells him to have a toast, adding that he probably does not expect a toast. Salmora stands while holding the bowl, and Aubert asks whether he dislikes it because it is a dog bowl. Salmora then unwillingly drinks from it. Aubert then asks whether there is still no news from the 3rd unit. Salmora replies that the 5th unit is destroyed and that the 3rd unit, which is sent to tidy things up, is also destroyed. Aubert clenches his teeth and thinks that this means the enemy cuts off Harem's arm and destroys the entire unit, and he wonders whether Eisen does this. He believes that Eisen must have been preparing this for more than a year. He then tells Salmora that, for the time being, they should not do anything about the Seldura supply problem, and that instead they will begin attacking Count Eisen, and he orders him to gather all forces except the knights. At Vivaldi, Ten asks Henry why he does not return with Van. Henry asks what he means, and Ten explains that Van goes to Seldura to meet him and asks whether they have met. Henry mutters that it seems they miss each other and thinks that Van must have heard the whole story from Bunt, so it is better to wait there. He then tells Ten that from now on, 10 million gold will be in charge of delivering supplies to Seldura. Ten, shocked, asks what he means all of a sudden. Henry explains that the paint industry is feeding itself from it. Ten then asks what he is going to do with the paint industry. Henry replies that they meet bandits on the way, and that the bandits kill all the other mercenaries and even the merchant. Ten asks whether it is acceptable to change things as they wish, even though the Empire entrusts the matter to the Mercenary Guild. Henry replies that it is not, and explains that that is why he is going to set up a company first and become qualified for it. He adds that they are thinking of making at least one company someday anyway. He also says that they will not need a carriage or employees, since the Seldura mission will be handled by Hagler alone. Hagler, confused, asks whether he is sure. Henry replies that he will get him a subspace pocket, so he can use it to take things there, and tells him to think of it as practicing horseback riding, adding that there is no one else to entrust it to except him. Hagler confidently replies that he should leave it to him. Henry then tells Ten that he is going to the Mercenary Guild and instructs him to go to the Merchant Association and register the Million Company belonging to 10 million gold. At the Mercenary Guild, Henry goes to meet the guild leader. The leader asks who he is. Henry angrily asks whether he already knows. The leader, confused, asks what he means and also asks who he is. Henry states that he knows about the paint industry that delivers supplies to Seldura. The leader, troubled, asks about the paint industry and whether Henry is related to it. Henry takes out a knife and stabs it into the table where the leader's hand is, forcing him to move his hand away quickly. The leader says that he will explain everything and asks Henry to spare him. Henry states that whenever the paint industry leaves on a resupply mission, the mercenary guards are destroyed 2 out of 3 times, yet the merchant survives and continues the same mission for more than a year. Henry grabs his sword and says that he will ask one last time whether the leader knows all of this. The leader starts pleading, kneels, apologizes, and says that he thinks everything is fine because no one talks about it. Henry thinks that if the man is forced by higher-ups, he might have excused him, but from his reaction, he realizes that the leader is simply too lazy to report or investigate anything. Henry states that the paint industry is destroyed and that from now on, the Million Company, affiliated with 10 million gold, will take charge. The leader replies that the decision belongs to the Merchant Association requested by the Empire, not to the Guild. Henry takes out his sword and asks whether that means he cannot do it. The leader pleads and says that he has connections with the president of the Merchant Association and will take care of it. Henry thinks that power is more useful than laws and that all that remains is to find a subspace pocket. Meanwhile, at night, the Viper Knight harem goes to the magic tower as Sir Salmora orders. He thinks that he feels nervous because he hears that all the wizards there are strange people. He also thinks that he has no choice if he wants to heal his severed arm, even though he feels that no one lives there. He notices a message instructing visitors to write the name of the person they are looking for. He thinks that it is a simple requirement and writes the name Draken Lodic. Strange magical energy appears before him. It is a call list, an artifact that protects privacy, and a magic portal forms in front of him. From the portal, a figure appears. Draken Lodic stands before Harem and asks who he is. Harem greets him and explains that he is the leader of the Viper Knight 5th unit and has come because their commander said Draken might be able to treat his arm. Draken asks to see his armor and tells him to follow. While following him, Harem asks where they are going. Draken says they only need to go a little further. They reach a magical portal, and Harem wonders why it is black, unlike the first one. Draken says they are going to the place where his arm can be treated. Harem, seeming scared, asks where that place is, saying he needs to know before joining. Draken replies that it is the Retrogression Tower. Harem says he has never even heard of such a place at the palace. Draken reminds him that the arm needs fixing. Harem says he wants to fix it. Draken enters without listening further. Harem wonders if he has no choice but to follow and enters the portal reluctantly. Inside, the place is shabby, with skulls scattered around and dead bodies hanging, which scares him. Draken then welcomes him to the Retrogression Tower. A lot of hands approach Harem. Meanwhile, at Ten's mansion, Van returns to Vivaldi and is welcomed by Henry. Van says that although they may have missed each other, he has already heard the details from Sir Bunt. Henry acknowledges this and says he won't need to explain. He notes that he never expected a cleanup squad to be sent and suggests they handle the bodies first. Inside the carriage, seeing the bodies, Henry covers his nose and says they need to stop them from looting. He uses some magic on the bodies. Once outside, Henry thanks Van for handling the squad in his stead. Van says it was difficult because of the smell, but assures him everything is fine now. Van asks about Henry's visit to Eisen. Henry says that Eisen probably called an accusation meeting and stirred things up. Van wonders if Aubert, as the opponent, could be easily fooled by someone like Eisen. Henry agrees but adds that it may worsen the relationship between Aubert and Eisen, and thanks to Van, he has another reason to target Aubert. Van asks if Henry will leave things to Eisen again. Henry confirms and explains that since 2 units of the Viper Knights have been destroyed, Aubert will surely try to figure out who is behind it. Van asks what Henry will do, and Henry says it is simple. They will give the bodies to Eisen again, so he takes all the blame. If others learn that the resupply mission succeeded, they will recognize the mercenary group. Van notes that their group was the only one to survive and says it makes sense if Eisen wants to meet them. He clenches his teeth and suggests leaving for Shonen quickly, asking Henry to let him go this time. Henry agrees but warns that it will be dangerous if Van goes like this since Eisen knows him. Van asks what he should do. Henry suggests redoing his appearance entirely. Van, confused, asks what he means. Henry asks if he has heard of magic called plastic surgery. Van wonders if that refers to the beauty magic that only rich ladies can get and asks if his nose can also be changed. Later at night, Henry casts magic on Van and says that it is finally done. He shows Van the mirror and says they are finished. Van looks at himself in wonder and shouts, astonished at the result. Henry and Van head back to Count Eisen with the corpses of the Viper Knights. For transportation, they use Clever's chest. When they reach the palace entrance, the guards become visibly frightened upon seeing Henry. Van, now strikingly handsome after the plastic surgery, asks calmly if there is a problem and says they are there to meet the Count. Watching his confident behavior, Henry mutters that he seems to be in high spirits after his change in appearance. Vatican approaches them, and Henry greets him, saying it has been a while. Vatican rudely asks what they want this time. Henry replies that it is the same as before. Vatican turns away and says that Count Eisen is currently away on business. At that moment, Count Eisen's carriage arrives. He steps out looking irritated and exhausted. Seeing him, Henry thinks that things do not seem to have gone smoothly. Henry and Van greet him. Eisen asks why they are here at this time. Henry says he has brought new evidence of the Viper Knight's misconduct. Eisen clenches his teeth and asks who Henry really is. Henry calmly says it was merely a coincidence. He explains that he sent his mercenary group's second in command to Seldra for business, and that he encountered the Viper Knights again. Eisen questions whether Henry expects him to believe that. Henry replies that he has also brought a recommendation letter from Chief Bunt and hands it to Eisen. Henry thinks that if it were Marquis Aubert, he would have been greatly rewarded for such evidence. He then says he understands why Eisen is doubting him and reminds him of the arm that was included with the previous evidence. Eisen says he remembers it. Henry explains that he let the owner of that arm escape, and that the man must have informed Aubert. Because of that, Aubert sent a cleanup squad to Seldra to destroy the evidence and avoid being exposed. Eisen asks if the men Henry brought are that cleanup squad. Henry confirms this and says he has brought them so Eisen can use them as a sword once again. Eisen realizes that the failure of the accusation meeting was not due to Henry, but because Aubert was skilled at deception, and that he had wrongly vented his anger on Henry. Henry adds that this time, Aubert will not be able to brush it aside, because these are not thieves but official knights, which makes the evidence solid. Eisen's mood suddenly improves. He says he will reward Henry once again. Henry replies that he does not need gold or silver this time. Van silently thinks that refusing a reward will only make the prideful Eisen more interested. Eisen looks at Henry and asks if he is rejecting his favor. Henry answers that he has an earnest request that is more meaningful than wealth. Eisen laughs and asks him to speak. Henry says that his request is his own life, explaining that he is afraid of Marquis Aubert. Eisen asks what he means. Henry says that, unlike before, this time he knew those men were royal knights, and yet he still killed them. He worries about what will happen if Aubert learns of this. Eisen says that such a situation is indeed possible. He then hands Henry a badge and says he will take responsibility for protecting his life. He explains that it is the Shonen family badge, and that wearing it will protect Henry from official harm. Holding the badge, Henry thinks that he has received an unexpected gift and thanks him. Henry then adds that although the badge will protect him publicly, Aubert will surely send a skilled assassin, and asks how he should deal with that. Eisen begins to think. Henry suggests that it would be better to show off Eisen's power to Marquis Aubert first. Eisen asks how he should do that. Holding the badge, Henry replies that Eisen should call another accusation meeting using the evidence he has brought, this time deliberately leaking the information to Marquis Aubert. Eisen asks what Henry plans to do after that. Henry replies that once Marquis Aubert obtains the information, he will do everything in his power to prevent the meeting from taking place. At that point, Eisen should deliberately provoke him, tempting him to try to seize the bodies by force if he dares. Eisen narrows his eyes and asks if Henry is suggesting that he start a war with Aubert. Henry answers calmly that Marquis Aubert is widely known as a brilliant tactician, but not for his personal military power. He adds that this is the perfect opportunity for Eisen to clearly display his own strength. Eisen slowly smiles and says that it is indeed a great idea. With this, he can finally vent all the anger Aubert has caused him at once. He laughs and calls Henry by name, saying that he almost failed to recognize such a hidden jewel. Henry replies that the praise is too much. He says that Eisen is a shonen, and that such words should not be given lightly. Henry then adds that if Eisen permits, he would like to say one more thing. Henry says that Eisen should let him handle this matter. Eisen laughs and says that Henry seems well skilled since he has already defeated the snake's underlings twice, but asks whether he is truly confident. Henry replies that if he is allowed to act, he will surely uphold Eisen's dignity. Eisen agrees and says that he entrusts everything to Henry and tells him to go and show them what he has. Later, Aubert calls Salmora to his office. Salmora enters nervously and wonders why he has been summoned, since everyone is busy preparing to counter Eisen, and introduces himself. Aubert throws a plate at him, injuring his forehead, and angrily asks what he is doing. He throws a letter at him and tells him to read it. While reading the letter, Salmora learns that the entire cleanup squad's bodies are with Eisen. Aubert shouts at him, saying that the letter is from Eisen, mocking him and telling him to prepare for a second accusation meeting. He says that if Salmora has been using that sword all his life, then at the very least, he should not be made a fool of, and adds that he should have given his title to someone else. Salmora apologizes. Aubert then says that he did not call him just to hear that, and orders him to go to Eisen at once and collect the bodies of his men. He warns that if Salmora fails again, he must be prepared, because this is his last chance. Salmora comes outside, and a servant hands him a letter, saying that someone has left it for him. He reads the letter, grits his teeth, and scolds Eisen. Van sits with Henry and asks whether he has sent the letters. Henry confirms that he has and says that now all they have to do is wait. Van asks what he has written. Henry replies that he has provoked them so that they will come out at the time and place he has written. Van asks whether they will really show up. Henry says that he has provoked Aubert decently and Salmora in a vulgar way, and since both of them are prideful men, there will definitely be a reaction. Van then asks what they have to do. Henry squeezes the paper in his hand and says that first they will handle Salmora. Van says that Salmora is not someone to be underestimated and asks whether Henry thinks he can deal with him. Henry replies that Van should be the one to deal with him, and that is why he has even gotten plastic surgery. Van laughs and says that Henry is implying that this is how he pays for the plastic surgery, and agrees that he will handle Salmora. Henry says that if they get rid of Salmora, the others are just pests. Van warns Henry not to get cocky, because at best, there are only Van, Henry, and Hagler who can fight. Henry says that this time he is going to use magic and that he is planning to kill them all. He adds that if everyone dies, there will be no witnesses, and he will not need to hold back. Van asks about the location. Henry says that it is the Gowan Mountains next to the Shonen region, and that it is a deserted place where they will be able to do things however they want. Meanwhile, at night, Salmora reads the letter and thinks that he has only one day left and that he has no choice but to use teleportation. Then a wizard named Kyle approaches him and says that he has heard that his hometown friend is looking for him. Kyle, also known as Lightning Kyle, is Salmora's hometown friend and the only wizard he trusts. He is an elite lightning-type wizard. Salmora happily says that Kyle has arrived and that he needs his help. He says that a serious matter has come up and tells him everything in detail. Kyle asks whether failing to retrieve the men's bodies will put both Salmora and the Marquis in trouble. Salmora confirms this and says that this is why he wants Kyle to use teleportation and support them with various spells. They shake hands, and Kyle says that he will accompany him with his students. Salmora thanks him and thinks that he has gained a very reliable ally and that he will pay Eisen back this time. The next morning, Salmora gathers all his subordinates. Seeing them, Kyle asks whether they are the top soldiers and top students he mentioned. Salmora confirms that they are all at the level of Sword Master. He explains that Biff, leader of the first unit, is the best student among Salmora's 3 official disciples. The first unit consists of 10 men, each holding the title of top soldier, and they are considered candidates next in line for commander. In other words, they are the most powerful men among the Viper Knights. Salmora asks Biff whether the preparations are complete, and Biff replies that all members of the unit have erased any traces that could give them away. Kyle then brings his people and introduces them, saying that they are all 4th Circle Masters and the top wizards in the Magic Tower. He explains that all 3 are pure elemental wizards, yet they are talented students who have mastered the 4th basic elements. Salmora comments that Kyle previously said they were geniuses. Kyle laughs and says that there are too many geniuses in the Magic Tower, so he, as their teacher, is the only genius and calls the others talented. Salmora notes how reliable they seem. Kyle then instructs everyone to stand on the teleport magic circle. They all comply, and he takes out his sword, telling the men that they will teleport. With that, they all teleport to the Gowan Mountains. Salmora remarks that it is fascinating and thanks Kyle for ensuring they arrive right on time without breaking a sweat. He adds that they will now proceed on foot to their destination. As they reach their destination, Henry confronts them and comments that they have arrived just in time. Salmora asks who he is. Henry identifies himself as the person who sent the letter. Salmora lunges at him in frustration, and Henry says that Eisen instructed him to deal with all of them, adding that they will only need 2 knights and 1 wizard. Kyle thinks that a wizard seems to be the only one present and warns Salmora that the wizard might be hiding somewhere, so they should be careful. Salmora, reflecting on how Eisen, who has always hated wizards, has become even nastier, asks Henry where his men are. Henry points at them and tells Salmora that if he is looking for his men, they are right there. Salmora is shocked to see the frozen, dead bodies. Henry explains that he froze them to prevent them from rotting. Salmora draws his sword, But Henry stops him, noting that, unfortunately, he is not his opponent. Henry then claps, casts a magic spell, and tells Selmora to have a taste of hell. A magic circle surrounds Selmora, and he vanishes from that spot. Kyle wonders whether it is forced teleportation magic and how Henry is able to cast such a different spell, noticing the numerous runes, and questions who he is. He warns his subordinates to be careful, acknowledging that Henry is not an ordinary person, and thinks he has never seen him in the magic tower before. Henry recalls Lightning Kyle, remembering him as stronger than his class, but with a headache due to his destructive nature. He also notes that the people behind Kyle must have mastered similar magic, being his disciples, and thinks this will be fun. Henry surveys the others and recognizes Biff, Selmora's first disciple, recalling that although a lot of time has passed, he remembers him clearly. He identifies Biff and Kyle as the ones he needs to be cautious of. Henry asks them what they are waiting for and whether they are going to fight. Biff, determined, asserts that Selmora will definitely return in one piece and orders his unit to attack. The knights leap at Henry, and he notes that they are completely different from ordinary mercenaries. Meanwhile, Selmora teleports to a different location and wonders whether he was forcefully teleported. Suddenly, an attack approaches from behind. He glances back and sees a sword strike aimed at his armor. Dodging it, he wonders who could be there, and then Van appears, greeting him and saying it has been a long time. Selmora demands to know who the person is and orders him to reveal himself. Van smirks and remarks that it is quite entertaining this way. He says that if Selmora comes to retrieve his men's bodies, he should have simply swung his sword, adding that Selmora has always talked too much. Selmora wonders whether this man knows him, since he has never seen him before. Van states that Selmora seems confused, then draws his sword and declares that if Selmora defeats him, he will reveal his identity. Selmora, furious, accepts his words and vows to make him regret them. It is known that the current 10 swords of the Empire are all pro-central nobles. Whenever someone who has contributed to the kingdom awaits execution, they are in charge of it and take the initiative to capture them. Among them, Selmora is the most active, striving to maintain Marquis Albert's good image. Van releases his killing intent, and Selmora senses the overwhelming bloodlust, wondering who he is, since there is no way he could forget someone with bloodlust this strong. Selmora also releases his aura and stomps the ground, cracking it. As the Empire's 10th sword, the title given to the 10th strongest soldier in the Empire, he draws his sword and thinks that it has been a long time since he has used his full power. Van mocks him, calling him a slippery snake and asking why he is acting so serious, then urges him to come at him, calling him the Blue Serpent. Selmora, enraged, shouts that he will destroy him. Blue energy then surrounds Van, and he disappears from Selmora's sight. As Selmora stands in shock, Van appears behind him in midair, taunting him and asking where he is looking. Selmora glances at him, blocks his strike with his sword, and struggles against him. Van pushes him away, thinking that Selmora's skills have grown dull and that he will show him what happens when one slacks off in training. Van becomes surrounded by a powerful energy, rises into the air, and swings his sword. A burst of fire erupts and attacks Selmora. Selmora blocks it with his sword, but it cracks and shatters into pieces. Seeing the sky, Selmora realizes that it is the galaxy downpour technique, as a blue Milky Way seems to fall over the Gowan Mountains. On the other hand, Biff orders his unit to attack Henry. Henry stands before them, holding his sword. Meanwhile, the wizards begin casting their spells. Observing this, Henry thinks that the knights are buying time while the wizards provide support from behind. It is their standard tactic. He notes that these guys are not fools and that they know exactly what they are doing. He tells Clever to get ready, then uses blink magic and vanishes from their sight. Suddenly, he appears near Kyle and activates the magic armor. Henry begins to strike, but Biff steps in to block him, dodging his attack. Biff thinks that it is audacious for a wizard to try imitating a swordsman. He comments that Henry does not even have aura, then kicks him away and starts striking, asserting that this is it. Suddenly, someone attacks Biff from behind and stabs him. Biff glances back, bewildered, asking why, since they are supposed to be allies. It is Kyle's subordinate wizard, Biff yells, questioning his action. Dizziness overwhelms Biff, and he collapses. Henry smirks, thinking that this is what poison can do. The wizard who attacked him also collapses. Kyle shouts at his unit, demanding why they are standing around, noting that it is clearly poison and urging them to detoxify it. They use poison curing magic on Biff, but he is already dead. Kyle is incredulous that someone of Biff's skill as a swordmaster could die so easily. He notes that Salmora is missing. Biff, the second in command, is dead, and his own disciple who killed Biff is unconscious. He wonders what is going on and fears that it might be because of that one guy. Henry rises and remarks that he had thought he was going to die. Henry praises Clever for his work, noting that it is useful in times like this that his blood is poisonous, since the dagger has his blood on it. He tells Kyle that his student did not betray him and that it is all the cat's doing. He reflects that everything succeeded thanks to the pride of the knights, who focus only on coating ore on their weapons. Kyle, frustrated, yells at him, questioning his audacity. He casts a magic circle and begins using spells. Henry wonders if it is Memorize, a spell prepared by the magic tower. Using blink magic, he moves close to Kyle, grabs his mouth, and casts freeze magic on it. As he holds Kyle, his wizards rush toward him, dizzy but determined to help. Henry, noting their slowness, strikes their necks from behind, mocking them as weaklings, and they collapse on the spot. He notices the approaching knights and strikes the ground, forming iron walls with magic, trapping himself and Kyle inside. Ice crystals grow within the walls. Henry blames Kyle's foolishness for siding with Salmora, grabs his cape, and uses fly magic to carry him. Mid-air, he continues casting freezing magic, enlarging the ice crystals, then releases Kyle above sharp ice crystals, causing him to fall onto them. Kyle realizes he is doomed, but Henry freezes him mid-fall, thinking that a wise teacher always gives a chance to a foolish student. Observing the swordmasters, Henry thinks they look insignificant. He casts a lightning bolt spell, scolding the knights and demonstrating the terror of a wizard. The knights, terrified, attempt to flee, but Henry strikes them down with lightning, killing them. On the Gowan Mountains, a beam of red light rises from the ground. Salmora, crushed beneath it, realizes that he barely held on with horror, but his body is destroyed. Van sees him and remarks that he is still alive, acknowledging that Salmora is indeed the Empire's 10th squad. Salmora, recognizing him, questions if it is really Van. Van sits nearby, noting that Salmora has finally realized, and stabs his sword into the ground near Salmora's face, stating that ever since the Grand Duke passed, he has been waiting for this day. He scolds Salmora, saying he does not even deserve to blame others for the deaths caused by him, and begins stabbing, mocking his skills as the 10th squad. Salmora shouts for Van to wait, but Van tells him to shut up, questioning his right to use his name. After finishing with Salmora, Van notes that there are still many more to deal with, grabs Salmora's leg, and drags him along, wondering how Henry is doing. Van approaches Henry. Seeing Salmora's body, Henry says that Van has caught Salmora. Van looks at the devastation around them and asks where all the knights have gone, noting that only one person remains. Henry stretches his arms and says that he goes all out since it has been a while. Van looks at him suspiciously and says that Henry does not look like a third-class wizard. Henry tells Van to look at the man floating in mid-air. Van asks who he is and why he is up there. Henry explains that he is Lightning Kyle, a 5th Circle sorcerer, and says that he has captured 4 wizards alive. Van reminds him that there should be no witnesses. Henry snaps his fingers and throws Kyle to the ground, then releases the freezing magic. As Kyle rises and sees Salmora's dead body, he realizes that everything is over. He kneels before Henry. Henry thinks that Kyle reads the situation quickly and says that he has not taught him in vain. He asks if he is Lightning Kyle, and Kyle bows and confirms it. Henry tells him that Salmora, Biff, and the remaining knights are all dead. Kyle begs for his life and says that he will do anything Henry commands. Henry asks if he truly means that and places a dagger near him, ordering him to kill his own students in exchange for his life. Kyle hesitates. Henry shouts that he must prove his words. Kyle rises, approaches his students, apologizes to them, and tries to stab them. But Henry blocks the strike and tells him that he is pretending to be weak and that he can see his true nature. Henry says that Kyle will be useful and that he will spare his life, but he never says he will spare the students. Kyle realizes that wizards belong to the Empire, and that if his students die without being reported to the Magic Tower, he will be branded a traitor and lose everything. He pleads for their lives, saying that they are only following orders. Henry observes that Kyle finishes his calculations and notes his selfishness. He agrees to spare the students, saying that Kyle must instead pay for their lives with all his power. Kyle agrees and says that he will give everything, and even degrade himself if needed. Henry then shows him a narworm, explaining that it feeds on mana, nests in the heart, and will cause the heart to explode if it is not supplied with mana regularly. He says that if Kyle accepts this risk, he will acknowledge him. Kyle hesitates, then agrees. The worm enters his skin and moves through his wrist. He screams as his hand turns blue. Henry explains that the worm has already fed on his mana, and that only he can remove it or supply mana. He says that he will supply mana once a week at Vivaldi City Hall and warns that Kyle's heart will explode if he does not appear. He introduces himself as Henry Morris and states that he is backing Count Eisen. Kyle repeats the name in shock. Henry replies that he merely shares the same name as Kyle's former teacher, and then says that it is time to get down to business. Later, at the Eisen mansion, Van asks Henry whether Kyle might leak information. Henry replies that Kyle will be fine because he is someone who will do anything to survive, even kill his own students, and that the narworm will keep him silent. Vatican and the guards respectfully open the way. Henry notices their changed behavior and tells Van that they should go inside. Eisen welcomes them with a laugh, and Henry and Van greet him. Eisen asks if they really killed Salmora. Henry confirms that they have brought him in the wagon and says that Eisen may check with his own eyes. Seeing the bodies of Salmora and his subordinates, Eisen acknowledges that it is true and notes that Henry really brought Salmora's head. Henry tells him that the man next to Salmora is Biff, the first unit leader of the Viper Knights. Eisen laughs and says that he is proud and commends Henry for a job well done. That night, Eisen, who has failed to become a Marquis, lives under stress. Henry and Van have accompanied him for some time. Most of the people who participated in the banquet are asleep from drinking, leaving only Eisen awake. He raises his mug and comments that he never expected such a talented man. Henry signals Van to leave. Van rises, acting dizzy, and says that he has had too much and will return after relieving himself, then leaves. Henry holds the badge on his coat and offers more drink to Eisen. Eisen accepts, saying that he gladly takes it since it is Henry, their hard worker, serving him. As Henry pours the drink, Eisen notices the badge and remarks that it looks good on him. Henry thanks Eisen, explaining that the badge allowed him to defeat the opponents without fear. He hesitantly asks if he may offer a word. Eisen slams the glass on the table and says that since Henry is someone he approves of, he may speak freely. Henry tells him that he deserves a higher position and asks if he would like to hear more. Eisen laughs and says that Henry always had big ambitions and asks how he intends to elevate him. Henry replies that they must first succeed in the second accusation meeting before discussing the issue. Eisen asks if Henry doubts him. Henry denies doubting him, but reflects that if Eisen had a capable helper like him during the first meeting, it would not have failed, and Eisen would have been a Marquis already. Eisen points at him and says that he will give him another chance to become his vassal. Henry rises, bows, and pledges to carry out any order without failure, adding that he will create a plan for the second meeting and report it immediately. Meanwhile, at Marquis Aubert's residence, he worries that 4 days have passed without any contact from Salmora. He looks in the mirror, wondering if Eisen has captured him, and thinks it cannot be. A servant rushes in and tells him that Count Eisen has called another accusation meeting. At the meeting, everyone is present. Aubert looks at Eisen anxiously, wondering what he is planning this time, and sits under stress. Silver Jackson Edward asks if this is another accusation meeting. Another head confirms that Eisen has called yet another meeting. Silver asks Eisen what this time is about. Eisen explains that he has called the meeting because a shameless fellow acted behind the Majesty's back. Silver remarks that the country is full of shameless idiots and asks who it is this time. Eisen says it is none other than Marquis Aubert. Silver asks Eisen what proof he holds to make this claim. Eisen replies that he has prepared enough evidence and asks permission to present it. Silver allows him to bring the evidence in. Eisen presents the dead bodies of the Viper Knights, including the 3rd Unit Leader Kanier and his men. He explains that before the first accusation meeting, Aubert tried to kill all the outcasts of Seldra and the witnesses, including the chief and soldiers, to erase any trace of evidence. Silver notes that Aubert even pointed a sword at another Imperial soldier to destroy evidence using the Imperial Knights. Eisen shows a paper and says it contains the testimony of Bunt, the chief of the Seldra checkpoint. Silver becomes furious but remains silent. Eisen wonders if the evidence is still not enough, just as Henry said it might be. Silver then asks Aubert if he has any excuses to offer. Seeing the document, Aubert replies that half of it is true and the other half is not. Silver asks what he means. Aubert places the paper on the table and explains that he already acknowledged his mistake during the first accusation meeting and expressed his sincere remorse. He states that the other knights were sent only to correct that mistake. He insists that he never intended nor planned to destroy any evidence. Eisen shouts that Aubert is lying and asks how he dares to spill lies so shamelessly. Aubert counters that Eisen is the one acting strangely, questioning how Eisen is able to frame him twice in only a few days, using dead knights and Bunt's testimony. Aubert says that, to be honest, Count Eisen himself should be viewed with suspicion. Silver asks whether Aubert is claiming that Eisen is deliberately telling lies to harm him. Aubert replies that since only Alfred and he became Marquis, Eisen grew jealous and harbored hatred toward them. Eisen shouts that Aubert is straying from the topic. Aubert continues that the Seldra checkpoint security chief, Bunt, is one of the founding contributors, along with Henry. With a heavy heart, Aubert says that he believes this is a scheme to pull him down from his Marquis position so that Eisen can take it for himself. Silver grits his teeth and thinks about the founding members, feeling that it always becomes a rising headache whenever he hears about them. He recalls Henry Morris telling him to stop talking and to just kill him already. Noticing Silver's frustration, Aubert says that this is a very serious matter and that it would only be fair to hear the opinions of the other archdukes. Eisen shouts and scolds him. Aubert then tells Count Eisen that he is being disrespectful in front of His Majesty. Eisen is about to speak when Silver stops him and says that Aubert has a point, stating that it is necessary to clearly distinguish between what is right and what is wrong. Eisen calmly replies that he agrees, saying that since this is an important issue, His Majesty should judge it wisely and punish accordingly. Aubert grows suspicious of Eisen's unusually calm tone and wonders what he is planning. Eisen then gives an order to the soldiers, telling them to bring before the throne what he has prepared. He turns to Silver and says that he never claimed to have only one piece of evidence. The soldiers then bring forward the sorcerer Lightning Kyle and the bodies of Salmora and Biff. Eisen announces that the sorcerer of the Magic Tower, Lightning Kyle, and Salmora of the 10th Sword are his second piece of evidence. Aubert becomes shocked upon seeing Salmora's corpse. Eisen then adds that the remaining body belongs to Biff, the first unit leader of the Viper Knights. Seeing this, Silver shouts in anger and asks what the meaning of this is, questioning why the Empire's 10th Sword lies dead. Eisen recalls Henry's words and thinks that this is exactly as predicted, and that it is now time to use Kyle to his advantage. Eisen kneels and confesses that he has committed an unforgivable crime. He admits that he killed Salmora, Biff, and the entire first unit with his own hands, saying that he had no choice and that he would have died if he had not done so. Silver shouts in disbelief and asks if he is claiming that Salmora led the knights and attempted to kill him. Eisen raises his head and confirms it. Aubert cries out that Eisen is lying, but Silver immediately silences him, warning that if he utters another word, he will be punished. Silver releases his killing intent and asks if Kyle is the wizard Eisen had spoken of. Eisen answers that he is indeed the sorcerer who came together with Salmora to assassinate him. Silver steps closer to Kyle and demands to know whether Eisen's words are true. Kyle bows deeply and confirms it, stating that Marquis Aubert ordered Salmora to assassinate Eisen, and that Salmora requested his assistance. He admits that he helped him. Silver asks why Salmora sought his help specifically. Kyle explains that Eisen was staying far from the capital in Shonen, making teleportation magic necessary. He adds that they were from the same hometown and had known each other for a long time. The Imperial officials continue questioning him, and Kyle answers each question exactly as Henry had instructed him beforehand. Aubert grows pale, thinking that there is no way out. Silver raises his voice and tells Kyle that this is enough, then turns to Aubert and asks if he has any rebuttal. Looking at the other counts, Aubert realizes that the so-called three great houses are useless. He thinks bitterly that he was a fool to believe there would be any solidarity simply because he was one of them. Silver places his sword on Albert's shoulder and asks whether he no longer intends to make excuses. Albert remains silent. Silver says that he trusted him deeply, then prepares to strike him down. At that moment, Eisen stops him, saying that it would be a rash decision to execute Albert in a fit of anger. Silver asks for Eisen's opinion. Eisen replies that, considering Albert's past achievements, it would be wiser to let him repent for his crimes rather than killing him immediately. Silver asks if that means imprisonment. Eisen suggests that banishment to Seldra would be more fitting. Silver throws his sword aside and declares that banishment to Seldra is acceptable. He orders that Marquis Albert's forehead be branded with the mark of a traitor, and that he be exiled to Seldra, announcing that this is the imperial decree. Silver then places a hand on Eisen's shoulder and apologizes for failing to recognize such a loyal subject. Eisen answers that there is no need for apologies and states that he will personally take charge of Seldra's management and ensure that nothing falls into disorder. Silver tells him that he has moved his soul and that he may do as he wishes. As he leaves, Eisen turns to Marquis Alfred and warns him to worry more about his own neck instead of spending time on idle thoughts, so that he does not fall as suddenly as Albert did. The next day, Albert's forehead is branded with the mark of a traitor, and he and his family banished to Seldra. As he is dragged away, he wonders how he ended up like this, ruined by someone like Eisen. When they reach the Seldra checkpoint, Bund asks Bataken whether the people brought this time are really those individuals. Bataken replies that they are, identifying them as the former head of the Great House, Marquis Albert Crimson, and his family. Bunt approaches Albert and remarks that he has a feisty look for someone in his current position. He kicks Albert in the face and says that it feels as though 10 years of stress are released at once. He adds that he would have liked to enjoy this more, but someone is waiting for Albert even more than he is. He orders the guards to take Albert away. The soldiers leave him near a silver pillar and state that the road ends there. Albert wonders where he is and whether this is the banished village. He yells at the soldiers and orders them to wait, but they do not stop and leave. He sits helplessly, thinking that this might be the end for him. As he collapses, someone asks mockingly whether this is the end for him and calls him a moron. Later, Albert is bound to a chair, and warm water is thrown on him. He regains consciousness and wonders where he is. A voice asks whether he is awake, and Albert asks who the person is. The person enters and introduces himself as Torian, stating that Albert would not know him. Albert yells and demands whether Torian even knows who he is. Torian laughs and says it is pitiful that Albert still thinks he is the same man as before. Torian sits in front of him and says that this is what everyone thought when they were banished, and that they are the people Albert expelled. Others surround Albert, and one of them strikes his head, injuring him. As Albert pants, Torian says that this is only the beginning and tells him to wait for what is to come. Albert thinks that he never imagined he would end up like this. Later, Albert finds himself in jail. He thinks that the people beat him to the brink of death and then use healing potions to keep him alive. Someone comes and says that Albert is awake. Albert notices the keys in the person's hand and asks who he is. The person replies that he is a warden sent by the Empire to keep an eye on him. Albert thinks that this could be his chance. He asks the warden to send 1 letter, then 2 letters, and offers all his hidden wealth in return, asking whether it is tempting. The warden agrees and says that he will do it, but first wants to check the money. Albert replies that this is a wise decision and asks the warden to give him paper and a pen first. The warden hands them to him and tells him to write quickly before someone comes. Albert writes the letters and hands them over to the warden, asking him to send 1 to Duke Arthur and 1 to Marquis Alfred. He puts the letters in his pocket and silently observes Albert. Albert tells the warden that there is a small town named Malmont, and that he entrusted his wealth there in secret to Old Hansen. He explains that Old Hansen is not a person but an alchemical object made in the magic tower, and that it will never betray him. The warden says that he will need a command to retrieve it. Albert thinks that the warden is smart to know that and says that if he merely asks for some salt water, it will give him the treasure willingly. The warden says that once he obtains the treasure, he will deliver the letters and then leave. Albert smirks, thinking that he will get out of there once the letters are sent. Later, Van asks the warden whether Albert tried to bribe him. The warden reveals his true form and confirms that, just as Van expected, Albert immediately tried to bribe him. Van asks what exactly he asked him to do, and the warden explains that he wanted him to send letters to Arthur and Alfred. Van remarks that Aubert is trying to outsmart them as always and has not changed. Henry clenches his fist, thinking that he knew this would happen, so he has already taken measures. He has cut off all ties the Aubert family had with aura users, making any plan Aubert has useless. Henry suggests they examine the contents of the letters. He opens one and notes that in the letter to Alfred, Aubert offers to give him something he has wanted for a long time if he helps him get out of Seldra. Henry thinks that Aubert is a truly terrifying man. Van comments that it is a short but powerful message and asks what exactly the thing is. Henry says that it is probably not materialistic, reasoning that if it could be obtained with money, Aubert would already have it. Reading the letter to Duke Arthur, Henry notes that Aubert promises that if he is helped out of Seldra, he will join the Duke's proposed plan and become a loyal subordinate again. Van remarks that they have no clue what Aubert is talking about. Henry reflects that it is well known that the Marquis is the hands and feet of the Duke. However, the fact that Aubert has rejected or delayed Arthur's proposal despite that relationship indicates that Aubert is necessary to carry out the plan. Meanwhile, Henry and Van have breakfast. Henry states that his goal is to destroy the three great houses and bring about the death of the current emperor. He suggests that before that, they should look for Aubert's hidden wealth. Van replies that thanks to Henry, they are going to drain Aubert completely. Henry explains that among Aubert's territories, there is a small town called Maumont, and since Aubert said he hid his wealth there, he will make a quick trip there by himself. Van agrees and says that he will punish Aubert in the meantime. Henry says that he will leave it to him and wonders whether he should make a report to Eisen before heading to Maumont. Meanwhile, at Eisen's mansion, Henry comes to meet him and congratulates him. Eisen asks whether he handled Aubert and his people properly. Henry answers that he did and adds that he will keep things painful for them as long as possible, saying that, considering the sin of looking down on Eisen, letting them rot in Seldra for decades is not even enough. Eisen laughs and praises him, saying that he does not know where else he would find a man as talented as Henry. Henry now holds an absolute position within the Shonen family, and Eisen earns a new nickname, the Hidden Dragon, instead of Fancy Idiot. Because of this, an unprecedented peace settles within his land. Henry asks how the atmosphere at the palace is these days. Eisen replies that it is the same as always and that there is nothing in particular. Henry thinks that even though the Great Marquis is banished to Seldra, Eisen still says it is the same as always, and he feels pathetic for being deceived by him. Henry then says that now that Aubert is expelled, there is an empty seat among the Great Marquis. Eisen begins to think about it and says that Alfred did warn him that the seat of the Great Marquis would never be his, and frustrated he wonders why Alfred thinks he has the right to warn him. Henry smiles and says that as he mentioned before, it is his dream to place Eisen in a much higher position, and suggests that they should strike first. Henry suggests that, instead of having the three great houses and the emperor select a Great Marquis as before, Eisen should propose that the Great Marquis be selected fairly by offering a completely new approach to draw the emperor's interest. Eisen becomes lost in thought. Henry clarifies that, in other words, Eisen would be setting up an honorable duel among the nobles. Eisen considers it and remarks that it is not a bad idea, since all three houses are military houses. Henry then adds that he should be allowed to participate in the duel. Eisen asks if he really wants to participate. Henry explains that at a time like this, victory shines even brighter when a vassal like him participates instead of a direct member of the family. Eisen laughs and says that he can always rely on Henry and that the Marquis' seat is as good as his. Henry rises and says that he will take his leave since he has something else to do. Eisen tells him to use his name proudly if any quarrel or other issue occurs, since he is his reliable vassal. Henry leaves, thinking that enemies have now become strong allies. Later, in the town of Maumont, Henry arrives there through teleportation and wonders if this is indeed the town of Maumont, and that he needs to find old Hansen. Wandering around, he finds an old man living alone a little far from town, whose house appears obviously suspicious. Henry approaches and asks the old man, Hansen, for some salt water. The old man rises and tells him to come inside. Henry thinks that it is a pretty well-made alchemical object. As he enters the house, the old man throws his stick aside and proceeds to carry out the command. He sits on the floor, hits his fist on it, destroying the flooring and scattering dust around. The old man removes the floor, and Henry notices a stairway leading to the basement. Using light magic, he goes down and finds a huge treasure. He notes that it is nothing as special as he had thought. He tells Clever to take everything and leave nothing behind. Clever agrees and absorbs all the wealth. Suddenly, Elragon emerges, flinching at the sight, and Henry wonders why it is acting so suddenly. Elragon starts wandering around, suspecting something, and begins digging the floor. Henry recalls that it had done the same thing before and wonders if it has found something again. As it digs and reaches inside, it pulls out a spirit egg, and Henry wonders what it is and whether it is a spirit with a high level of communion. He acknowledges the rarity of the find and remarks that it could be a dangerous spirit and that he will need to ask it. Observing the underground space, he calls out to see if anyone is there and uses summoning magic to summon Scar. Henry greets Scar, who asks why Henry has not called for him for such a long time, remarking that he was bored. Henry tells him to get straight to the point and asks if he knows what the object is. Scar becomes lost in thought. Scar says that it is a spirit's egg, but that he does not know anything else about it. Seeing the egg, he adds that it is not from the human world or the natural world and that it smells like it is from the other world like him. And that, in Henry's words, it is a special spirit from a special world. Henry says that even a spirit does not know about it. Scar asks why Henry does not ask the spiritualists. Henry says that he cannot, because the spirit department and the spiritualists are all under Alfred's care. It is stated that Marquis Alfred Etherweather is a talented spiritualist, but was not on good terms with Henry in the past, and that they were enemies. Scar says that there is nothing he can do and that this is all he can do to help. Henry thinks that he has no other choice, cuts his arm, puts the egg inside his body, and thinks that he will have to keep it with him. A few days later, a meeting is convened at the Imperial Palace to fill the vacant Great Marquis position. Henry strictly teaches Eisen enough to lead the conversation. Silver says that the Marquis's seat is empty and asks whether there is a need to discuss it, since Count Eisen has done a great deed, and whether it would not be right for him to take the seat. Alfred stands and says that this is not the proper way to handle it. Silver asks why it is not. Alfred replies that if an important position is honored simply by a meritorious deed and not by ability, it will definitely have a negative influence on state affairs, and that he is merely suggesting that the other counts be given equal opportunities. Silver thinks about equal opportunities, considers that it will look wise, likes it, and says that Alfred has a point, asking what he has in mind. Eisen says that he also agrees with Marquis Alfred. Silver, pleased, says that Eisen truly is the loyalist of this era. Eisen says that he is honored and thinks that it is exactly as Henry told him, and that it was worth practicing. Alfred wonders why Count Eisen is agreeing with him, thinking that normally he would have made a fuss, questioning what is happening, and whether the rumor that he is a hidden dragon is true, and that he is not just the flashy idiot he appeared to be. Later, Silver raises his glass and says that they should discuss how they are going to select the Great Marquis, and tells them not to be conscious of others and to share any good ideas. Eisen asks whether he may say something, and Silver allows him and asks whether he has a good idea. Eisen smiles and says that if they are all equal in ability, they should have an official duel to assess their abilities. Silver asks whether he is suggesting assessing abilities through a duel. Eisen thinks that he is trying to stop the heads of the great houses from intervening under the title of a fair duel and wonders whether Alfred is going to take action. Alfred, frustrated, clenches his fists and says angrily what he means by a duel, and whether he is suggesting that the heads of the great houses point their swords at each other. Eisen thinks that it is just as Henry told him, steps forward, and asks whether there is a problem with that, saying that it is not pointing swords at one another when they are the ones participating, and that he is only suggesting dividing the events and having a gentleman's match. Hearing this, Silver starts laughing, praises the idea, calls it interesting, and says that, as Count Eisen suggested, the next Marquis will be selected that way. A soldier then rushes in and says that there is something he must tell them. He reports that a rebellion has broken out in the desert kingdom of Shahatra, and that the capital has been overthrown, and that only the royal family and a few courtiers have been hurriedly evacuated. Silver, frustrated, throws his glass away, scolds them, says that they dare to stab him in the back when he helped them make a living, becomes exhausted, and asks what should be done. Eisen tries to say something when Duke Arthur stands and says that he has a good idea. Arthur says that the counts should be sent to suppress the rebellion in Shahadra and adds that since they are planning to have a duel anyway, their abilities should be judged through a subjugation. Silver says that it would not be bad if the counts take action themselves. Arthur says that they can also use their soldiers to form a punitive force. Silver laughs and says that, as expected from Arthur, he is right. Alfred and the other counts are stated to be unhappy with the idea. Eisen thinks that Henry said that if an unexpected proposal comes up, Eisen must say that he will do it no matter what, and that he must say yes. Eisen then says that he will do his best to subdue the rebellion. Silver orders them to head to Shahadra as soon as possible, and they reply that his wish is their command and leave. Afterwards, as Eisen tells everything to Henry, Henry asks whether there is a rebellion. Eisen says that because of that, the plan, which nearly succeeds, is completely ruined. Henry wonders about the rebellion and thinks that the kingdom may be taking a path toward its fall, but that it is too early to jump to conclusions. He says that there is no need to worry too much, that although the situation is messed up, he will solve it again. Eisen asks whether he will, and Henry confirms that it is only natural to do so. Henry then asks Eisen to tell him about the military forces of the other counts. Eisen says that he can and explains that Count Ag is the commander of the spear unit and Count Falcon is the commander of the archer troop, and that, including himself, the three counts are in charge of the Imperial Army. After hearing the explanation, Henry emphasizes the special environment of Shahadra's desert area and says that he needs to know all about the Shonen military forces to come up with a differentiated strategy. Henry grasps all the information about the Shonen military forces, such as rations and armaments. Eisen entrusts Henry with all the military forces. Henry says that since Shahadra is a desert zone, he will oversee all the preparations. Eisen appreciates him and says that he is counting on him. Henry clenches his fist and thinks that the time has finally come to use it. He uses teleportation magic and teleports from there. That evening, after returning to Vivaldi, Henry takes Van and Hagler to Mushu, the city of craftsmen. They prepare to leave. He casts a magic spell, and they teleport. After arriving in Mushu, Henry says that the equipment they are going to get this time is not ordinary and that they will also need a small detached force that will move separately from the Shonen army. And that is why the equipment is important. Van asks what the small force has to do with the equipment. Henry smiles and says that he is planning to use cold iron to make all the equipment. Hagler and Van ask why a rare item like that is needed. Henry says that he has secured a large amount of cold iron material that is banned from circulation due to its mana-amplifying nature, and asks whether it would not be perfect to wrap himself in cold iron and support them with magic. He adds that the people of Mushu are especially tight-lipped, that if he is going to make equipment out of cold iron, this is the perfect place, and that there is also Gorba Balkanis, who has won the Craftsman Festival 5 times in a row and will be able to handle the tricky metal. When they came to the mayor's palace, Van says that Henry is really going to leave it to the cranky Mayor Balkanis to handle and adds that he is a human who might have dwarven blood, judging by his skills and personality, and asks whether Henry is okay with that. Henry says that since they are already there, it is better to leave it to the best. Hagler shockingly asks if it is Balkanis. They are talking about the city's mayor. Henry then asks a guard whether Mayor Balkanis is present. The guard, seeing the badge, salutes and says that it is an honor to greet the Great House Shonen, and adds that due to certain health reasons, the mayor is currently not there. Henry wonders whether Balkanis, the man who is as tough as steel, is sick. Henry asks the guard whether he knows what is wrong with the mayor. The guard says that he does not know the details and apologizes. Henry thinks that he has to meet him no matter what and wonders what to do next. He asks the guard who the current vice mayor is, and the guard says that it is Mr. Behum. Henry then tells him to inform Behum that Shonen's vassal is present. At Mushu City Hall, they meet the vice mayor, who says that it is an honor to greet the Great House. Henry introduces himself and asks about the mayor's condition. Vice Mayor Behum says that everything happens while the mayor is preparing for the masterpiece and that he does not know why this has to happen at the end of his term. Henry asks how bad it is. Behum appears to say that the mayor is poisoned with a deadly poison. Henry asks whether there is an antidote. Behum says that the mayor tries to make an alloy by mixing various poisons, but eventually creates a new poison that has no antidote. Henry wonders about a deadly poison without an antidote and recalls the moment he himself was poisoned. He then thinks of something and tells the vice mayor that he will cure the poison. Behum wonders how that is possible. Later, he brought Henry to the hospital and introduced him to the doctors as Sir Henry Shonen's only vassal, and he wants to help with the mayor's treatment, so he brings him there. The physicians thank him and say that they are in desperate need of any help they can get. Henry asks the physicians to show him the poison that the mayor is poisoned with. They show it to him and say that if he needs more, they can provide it. Holding the bottle, Henry says that it will do. He sits and asks what kind of alloy the mayor is trying to make that makes him use such a synthetic poison. The physician says that it is an alloy that has poison melted into the metal itself, naturally making the metal surface poisonous. Henry considers this and says that there is a high probability that the mayor inhales the poison into his respiratory system. The physicians say that they also think that is the most likely way. Henry thinks for a moment and asks them to give him some privacy for a minute, promising the mayor's safety in the name of Shonen. Behum says that he will give him 1 hour. When they are alone with the mayor, Van asks Henry whether he thinks he can do it, since even the doctors of Mushu cannot grasp this poison. Henry says that there is a saying that like cures like. Van asks whether he is saying that poison will be used against poison. Henry says that it is half right and half wrong and explains that his blood is the deadliest poison in the world since he eats Venom's heart, and that the antidote to that poison is his boiled blood. He cuts his arm and pours his blood into 2 cups. He first lifts the blood into the air in its liquid state and then begins to boil it. He ignites the fire and says that he will now kill poison with poison. He begins to make the mayor drink the normal blood from another cup, saying that it will be painful. As the blood is poured into the mayor's mouth, the mayor screams in pain. Henry raises the boiled blood into the air and says that the next is the antidote. He thinks that even mid to high-grade swordmasters die instantly from this poison. The mayor is still in bad condition and continues screaming. Henry then puts the antidote into the mayor's mouth. As the mayor swallows it, he shouts in pain. After screaming for a while, he gradually calms down and eventually faints. Van asks whether the poison is neutralized. Hagler says that the mayor is much quieter now. Henry says that since it is boiled blood, it should not damage the mayor's throat and mouth. He takes out a healing potion and says that he cannot leave him hurt like this. He pours the potion into the mayor's mouth. Van then asks whether he is done. Henry says that there is still one more thing left. He shows another potion and says that it is a special energy recovery potion that he makes. He adds that they will soon be leaving for Shahatra. He makes the mayor drink that potion and says that if they wait for Balkanis to fully recover naturally, they will never meet the requirements before the end of the suppression. Van asks whether he is forcing the mayor to recover his energy by giving him the recovery potion. Henry confirms it and tells Hagler to bring Mr. Behum. Afterward, Behum and the physicians rush in. Behum asks what he means when he says the treatment is done and notices the mess on the table. Henry thinks that he should have used cleaning magic, but is too focused on healing the mayor. Henry says that there is no other choice because the mayor suddenly has a seizure. Behum angrily asks how he can do this without their consent and what would have happened if things went wrong. To their surprise, the mayor regains consciousness and sits up. Everyone is shocked to see that he is awake. The mayor asks whether he is in Haim. Henry wonders about Haim and then thinks that it is interesting that the people of Mushu believe in it. Balkanis stretches his arms and neck and says that he feels refreshed, as if he woke up from hibernation. Henry leans closer and says that he has finally woken up. The mayor says that he does not know who Henry is, but thanks him for saving his life. Henry says that losing a talented man like him would be a great loss to the empire. The mayor grabs Henry's hand and thanks him with deep gratitude. Henry introduces himself and says that he is currently working as a vassal of the great house of Shonen. The mayor flinches when he hears the name and warmly grasps Henry's hand. Henry feels embarrassed and asks him to rise because people are watching. The mayor says that he is in great debt to the great house of Shonen. Later, at the mayor's office, Balkanis prepares a lot of food to serve them. Henry thanks him for agreeing to meet privately. The mayor laughs and says that he cannot treat his lifesaver disrespectfully. While sipping tea, Henry says that he wants him to keep what he is about to say confidential. The mayor replies that he can do that without difficulty. Henry thinks that, as expected of a person from Mushu, he does not even ask why. Henry then says that he has pure cold iron weighing almost 300 kilograms. Balkanis looks shocked and asks where Henry gets such a large amount of cold iron. He asks whether it belongs to the Shonen family. Henry says that it does not, and that it is his alone, and that no one else knows about it. Balkanis then asks what Henry plans to request in exchange for that cold iron. Henry says that he wants equipment made for 3 variants. Balkanis asks whether he means full equipment sets for 3 variants. Henry confirms it and says that they will be used by a special unit during the suppression of the rebellion. Balkanis says that it seems the situation has become chaotic while he is bedridden. Henry replies that he is telling him this because he knows that he does not spread rumors. Balkanis speaks in a serious tone and says that he appreciates Henry's trust, and that if it is for 3 people, he will make them as soon as possible. Henry says that this is exactly what he expects from the 5-time winner of the Masterpiece Festival and that he knows he can rely on him. Balkanis then asks whether that is all. Henry says that there is also a personal request regarding the poison alloy that Balkanis fails to create. He asks whether Balkanis does not want to perfect it. Balkanis replies that, of course, he wants to perfect it. Henry then says that he can help him succeed in creating the poison alloy. Balkanis is shocked and asks how. Henry explains that Balkanis fails because he cannot control the synthetic poison, and that he is able to treat him earlier because he fights poison with poison. He adds that Balkanis should already understand what he is implying. Balkanis realizes that Henry uses a stronger poison than the synthetic one and then neutralizes it with its antidote. He laughs and says that he understands and asks what Henry requires in return. Henry says that it is good that they are on the same page and that he wants 2 things. Balkanis says that he will do anything to perfect the poison alloy and asks him to name them. Henry then says that first, he wants him to sign a technical cooperation agreement with the mercenary group he owns. Balkanis replies that he usually does not sign exclusive agreements. Henry says that he is aware of this and that Balkanis believes that inventions should belong to everyone. That is why, he adds, he is going to include certain conditions. Henry says that the inventions covered by the agreement will only be monopolized for 1 year and that after that period, he will release them. He adds another condition, stating that he will only monopolize inventions that have been discussed and approved by both of them. Balkanis asks what his next request is. Henry then brings up the idea of a cooperation agreement, an agreement in which the free cities unite to strengthen their operations and overall power. He explains that Vivaldi and Enkelman have already signed such a joint agreement, since free cities may lose their autonomy to the empire at any moment. Balkanis looks puzzled and asks what he means. Henry asks whether he has heard the news about the Crimson Great House being banished to Seldra. Balkanis replies that he is referring to Marquis Aubert. Henry confirms this and says that during the few days Balkanis is bedridden, the Great House has fallen, and a rebellion has broken out in Shahatra. He adds that there are also rumors within the palace that certain nobles are seeking to absorb the free cities into their territories. Balkanis is shocked and asks whether that is true. Henry thinks that there may be some exaggeration in the rumors, but that they are mostly true and confirms it. That is why, he says, the mayors of Vivaldi and Enkelman have already signed a cooperation agreement. Balkanis replies that he appreciates the warning, but says that he will need to discuss the matter with the other mayors. Henry tells him that he can speak with him instead, explaining that he is already authorized by the 2 mayors. He adds that before becoming a count's vassal, he had been secretly working on mercenary groups and cooperation pacts. Balkanis wonders who Henry truly is. Everything about him feels complicated. He holds the key to the next masterpiece, the poison alloy, claims to be a count's vassal, and yet is secretly building plans against the tyranny of the nobles. He then says that it seems Henry becomes a count's vassal on purpose. Henry replies that he will not answer that. Balkanis then says that all people named Henry Morris seem to be extraordinary. Henry says that it is merely a coincidence. Balkanis adds that this may sound disrespectful. but that in the past, he met a great wizard who had the same name as Henry several times. Balcanus says that he feels as though he is seeing in Henry's eyes the same thing he once saw in the eyes of the great wizard. Henry replies that he takes that as a compliment, even though that man is known to the world as a traitor. Balcanus says that he does not believe the great wizard commits treason, and that many people share that belief, because he is that kind of person. Henry thinks that even after such a long time since his death, Balcanus still believes in him and realizes that he truly is a grateful person. Balcanus then says that he accepts all the terms and conditions Henry mentions. He admits that he does not know what kind of result this choice will bring in the future, but says that he wants to trust Henry and move forward. Henry thanks him and adds that there are still some things that need to be made immediately, aside from what has already been discussed. Balcanus replies that although he does not yet know what they are, he will do his best. Henry thanks him again. Later, at the outskirts of Shahatra, at Count Eisen's assembly site, Henry teleports in and thinks that it would have been easier if he had told Eisen from the beginning that he is a wizard, since traveling like this is much simpler. He enters the camp and apologizes for arriving late. Eisen replies that he is not late at all and tells him not to worry about it. Henry observes that everyone has increased their supplies just as he advised. Eisen confirms this and says that he also has them wear the clothing of Shahatra, as Henry requested. Henry acknowledges his effort. Eisen then asks whether it is truly fine to simplify the force to only 100 people for the subjugation. Henry looks over the map and says that there is no need to worry, because they do not even plan to subjugate the rebellion, let alone approach the capital of Shahatra. He explains that the other counts are doing the same, since escorting the imperial family, who are hiding in the safe zone, and identifying the enemy's forces are the priorities. He adds that the rescue of the imperial family can be left to the other two counts. Eisen becomes serious and asks whether that would not create a large gap when weighing contributions. Henry replies that what truly matters is subjugating the rebellion and reclaiming the overthrown citadel, and that by then, rescuing the imperial family will be worth no more than a speck of dust. He then presents 2 buckets filled with horseshoes. Eisen looks at them in confusion. Henry explains that they are special magic horseshoes made in Mushu, and says that if the war horses wear them, they will effectively become camels, since camels move more easily than horses in desert terrain. Eisen asks whether it would not be cheaper and easier to simply buy camels instead of using such magic horseshoes. Henry replies that it is not cheaper, explaining that when considering the cost of purchasing camels, their maintenance fees, and the expense of hiring handlers, these horseshoes are far more economical. Eisen, impressed, says that he has not thought that far ahead and admits that Henry is completely right. He then calls out to the chiefs and asks what they are doing, telling them to applaud Henry. They applaud him. Henry further states that no war horses are as mobile as those of the Shonen family, and that they are already ahead of the other 2 counts in many ways. He reflects that he has commissioned Balcanus to make these magic horseshoes because he must gain the upper hand in the suppression and turn Eisen into a marquis. Before long, the work of attaching the horseshoes is completed. They then approach the other 2 counts, and Eisen greets them, apologizing for being slightly late. Count Oscar of the Aji family replies that there is no need to apologize. He introduces himself as Count Oscar of the Aji family and introduces Count Tarion of the Falcon family. Henry greets them and says that it is an honor to meet them, introducing himself as a vassal of the Shonen family. Oscar remarks that he is surprised because he has never heard that Eisen has a vassal. Eisen replies that Henry is like his own 2 hands and says that they will be meeting him often in the future. Henry thinks that these men have taken over after the people close to him, the Grand Duke and the Marquis, are executed. He observes that although they pretend to be courteous, they cannot hide their ambitious eyes, and he concludes that there will be no opportunities for them. Eisen then says that they should begin the meeting on how they are going to rescue the imperial family. Around Shahatra, at the other assembly point, the situation is simple. The Shahatra Khan imperial family and officials are currently staying in a secret safe area near an oasis in the southwest. Eisen asks an imperial family member whether they are waiting for help from the empire's forces there. The man replies that the place is called the Khan's Eyes, a location known only to the Khan royal family. He explains that High Priest Burham is holding out as much as he can using an illusion barrier, but the barrier will not last forever, so they are asking for the rescue to be carried out quickly. Eisen asks for the exact location of the Khan's eyes. The man points to the map and explains that there is a place called Triangle Cliff nearby, and says that if Eisen goes there with him, the high priest will notice him and cancel the barrier. Eisen asks how many forces are stationed nearby. The man replies that they do not know the exact number, although the rebels' search squads are said to be making frequent rounds in the area. Eisen says that the rebels must be eager to find the king, since everything will be over if they succeed. Henry then asks who the leader of the rebellion is. The man replies that it is a former minister of the armed forces named Benedict Caliph. Henry flinches and wonders why it has to be one of their own people, and thinks that it reminds him of the Civil War. He reflects that Benedict Caliph, nicknamed the Desert General and also called the Sword of Ra, is the greatest warrior of the desert. He recalls that Ra is the sun god worshipped by the people of Shahatra, and that Benedict is considered the god's avatar. He judges that the suppression may be harder than expected, since an avatar can borrow a portion of a god's power like the Pope. He remembers that Benedict possesses the Eye of the Desert, the Sun's Sword, and the power to control sand. He considers that although their forces are great, they may not have the same power in the desert, making the situation one where soldiers and counts with no desert experience are facing the Desert General. Eisen says that, now that they look at it closely, it is not a rebellion but a civil war. He asks the man whether they really need to interfere if this is an internal problem of the kingdom. When the man asks what he means, Eisen explains that from the Empire's point of view, it does not really matter who becomes king as long as they keep in line. Henry disagrees and tells the man that this is a dog that has bitten its master, and there is no guarantee that it will not bite the Empire in the future. Eisen agrees with him. Henry states that, in his opinion, it is not a bad idea to help the Khan royal family and increase the amount of tribute. Eisen remarks that it would be a favor for a favor. Henry adds that they should also take care of the disobedient dog, and says that the Emperor will be pleased if they bring many gifts in the end. Eisen smirks and says that it looks like they will have to start planning how to deal with Benedict instead of debating whether to suppress the rebellion or not. Henry thinks that he is already busy planning the deaths of these men and their timing, and that he does not need someone like Benedict getting in his way, so he believes it is best to nip the problem in the bud while he is able to. Count Oscar suggests that they should meet the leader of the rebellion, Benedict Caliph, and talk to him before doing anything else. Henry says that there is no need for all of them to go, and states that Sinan will go to meet Benedict. Oscar angrily asks what Henry means by that. Henry bows and says that he hopes he is not misunderstood. He explains that before arriving, he looked over the Count's military forces, but they do not seem to be prepared for the desert at all. Tarion angrily asks what he means by being unprepared for the desert. Henry explains that the soldiers are wearing heavy armor that is unsuitable for the desert, that there are not even suits to block the desert rays, and that if they camp in the open at night, they will need firewood, which does not appear to be ready either. He adds that if he has spoken beyond his knowledge and overstepped, he apologizes. Tarion yells at Imperial Man and asks if this is true, and he confirms that it is true, stating that he is fully aware of the situation and the lack of preparations for the desert. Henry says that this is why the Shonen forces will be the ones to go and meet Benedict. He asks the other counts to save the royal family and the messengers in the meantime. He wonders what is wrong with them and thinks that saving the royal family is a much better option, and that they might be suspicious because the rescue of the royal family, which is the best way to stand out, is being handed over to them. Henry says that he hopes there is no misunderstanding and explains that although he is Shonen's vassal, his highest priority is the well-being of the Empire and the safety of His Majesty. Both counts agree with him and say that they will accept that part of the duty. Henry then notices that Eisen says nothing, since Henry is the one making the decisions. He states that they will begin to carry out their duties after each force is set and ready to go. Later, Henry sits alone with Eisen, who starts laughing and says that Henry truly is the top advisor and that there is no one as talented as him. Henry thanks him. Eisen then asks how Henry understands everything so well and even prepares everything in advance. Soon, the Shonen army begins to march into the Shatra Desert. As they ride, Henry thinks that, as expected, thanks to the magic horseshoes, the desert is not a problem at all. Eisen says that it has been a while since he has ridden this fast and that the magic horseshoes truly are something else, and adds that he will reward Henry nicely once the suppression is over. Henry thanks him and says that in 2 days they will be able to see the capital city, Khan, which is located in the South Oasis. At the capital of Shatra, Khan, Henry observes the surroundings and says that it has been a long time since he visited Khan. Standing before the long stairway to the palace, he thinks that all that remains is to pass the stairway of the sun, and that although it has been a while since he has seen it, it is still as magnificent as ever and truly deserves to be called the staircase to heaven. Benedict's soldiers block their way, and Henry declares that they are the imperial army and demands that Benedict Caliph reveal himself and show respect toward the empire. Benedict Caliph appears at the top of the stairs, gathers his power, flies through the air, and lands before them. Henry wonders if this is the power of Ra and whether Benedict is trying to overwhelm them by showing his strength. Benedict greets Eisen and welcomes Count Eisen of the Great House. Eisen slaps him and scolds him. Henry inwardly appreciates Eisen and thinks that he is not doing badly at all. Benedict releases his furious intent but bows and apologizes, saying that his behavior may have seemed rude, but that he had no such intention. Henry thinks that the atmosphere is tense even though Benedict is apologizing. Eisen warns that if Benedict disrespects him one more time, he will make him pay dearly. Benedict then says that he will guide them to the palace. Henry smiles and thinks that the useless staring contest is now over. They go inside the palace. Henry observes that everyone is tiptoeing around General Benedict and thinks that Benedict is already showing signs of becoming a tyrant. They arrive at a side of the palace that is still cracked and destroyed, and Henry thinks that Benedict has not yet been able to erase all traces of the Civil War. At the Shatra Palace, they sit around a table, and Eisen asks whether this is a rebellion. Benedict replies that it is simply a conflict within the family. Eisen says that he will not ask why Benedict has started the Civil War, since it would not be much different from the usual reasons, and states that Benedict's goal is to seize the throne. He smirks and adds that Benedict would not mind if the empire took the royals who ruled over the kingdom with them. Benedict responds that it would be difficult to do so. Eisen asks what makes it difficult, and Benedict explains that the Shatra throne is not obtained simply by taking the palace, and that it is not a simple matter that can be resolved easily. Eisen becomes angry and repeats that it is not a simple matter, and demands that Benedict explain all of the required formalities. Benedict explains that many formalities are required to inherit the throne, and that the current royal family is necessary in order to observe them. Henry thinks that Benedict is arrogant to the very end, that although he speaks formally and respectfully, he has no intention of compromising and is willing to confront Eisen directly. Benedict then explains that all of the sigils that prove one to be the king of Shatra are with Khan. Eisen asks what the sigil is, and Benedict explains that it is the mark of Ra, the only god who reigns under the sun of Shatra. He adds that if the desert general is the sword of Ra, then the ruler of the desert is the son of Ra, and that becoming the new son of Ra requires a complicated process, one step of which is regaining the mark of Ra. He requests that the empire return the Khan royals and promises to double the yearly tribute once he becomes the ruler. Eisen's eyes widen at this offer. Henry thinks that it is strange for Benedict to ask for the entire royal family when he needs only the mark of Ra. Henry whispers to Eisen that it seems Benedict is planning something, and suggests that instead of deciding immediately, Eisen should decide after meeting Hararian Khan and discussing the matter, adding that he is certain the mark of Ra is not the only thing Benedict is after. Eisen tells Benedict that he will try to consider the suggestion in a positive light, but states that Benedict is not in a position to make requests as the leader of a rebellion. He adds that he will take Khan, the king of Shatra, and have a long discussion with him, and that afterward he will send a messenger to convey the will of the empire. Benedict agrees. Henry then adds that it has been a long and difficult journey across the desert, and that it would be good for the Shonen soldiers to receive necessary supplies, and Benedict agrees to provide them. At night, Benedict punches the wall in frustration, cracking it. At that moment, someone approaches and remarks that Eisen's personal appearance was unexpected and quite a surprise. Benedict asks whether he has been watching. Mordred replies that although he has never seen the man standing behind Eisen, he asks Benedict if he knows who that man is. Benedict answers that the man is a vassal and adds that they will speak with Hararian about the king's sigils, which would reveal a secret. Mordred responds that they needed a reasonable excuse to oppose Eisen anyway, and that if the empire brings the conflict to them willingly, they have no reason to avoid it. He then asks whether Benedict is afraid. Benedict replies that he is not afraid in the slightest and says that once they set foot in the desert, they will become nothing but prey to him. Mordred states that this resolve is something Duke Arthur would have greatly approved of. He adds that the Highlander family will fully support Benedict and asks him to hand over the items he promised them. Benedict agrees and expresses his gratitude to Mordred. Meanwhile, Clever, who has been spying on them, hears everything and returns to Henry. Henry praises him for his good work and thinks that the foundation of war is control of information. He notes that they have also been supplied with goods for their return journey while passing through the capital. He then decides to examine what Benedict is truly planning. Henry places his hand on Clever's head and listens to everything that was said. He thinks that it is a shame, and that if he had known this would happen, he would have left Clever there a little longer. He realizes that Duke Arthur Highlander, the head of the Highlander house, is the one behind everything, and thinks that he has truly hit the jackpot. The next day, they arrive at the Shatra Gorge Entrance Command headquarters. Seeing the exhausted soldiers gathered outside the camps, Henry thinks that the other counts have not changed one bit. The soldiers rush about in confusion, shouting for water and asking others to check horses that are on the verge of collapsing. Henry realizes that their hasty preparations could not withstand the harsh Shatra desert. Moreover, judging by the sharply reduced number of horses, many must have already died from sunstroke. Henry turns to Eisen and respectfully asks whether he may inspect the soldiers before the evening meeting. When Eisen asks if he means their own troops, Henry explains that he wishes to look around because the overall fighting spirit seems low. Eisen grants permission, telling him to do as he likes. Henry dismounts and approaches the troops, ordering them to stand at attention. The soldiers appear exhausted and worn down. He calls for the captains of each force to gather before him. As they assemble and salute, some of them mutter among themselves, questioning who he is to command them, saying that he is merely Count Eisen's tactician at best. However, others remark that they have heard he is highly skilled and decide to follow his orders for the time being. Henry produces a bag and announces that Count Eisen has placed a large amount of food inside the subspace pocket. He praises the soldiers for their efforts and presents the food as a special gift from Count Eisen, instructing them to eat it with gratitude. As he distributes the supplies, Henry thinks that the higher Eisen's prestige rises, the greater his own authority becomes. The soldiers are well aware of Eisen's foolishness and already know that this was not truly Eisen's idea. But in the end, all the credit still returns to Henry. After receiving the food, they happily thank him. Henry insists that the gift is from the Count, and they agree while thanking him once again. Henry notes with satisfaction that his plan is proceeding exactly as expected. Later, inside a camp, they hold a meeting with the Shatra officials. One of them introduces himself as Hararian Khan. Eisen introduces himself in return and, after reviewing the details, remarks that there seem to be no royal bodyguards among those who escaped. He states that the royal guards would have had to buy time during the escape and, therefore, would not be of much help now. He then announces that he will skip the formalities and proceed directly to the main matter. Henry recalls Harabola Khan, the former general who once ruled the desert. Though Hararian is nothing compared to such a father, Henry understands why Benedict started a civil war. Eisen explains that he has already met Benedict the Caliph, the leader of the rebellion, while Count Tarian and Count Oscar were sent to retrieve Hararian. Hararian replies that he has already heard of this. Eisen continues, stating that Benedict promised him more than twice the usual tribute. When Hararian remains calm, Eisen comments that he seems to be taking the situation lightly and asks whether he should assume that Hararian is not desperate. Hararian answers that he is calm because he knows Benedict is trying to mislead Eisen with a lie, which is why he is not overreacting. When Eisen questions this, Hararian explains that with Shatra's current finances, it would be difficult to even send 1.5 times the usual tribute. Offering double the tribute is completely impossible and therefore amounts to mockery. Eisen insists that Benedict definitely said it. Hararian then adds that, more importantly, Eisen should consider why Benedict wanted Hararian to be handed over to him in the first place. Henry is surprised by Hararian's composure. Though he had initially thought little of him because of his frail appearance, he now recognizes that Hararian can indeed stand his ground as a king. He decides to listen carefully to what Hararian has to say. Eisen expresses his curiosity and asks Hararian Khan to explain. Hararian then asks whether anyone present knows anything about Ra. Aizen replies that Ra is the god worshipped exclusively by the people of Kshatriya. Hararian confirms this, but explains that Ra is not the only god believed in. He states that Kshatriya has two gods, Ra, who reigns over everything in the desert through the sun, and Janus, the god who oversees the afterlife, including death itself. Henry wonders about Janus, realizing that he has never heard of this god before. Hararian explains that the people of Kshatriya are chosen by Ra, which allows them to borrow Ra's power. He adds that they are also able to borrow power from Janus, the god of death. Aizen, growing frustrated, asks what Hararian is trying to imply. Hararian refers to what Benedict said about the king's sigil. Aizen recalls that Benedict mentioned the mark of Ra rather than a king's sigil. Hararian states that the two are the same. Henry excitedly concludes that this means the ruler of Kshatriya possesses not only the mark of Ra but also the mark of Janus as a sigil that proves one's kingship and enables the use of Janus's power. Hararian acknowledges that Henry has seen through it quickly. Henry asks what Janus's power actually is. Hararian smiles and states that it is better to demonstrate it in person rather than explain it repeatedly. Henry eagerly asks him to do so. Hararian requests an animal from the officials present. A guard brings a hen. Hararian casts a spell, and demonic energy surrounds him. Henry wonders whether it is black magic. As Hararian grips the hen, its body becomes completely covered in black demonic energy. He throws it to the ground, and it breathes irregularly in agony. Aizen, impressed, asks whether this is black magic. Hararian explains that the hen will live forever in this state, eternally breathing in agony and never being able to die. Henry realizes that even though the hen remains alive, it will never truly live. He considers the power terrifying and concludes that what Benedict truly seeks is not the mark of Ra, but the power of Janus. He understands that this is why Benedict wants the entire royal family handed over, in order to conceal his own limitations. He recognizes that such power would make it possible to challenge the imperial army. Aizen smirks and states that the mark of Ra was merely an excuse. Hararian explains that Benedict has consistently called for Kshatriya's war of independence. Henry observes that Benedict caused the civil war after being repeatedly ignored and notes that, unlike Benedict's ridiculous promise to increase the tribute, Hararian confidently justifies the suppression without any bribery. Henry realizes that Hararian has not been wasting time and reflects that he had not expected the involvement of black magic. He acknowledges that many matters are emerging at once and that he will be busy for some time. Later, alone in the camp, Henry states that they must protect the royal family. Aizen asks why they should take on such a tiresome task. Henry explains that they do not know how Khan's influence will function after the suppression. Aizen replies that it is not his usual style, but agrees to do so if Henry insists. Henry adds that they will need to reorganize their forces after the meeting and that he will prepare other matters in the meantime. Aizen asks whether more preparations are necessary. Henry explains that additional magic horseshoes must be secured for the other forces. Aizen questions whether there is a need to prepare for the other men, since they are rivals. Henry replies that if the suppression fails, nothing else will matter and asks him to overlook this once with generosity, reminding him that he will eventually rule over the other two counts as Marquis. Aizen agrees and then asks whether Henry has the funds for the horseshoes. Henry admits that the fee for the current horseshoes has been placed on the shonen account and bows to apologize for not informing him in advance. Henry reflects that the magic horseshoes were actually a gift from Balcanus and that he has already created an alibi with him. He plans to use this opportunity to promote the horseshoes to the other soldiers and save money, intending to refill the coffers by collecting items of equal value. Aizen praises him, stating that this is to be expected of him and calling him the only vassal of the shonen house, instructing him to take whatever he wants under the name of shonen. When he comes out of the camp, a strange wind surrounds him. His vision begins to blur, and he wonders whether it is an illusion. He thinks that, by the looks of it, the high priest of Kshatriya, Burum, must be responsible. He recalls that in his previous life, he had struggled with Burum's illusions, though he had eventually learned how to dispel them. He considers whether he should respond to this invitation. He then drifts along the illusion, which carries him to a shabby place. The illusion disappears. He notices someone approaching. It is Hararian, who apologizes for suddenly bringing him here without consent. Henry says there is no need to apologize, as this allowed him the valuable experience of witnessing the High Priest's illusion. Hararian asks whether he had been aware that it was the High Priest's illusion. Henry says that the landscape changed before his eyes, even though there are no mages present, so he is sure it can only be an illusion. Hararian remarks that Henry is much more composed and wise than he expected, and asks if Burham would agree. Burham, the old High Priest of Shatra, appears. Henry bows and greets him, introducing himself as the vassal of House Shonen. Hararian tells Henry that he knows how senseless it might sound, considering they already brought him here, but asks if he could spare a moment. Henry responds that he is not sure what a lowly vassal like him could do. Hararian smirks and asks if he is ready. A strong light appears, and an eye manifests behind Hararian, the all-seeing power called the Eye of Ra. Henry wonders if it might see into his very soul. Hararian says he invited Henry to extend a personal proposal. Henry asks to be enlightened about the proposal. Hararian says that first, he must verify something, asking if Count Eisen is currently in conflict with the three great houses. Henry confirms it. Hararian nods and says that is all he needs to know, and even if Henry declines the proposal, he hopes to rely on his discretion. Henry assures him that he has his word. Hararian reveals his belief that Duke Arthur is behind the rebellion. Henry thinks that he had assumed he was the only one who knew, finding this unexpected. Henry says that Count Eisen may be at odds with the three great houses over past events, but if he becomes a Grand Marquis after suppressing Benedict's rebellion, he too will become a member of the three great houses, and asks if Hararian will regret sharing this with him when that happens. Hararian says that does not necessarily mean Henry will become their ally, and adds that he believes the recent exile of Marquis Aubert was Henry's doing. He calls Eisen a fool who only looks imposing on the outside, but still managed to outplay a well-known tactician like Aubert, which Henry finds impossible. Henry responds that Count Eisen has been silently waiting for an opportunity. Hararian grabs Henry and says that Eisen has never taken a vassal before him, and that House Shonen is a distinguished family with no need for a young, inexperienced retainer, noting that people do not change overnight. Henry wonders if Hararian has seen through everything and finds him remarkably perceptive. He admits that he will be flattered to death if he denies it further, and asks Hararian to tell him about the proposal. Hararian says that instead of being a subject of the state, they would like to join hands with House Shonen directly. Henry asks whether this means acting without the Emperor knowing, and Hararian confirms that it does. Henry thinks that Hararian is planning to join forces with him to bring down Arthur, and that he has found an ally where he never expected. He also thinks that Hararian has not seen through his real plans and has made the offer only to take advantage of Eisen, noting that Hararian has grown and now shows insight similar to his father. Henry agrees and says that they should proceed as Hararian suggests, asking in return that this relationship be kept secret. Hararian takes his hand and says that it is already enough that he has won Henry's favor. Henry replies that it seems Hararian understands that this is a deal, not a request. Hararian agrees and says that since Henry has accepted the offer, he will repay him with anything he wants. Henry asks if he is sure and says that he is not certain Hararian will be able to grant what he will ask. Hararian swears in the name of Ra that he will do whatever he can to fulfill the request and asks Henry to speak freely. Henry moves closer and whispers what he wants into Hararian's ear. The next day, in the meeting, Henry says that the suppression will begin soon and advises that the two counts quickly make up for what was lacking as previously mentioned, asking if there are any objections. No one speaks, and Eisen says that it seems no one objects to his talented vassal. Eisen again advises that the two counts quickly make up for what was lacking, and adds that since the other counts will be busy preparing for the suppression, his side will take care of the Khan royal family because they are not in a rush, asking if anyone is against this. No one speaks, and Henry says that he thinks it is a splendid idea. Eisen rises, declares the meeting over, and leaves the camp. Henry remains inside and wonders if he should take his leave as well. Count Oscar hesitantly calls him and asks if something is the matter. Eisen wonders why Henry is still inside and shouts at him, asking what he is still doing there. Henry replies that he will come out after getting the meeting notes. Oscar asks Henry why he did it. Henry asks what he means, and Oscar says that he has heard Henry supplied expensive ice water and food for their soldiers the previous night on their behalf, and asks if this is true. Henry says that it was only to soothe soldiers who encountered the desert environment for the first time. Oscar replies that the amount supplied is too much to be simple goodwill and asks what Henry is planning. Henry thinks that Oscar has no trust in Eisen, similar to Hararian. Oscar angrily demands to know why Henry cares about his soldiers' morale and what he is scheming. Henry says that he is actually a mercenary and that before becoming Eisen's vassal, he ran a small mercenary group, which is why he understands soldiers' feelings well. Oscar asks if that means it was really done out of goodwill, and Henry confirms it. Oscar then asks where Henry got the money to do this if he ran only a small mercenary group. Henry replies that he is now a vassal of House Shonen, so he used his own money because he no longer has to worry about making a living. He also adds that he is planning to prepare magic horseshoes for each army's horses. Oscar flinches and asks if Henry means the expensive magic horseshoes used by the shonen horses, and Henry confirms it. Oscar shouts that there is no need and says that no matter how much Henry cares for the soldiers, he cannot accept such expensive horseshoes. Henry replies that it is really all right, and that he only wishes the suppression to succeed and bring peace for the emperor and the people. Oscar refuses again, saying that it is his own fault for not considering his soldiers' morale, and adds that he can now see Henry as a younger man who knows how to reach out to soldiers and others. He says that he will pay for the ice, food, and magic horseshoes Henry supplied. Henry replies that if Oscar has decided, he cannot stop him, and says that it will be his pleasure. He asks Oscar to tell him the number of horseshoes so he can prepare them before the next meeting. Oscar says he will send someone after quickly figuring out how many horses they have, and tells Henry to wait in the quarters. Henry agrees and thinks that he is killing two birds with one stone by making profits while measuring each army's power. He then notices Hararian silently observing him with the eye of Ra and thinks that Henry Morris is truly an incredible man. Later, while soldiers sit outside drinking, one of them asks whether they have seen the large recruitment announcements from Count Oscar and Count Tarian, and asks Jameson what he is going to do. Jameson replies that he would be able to make a safe living if he got a position in the Imperial Army, and says that when he saw the details for Count Oscar's private army recruitment, the rewards were incredible. Another soldier says that it would not be a lot of money if Oscar becomes a Marquis, and adds that it is not just any title because he would become a member of the three great houses. Jameson asks if that would mean they become the armed forces of the three great houses. Another replies that Oscar has not been recruiting soldiers, and someone else says that there must be a reason for that. One of them adds that he has heard the deadline is in 3 days and asks if he should try applying. That night, Oscar thinks about Count Eisen, and thinks that he cannot believe he has to follow Eisen's orders, feeling worse than ever, and reflects that he has returned to his land to conduct interviews and recruit more soldiers because he has been instructed to make better preparations for the suppression. The head butler of Count Oscar's mansion, Hoden, comes and says that there is a guest waiting. Oscar says in frustration that there is a guest at this hour and asks how Hoden dared to let a guest enter without permission. Hoden apologizes and says that it was hard to turn down the visit with the authority he had. Oscar asks who exactly has visited, and Hoden says that it is Duke Arthur. Oscar flinches and says that he is not in the mood for jokes. Hoden says that it is the truth and that Arthur arrived a few moments ago and has been having tea in the living room. Oscar says that they should hurry and go to meet Arthur. Oscar hesitantly enters, and Arthur asks whether he has just arrived. Oscar seems frightened, apologizes, and says that if he had known Arthur would come, he would have waited in the mansion. Arthur replies that it is his fault because he barged in without notice and apologizes for visiting so late without advance notice. Oscar thinks that every time he sees Arthur's face at meetings, he cannot help but be amazed and wonders if the rumor that Arthur has elf ancestry might be true. Arthur asks whether the suppression is going well. Oscar says with difficulty that it is, and that, as written in the report, they intend to overthrow the rebellion as planned and return the throne to Khan. Arthur smiles and says that thanks to Oscar, the people of the Empire can sleep without worries, and adds that it would be great if someone like Sir Oscar could work for him. Oscar wonders about this, and Arthur says that he means working next to him as the head of the three great houses, not merely as the head of a great house. Arthur adds that it would be strange if a man who stabbed the head of the three great houses became a member of them as well. Oscar wonders if he is referring to Eisen and thinks Arthur is being very blatant. Oscar hesitates, but Arthur then says that he seems to have said too much nonsense and that he only visited to give his greetings because they will be seeing each other often. Arthur then takes his leave and says that they should have tea time occasionally, adding that it is his first time drinking that tea and that it is quite good. Meanwhile in Mushu, Balkanis tells Henry not to worry, saying that it is only horseshoes and that he should go about his business comfortably. Henry says that he will need more than the number the two counts asked for because not everything will go as planned. He then gives Balkanis money and says that it is not much. Balkanis refuses and says that he cannot take money from his savior. Henry asks him to take it, explaining that it is not just 1 or 2 horseshoes but tens of thousands of them, and adds that he did not wish to settle the payment for saving his life with the technical agreement last time. Balkanis says that he does not feel comfortable taking it and asks him to take it back. Henry says that if he does not take the money, it will become a burden to him and make it difficult to entrust him with another request later. Balkanis then says that it cannot be helped and that he will take only the payment for the ingredients, but not the labor cost. Henry stands up, hands him a small pouch, and says that he should use the earlier money for the ingredients and take this as his gratitude. He suggests that Balkanis have a get-together with the engineers and says that he trusts him to do a great job and will entrust him with everything he is pursuing in his other work. He then leaves and thinks that he should go see Ten. Meanwhile, at Ten's mansion, Henry teleports there and thinks that something feels strange about the mansion. Ten then comes out, asks whether he has arrived, and greets him. Ten calls him Lord Henry and says that, since he is a vassal of the Shonen family, it would be wise to pay more attention to how he is addressed. Henry says that this explains why the mood seems different, and adds that Ten must have heard about him from Van. Ten confirms this and says that he has also heard about the story behind Wen's changed face, adding that he was quite jealous and that the plastic surgery went so well that he might ask for one himself if he ever gets the chance. Henry laughs and asks where Van and Hagler are. Ten says that they are currently training in the underground exercise hall. Meanwhile, in the training ground, Hagler and Van spar with each other. Van says that Hagler is slow, increases his speed, and begins pressing the attack. Hagler blocks Wen's sword and struggles against it, but Van slashes and pushes him backward, then strikes again and makes him lose his grip on his sword. Hagler says that he has lost. Van asks when he will become a master if he trains like that, and Hagler says that he will try harder. Henry arrives and says that many things have changed while he has been away. Hagler flinches at his presence, and Henry says that the date of the suppression has finally been decided. Van says that it happened faster than he expected and asks when it will be. Henry says that it is 3 days from then that he has met the leader of the rebellion, and that he has taken a quick look at the situation in the capital. Van asks who the leader is. Henry says that he is the former minister of the armed forces and that his name is Benedict Caliph. Van wonders why it has to be Benedict of all people. Hagler asks whether this Benedict Caliph is that incredible. Van says that living up to the alias of Desert General makes him quite difficult to handle, although he is still one step behind him. Henry says that the bottom line, which is confidential, is that the Khan royal family is being protected by the Shonen family and that they are assuming that the one behind the rebellion is none other than Duke Arthur. Van asks whether that is true and whether it is really all right to share such secret information with them. Henry says that since they are going to work together in the future, he should at least share this much with them. He adds that he does not think the suppression will turn out like the previous ones, that Arthur's involvement is a variable, and that he has been thinking of coming up with another plan as well. Van asks what he means by another plan. Henry smiles and says that he is thinking of crossing the Shatra Mountains. Van laughs and says that they cannot cross them. Henry asks why not, and Van says that the mountain terrain is rough, full of monsters, and, most crucially, that the priests of Shatra have set up a complicated illusion barrier that is impossible to pass through. Henry laughs and says that this is precisely why they are going there. Hagler does not understand what he means, and Henry turns to leave, saying that he has already come up with a solution and that they should hurry and get ready to leave. The next day at Count Eisen's mansion, Hararian is sipping tea when Henry arrives. Hararian asks what brings him there. Henry says that he has a favor to ask and that he has therefore come to visit him secretly without the Count knowing. Hararian says that he does not know what kind of favor it may be, but that if it is Henry's request, he is more than willing to do it. Henry says that, if it is all right, he would like High Priest Burham to go hiking with them for a bit. Hararian looks confused, and Henry says that he will understand when they get there. At night, as they set out to hike, Hararian says that he sees no mountain there. Henry tells him not to worry and says that the mountains they are going to climb are the Shatra Mountains. Burham is shocked and asks what he has just said. Henry says that what he is about to show them is something they should not speak of, as they promised before. Hararian asks what kind of secret he is going to show him. Henry casts magic spells and forms a circle beneath them. Hararian is shocked at the sight of the circle and asks what in the world he is doing. Henry says that he will give a detailed answer after they move, and then teleports them from there. At the entrance of the Shatra Mountains, they teleport there, and Hararian feels nauseous and asks Henry what has just happened. Henry tells him to sit down first and says he will explain the rest afterward. Hagler offers him water and says that a cold drink will help with the nausea. Henry apologizes for not telling him in advance and says that although he wields a sword, he is also the only unofficial wizard in the Empire. Hararian replies that it is all right and says that he simply did not expect Henry to use magic. He adds that he never thought Henry would consider crossing the mountains using Burham and calls him incredible, as always. Henry says that he is sure Hararian is worried about his people left in Shaha and says that saving them as soon as possible is a priority. He says that they will take care of the monsters in the mountain range and that the barrier can be handled by High Priest Burham, adding that there is nothing easier than climbing the mountains. Hararian asks Burham if he will be fine by himself, and Burham replies that it is their duty to reinforce the mountain barrier every year, so he will be fine, but says that the real problem is the monsters. Henry says that their mercenary group members will surely take care of them. Hararian tells Burham not to worry and says that these people are not as weak as he thinks. Hararian then checks them using the Eye of Ra. He glances at Van and thinks that he never expected to see that person there again. Van also feels something strange about Hararian. Henry then says that they should be on their way and explains that if they go straight in that direction, they will be able to see the eastern oasis city of Shaha. Hararian tells Henry that everything seems fine, but says that Burham is getting old and does not have enough stamina to climb the mountains. Henry thinks that he is right and realizes that he has not considered that. Hagler asks what they should do. Henry smirks and says that he is counting on Hagler. Later, Hagler carries Burham on his back and tells him to count on him. Henry then says that now that Burham's problem is solved, he is going to cast a spell on everyone and asks them to gather in front of him. Henry then uses magic armor on them. Hararian feels light and says that his body suddenly feels very light and full of energy. Henry says that everything is set and asks if they should get going. As they run toward the mountains, Hararian says that he has never run like this before, and Hagler says that neither has he. Suddenly, Hararian senses something and tells everyone to stop, saying that a Cretaceous maw is coming. He explains that its eyes have degenerated and that it hunts using vibrations made by its prey, so it is best not to move. Hagler, concerned, asks how they are going to catch the monster without moving. Van takes out his sword and says that there is nothing to be confused about and that it is a simple problem that will be solved if only one person takes action. He tells everyone to stay put and says that he will handle it. As the worm appears, Henry says that it has a big name for a worm hiding under the ground and asks it to come out and perform for him. Hararian tells him that it is dangerous to face it head-on like that. As the worm approaches, Van smirks and leaps toward it while holding his aura sword. He strikes at its mouth and cuts it in half. Hararian, shocked, asks how that is possible. Hagler says that Van is his teacher and that he has already reached the highest level as a swordmaster, which is why he is able to handle the incredible length of the aura sword. Henry thinks that he has to hurry up and learn aura and train his own special skills. Hararian thinks that he knows Van is amazing, but never thought it would be to that extent. Van says that now that they have gotten rid of the bug, they should keep moving. After some time, Hararian says that there seems to be no end to these monsters, and Henry says that they just need to go a little further. He adds that after reaching the top, it will be downhill, which will be a little easier. Meanwhile, Clever asks his master if he can eat the carcass. Henry asks if he is that kind of monster, and tells him to go ahead, but to eat it secretly because it will only bring trouble if he gets caught by the others. Van asks Henry what the holdup is and tells him to hurry up. Henry tells Clever that he has to come back after he has had his fill. Later, as they are running, Henry notices that fog is starting to appear. He comments on fog appearing in this climate and asks Burham whether he is not warning others not to enter too bluntly. Burham says that the fog is not only a warning to humans, but also a symbolic warning to the monsters in the mountains. He tells Hagler that he can put him down. He then casts a spell to deal with the barrier and asks everyone to take a step back. Burham casts magic spells, and Henry wonders whether it sounds like black magic and asks if illusions are a kind of black magic. Burham then strikes his magic staff on the ground, and the illusion breaks. The forest fog disappears. Burham forms a demonic ball of fog in his hand and says that it is done. Henry asks whether that is the illusion barrier. Burham says that he is temporarily keeping it there and that when they get to the path, he will release the fog once more. Henry thinks that he cannot believe it is so simple, and that now, since there is no barrier, there is nothing that will get in their way. He tells everyone that, to save time, they will move by magic. The next day, in the eastern oasis city of Shaha, the locals appear drained and exhausted. Inside the palace, they pray to the Father of the Sun, asking to be saved from hardships and trials and to be guided to walk the right path. Suddenly, a strange light comes out of the circle before them. Hararian appears before them and says that he has returned and that they have all done well hanging on for a long time. They become happy on seeing him and gather around him. Later, after hearing Henry's plan, they ask whether it is really a feasible plan. Henry says that it is not entirely possible to plan and asks whether they would like to proceed with his plan. Hararian says that they will go with his plan. He adds that he does not think Lord Henry would have suggested it if it were a losing battle and asks the officials what they think. They say that they will follow His Majesty's opinion. Henry thinks that even when situations are unforeseeable, they still believe in their king, and he wishes he had more people like them beside him. He then says that he is thankful for their trust, and that he will make this suppression a success no matter what, and that they will bring back Shatra at any cost. Meanwhile, at night, outside Shaha's siege camp, a guard stands on duty. Another guard approaches him and tells Shayla to end his shift. Shayla asks whether it is time already. The other guard replies that since he stares at Shaha all day, it is easy to lose track of time. He adds that those priests should just give in and cooperate, and wonders what kind of faith they have to keep resisting. Shayla says that when the rebellion is over, the caliphs of the north will lose the capital Khan and lose their positions, so they are desperate. The other guard tries to say something, but suddenly feels something in his neck and wonders what is wrong and why his voice is not coming out. Shayla also feels the same and wonders what is going on. As their legs begin sinking into the sand, they wonder what is wrong with their legs and say that they cannot pull their feet out of the ground, and ask for help, wondering what is happening. They then look up and see Henry in the air. Meanwhile, in the capital of Shatra Khan, Mordred tells Benedict to make sure that he is aware of the situation and to make preparations, adding that he will be on his way. Benedict agrees, and Mordred teleports from there. Benedict, feeling frustrated, clenches his teeth and scolds Mordred. He says that it is only until he gets his hands on the king's sigil, and that the moment the sigil falls into his hands, Arthur will be finished. He adds that even though he knows it is coming, he cannot help the rage when he hears it in person, and that he cannot believe that Arthur wants Janus' power. He then calls Shula. A girl appears behind him, and he tells her to assemble the soldiers for the upcoming war, saying that he will lead this war himself. At the Shatra Gorge, the soldiers gather, and Scar orders them to march forward. They raise their spirits and move ahead. Seeing this, Henry smiles and recalls that his first plan is a feint operation. In the meeting, he tells them that they are going to attack Sultan, the western oasis city, and Caliph, the northern oasis city, at the same time, but that only a small force will be sent to Sultan as a diversion, while the rest of the forces will attack Caliph. Tarion says that they will need a force to buy some time at Sultan. Henry notices that they are avoiding the role of bait because they want to make contributions other than this. Eisen then smirks and declares that he will go to the Sultan. Oscar and Tarion become pleased and say that they would appreciate it if he does so, adding that they will respect his wishes. Oscar says that they will surely take care of Caliph and thinks that this achievement will be easy. Henry recalls all this and thinks that they are fools. Eisen then approaches Henry and asks whether everything is going according to plan. Henry replies that thanks to Eisen's generosity in becoming the bait, they are able to end the meeting without much conflict. Eisen says that it is fine and that he only does what he needs to do according to Henry's signal. Henry says that it is also a virtue of a nobleman to listen to his subjects and adds that someone like Eisen should become a marquis and cut Benedict's throat. Eisen laughs and says that Henry is right in every word, and then suggests that they start their real meeting for the Shonen forces. Meanwhile, in the middle of the Shatra Desert at the Tower of Ra, Benedict gathers his forces and uses the Eye of Ra, through which he learns that the enemy is present. He recalls that the Eye of the Desert is a power that can only be used by the Sword of Ra, and that it allows one to monitor everything standing on sand. He thinks that as long as he is at the Tower of Ra, no one can escape the Eye of Ra. He observes that about 10,000 troops are present. Feeling frustrated, he clenches his teeth and thinks that they dare to fight him by force from the start, and that they are fools who do not know who they are dealing with. He decides to wait a little longer to see how they act, and then take care of them all at once. He also thinks about Count Eisen, recalling that Eisen is the one who once slapped him, and notes that Eisen is heading toward Sultan. He wonders whether they are trying to create a diversion by splitting their forces into two, but notes that their numbers are only about 1,000. He decides that he must first deal with the forces at Caliph before those at Sultan. He thinks that it is a shame that he cannot get to Eisen now, but that he will definitely cut him down next time. He then rises and tells his forces to ready their weapons, saying that they are heading to the Caliph. Meanwhile, Oscar sees his forces and smirks, thinking that capturing Benedict will be like a walk in the park. The army shoots arrows at the palace. The wall crumbles. He orders them to charge inside. As the forces begin to advance, a slash stops them. They notice that Benedict has arrived. Oscar flinches at this. Benedict has come to face them with a huge force. Oscar wonders why he is already there, thinking that it does not make any sense. A soldier tells Oscar that the Caliph's fortress wall has already fallen, and that they need orders to guard the rear immediately. Oscar then orders the army to abandon the siege and start guarding the rear. The soldiers agree and direct their arrows toward Benedict. Benedict dismounts from his camel and remarks that they are like a swarm of ants. Oscar leaps into the air and lands before him with a destructive explosion. His army is shocked to see that Count Oscar is at the front line. Benedict unleashes his killing intent and asks who they are. Oscar unleashes his aura and points his bare spear, one of the best spears in the Empire, whose length can be adjusted at will, at Benedict. Benedict smirks and remarks that it is an interesting toy. Oscar responds that it is not something someone like him can dare to comment on. Benedict replies that he will show something interesting as well. He releases his aura, and the ground begins to crack. Oscar flinches, realizing that it is the power of Ra. He warns everyone to watch the ground, saying that it is collapsing and that the walls are falling apart. He wonders what is happening as the fortress collapses and he is buried under the rubble. Benedict remarks that everything is now wide open. An arrow then shoots toward Benedict, slightly cutting his face and stabbing the soldier behind him. Benedict says that the attacker is quite good and asks for his name. Tyrion supports Oscar and introduces himself. Benedict observes them with the Eye of Ra and states that they are the supreme commanders. He gathers power in his leg and stomps the ground, destroying it, which troubles both of them. He laughs and asks if they are ready to start the game. Oscar leaps into the air and attacks with his spear. Benedict retreats and reappears behind him. As Oscar turns, Benedict kicks his face and throws him away. Tyrion shoots an arrow, which Benedict dodges, mocking him and calling the attack pathetic. He continues kicking Oscar and questions whether people like him deserve the title of Count. He mocks the spear, saying that it would be better suited for shepherds. He seizes the spear and taunts Tyrion, asking if he plans to pull the string all day. He then throws the spear at Tyrion, who jumps and narrowly dodges it. Benedict then attacks Tyrion from above, kicks him, and stomps on him after he falls, remarking that he cannot believe they are supreme commanders. Benedict takes Tyrion's bow and says that it is too much of a toy for someone like him. He wonders how such a bowstring is made, noting that it is the point bow Lilcia, whose string is formed with aura. He places the spear onto the bow and aims at Oscar, then fires, but the spear breaks in midair. As the dust settles, Van appears before Benedict. Henry had previously told Eisen that this method allows the Shonen army to take all the credit for the suppression. Eisen asks whether the preparations are already complete. Henry replies that such an important battle cannot be treated lightly. Eisen praises him but asks who will face Benedict, calling him the strongest warrior of the desert. Henry answers that everything for that has already been prepared. Van now holds his weapon and states that he does not need to know the details, but since their player has been badly hurt, it is time for a change of players, asking whether Benedict minds. Benedict thinks that Van's energy feels familiar, smirks, and says that it is amusing, and that he wants to see what kind of trick Van can perform. Van wields his sword and replies that it is fine by him. A few days later, at the Shaha siege camp, a soldier enters the camp and reports to the commander that Lisha, the messenger, has returned from the mission, and has already informed His Majesty Benedict that the siege of Shaha is progressing smoothly. The commander expresses his appreciation and presents a sword as a reward. He then strikes Lisha down, causing him to collapse on the spot. The commander is revealed to be Van in his true form. Buram tells Van that now that the messenger is dead, all the siege forces have been wiped out. Van replies that it is all thanks to Buram's illusions. Buram states that as long as the illusion barrier remains active, no one will find out that the siege forces have been completely destroyed. Van says that he will leave the illusion barrier to Buram and that they will move to take over Caliph. Buram agrees and asks him to save Shatra. Van recalls this and releases his power. He strikes his sword against the ground, and the destruction approaches Benedict, who stands at a distance. Benedict's soldiers show concern for him. Benedict guards himself with his arms, clenches his teeth, and thinks that it is a close call. He remarks that Van is more interesting than expected. Van replies that Benedict will embarrass himself again if he keeps talking like that. Benedict, frustrated, says that he should treat Van the same way. He releases his power, completely destroying the ground and sending the soldiers flying. Van remains firm and says that Benedict's murderous intent is nothing but an empty shell. Van also reveals his intent, and their murderous intents clash, pushing both of them backward. Benedict scolds him and leaps forward, declaring that he will see how long Van can keep it up. Van stands firm and blocks both sword strikes. Benedict pushes forward, unleashing his killing intent and continuously destroying the surroundings. Van slashes back, pushes him away, and then jumps forward to attack again. Benedict dodges and notes that Van is faster. As Van lightly cuts his face, Benedict angrily demands how he dares. Benedict then kicks him, telling him not to get cocky. Van blocks the kick with his leg. Their clash creates an explosion that pushes both of them backward as they struggle against each other. Benedict manages to hold his ground and says that Van is not bad. Van replies that he is flattered. Benedict declares that the fun ends here, activates the Eye of Ra, and swings his sword. The Shaha forces arrive at that moment. Benedict wonders how the Shaha forces are present. Van replies that Benedict still has not noticed that Shaha has already fallen into their hands. Benedict is shocked, and Van remarks that Benedict was too full of himself to realize what was happening and adds that it is disappointing that the desert general was unaware of such an event. Benedict grips his sword tightly, admits that he was too complacent, and draws the sun sword. Van thinks that the real battle begins at that moment. Benedict advances, and Van blocks his sword, struggling against it. Benedict mocks him and spreads fire all around with a strike. Van clenches his teeth and remarks that this is why Benedict is annoying to fight. As the dust settles, Van thinks that although he can endure it, he cannot go against Ra's power. He takes out a scroll and recalls Henry telling him to use it if the fight with Benedict gets out of hand. Benedict asks what kind of trick Van is trying. Van tears the paper and throws it away. Magic spreads, and a magic circle forms between them. A jewel falls from it, which Van catches. Benedict becomes troubled and curses, asking why Van has that and stating that he cannot believe it. Benedict then sits down, releases his power to teleport, and vanishes with his forces in a cloud of dust. Van wonders what just happened and realizes that Benedict is gone. He questions what Henry gave him. The soldiers chant happily that they have succeeded and that Benedict has run away. Van thinks that they are almost finished there and wonders how things are going in Sultan. Before Van and Benedict meet, Henry and Eisen arrive at Sultan. Henry observes that, as expected, Benedict has gone to the Caliph and asks whether they should begin their plan. Meanwhile, Henry brings Kyle along and tells him that he should help as previously requested. Henry implies that if Kyle wishes to stay alive, he knows what he must do. Kyle and his wizards raise their arms, and black clouds spread across the sky above Sultan. The soldiers of Sultan are shocked and remark on the sudden black clouds. Lightning bolts strike from the clouds, hitting the soldiers. They attempt to flee, but each becomes a target of the lightning. Within seconds, the palace cracks, and the soldiers are completely wiped out. Henry states that this should be enough. Hararian then hands a letter to a soldier and instructs him to deliver it to the Sultan's castle. The leader of Sultan, Badala Sultana, comes out of the castle and sits before Hararian. Hararian states that all of Benedict's men have been captured and that he has come to take Badala in. Badala apologizes and asks for mercy. Hararian tells him to stop apologizing and says that even if his actions are disgraceful, he must have had his reasons. Henry thinks that Shaha and Sultan have recovered 2 oasis cities and that Aizen's contribution places him far ahead. A magic circle then appears above Henry, and he thinks about Van, assuming that Van has surely torn the scroll. Badala approaches Henry, and Henry asks whether he has brought it. Badala confirms this and hands over a jewel, stating that he was about to give it to His Majesty. He explains that it is the Sultan's tear, a treasure of the Sultan tribe and a symbol of the supreme commander of the Sultan army. Henry takes it and says that he only needs it for a moment and will return it immediately. He throws the jewel into the magic circle. Badala anxiously asks what he is doing. Henry replies that the treasure is about to be used in a very serious situation and that they must ensure Benedict's men know what is happening through this treasure. In the present situation, Van wonders what Henry has given him. Afterwards, at the mention of Duke Arthur, a magic circle forms and Benedict teleports there. Arthur states that he has said he would help however he can and informs Benedict that he will send Mordred and the others the next day. Arthur asks whether Benedict has obtained Janice's sigil. Benedict bows and apologizes, saying that he has not been able to retrieve it. Arthur replies that there is no need to be serious and that he can help with that as well, stating that he already took care of it and will send something of equal value to Janice's sigil, which will be useful. Benedict expresses his gratitude and teleports away. Arthur then tells his subordinates to send a message to Mordred that it is time to prepare. His subordinates agree. Later, at Khan's rampart, Aizen states that they are almost one step away from defeating Benedict, and that it is all thanks to Henry. Henry replies that Aizen is the true hero of the war. Henry thinks that it is strange because Benedict would have sought Arthur's help, yet no trace of Arthur has appeared. Aizen then orders the army to begin, and they march toward the Khan palace. Meanwhile, Benedict stands on the rooftop, holding Hararian's wife and mother hostage. Hararian is shocked and asks why his wife and mother are there. As he nearly loses consciousness, Henry grabs him. Hararian cries and shouts at Henry, stating that Henry said his family was being protected by the Shonen family, and asks how this could have happened. Henry tells Benedict to give them a day to think about it and says that they will give him an answer the next day. Benedict replies that he wants the answer that very day and states that if the sigils are not handed over by night, he will kill the hostages. That night, inside Hararian's tent, Henry enters and finds Hararian sitting silently. Henry states that the advisors all agree that the sigils should not be handed over. Hararian does not respond, and Henry calls him again. Hararian says that he is listening. Henry tells him that he must make a decision and asks whether he is aware of it. Hararian replies that he is aware and, with tears in his eyes, says that he cannot do it and cannot give up his family. Henry sits before him on the ground and says that he understands, tells him not to be heartbroken, and states that no matter how important the subjugation is, he cannot enforce the Empire's will on a mere family. Hararian cries and thanks him for his understanding. Henry tells him not to and says that he merely chose the only available option. Henry then says that he has a request and asks whether Hararian can grant it. Hararian replies that he is listening. Later, Henry flies toward Khan's palace and lands near it. Benedict approaches and asks whether it is flying magic, remarking that it seems there are guests who decide to show up at night. Henry states that he has come up with the answer to his question. Benedict mockingly calls him daring and asks whether he has come to make a deal just because he can use a little magic. Henry shows him a magic circle and says that he has hidden the sigils with that magic and that if Benedict tries any tricks, he will not be able to even glimpse the sigils. Benedict ordered the guard to bring the hostages. When the hostages are brought, he throws them toward Henry. Henry catches them and asks whether they are unharmed. His wife, Selene, asks who he is. Henry tells her to stay asleep for a while and uses sleep magic on them. After they fall asleep, Benedict asks for what he wanted. Henry tosses the sigils to him. Benedict takes them, opens his fist, and sees 2 rings in his hand, one being Ra's sigil and the other Janice's sigil, and realizes that they are real. Henry then signals to Clever, and at that moment Clever engulfs Benedict from behind. Benedict then finds himself in a shabby place, standing in water, and wonders where he is. He unleashes the Sword of the Sun and, in frustration, asks where Henry is and where he has gone, saying that Henry cannot do anything to him with such small tricks. Henry appears and says that even if Benedict is a general, he cannot do anything inside a mimic's stomach and states that it is time for Benedict Caliph to pay. Henry forms magic stacks, and magic circles appear above Benedict and begin striking him. After some time, Henry asks Clever whether Benedict is dead. Clever replies that he is still alive. Henry says that Benedict is hard to kill and that he will finish him himself. He tells Clever to open the way, and Clever opens it. Henry jumps into the stomach and lands there. He tells Benedict that surviving the downpour of magic fire proves that a general is different from others. Benedict swings his sword and says that he will never let Henry get away with this, and tells him to take out his sword. Henry laughs and asks why he should, claps his hands, forms magic circles, and says that his main profession is that of a wizard, and that if Benedict survives this as well, he will then take out his sword. After a while, Benedict collapses, and Henry moves close to him, saying that he has won. Then Henry collapses as well, his stomach bleeding badly. Meanwhile, at night in Hararian's tent, he moves around tensely, wondering why Lord Henry is running late. Suddenly, Clever appears behind him. Hararian flinches, turns back, and finds Henry lying on the floor, fainted. His mother and wife are also lying there. He rushes to Henry, whose stomach is badly injured, and tells him to wake up. Seeing the injury, he thinks it looks fatal. He uses the Eye of Ra to heal Henry, thinking that he cannot let him die like this. After a while, Henry wakes up and thanks him for saving his life. Hararian tells him that compared to what Henry has done for him, this is nothing at all. He then asks whether Henry really defeated Benedict. Henry confirms it and adds that, as proof, he brought back Hararian's family and the king's sigils. He also mentions that now that Benedict is gone, the subjugation will be over soon and asks when Hararian will accept his previous offer. Henry says that he will always accept Hararian's personal request, but other than that, he needs time to think about it. Henry tells Hararian that he knows the offer makes him uncomfortable, but asks if he can see how dangerous the national seclusion policy is, given the rebellion. Hararian asks what they would gain from ending the seclusion policy and making an exchange with the Shonen family. Henry explains that he intends to teach the people of Shathra magic. Meanwhile, Mordred approaches Arthur and tells him that Benedict ran away. Arthur is shocked and asks how this is possible. Mordred says that he is not sure, but Benedict disappeared without a trace like a ghost, and that he was only able to gather their men and return. Arthur is troubled, noting that if Benedict did run away, it would also be a problem. He orders Mordred to go and find Benedict as soon as possible. Mordred agrees and teleports away. Arthur is frustrated and wonders what the meaning of this is. The next morning, in Shatra Palace, the subjugation army advances to the palace, but Benedict is nowhere to be found. The rebellion army, leaderless, dissolves instantly. The people cheer happily, saying that His Majesty has returned, and they celebrate the great Ra's son, Hararian Khan. Meanwhile, in the Empire's capital at the Imperial Palace, the 3 counts bow before Silver Edward. Silver Edward expresses pride in the great houses and says that thanks to their bravery, he can sleep comfortably at night. Eisen responds that even though he may have grown old, his loyalty to the Empire burns brighter than anyone else's. Silver laughs and agrees, saying that he thinks Eisen should become a great marquis. A guard gives him a letter, and Silver notes that even the King of Shatra has sent a recommendation letter for Count Eisen. He announces that in honor of their hard work, he will personally hold a grand banquet that day. Eisen clenches his teeth and happily thanks him. In the banquet hall of the Imperial Palace, everyone enjoys drinks and shares laughter. Henry and Van are also present, having drinks. Seeing Eisen, Henry reflects that after his master passed away, he has heard that many nobles were replaced, and he can imagine some laughing in victory while others cry in despair. Van remarks that this is the nature of power, so it cannot be helped, and if no change occurs here, these scenes will continue indefinitely. Henry adds that unexpected events can happen at any time, and that it is their job to make that rising star a permanent star in the sky. Van notes that Henry seems confident, and Henry admits that if he were not confident, he would not have started all of this in the first place. He then asks Van if he plans to just enjoy the Imperial Palace party and drink all day. Van responds that he has indeed been busy lately and had completely forgotten about it, and then leaves, saying he will see Henry later. Meanwhile, Henry observes Eisen and the other counts, thinking that this place is filled with the likes of them. It has been years since he last entered the Imperial Palace, and he resolves not to waste his time fooling around with them. He sets his glass down and smirks, wondering if he should get on with his work. In the back garden of the Imperial Palace, the officer in charge of the guards spends time with his girlfriend, enjoying a moment alone with no one around. Suddenly, Henry approaches and remarks that it seems they were not aware someone was nearby. The officer, feeling embarrassed, apologizes, and Henry reassures him that it is fine and that these things happen. Henry then asks if there was not a small hero statue somewhere around. The guard points it out, and Henry sees the neglected statue. Frustrated, he scolds Silver Edward for neglecting the statue of the Empire's heroes. After adjusting it, he thinks it is better this way. Observing the statue, he notices Luminal's anklet absorbing the Earth's mana. When he touches it, it starts blinking, and Henry realizes that he has obtained one of his treasures. Looking at the Imperial Palace building, he wonders if he should slowly search for the rest of the treasures left within the palace. Meanwhile, in his office, Arthur is visited by Draken, who asks if something is troubling him. Arthur recalls that a few days ago, he heard from Mordred that no traces of Benedict had been found. Draken clenches his teeth and asks how long he must keep waiting, reminding Arthur that they need a Janus sigil to continue their experiment. Arthur, releasing his killing intent in anger, tells Draken that he is getting too worked up. Draken, frightened, apologizes. Arthur acknowledges Draken's worries, but reassures him that there is no need to be overly concerned, as he has prepared some insurance just in case. At the Imperial Palace banquet hall, Henry stands on the terrace. He takes an earring from a planter and thinks that he has found all the treasures hidden in the palace. He wonders if he should now continue with his next plan. The next morning, in Ten's mansion living room, Hagler, Van, and Ten gather together. The door opens and Henry enters, thanking them all for coming. He gets straight to the point, explaining that Count Eisen has been promoted to Marquis and that he himself has secured a month's vacation from this opportunity. He outlines his future plans. As a reward for the subjugation, their million company will now be able to operate with the backing of the Shonen House. Ten becomes happy hearing this. Van asks if Henry has thought about whom he plans to do business with. Henry explains that, first, he was promised an exchange with Shatra and is thinking of buying the luxury goods that Shatra offered only to the palace and selling them to the nobles. Van asks who the next client will be, and Henry replies that it is Fort Caliburn. Van questions whether it would be possible for civilian merchants to enter a military base. Henry reassures him that he need not worry, as he was once in the military there. He recalls that back then, he could not afford anything, but now, with the Shonen name behind him, he can procure all the ingredients from the Forest of Evil. Henry then tells Ten that, last but not least, he plans to expand the mercenary group. Ten responds that, as requested, he has made a list of trustworthy and talented people and hands it over to Van. Henry asks if Van could help recruit them, noting that the best way to attract talent is through a demonstration of skill. Holding the list, Van agrees to work on it. Henry instructs Hagler to continue taking care of Seldra and gives him a personal task to achieve the level of master within the remaining month. Hagler struggles with this, and Van remarks that although Hagler still has much to learn, if pushed beyond his limits, it is not entirely impossible. Henry then leans toward Van and whispers a personal favor in his ear. Van becomes excited, saying that he is more than happy to do favors like this and thinks it will be perfect fun. Henry concludes the meeting, and Ten reflects that it seems he is no longer much of a helper to Henry. Henry reassures Ten not to feel down, explaining that he will always need a competent manager on his side. Ten agrees. Henry thinks that now that this work is complete, he should move on to the next one. At the Shatra Palace, Henry arrives and greets Hararian, expressing his gratitude that, thanks to his recommendation letter, Count Eisen has become Marquis. Hararian responds that this is great news and asks about Henry's future plans. Henry explains that, first of all, he plans to buy Shatra luxury goods under the name of the Shonen House. Hararian raises a concern, noting that most of the goods are sent to the Imperial Palace as tribute, so the quantity available for trading is low. Henry reassures him that they will pay 3 times the actual price for the goods they can trade, asking if this would help expand production facilities. Hararian questions whether that would give Henry's side too much profit, and Henry insists that he cannot refuse to repay Hararian's kindness. Hararian then brings up the other matter, mentioning that they are still searching for talented people to be trained as wizards. Henry thinks that if he teaches them, they will soon reach the level of the Empire's magic tower. Hararian then says that they should start with what he promised before and leads Henry to the Temple of Janus. Henry wonders why the temple is located beneath the palace. Hararian confirms that all preparations are complete and asks if Henry brought the item he requested. Henry presents the Egg of Spirit and reflects that this seems like the moment to fulfill his promise to Hector. If Henry wants to learn swordsmanship from Hector, he must first help him live in this world again, just as he did. Hararian stands in a fountain and begins the ritual, casting spells that cause demonic energy to gather. Henry is shocked, thinking that few could control the power of darkness and death to this extent. The egg grows in size and starts to crack. From it, a figure emerges, pouring more energy until Hector appears, happily exclaiming how he longed to breathe in air and acknowledging that Henry kept his promise. Henry confirms that he did. Hararian then asks Henry if he prepared the equipment he requested, and Henry directs Clever to bring out the armor and other gear, saying that he has taken a step further to prepare them. Hararian casts spells on the equipment and puts it on Hector, declaring that the armor now belongs to him and encouraging him to take a look. Hector remarks that it is good. Henry then asks Hector to try it out, and when Hector asks what he should check, Henry tells him to check his power. Somewhere in the Shahadra Desert, Hector and Henry stand facing each other. Hector asks whether Henry means that he wants to spar when he says that he wants to check his power. Henry replies that he also wants to check his own strength while helping Hector warm up, adding that although he lends him a very large sword for sparring, Hector will be able to swing it without any difficulty. He then states that the chatter should end and that he will go first. Henry leaps toward Hector and strikes at him, but Hector blocks the attack easily with one hand holding the sword. Hector appears completely relaxed, while Henry struggles against his power and realizes that Hector does not move an inch. Hector then counters with a strike that pushes Henry back. Henry attacks again, saying that it will be difficult for Hector to dodge at that angle. Hector grips his sword and thinks that he has seen enough, then begins to strike. Henry sees the incoming attack and thinks that he will die unless he changes his stance. When the sword comes close to his head, Hector stops it and announces that the spar ends there, remarking that Henry has been slacking off. Henry realizes that Hector is far beyond his reach. Hector then comments that his metal body is better than the one he had before he died and adds that if he had known earlier, he would have died and been reborn sooner. Henry tells him that he can talk about his new body later and asks how his performance was, adding that Hector did not defend at all and questioning whether his aura is terrible. Hector replies that it is the opposite, explaining that Henry's aura feels foreign and fresh, which is why he does not defend against it, and now he can see it clearly. He says that Henry's aura emanates from his core, passes through his heart once, and is then released. Henry confirms this and says that if his prediction is correct, his aura is affected by the heart circle. Hector replies that this is a structure he has never heard of and suggests that this method might be normal for a magic swordsman. Hector then says that he will go and hunt monsters because his body still feels stiff. Henry tells Clever to go with Hector in case he gets lost. Henry thinks that he should collect mana while Hector is away. Half a day later, Henry is still collecting mana and thinks about managing both aura and mana at the same time. He observes that when the aura output increases, the rotation of the circle also becomes faster and concludes that there is a link between aura and the circle, deciding that he must train both mana and aura from now on. Suddenly, Hector rushes toward him, and Henry asks what is wrong. Hector explains that he has been slaughtering monsters, but stops mid-sentence while huffing. Henry tells him to calm down and speak more slowly. Hector then shows him an egg and says that Clever has turned into an egg. Henry wonders about this, and Hector explains that it happens while he is hunting, when Clever follows him and eats the dead monsters, then suddenly glows brightly and turns into an egg. Henry says that this explains it and asks how many monsters Hector has hunted. Hector replies that he does not count them but estimates about 500. Henry smirks and tells him not to worry, explaining that Clever has simply started to evolve and must have eaten a large amount. He adds that since Clever has become an egg, he will not be able to use the chest, and concludes that since everything is done, they should return to the palace. In the evening at Shahatra Palace, Henry and Hector arrive. Several animal corpses are present, and Hararian says that he has already prepared the bodies Henry asked for, and is also preparing some additional ones that can be used as extras. He explains that one of them is a desert monster known as a Karun, and that they had trouble finding one that looks as close to a human as possible, but they were eventually able to capture it. He then asks them to take a look. Hector says that anyone would believe it is a human if it had eyes, a nose, and a mouth. He sits near it and channels his power into it. The Karun rises, and Hector, now inside its body, says that it feels strange. Hararian asks how it is, saying that he is quite worried because it is his first time doing this. The Karun replies that the body feels a little short, but is still the best, and that he is very satisfied with how he manages to experience the sensation. Suddenly, its head starts cracking, a mouth opens, and it says that now it can eat food and enjoy alcohol. Henry thinks that he should use plastic surgery on himself later. Hararian asks whether he would like to test the other bodies. The Karun agrees and then sniffs a strange aroma, saying that it is the famous Shahatra incense. Hararian confirms this and explains that he burns the incense in case Hector feels uncomfortable because of the animal stench. Henry says that the scent is really nice and asks whether it is also listed as a trade item. Hararian replies that it would have been nice if it were, but the incense is complicated to make, so there is a limit to how much can be produced. Henry says that it is a pity and adds that if it could be listed as a trade item, it would definitely become a sensation. He then thinks of something, smirks, and says that maybe they can use this incense to bring down Arthur, asking Hararian to listen to him. Hagler and Van are on their way to the training ground. Van asks Hagler how old his daughter is this year. Hagler replies that she is 4 years old and says that his family is everything to him and the reason he lives, adding that his daughter is more precious than his own life. He then tells Van never to forget that mindset. Hagler clenches his fist and says that he is definitely going to become someone his family can be proud of. Van then says that they have finally arrived at the training grounds. To Hagler's surprise, several soldiers are blocking their way. A noble greets him and says that it has been a while, addressing him by name. Hagler, shocked, asks Van what the meaning of this is. Hagler is a knight of common birth who is scouted by a count's house because of his excellent skills. However, the Lord falls in love with Hagler's beautiful wife, Sona, and is caught trying to do something improper toward her. It is said that Hagler nearly beats the Lord to death, and as a result, he is now on the run and hiding from the nobles. Van smirks and says that the man is Count Dialo, the one whose legs Hagler broke. Hagler shouts at Van, asking how he can do this even though he knows the truth. Van replies that they do not need someone who will hold them back and tells Hagler to resolve his dirty past with his own hands. Hagler thinks that this is a test and realizes that the captain and vice captain are trying to test him. Dialo yells at Hagler, saying that he will never let him die easily and that he is going to throw him into the pits. Hagler runs toward him with his sword drawn. Dialo orders his subordinates to kill him. Hagler strikes them down with successive slashes, killing them one by one. Hagler thinks that they are slow compared to his master's movements and that they are far too slow. The leader of the knights tries to flee, saying that the situation is troubling and that he has to run. However, Dialo's personal knight kills the leader and scolds him for trying to run, calling him useless. Hagler, frightened, recognizes him as Waper. Waper rushes toward Hagler to strike and says that Hagler dares to call his lord by name and that he is quite cocky for a criminal. Hagler falls to the ground, badly injured. Dilo laughs and praises Waper, saying that as a reward, he will give Hagler's family to him as slaves. Van watches and wonders whether it ends here. However, Hagler grabs his sword and, in frustration, says that he will kill him. He rushes forward to strike, but Waper blocks his attack. Their swords clash, and Waper becomes troubled, wondering what kind of power this is and realizing that he is being overwhelmed. With another strike, Hagler breaks Waper's sword and slashes him. Dilo, alarmed, shouts Waper's name. Van thinks that it is ridiculous and wonders how Hagler reaches mastery like this. Dilo becomes frightened when Hagler turns his gaze toward him and begs to talk it out. However, Hagler then collapses. Dilo starts laughing and says that just as he thought, there is no way someone like Hagler can do anything to him. Van then shows Dilo a paper and says that it is a pardon given by the great Marquis Eisen himself, explaining that all of Hagler's crimes have been discharged and that any further retaliation will be considered a challenge to the Shonen House. Van strikes Dilo at a sensitive part, causing him to scream in pain. Van says that this is what Dilo gets for trying to steal someone else's wife and tells him to bear with it, wishing him a long and painful life as pitiful as a cockroach's. Meanwhile, at the Caliburn fortress, a guard notices Henry and asks about his identity. Henry throws his card to him, and the guard becomes flustered upon seeing it. Henry then says that it has been a while since he has visited the Caliburn fortress. The guards greet them and gossip among themselves, saying that Henry is the man from the rumors and the legendary lieutenant of the special units, adding that they have heard there are 3 stars on his identity card. As Henry goes inside, Commander Esselin suddenly leaps at him to strike. Henry notices him, takes out his sword, and blocks the attack. Esselin smirks and says that it looks like Henry has not been slacking around. Henry replies that Esselin is still as fierce as ever and greets him. Esselin turns and tells him that there is no need for greetings and suggests that they go have a cup of tea in Esselin's office. Henry drinks tea and says that Esselin has become the deputy commander-in-chief and that he is glad Esselin is doing well without him. Esselin asks what brings him here. Henry explains that he has started a small merchant business and would like Esselin to accept them as a regular trading partner. Esselin asks why he should choose Henry and whether Henry thinks he will be given a spot immediately just because he asks for it. Henry replies honestly that he does. Esselin laughs and agrees to open a spot especially for him, adding that Henry will have to make a personal trade with him in return. Henry says that he understands and will obtain any item Esselin needs. Esselin laughs and says that since they have brought in some good alcohol, they should get rid of the boring day and get wasted that night. That night, in the Forest of Evil, Henry arrives and says that he finally puts Esselin to sleep and that he almost cannot come out that day. He remarks that it has been a long time since he was there and that the real work starts in that place. He casts a magic spell and thinks that he has 1 month and must become an archmage no matter what. He then starts running while using magic, saying that he will finish within half a day. He encounters monsters along the way and slashes them down. A demonic gorilla leaps at him, and Henry draws his sword and slashes it. Seeing more monsters gathering, he remarks that they are all starting to gather around and recalls that there is a tough monster that can even survive fire. He notices a lizard among them and identifies it as Paragon. The monsters growl at him. Henry wields his sword and says that no matter how many of them come at him, they are not even close to warming him up. He uses the Sonic Cutter spell and begins slicing them. After killing the other monsters, only Paragon remains. Henry remarks that it is a lame thing and congratulates Paragon on being recruited into the team. Holding a bag, he says that he is almost done collecting all the ingredients. The next day, Esselin complains of a headache. Henry gives him some documents and says that he has prepared all the papers needed for their trade. Esselin asks when Henry prepares all this, since they drank together the previous night, and comments that young bloods must function differently. Someone knocks on the door and says that he has come because the deputy commander-in-chief called for him. Esselin says that the person has arrived and tells Henry that someone has come to meet him. Ronan enters and greets Henry, saying that it has been a long time. Esselin leaves, saying that he has places to go and that they should stay and take a breather, adding that the place will be empty all day. Afterward, Ronan tells Henry that he cannot believe Henry became Eisen's vassal, adding that it makes sense since Henry is the best among them. Henry asks what rank Ronan achieves. Ronan replies that he has become an intermediate master. Henry asks how he reaches mastery. Ronan explains that it happens while he is fighting dangerous monsters in a level 5 area and that when he feels he can defeat them, his aura organizes. Henry wonders whether Ronan becomes a master because his mind calms down, and considers that it might depend on how the user feels. He decides that he needs to check this. He tells Ronan to keep whatever he is about to see a secret. Henry closes his eyes and gathers his aura. He asks Ronan how it looks and whether it seems like he awakens as a master. Ronan replies that he is not sure, but from the looks of it, it does seem like Henry succeeds. Henry then suggests that they give it a test. Inside Fort Caliburn's training ground, Ronan and Henry are sparring with each other. Henry feels impressed by Ronan and thinks that he has real skill. Ronan thinks that he underestimated Henry when Henry said he only wanted to test his skills through sparring. He recalls that Henry claimed to be a sword expert and realizes that Henry is almost a match for him, even though he himself is a sword master. Ronan says that he will show his true attack and that he has not been holding back either. He grips his sword and tells Henry to block it with all his strength because he will strike with full power. He leaps at Henry and begins attacking. Henry blocks his sword as their blades clash. Henry struggles and thinks that the attack is heavy. Ronan's sword begins cutting into Henry's sword and a huge flash bursts out. Henry notices that his sword breaks. Henry thinks that his aura is clearly different from that of a normal swordsman and that comparing himself to existing experts or masters' ranks is meaningless. Seeing Henry's broken sword, Ronan smirks and thinks that his own skills are still superior. Ronan suggests ending the match and going to get a drink. A few days later, Henry notes that the incense he created is highly addictive. He states that his first test subject is Aubert. Aubert sits in the prison, smells the aroma, lies on the floor, and thinks that he feels extremely high and wonders what kind of smell it is. Henry approaches him and states that the pink swamp scent effect seems to be improving and that it may be because its density has been increased. He remarks that both of them are terrible people. Aubert flinches and quickly sits up. Henry states that he thought he would at least feel some sympathy at this point. Aubert asks who Henry is. Henry holds the incense and pours it into Aubert's toilet. Aubert stops him and tells him not to do that. Henry states that from now on, if Aubert raises his voice or does not answer his questions, his share of the incense will be dumped into the toilet. Henry shows him a letter and asks what Alfred wants from him. Aubert remains silent, and Henry pours more incense into the toilet and tells him not to make him repeat himself. Aubert stops him and quickly says that it is an egg, that he came across it by chance, and that a spiritualist said it is an egg of evolution, adding that he does not know how it works. Henry asks if he is sure and continues pouring. Aubert says that he really does not know and tells him to stop. Henry thinks that Aubert truly does not know, and that he is not a spiritualist like Alfred. Henry thinks that the egg of evolution will be good bait. Henry then asks Aubert if he knows what the letter is. Aubert, losing consciousness, says that it is a letter from him stating that he would help with the rebellion that Duke Arthur is leading. Henry flinches and thinks that Arthur is planning a rebellion, and wonders if Chatra's revolt is merely an outpost. He recalls Mordred telling Benedict that the Highlander house will fully support him if he hands over the promised item. Henry thinks that Mordred did ask Benedict for a certain item, and realizes that the remaining problem is finding out what that item is. He thinks that Aubert likely does not know about the item. Henry becomes frustrated, pours all the incense into the toilet, and leaves, thinking that Aubert is no longer useful. Aubert looks into the toilet and collapses into it. In the laboratory, Henry prepares more incense and thinks that the pink swamp is Chatra's specialty and that the incense has been modified through alchemy and magic. Through continuous experimentation with Aubert, he perfects the effect. He thinks that all he needs to do now is include it with the trading goods and allow it to be sold. He states that he still needs to finish the others. He sees Paragon and states that it lasts longer than expected, even after cutting off its tail 100 times. He thinks that this allows him to make 500 doses of black tear. Using magic, he gathers the black tear and thinks that his personal growth elixir, black tear, has not been revealed to the magic tower. He thinks that its effects are stronger than Miracle Blue. but that the side effects are far worse. He drinks it and binds himself with iron chains, asking for help to endure it. The iron chains bind him completely, and blood flows from his mouth. He feels exhausted and thinks that the pain is worse than the deadly poison he experienced in his previous life. He thinks that his body is becoming heavier and that he can no longer move. He thinks that he is really going to die and wonders if he is going to die again. After a while, he regains consciousness and feels warmth. Seeing Alragan, he realizes that Alragan is protecting his body while it is being consumed by the black tear as he lies unconscious. He thinks that this is his chance to control the black tear while Alragan lessens the pain. He begins controlling the black tear, and a circle starts forming in his heart. He feels sharp pain and clenches his teeth. The chains break, and a magic circle also forms. He sits while breathing heavily and states that he has finally formed the sixth circle and reached the rank of an archmage. Seeing Alragan happily chanting for him, Henry says that he is proud of Alragan and that he never thought Alragan had such a high healing ability. With a snap of his fingers, he moves close to the window and asks if they should do something that only an archmage can do. He moves to Seldra and thinks that the place will suffice. He lands there, sits on the ground, and casts a spell. A huge magic circle forms, and he calls for the blessings of greater architecture to be upon the land. With that magic, a grand mansion rises there and is named the Magic Tower. Henry states that his new magic tower will now be called the Snow Tower. The next day at Shatra Palace, in the rear exercise ground, Hararian swings his sword and attempts to catch a bird. He strikes several times, but the bird dodges each attempt. The bird then attacks him, and Hararian blocks with his sword. As he struggles, the bird cracks and breaks his sword. At that moment, Henry approaches, claps for him, and says that he has improved a lot. Hector's armor starts to appear there, and he asks how it was. He asks whether this overwhelming strength that does not change even when the body changes inspires admiration. Henry replies that it does not inspire admiration at all. He then states that he has completed the product development he mentioned before and suggests going inside to discuss the details. Hararian agrees. In the palace sitting room, Henry shows the incense and states that it is pink swamp incense, that he has added a special effect with his magic, and that he has applied his special recipe to the Shatra incense. He explains that when it is smelled, it reacts with the mana flowing through the body, continues to take effect, and causes craving. He states that he plans to sell it to the Empire's nobles. He then asks whether talented people have been found to be trained as wizards. Hararian replies that he has gathered people who meet the conditions, but that there is a small problem. Later in the palace, 4 people are gathered. One of them, Howl, states that he is not interested in becoming a wizard, and that his dream is to become an illusionist who serves the sun god Ra. Henry observes that Howl's aura is overflowing, and thinks that Howl is a child with great talent and a strong spirit. Henry asks why he wants to learn illusion magic in particular. Howl replies that snow is a cold white flower that falls from the sky, that he has never left Shatra and does not plan to do so, and that he wants to see snow. He says that the high priest told him that if he learns illusion magic, he would be able to see and feel snow without leaving Shatra. Henry smirks and snaps his fingers, using teleportation magic. They teleport to Seldra. Hararian asks where they are. Henry welcomes them and states that they are at the Snow Tower. They are all astonished upon seeing the snow. Howl wonders whether it is truly snow. Henry asks if Howl still wants to become an illusionist. Howl sits before Henry and says that he no longer wishes to become one, admits that he failed to recognize Henry's greatness, and states that he made a mistake. Henry then uses teleportation magic and returns to the palace sitting room. He asks Hararian whether he may use the place as a training ground for the students. Hararian asks if he is sure that the place will be sufficient. Henry confirms it. Henry then takes out a scroll and says that they will need to invite an instructor who will stay in his place. He tears the scroll, and a magic circle forms. He tells everyone to greet the newcomer. He states that a mage of the Magic Tower who studies pure magic will be teaching them, and that the mage is known as Lightning Kyle. Meanwhile, Van points his sword at Yanis and asks if he is Yanis the Storm. He says that Yanis became famous because of his traps, and that he cannot believe he came all this way to waste his time on someone like him. He states that the Bursting Spear Grionarch, Sarban the Flash, and the enchanted Alberto are all merely empty shells without real skill, even though Henry wanted him to recruit them. He then asks Giannis why he is making traps in the mountains. Giannis replies that Baron Yellow executed his family because their cultivation tax was overdue, and that he did not want to be executed as well. Van says that this is why Giannis ran into the mountains and used traps to avoid soldiers. He tells Giannis to leave because he is not after him, instructs him to run farther away and continue living, and Giannis runs away. At that moment, someone leaps into the air and strikes Giannis, causing an explosion. Van turns back in shock. Mordred smashes Giannis's head into the ground and wonders whether the man is Benedict. Van asks Mordred why he is there. Mordred turns and asks who he is. Van smirks and says that the timing is good and that he has always wanted to beat Mordred. They stand facing each other, and Mordred asks for the Van's name. Instead of answering, Van scolds him. Mordred becomes frustrated and releases killing intent toward him, and Van also releases killing intent. Mordred charges at him, saying that he will kill him. Van draws his sword, blocks the strike, pushes Mordred back, and says that Mordred is still as slow as ever. Mordred acknowledges that Van is not so bad. He then wields his sword again and uses the Sapphire Rose technique, his finishing move, named because the aura that gathers around his sword in thin layers resembles a single blue rose. Van smirks, thinking that Mordred can go ahead and show his finishing move as much as he wants because he will demonstrate how sheltered Mordred has been. Van then leaps at him, uses the Galaxy Downfall Slash, and strikes him. Mordred, seeing the skill, is shocked. He begins to wield his sword to strike again, but to his surprise, his sword cracks and breaks. Later, Mordred lies on the ground. Van puts his foot on his stomach and asks how long he has been messing around, pointing out that Mordred could not even stop an attack just now. Mordred asks if he is Van, and Van confirms, saying that, of course, he is, asking rhetorically if anyone else in the Empire wields aura as he does. Mordred starts laughing and unleashes tremendous energy, which makes Van wonder what it is. Meanwhile, at Count Tyrion's mansion, Tyrion tells Oscar that after the Shatra subjugation, his finances are running dangerously low. Oscar agrees that his finances are low as well and wishes he had earned the Marquis position. Tyrion thinks that he would have handled the situation better if he had Aizen's compatibility, but reflects that everything is because of Henry. A subordinate then informs Tyrion that a guest has arrived. Tyrion asks whether there was an appointment, and the subordinate says there was not, but that Marquis Aizen's vassal, Henry Morris, wishes to meet him. Oscar remarks that it is speak of the devil and tells the subordinate to let him in. Henry enters and greets them, noting that it has been a while. Tyrion asks what brings him there and whether the Shonen house sent him. Henry says it is something personal and that he is not representing the Shonen family. He explains that his merchant group plans to distribute the Shatra kingdom's specialties. Oscar asks if he means the Shatra silk and spices sent to the imperial palace as tribute. Tyrion congratulates him on his first trade and internally marvels that there is barely enough money to buy such rare items, thinking that Henry is incredible. Henry thanks him and mentions that he brought a small gift. Oscar asks if it is the special tea he had mentioned. Henry gives them the incense, saying it is called the Pink Swamp, an experimental item made in Shatra. Both of them are lost in the fragrance and comment on how sweet it is, feeling as though they are in heaven. Henry says it is an item they put their all into and asks how it is. Tyrion excitedly declares it the best, insisting that merely calling it the best would be an insult. Henry says he is flattered and adds that he had thought of adding it to the trade list, but worries that the quality is not good. Tyrion says that if he can secure the product, he will open a market for him, and Oscar says the same. Henry thanks them and gives them each a gift of incense, smirking to himself that they can enjoy it and boast about the pink swamp to their snobby noble peers. Meanwhile, at Balkanus's workshop in Mushu Blacksmith's town, Henry remarks that it has been a while. Balkanus says he has come at the right time and that he was able to finish the item Henry requested that morning. He gives Henry a box and explains that there is no substitute for seeing it in person, inviting him to check it out. Henry opens the box and finds a ring and a necklace, asking about the sudden addition of the necklace. Balkanus explains that it has meaning and tells him to try it on first. Henry wears the necklace and ring and asks what he is supposed to do. Balkanus says it is perfect and instructs him to repeat after him. As Henry says sword out, a strange effect occurs. Henry's body becomes fully armored as he grasps a sword, and he wonders what it is. Balcanus explains that it is the Colt armor and Colt sword, made by infusing the Colt iron Henry brought with magic, and that Henry can also summon a single item from among those stored in the armory if he wishes. Henry says that it is as expected from Balcanus and remarks that he always had to carry a sword around before, but now he will no longer need to. Balcanus then gives him another sword and says that it is a personal present he made for him, and asks if he will accept it. Henry takes it and unsheathes it. Balcanus explains that it is his sixth masterpiece, a sword made from poison alloy mixed with Henry's blood poison. Henry thinks that a sword made from poison alloy is indeed a great sword. Later, Henry joins hands with Balcanus and thanks him. Balcanus says that the fate of those children now lies in Henry's hands. Afterward, in the Forest of Evil, Henry comes there and thinks that there is no better place than this to test an archmage's abilities and his new weapon, and that, unlike before, he will go deeper. He senses many hidden eyes spying on him and feels their presence, thinking that they are there. Suddenly, many monsters jump at him. Henry summons his sword, becomes fully armored, and equips it. With a single slash, he kills all the monsters. Henry says to Balcanus that he has created a world masterpiece. He then feels a murderous intent. When he turns around, he finds no one and wonders if someone is nearby, thinking that he believed no one was around. He closes his eyes and thinks that they seem to be a bit far away. Henry uses magic sight to scan the surroundings and wonders where the monstrous intent is coming from. He detects Esselan, who is grabbing someone, and Esselan also notices his magic sight. Esselan leaps toward that direction and says that he has finally found the Lick Knight. Henry is shocked to see him coming and thinks that Esselan must have mistaken him for a Lick Knight because he used magic in the dark, and that it will be troublesome to explain the situation. Henry arms his face and blocks Esselan's sword, struggling to hold on and thinking that this is Esselan's true power. Esselan says that if he is the Lick Knight, then he should try to block the attack. Henry thinks that he needs to block it and uses a magic shield, but Esselan's sword cracks the shield. Henry dodges and thinks that a hastily made magic shield is not enough. Esselan asks if that is all he has and tells the Lick Knight to entertain him some more. Henry thinks that he cannot reveal his true identity and that since Esselan is giving his all, he will do the same. He places his hand on the ground, forms magic circles beneath Esselan, and raises a wall of rocks between them. Esselan breaks through the wall and jumps at him, telling him to fight for his life and entertain him. While Esselan is still in the air, Henry notices that it is his chance. He forms various magic circles, unleashes blizzard and cyclone spells, and freezes Esselan midair. Henry internally apologizes and thinks that Esselan will need to stay frozen for a while, and wonders why Esselan is there, deciding to take him safely back to the base first. Later, at Caliburn Fortress, Esselan is in his room and opens his eyes, shouting for the Lick Knight. He wonders why he is there and whether everything was a dream. He grabs his head in frustration and says that he should not be sleeping there and needs to catch the Lick Knight and interrogate him. He shouts in frustration in his room. Later, at Ten's mansion, Henry is in the laboratory and thinks that he has taken Esselan back safely and has also collected ingredients for the Black Tear in the Forest of Evil. He wonders whether he should start what he has postponed. Henry blesses Clever's egg with his magic power and thinks that it will live up to his expectations. The egg then begins to grow rapidly with magic. He thinks that if he pours more magic into it, he will be able to hatch Clever with his own power. A strong light starts emerging from the egg. Clever comes out in a jelly-like form and calls him his master. Henry happily greets him. Clever apologizes and says that he has not yet absorbed all of Henry's magic power and thinks that he needs to rest more. Henry says that he will give him plenty of time and tells him to talk to him when he is finished. He then absorbs Clever back into his ring. Henry says that he is now done with Clever's problem. Ten then rushes in and tells Henry that there is an emergency concerning Van. As they hurry, a soldier brings Van in terrible condition, completely unconscious. Henry rushes forward and asks what happened. Van, badly injured, begins to tell him about Mordred's terrible, monstrous form. Previously, Mordred's tentacles tried to strike Van, but Van retreated. Van asks whether Mordred has been reborn as a monster. As Mordred begins to chase him, Van thinks that Mordred's hostility toward him has not changed and that he will kill him once more. Grabbing his sword, Van tries to slash him using the galaxy downpour and cuts a tentacle. When Mordred stops chasing him, Van mockingly says that he thought Mordred would be stronger than before, but that he seems to have become weaker. Suddenly, Mordred spits demonic poison at him, but Van retreats, and the poison hits a boulder and destroys it. Van thinks that it is a deadly poison that can even melt boulders. He again begins to slash him, saying that this is more like it, and that now they can start a real fight. One of Mordred's tentacles then tries to strike Van, but Van dodges and slashes it, cutting it. In the evening, Van is completely exhausted and wonders whether he has finished it. He thinks that he has to alert Henry about the monster, and that his injury is too deep to move a single muscle, and that he cannot die like that. He then collapses. Later, a soldier finds him unconscious and says that he is in serious condition and that they have to take him back to the mansion. Meanwhile, Allragan heals Van, and Van opens his eyes. He tells everything to Henry. Henry says that if he understands correctly, Arthur has made a chimera, a creature prohibited by the magic tower. Van asks why Arthur would make Mordred of all people into a chimera and says that he heard Mordred was his only relative. Henry says that Arthur is currently preparing a rebellion and that he was also behind the Shatra rebellion. Van asks what they should do. Henry says that first they need to destroy Arthur's tools, the empires and nobles, and that he has already planted his traps. At night, in Duke Arthur's mansion, Arthur asks Draken whether it is a beautiful night, and Draken confirms it. Arthur says that Mordred is dead. Draken apologizes for the loss. Suddenly, Draken spits out blood as Arthur's energy lifts him up, and he screams in pain. Arthur, in frustration, asks whether Draken did not change Mordred's body into a chimera and says that Mordred should not have died like that. Draken shouts an apology. Arthur then slams him into the ground and says that, to be honest, he knew from the beginning that without the power of Janus, it is impossible to make a true chimera. He looks outside and thinks that he has to take matters into his own hands. Meanwhile, in Shatra, Hararian and his wife are sleeping in their room when someone tells his wife to open her eyes. At Ten's mansion, Henry is sitting while reading a book. A servant tells him that Shired from the Etherweather house has arrived. Henry closes the book and thinks that it seems to be time to start his business. Shired later meets Henry, and Henry greets him and introduces himself as a vassal of the Shonen family. Shired introduces himself as Sherad Etherweather, the second son of Marquis Alfred Etherweather. He says that he has heard that Henry has formed a trading relationship with Shatra and that there is an item called the Pink Swamp among the trade goods. He wonders that since Oscar brought the incense to him, he cannot get the sweet smell out of his mind. Henry says that they do have the Pink Swamp on their list, but that they are all reserved and that he cannot sell them. Shired begins to request, asking whether there are really none left, not even a small amount. Henry says that he should not be doing this, and Shired says that he only wants a little and will not ask for more. Henry gives him some samples and says that he does have some left for giveaways. He thinks that he never expected to use these in Shonen. He thinks that this Pink Swamp is lighter in weight, thanks to his magic, and that it is a smaller dose but more addictive than the first one. Shired takes them and thanks him. Henry thinks that it will only be a matter of time before all the Empire's nobles fall into his hands. A few days later, at Ten's mansion, many nobles come there and make a fuss, saying that they know Henry is selling Pink Swamp there and telling him to come out. Henry comes out of his room and says that he is the person in charge and asks them to follow him if they are looking for Pink Swamp. He takes them to a sitting place and thanks them for coming. They ask why he has brought them to a stage and where the Pink Swamp is, saying that they did not come to see a play. Henry claps, and servants bring the Pink Swamp along with refreshments and place them on each table. Henry says that it is a gift for everyone and asks them to take a seat and enjoy. They all take their seats and thank him since he is asking so kindly. Henry then says that they will start the auction of all Shatra products. They are shocked and ask what he means by suddenly holding an auction, saying that they only came to buy the Pink Swamp. Henry says that if all the auction items are not sold out, he will not sell any Pink Swamp, and that the Pink Swamp will only be open to those who buy the other auction items as well. They become frustrated and think that they should have seen this coming when he was the only one selling the Pink Swamp, and that they have no other choice. The bidding then starts, and after a while, Henry sells everything. He then thanks them for participating in the Shatra auction. They take the incense and leave. Van approaches Henry and asks how much he sold. Henry says that it is almost enough to control the country's economy and that all the money they are spending comes from the citizens' hardships. Van says that he is not wrong. Henry then says that he is not sure whether the emperor will fall for this, but that he has thrown out enough bait and that there is no need to continue the business. Meanwhile, in the evening, Henry is reading a book when he hears someone outside calling him to come out. Henry goes out and asks who it is. The man says that he is Walred, the first son of Marquis Alfred Etherweather. Henry thinks that it seems Walred is addicted and that he has caught the wrong fish. Henry says that it seems Walred has come to find the pink swamp, but that they have already sold everything. Walred says that if that is so, then he tosses a box of pink swamp toward Henry and says that Henry always says that he has none left. Yet he has heard that Henry sold a large amount at an auction for nobles and made excessive profits. Henry thinks that this may turn out to be more interesting and wonders whether he should provoke him further. He apologizes as the person in charge and says that he had no choice but to make the most of it because of how little he was given. Walred clenches his teeth and says that it is for such a petty reason. He yells that Henry lied to everyone and that it is the same as deceiving his family. He threatens that if Henry does not give him all the pink swamp he has hidden, he will regret it. He stomps on the ground and releases his killing intent from his spiritual circuit, calling Cillian to get rid of Henry. Henry sits on his knees and says that he has made a grave mistake and begs for forgiveness, acting as if he is crying while thinking that he can make use of Walred by looking terrified. After that, a bird attacks Walred's spiritual circuit, and Walred collapses. Henry wonders where the bird comes from and whether Walred faints because his spiritual circuit is ruined when his high-grade spirit is destroyed. He thinks that the bird looks normal and wonders why it has the power to destroy a high-grade spirit. He then realizes that it is Hector. Hector appears, and Henry says that he was planning to use Walred for something important and asks what the meaning of this is. Hector apologizes and says that he thought Henry was in danger. He then asks whether it is okay to just leave Walred there. Henry says that he will take him to see Eisen. Hector asks whether he means Eisen and not Alfred. Henry confirms that it is Eisen and says that now that there is solid proof that they have decided to point their swords toward him, he is going to provoke Alfred with this strategy. Meanwhile, Henry goes to Eisen with Walred, who is rattling weakly. Eisen says that if he understands correctly, this little boy has tried to attack Henry but could not control his spirit and collapsed on his own. Henry, crying, says that he is barely able to get out alive. Eisen becomes furious and says that they dare to try to attack his vassal. He asks Henry what he thinks they should do about this. Henry answers with a devilish smile that they should show them what the Shonen family can do. They then go to Alfred's place, dragging Walred's with them. Eisen shouts for Alfred to come out. Alfred quickly comes out and asks Eisen whether he has truly gone mad. Then, seeing Walred, he rushes to him, asking what happened. Alfred angrily tells Eisen that he is not sure what happened exactly, but that Eisen will tell him every last detail of what he has done. Eisen says that Alfred has the wrong idea and that he has come to get an apology. He calls Alfred foolish and says that Alfred's first son threatened his vassal. Alfred asks Walred whether that is true. Walfred hesitantly says that the truth is that Shire is tricked by that man, Henry, so he thinks he will take revenge. Alfred becomes furious and slaps Walred, asking whether he is out of his mind and saying that he has made this mess just because of that, adding that he should have at least fought properly if he wanted to fight that badly. Eisen calls them an apathetic father and son and says that if anyone dares to threaten his vassal one more time, he will erase that person from the surface of this world, even if it is their bloodline. After saying this, they leave. Alfred, left behind in frustration, thinks that he will get back at Eisen no matter what. Eisen then says to Henry that this is enough to show them who they are trying to mess with. Henry answers that it is, and says that they definitely realize that the Shonen family is nothing like fools like them. Internally, Henry thinks that they are fools. Later, at Ten's mansion, Van laughs after hearing everything and says that it is funny to imagine it, adding that Henry has made Eisen and Alfred mutual enemies. Henry corrects him and says that, considering what they have done to his teacher, this is nothing at all. Van then asks what Henry is going to do now. Henry answers that Alfred will want revenge, and that there is only one way it can happen. When Van asks whether he is talking about a territory battle, Henry closes his book and says yes, adding that he has already acted according to his plan so that it will happen. Van says that the three of them will be able to overpower them all. Henry replies that they will not just overpower them, and that he is also thinking of taking Alfred's head with this opportunity. He then adds that it is also time for them to settle down there and become independent from Eisen. Van points out that aside from money, they still do not have enough talented people. Henry hands him a piece of paper and says that this is why he has a favor to ask, and tells him to find the person written on it. Van complains that he has already had his fair share of troublesome people, but after seeing the name, he flinches. Henry says that this man will become their strength. Van answers that if they are choosing this person, then he is more than happy to comply, and then leaves. Henry thinks that a lot of time has passed and many events have occurred since he was unjustly killed by the Emperor and his underlings in his past life. He thinks that there will be more blood on his hands in the future, but that there is no other way if it is for the people of the Empire. He concludes that there is no turning back and that it is now time to act on his revenge. Meanwhile, at night in Shatra, Hararian is on his way to the entrance of the Temple of Janus, carrying a pig. Salin comes to him and says that he is going to pray to Janus and asks him to take her with him. Hararian answers that he cannot and reminds her that he enters the temple alone because it is too dangerous. She insists, saying that he is not in full health and that, given how he has been training in swordsmanship recently, she wants to help him. He hugs her and says that he is very happy to be married to someone like her, then agrees to let her help him just this once. Meanwhile, Arthur, hiding inside her, thinks that it is a success, saying that when he kidnapped this woman, he secretly stored his power inside her so that he can control her even from far away. He thinks that he will finally be able to get his hands on Janus's power. At the Temple of Janus, they both arrive. Salin looks around in amazement, and Hararian says that it is her first time entering the temple, so it is no surprise that she is amazed by it. He then says that he will start the ritual. He places the animal in the fountain and casts a black magic spell. As he gathers demonic energy, Janus appears. She is shocked and thinks that this must be Janus. When Janus glances at her, Arthur wonders whether Janus has noticed his presence. Janus throws demonic energy toward her and asks who she is. Arthur feels frightened and wonders what this pressure is and whether he is afraid. Janus then says that she is a human who wants his power and asks whether it is interesting. He adds that she has a pretty good vessel, and that he will give her the same opportunity he gave Hararian. At Draken's laboratory, Draken captures two men and imprisons them. They plead for their lives, but he tells them that there is only one way for them to leave the experiment alive. He uses lightning magic on one of them and tells the other that if he wants to save his friend, he must sacrifice himself instead. The man breaks down in tears and apologizes to his friend before dying. After killing him, Draken turns to the remaining man and tells him that they will move on to the next experiment immediately. The terrified boy says that Draken promised to set him free after this. Draken replies that that was the previous experiment, and that this is a new one. He then casts another spell and freezes him into ice. Watching them die, Draken remarks that they die too easily, like all the others, and wonders why humans are so weak both physically and mentally. At that moment, Arthur appears behind him and says that there is already a dead body, which makes it perfect timing because he wants to test a new power. Draken is troubled by his sudden presence and asks how he came there. Arthur casts a spell on the corpse, and it suddenly opens its eyes and rises as an undead. Meanwhile, Alfred goes to meet Silver Edward. Frustrated, he thinks that Eisen must believe he would do nothing even after both of his sons are ruined. He thanks Silver for allowing him to enter. Silver tells him to skip the formalities and asks why he has come. Alfred asks whether Silver has heard of Pink Swamp, a new incense made in Shatra that is being traded by a personal merchant of Marquis Eisen. Silver replies that he would like to have some someday and asks what about it. Alfred explains that people are becoming abnormally obsessed with this incense and that his second son is no exception. He assumes that something harmful is mixed into it. Silver asks whether Alfred means that his son might have been enchanted by it. Alfred confirms this and internally vows that even if it is for his son's and family's honor, he will make Eisen pay no matter what. Silver then says that Alfred should bring the incense to him because he has knowledge about incense and can examine it himself. He also orders his servants to summon Eisen to the palace and tell him to bring Pink Swamp as well. Later, Eisen arrives at the palace and greets Silver, explaining that he used a transportation scroll to come quickly. He presents the incense. Silver asks whether this is Pink Swamp and questions why Eisen hid it from him. When Eisen tries to speak, Silver dismisses it, saying there must have been a reason, and lights the incense. After inhaling its scent, Silver says that it smells good and asks Alfred what he means by it enchanting people, saying that it only smells pleasant. Alfred becomes even more frustrated, while Eisen internally mocks him and thinks that Henry had already prepared everything. Meanwhile, at Marquis Alfred's mansion, Alfred rages in his office, saying that Eisen not only ruined his sons but also dared to manipulate them. He vows to make him pay for it. His subordinates then report that a guest has arrived, introducing himself as a vassal of Marquis Eisen. Henry enters and greets Alfred, saying that he finally has the chance to meet him in person. Alfred angrily asks whether he has chosen death by stepping into his house. Henry hands him a box and tells him to look inside. When Alfred accuses him of mocking him, Henry denies it and explains that he brought Pink Swamp because Alfred's second son, Shired, needs it. Henry adds that Pink Swamp is special and carries a magical touch, and that a person's body will begin to break down if they stop smelling it, especially their spiritual circuits. He says that the choice is Alfred's. As he turns to leave, he adds that he will gladly continue supplying Pink Swamp for him. After Henry leaves, Alfred clenches his teeth and shouts in rage. Meanwhile, Henry thinks that this is nothing compared to what Alfred has done to him and his people, and that his true revenge is only just beginning. In Ten's mansion dining room, a young boy is eating when Henry approaches him and calls him Hector, asking how long he plans to keep eating. Henry thinks that he was unsure whether plastic surgery would work on Karun, but he is relieved that there are no side effects. He tells Hector that they are heading to Shatra right away. Hector asks why they have to go immediately. Henry reminds him that he promised to make Horarion the Desert Sword and asks whether he is trying to go back on his word now that his surgery is complete. Hector complains and asks whether they can lower the standard, saying that he thought he only had to teach Horarion a few skills, and asks if they can go after dinner. Henry refuses. At that moment, Henry's ring begins to glow. He realizes that it is Clever. Clever comes out of the ring and sticks to Hector's face. As Hector becomes troubled, Henry calms him and says that Clever is under his control. Clever jumps to the ground and then absorbs into Hector's body. He greets Henry and says that it has been a while. Henry asks whether he has rested well. Clever replies that thanks to Henry, he has evolved into the final form of his species and has become a prime mimic. Henry asks what a prime mimic is and whether he just absorbed Hector's aura. Clever confirms and explains that one of his abilities is Devour, which allows him to imitate anything he devours, and that he was able to imitate Hector's form because he absorbed his aura. Henry asks whether he can also turn into things he devoured before evolving. Clever confirms this. Henry then says that if that is the case, they will head to Shatra. A teleportation gate appears in front of them, and they teleport to Shatra. At Shatra, a guard greets Henry and asks whether he is there because of the incident. Henry asks what incident he means. The guard replies that Her Majesty fainted after her visit to the Temple of Janus. Henry is shocked. Later, in Horarion's room, Henry asks whether there are any symptoms other than her being unconscious. Horarion replies that they have tried everything over the past few days, but she has not woken up. Henry asks whether it is all right if he tries to heal her. Horarion says that if Henry can cure her, then he should be the one asking for help. Henry asks Allragan to assist him. Allragan uses healing magic on her, and she opens her eyes. She sits up and asks where she is. Horarion is shocked to see her awake and hugs her, saying that he was very worried. In the drawing room, Henry tells Horarion that Hector is guarding Her Majesty, so there is nothing to worry about. He then says that, more importantly, he wants to know what happened in detail and asks whether it is true that she suddenly fainted in the Temple of Janus. Horarion confirms it and says that after she fell unconscious, Janus descended before them and said something before disappearing. He adds that he was not able to understand anything because he had never heard those words before. He explains that they do not truly understand or write the language of the gods and only memorize familiar words and roughly combine them. He then says that he wants to know what exactly Hera and Janus want from him. Henry thinks that Hararian is curious about the language and power of the gods, and that it is not something that can be solved easily, but it is not entirely impossible either. He remembers Burum casting black magic and wonders whether that method could be used. He then asks Hararian to give him an opportunity to learn the art of Kshatriya illusion magic, saying that if he learns illusion magic, he might be able to help decipher the gods' language. Hararian wonders whether he can leave something so crucial in the hands of a stranger, but then decides that, since it is Lord Henry, he will agree. He says that he will tell High Priest Burum so that Henry may learn illusion magic. Henry thanks him and says that, according to the information he has obtained from Subert, Kshatriya is only a prelude to what is to come. Hararian is shocked, and Henry says that he believes Arthur is preparing a huge rebellion against the Empire. Moreover, Henry says that Arthur is creating chimeras through human experiments that are banned in the Empire. Hararian asks whether Arthur would be able to gain a lot of power if he succeeds in creating a chimera. Henry says that this is correct and adds that even Sword Master Van is barely able to come out alive from a fight with a chimera. Hararian is shocked and asks whether that means Arthur has already succeeded in creating one. Henry says that he does not know yet and adds that, from what he has heard from Sir Van, it still looks incomplete. Hararian says in exhaustion that if chimeras are produced in large numbers once they are completed, then it will be dangerous. Henry says that if they want to go up against Arthur, they also need a strong weapon to face him. He thinks that in the future, he will master illusion magic within a month. Meanwhile, in the palace library, Burum explains the story of the Kshatriya desert, and then says that he will now start the story of the rise of the Kshatriya dynasty. Henry, frustrated, thinks that he has asked Burum to teach him illusion magic. Yet Burum has been teaching history for hours, and he does not have time for this. He rises, thinking that he cannot sit there and continue this, and then tells Burum that he is going to get straight to the point, saying that Burum has been teaching him history that lacks the true knowledge he needs to know. Burum says that it is easier to learn something if one gets to know its origin first. Henry says that it would be better if Burum taught him how illusion magic was created and where it came from. Henry has realized that there may be a big secret he wants to hide from an outsider like him, and the illusion that magic is related to both black magic and the power of the gods. Burum then says that Henry's questions will eventually be answered once he learns the art of illusion. He tosses a book toward Henry and tells him to take it. Henry holds it and asks what it is, and Burum says that it is the Book of Illusion Magic. Burum casts a spell, and the book floats in the air as strange demonic energy comes out of it. The pages turn, showing history before Henry, and Henry is shocked by what he sees. Burum then says that he has visualized the contents of the book with illusion magic and explains that illusion itself is easier than it seems, and that to make an illusion, one only has to memorize the contents written in the book in order. He adds that most illusionists fail to memorize the book in order and are not able to learn illusion magic. Henry wonders if the book is very thick. As the environment clears, Burum says that Henry will not be able to use illusion magic just by memorizing it because memorizing and truly understanding are two different things, and that this is why he is teaching him the history of the desert and the dynasty. Henry thinks that it is all nonsense and wonders whether Burum really thinks he will fall for it. Burum then asks whether they shall get started on their lesson, while Henry already seems exhausted. Meanwhile, in the author's mansion, Alfred sits helplessly and wonders what he should do, thinking that not only are his two sons addicted to pink swamp, but the Empire has also fallen victim to it. Previously, when he approached Eisen in his office, Eisen asked in frustration what the meaning of this was. Alfred says that he has come to challenge him and proposes a territory battle. Eisen smirks and says that Alfred thinks someone like him can defeat him, and adds that people of the three great houses would be laughed at if they had a territory battle without anything on the line. He asks what Alfred's stakes are and says that if Alfred wants to back away, he can apologize and leave. Alfred slams his hand on the table and says that he will give Eisen the 3 golden lands among his estates if Eisen wins, but if Alfred wins, he wants the head of Eisen's vassal. He thinks that he will not let Eisen do as he pleases, and that he will show him his full wrath with the help of Duke Arthur. He also thinks that Arthur has not arrived yet, despite some time having passed. and wonders when he will arrive. Arthur then approaches him and asks what brings him there in person. Alfred bows and greets him. Later, he explains everything to Arthur, and Arthur says that since the Emperor is already addicted, there is no need to postpone things anymore. When Alfred asks what he means, Arthur interrupts and says that he thinks the time has finally come and that they should carry out the plan with the territory battle as their starting point. In Eisen's mansion, Henry approaches him and greets him. Eisen happily greets Henry, tells him to stop with the formalities, and asks him to sit. Henry asks whether something has happened and why he has been called so suddenly. Eisen apologizes for calling him while he is taking a break and says that Alfred has been challenged to a battle and has accepted it. Henry is acting shocked and thinks that everything is going according to plan. Eisen says that he has not accepted the challenge blindly and that Alfred has offered quite a good deal. Henry asks what Alfred has offered, and Eisen says that Alfred has offered the 3 golden lands among his estates. Henry thinks that all of Alfred's financial resources come from those 3 golden lands and that Alfred must either be very confident of winning or have asked for something of equal value in return. Eisen proudly says that he has offered Henry's life in exchange. He laughs and asks Henry whether he is happy, saying that Henry's value has been made equal to that of the 3 golden lands. Henry is shocked and thinks that he will kill Eisen as soon as possible. Meanwhile, at Seljara's snow tower, Henry prepares something while covering his nose from the smell. He thinks that what he found in the small hut Robert mentioned is an evolution egg and that he has easily figured out how to use it. He thinks that, using Shired, who is addicted to pink swamp, by grinding the egg-like herbs and extracting their essence, one can gain the effect of evolution by drinking it after mixing the essence with strong mana. He thinks that good medicine tends to taste bitter. As he holds the potion, he notices Aragorn. With strange intent, Henry watches him for a while, then grabs him and says that this is for both of them and asks him to endure it. He pours the potion into Aragorn's mouth and closes it, internally apologizing for it. A strange glow begins to emerge from Aragorn. Henry wonders that it has started to glow and thinks that Aragorn needs to advance one more stage and must become the Spirit King. Aragorn then transforms into an egg, and Henry wonders if it has become an egg again. At the retrogression tower in Draken's laboratory, several bodies are hanging, and the 2 men he killed earlier have become half chimeras. Draken says that all the specimens are ready and that all he needs now is to use the Duke to pour forth his power. Duke Arthur then arrives there along with Walred. Draken greets him and says that he has arrived. Arthur introduces Walred, saying that he is Marquis Alfred's first son. Walred greets Draken and says that he has heard many stories about him being the master of human transmutation. He says that he wants to become stronger because he wants to crush a certain man with his own hands. Draken says that he has come to the right place and that he will help him, and then takes him along. Meanwhile, as Arthur sees the dead bodies hanging above, he casts a spell. The dead bodies scream and begin transforming into chimeras. Arthur tells them to become his faithful slaves. Walred then crawls toward Arthur, crying and pleading, saying that his body is turning into something strange and asking for help. Arthur leans toward Walred and asks whether he is going to let his father down. From behind, Draken grabs Walred and drags him along. At Ten's mansion, Henry apologizes for not telling sooner, revealing that he is actually the hidden disciple of the deceased great wizard Henry Morris. He thinks that he should let Ten know, as the situation is becoming too uncomfortable for his own good. Ten looks stunned. Henry notes that architects and workers from Mushu are coming to repair the city walls and instructs Ten to take care of them. He hands him a letter containing details of the requests and the current situation of the free cities that have made a joint contract, explaining that it is meant to reduce the damage of the upcoming war, and that Ten should act on it quickly. Henry then begins to teleport, saying that he has called both mayors to come and wishes Ten good luck with them. As he leaves, Ten remains shocked, wondering what is happening. Both mayors arrive, and Balcanis comments that he was aware Henry was no ordinary man, but to think he was the great wizard's disciple surprises him. Ten says he feels bombarded with the truth without much explanation, though they already knew Henry had always been exceptional. Balcanis suggests that perhaps Henry is planning to protect the citizens from the upcoming war by fortifying the cities, and Ten agrees. Ten notes that the letter from Henry mentions preparations for variables like the Chimera. He takes out 2 cards and reminds them that Henry said if they tear a card in an emergency, he will come immediately. Meanwhile, at Selgera's Snow Tower, Henry reads the illusion magic book and thinks that the book is ridiculous. He reflects that the battle will begin the day after tomorrow and that it will be a trickery battle. The battle location is the Tehran region, the borderline between Alfred and Eisen's territory. Henry notes that Alfred will try to buy as much time as possible in Tehran so that nobody can come to help when the Imperial Palace is attacked, after which Arthur will be able to strike the palace with ease. He closes the book, thinking that now that the walls are being repaired, the teleport gates will be installed and the call cards will be distributed. His only remaining problem is Elragon, so he searches for a book about spirits. In the process, he accidentally touches an egg, which falls to the ground, and a stronger light emerges from it. The next day, on the Tehran plain, an open land with nowhere to run or hide, the armies gather, and a battle of 100 fighters from each side is set to begin. Henry observes his soldiers, thinking that if they survive until the end, he will let them live in a better world with better lives. Walred is with Alfred and orders the start of the war, and they charge at each other. Alfred notices an egg and wonders if it is a spirit egg and why it is there. Eisen strikes at Alfred, asking where he is staring, and Alfred blocks the strike. Then the egg begins cracking and glowing. Alfred glances at it, and a huge explosion occurs. Henry smirks devilishly, thinking that it has awakened, and that he realized something the day he accidentally dropped the egg. It is the new trait Elragon gained during its evolutionary phase. When it receives impact from outside, it stops its evolution with an explosion, annihilating enemies nearby. From the egg, a huge dragon like Elragon emerges. The soldiers are puzzled and frightened, running as they see the dragon. Elragon growls at them and breathes acid, burning the rocks. They shout to take cover. Walred shouts for everyone not to panic and orders them to get to their positions, summoning his spirit soul to leap at Elragon. Henry wonders how Walred is still able to summon, as he thought he could not, but Elragon overtakes his summoned spirit. Walred sees Celian and worries for him. Elragon glances at Walred, who appears trembling, and breathes acid at him. After that, Henry noticed a purple gel-like material there and dismissed it. Henry thinks that, as expected, Elragon is no match. Elragon growls at the enemy army, who are running, and breathes on them all. Henry smirks, thinking that they can run wild all they want. Suddenly, something pierces Elragon's neck from behind and dominates it. A huge chimera of Walred appears there. Henry, concerned for Elragon, uses healing magic on him, causing him to revert to his small body, badly injured. He appreciates Elragon, telling him that he has done his best and that he should now rest. Henry notices soldiers hiding behind the destroyed carriages, and as the chimera continues destroying everything, the soldiers are shocked, wondering what it is. The chimera approaches them, grabs one soldier by the leg, and hangs him upside down, while with its other tentacles it seizes the remaining soldiers, killing them all. Henry sighs at the sight and equips his sword and armor. Seeing Walred, he scolds Alfred for agreeing to turn his own son into a chimera and thinks he will end him quickly. He raises his sword, gathers the aura around it, and as lightning strikes from the sky, he crackles the blade and leaps toward the chimera, skidding close to it. He stabs with the roar of thunder and slashes its tentacles continuously, cutting them off. Finally, he drives the sword into the chimera's body, thinking that it is the end. Walred appears to have fainted as the chimera's body is badly destroyed. Henry steps back, considering it underwhelming. He notices Walred's soul spirit, Celian, approaching him and licking him, and feels sorry, thinking that it must have come to its senses just before death. Then, a tentacle from Walred stabs Celian's body, shocking Henry, who cannot believe it. Demonic energy begins to rise from the chimera's body, and its tentacles regenerate. Henry thinks that, though Walred may wear the mask of a human, he is no better than a beast. He decides to use the mage domain and, with a clap, generates the magic circle. He reflects that the mage domain is a combat skill that showers all kinds of spells until one's mana is depleted, a strategy that requires an immense amount of mana and can only be used by Henry Morris. He smirks, thinking that he will see who wins. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Palace, the current sword of the Imperial Palace enters, kills all the soldiers, and marches toward the Emperor. At that time, Emperor Silver Edward is indulging in the pink swamp and is completely absorbed in it. Suddenly, the chamber door bursts open. On seeing them, Silver shouts and asks what the meaning of this insolence is. Crowell Shema, the current fifth sword, states that he has come to pledge his allegiance to the Emperor and the Empire. Silver asks what he is talking about. Crowell orders the others to kill everyone and capture Silver Jackson alive, and declares that they should honor their new Emperor, His Majesty Arthur Highlander. Magic circles surround the Chimera from above. Henry looks at his opponent with malicious eyes and shifts his attention to one of its tentacles. The magic circles begin to move, surrounding the Chimera. Suddenly, a stone wall forms on the Chimera's tentacle. Walrid destroys the wall with his tentacles. A black silhouette becomes visible behind the rubble. Walrid smiles maliciously, tilts his head to the side, and teases. The silhouette of Henry is visible behind the clouds of smoke, and he smiles wickedly, telling Walrid to look back. He looks at his enemy with a menacing gaze and says that he is finished. Walrid raises his head, sees the magic circles, and is shocked, his mouth remaining open. Henry smirks and tells him to try to endure it. Behind the Chimera, magical purple circles shine. The huge magic circle is about to affect him as lightning appears from it and strikes the Chimera's body, engulfing it. After the shock, the Chimera lies in the recess from the lightning, emitting the remains of electricity. Its tentacles move slightly, and Henry remarks on how persistent it is. He claps, and the magic circles gradually begin to disappear. He approaches the pit, sees the Chimera with irritation, and says that Walrid is like a cockroach. He takes out his sword and stands in front of Walrid. The Chimera begins to raise its tentacles, but Henry strikes Walrid on the head. The Chimera's tentacles fall to the ground. Henry sighs in relief, smiles at the enemy, and says that it is done now. He clutches his sword tightly in his hand, saying that in the end, to finally kill the Chimera, its head must be cut off. He raises his head, turns his gaze to the side, and then walks away from the pit. Near the purple liquid, the body of a soldier lies. He walks among the soldiers, looking at them, thinking that only they are left. He stands with his back to the scene, looking into the distance, wanting to know that they are not dead yet. Eisen appears amid all the destruction. A spiritual bird leaps toward him, aiming at his neck, but he dismisses it. It then moves toward Alfred, who stands before Eisen. Eisen scolds Alfred for daring to use a bird. Alfred says that everyone else is dead now, and that it is just the two of them, insisting they finish it once and for all. Eisen grasps his sword and declares that he will send Alfred and his son to the depths of hell. Their swords are about to clash, but Henry's sword intervenes between them. Seeing Henry, Eisen scolds him. Henry then slashes and kills Alfred. Eisen laughs and praises Henry, saying he is indeed perfect. Henry turns toward him and slashes Eisen. Bleeding, Eisen grabs Henry's face and asks how he could do this. Henry delivers another slash, killing him and throwing him away, saying that he appreciates Eisen's help, and that giving himself to death is his way of showing mercy. At the Imperial Palace, Crowell stands over Silver after killing all the soldiers. Seeing the blood, Silver, still addicted to the pink swamp, remarks on the lovely shade of red and asks for more of the incense. Crowell shouts at him to be quiet. Silver, frustrated, asks how dare he, and Crowell slaps him, saying that everyone in the Imperial Palace is dead except Silver Jackson. The seventh sword, Lupin Sheriff, stops Crowell, reminding him that His Grace wanted Silver alive, and orders the others to take him away. They grab Silver and begin to move him. But then, Van arrives with two others and blocks their path, asking that if they are really calling themselves the new 10 Swords. He has brought the original 10 Swords with him. Lupin recognizes the man standing with Van as Bahold Jerrican, the first sword and Lord Knight of the original 10 Swords. Bahold becomes furious, leaps forward, and slashes Lupin, killing him. Meanwhile, McDowell Burgess, the third sword of the original 10 Swords, stabs Crowell in the stomach and asks whether he has already forgotten everything after all those years, saying that it is unbelievable he thinks he stands a chance against him. He then slashes him and throws him away. McDowell turns his sword on the remaining enemies and kills them all. He then turns back and notices that Crowell is still alive, scolding him for being persistent. Crowell pleads for his life. Suddenly, McDowell is shocked as a teleportation gate appears, and Bahold flinches, wondering what is happening. Henry emerges from the gate and says that it seems he has arrived just in time. Van becomes happy upon seeing him. McDowell remarks that even though Van had told him about Henry, He never expected him to be so young, and Bahold agrees. Henry, seeing them, thinks that the two of them have not changed at all. Henry bows before them, thanks them for accepting his request, and also thanks Van for bringing them there. He then says that they should finish what they started before going into the details. Meanwhile, Emperor Silver Edwards lies there. Henry approaches him, silently observes him for a while, and sits before him. He grabs Silver's hand and thinks that Silver was very promising when he was young, and that he himself is also to blame for not being able to guide his friend's son onto a better path. He clenches his teeth, closes his eyes, and thinks that it is only right that he ends everything with his own hands. He equips the Colt sword and points it at Silver. Silver grabs Henry's legs and asks him to wait, but Henry slashes him and kills him on the spot. He feels uneasy and internally apologizes to his friend. Afterward, Lord Gillian, the current master of the Royal Palace Magic Tower, arrives and calls out to Bahold and McDowell, asking how they came there. Bahold waves at him and asks if it is Lore. Lore approaches them and asks what is happening. Later, at the Imperial Magic Tower, McDowell shouts at Lore, asking what he is doing at the Magic Tower when it is being attacked. Henry says that Lore may have his reasons, such as Arthur requesting the Magic Tower to declare neutrality and not side with anyone during the war. Lore is shocked and asks how Henry knows this. Henry introduces himself as Henry Morris, the disciple of the deceased 8th Circle Great Wizard. Lore says that he has never heard of the Great Wizard having a disciple and asks how he can know Henry is telling the truth. Henry replies that there is a way to prove it. He says that he knows Lore and the other 7 academic leaders have all become 6th Circle Archmages, but that no one has been able to follow his teacher's footsteps and become a 7th Circle Wizard. When Lore asks what will happen if that is true, Henry says that he will prove it by becoming a 7th Circle Wizard with the power his teacher left to him. Everyone present there starts laughing at Henry. Lore says that he should not joke like that when speaking to his elders. Henry moves closer to Lore and asks him to take a few steps back. Lore, shocked, asks what he means. Henry unleashes his aura and repeats that he asked him to step back. Lore hesitates and then gives him space. Henry stomps on the ground, forming a magic circle, and a staff appears before him with mana flowing from it. Everyone flinches, and Lore shouts, asking how that is possible and how they were unable to find Lord Henry's legacy. Henry tells him to look closely and thinks that the only artifact in the world that can accumulate mana is wisdom. He says that he accumulates all the mana he generates throughout his previous life into it. He grasps the staff and thinks that if he absorbs all the mana from it, he can rise along with it. After absorbing it completely, he says that it is done and that he has finally become a 7th Circle Wizard. Lore flinches, drops to his knees, and sincerely apologizes, saying that his actions are beyond thoughtless. Henry tells Lore that he will continue his teacher's will and become the new leader of the Magic Tower. He declares that this is his first order as the Magic Tower Master, stating that the Royal Palace's Magic Tower is to be abandoned and that everyone must immediately move to the new Magic Tower he has built. Everyone is shocked. Henry says that there is no time and that he will not repeat himself. He states that he plans to erase all traces of the Empire and that in 2 hours he will take the entire Imperial Palace, warning that anyone left behind will turn to ash along with it. Meanwhile, at Arthur's mansion, Arthur gathers a meeting and sits in distress. He asks Lord Knight Kington's forum why there are no reports from the 10 swords who attack the palace. Kington replies that he has sent someone to the scene and that a report will come soon. Knight Bellion then rushes in, and Kington asks him about the current situation of the palace. Bellion answers in distress that the Imperial Palace is gone. Kington shouts, asking what nonsense he is saying, but Arthur stops him and says that he will see it with his own eyes. He tells everyone to take out their teleportation scrolls. Kington asks how that is possible, but everyone tears their scrolls and teleports. When they arrive at the Imperial Palace, they are shocked and ask how this can be. They say that even though they see it with their own eyes, they cannot believe it. One of them points in a direction and says that something is over there. They notice that Silver Edward's head is hanging there. Arthur recognizes it as Silver Jackson's head and asks how it is possible. At Highlander Square, the soldiers see the official notification and discuss among themselves that a new empire is born and that the new empire's name is Ainea. They wonder when the empire's name will be changed. They say that not long ago, Emperor Silver Jackson died, and the capital's royal palace was destroyed overnight. They say that it seems Duke Arthur becomes the emperor after wiping out the remnants of the previous empire and declaring Highlander territory as the new capital. They add that they never heard any of this before because they are too busy with their own lives. They conclude that it does not really matter whether the emperor or the name of the empire changes because they already have too many things to do. At the Highlander royal palace, Arthur sits on the throne and tells the nobles of the great houses that the royal palace is gone and that the wizards of the magic tower have disappeared with it. He says that those wizards dare to turn their tails and run after breaking their promise to stay neutral. He states that they are all ardent followers of Henry Morris. He says that there is only one reason they would do this, even though they never seek power or authority. He smirks and says that it is because of Henry Morris's revenge. He rises and declares that this is their first order from their new emperor. He orders them to send word across the continent that mercy is given to those who become their subordinates, and that war will come to those who refuse. They flinch at hearing this. Arthur further commands that all wizards on the continent be exterminated. He orders them not to kill those who surrender, but to kill those who resist as painfully as possible. They bow their heads at his order. Meanwhile, at the Shatra Palace exercise ground, Hararian practices swordsmanship when Hector, in bird form, comes to him. Hararian asks if he is saying that the steps he takes are too slow. Henry sees them and thinks that they are speaking in sparrow language and that the sword training seems to be going well. He informs Hararian that he has arrived and that he brings news that may please him. Hararian asks what news may please him. Henry says that it is not much, but that the empire has fallen. Hararian is shocked and asks if the emperor is dead too. Henry says that Eisen is dead as well, and that Alfred is also dead. He says that Arthur establishes a new empire and that it will not be long before Arthur sends a letter. He adds that Arthur may declare war on Shatra if it does not become a subordinate country, and that the same applies to the other allied countries. Hararian rolls on the ground happily, and Henry says that he knows he would be happy. Hararian then rises and asks what they should do about it. Henry tells him not to worry and asks if he has forgotten that he formed an alliance with him. Hararian says that it is impossible to go against the Empire's entire army with just the two of them. Henry refuses and says that they are not alone. With a snap of his fingers, he teleports several people there, and Hararian is shocked to see them. One of them is the leader of the Chowan tribe of Dequison, Jo Sagang. Another is the Blood Iron Empress of Amris, Hela. Another is the Princess of Sori, Hong Wal. An old man is the head of Yibang, Dol. Henry says that he anticipates this and that he visits the rulers of their 5 allied nations in advance and persuades them. He says that he is able to do so because he becomes a 7th Circle Great Wizard and the new Magic Tower Master, and because Arthur creates prohibited chimeras and prepares for war, which they cannot ignore. He says that he plans to gather all 5 allied nations and create one united country. He clenches his fist and says that with this, they plan to win the battle against the Empire. Hararian looks at Henry with shining eyes and wonders how a person can shine so brightly. Henry asks what he would like to do. Hararian excitedly says that he would love to join and that he should focus on mastering his swordsmanship more than anything else from now on. Suddenly, a magical light appears before Henry. Henry is shocked and wonders if it is the call card he gave to Esselin, and if something is happening at Fort Caliburn. At Fort Caliburn, Henry arrives, and Esselin says that he now understands what has happened, and that there are still many surprises left in his life. He says that he cannot believe Henry is the disciple of the great wizard Henry Morris. He adds that he is unable to hear what is happening in the world because he is stationed in the fortress, and that if he had known sooner that Henry is at war with Arthur, he would have helped, and apologizes for it. Henry says that there is no need to apologize and that it is thanks to Esselin that he can fight comfortably, since Esselin protects the place. Esselin says that he appreciates his words and suggests getting straight to the point because Henry seems busy. He rises and tells him to follow quietly. They go into a basement where there is a prison, and inside it, there is purple gel-like material in a tub. Henry asks if it is black amniotic fluid. Esselin says that the Great Wizard must have taught him about it since he recognizes it at first glance, and that it means only one thing. Henry asks if he is saying that the Demon King is being resurrected. Esselin confirms that even if the Demon King is killed, A new demon king is born after a few years and comes to the surface through the gaps of hell. He says that Fort Caliburn, the Empire's top special force, was created to monitor and stop it. He adds that monsters are getting stronger and that even rare evolutionary species are coming down from their territory whenever they get the chance. Henry thinks that this is why Essalon is there and that he is trying to look for the Demon King's tracks by himself. He wonders why the Demon King has to awaken at this time. Essalon tells Henry that if a new Demon King appears, he will never be able to stop it alone and asks him to finish the war with Arthur as soon as possible and return so that they can prepare for the new Demon King. Henry agrees and says that he will return in 3 months after arranging everything with Arthur. Meanwhile, at the Ainea Empire capital Highlander Imperial Palace, a subordinate rushes to Arthur and reports that they have lost contact with all the envoys sent to the allied countries. Arthur is shocked and asks if they lost all of them. The subordinate confirms that they cannot reach the envoys sent to the 5 allied countries. Arthur says that they must have lost their minds and that he is more thankful to them because they are giving him an excuse to start a war. The subordinate then reports that a man called Wusa, a minister of Sori, is there to meet him. The guards bring the old man Wusa in, who thinks that going up against Arthur, who holds more than half the continent, is madness and that he does not care what happens to Sori as long as he does not die. He bows and introduces himself as Wusa from Sori. Arthur asks why the minister of Sori decides to visit when the messenger sent to Sori has not returned. Wusa says that he is not representing Sori but himself. Arthur asks if that means Princess Hongwal does not know he is there, and Wusa confirms it. Arthur tells him to say what he has to say. Wusa says that a wizard appeared in Sori a while ago. Arthur asks if it is Lord Gillian. Wusa refuses and says that a man with the same name as the deceased great wizard, who also claims to be Henry Morris's disciple, appears. Arthur is shocked and thinks that strange things always happen whenever that man is involved. Wusa says that the wizard rounds up all the Magic Tower wizards and forms a united country after visiting the 5 allied countries. Arthur starts laughing and orders the guards to kill the minister. Wusa asks what he means. Arthur says that since they lost contact with all the ambassadors he sent, it would not be fair to send Wusa back alive. As the guards drag Wusa away, Wusa protests that he comes to offer himself as an informer. Arthur replies that Hararian can read minds and that it would not be wise to keep him alive. He orders the guards to take him away. Arthur then says that he thinks it is just a cliché revenge plot, but that it is becoming more interesting. At the Snow Tower, Henry gathers a meeting of the officials. The Princess of Sori, Hongwal, asks Jawasa if she has not been able to see Wusa these days and says that she is worried. Jawasa replies that they are trying to locate him, but are still unable to do so. Henry then states that, since they are in a dire situation, even though it is the United Countries' first meeting, they will skip empty formalities. He says that Arthur has 10 armies he can call out, and that the Imperial Army has a total of 100,000 soldiers. He says that since the Imperial Army has more people than they do, there is no better battle for them than a head-to-head fight. He says that he will show the land map and explain from there. With magic, he shows the map in visual form and says that Shatra is within a deep mountain range with narrow passes, so it is hard to fight a winning battle, even if there are many soldiers. He says that Yibang is different, and that in order for the Ainea Empire to visit the other allied countries, they must come through Yibang, which is located in the center of the vast Hanuran Plains. He explains that this is Yibang's current situation, and that at this rate, Yibang will be the first to be viciously attacked by the Empire. He says that the Imperial Army will carry out close combat battles and try to destroy their forces. The leader of Yibang, Dole, asks if Henry is saying that Yibang is going to be surrounded by the Imperial Army and asks what they should do. Henry says that the only way to get out of this situation is to stand up to them and fight them head-on, and that there is no other option than that. He then dismisses the visualization with a clap and says that starting from that moment, he is going to tell them the details of his plan. Henry says that it may be a bit exaggerated to call it a winning plan, but while the United Country lures the 100,000 Imperial soldiers to Yibang and engages them in close combat, he is planning to ambush the empty capital and take Arthur's head. Hararian says that if that is possible, then it will not matter even if the Imperial Army has the advantage, since they will be able to turn the tables. Everyone agrees and says that it is as expected from the Great Wizard. Hararian says that the other allied countries there will not be attacked due to distance or geographic problems until the battle at Yibang starts, but asks whether nearby free cities such as Vivaldi, Ankleman, and Mushu will be in danger. Henry says that it will not be a problem and says that he has signed a joint agreement with them and has called in some highly skilled technicians to help with something called the spinning wall. A few days later, at Vivaldi, Lockpillar's 10,000 Imperial soldiers arrive. The troops are ordered to get ready to attack and to charge. On top of the wall, Essalon says that the enemies are coming and orders everyone to ready their arrows. They direct their bows and release their arrows, shooting many of the soldiers who are climbing the wall. Some manage to reach the top, but the spinning technique is used, and the wall of the palace spins, causing the soldiers to fall. Essalon laughs while seeing them fall and asks if they like that, saying that this is the secret weapon the Great Wizard has given him, the spinning wall. At night, Arthur and Draken arrive at Life's End prison. Draken kills the warriors who stand in their way and asks one of them where the King of Punishment is. The trembling warrior says that he does not know and asks Draken if he is a monster and where a monster like him comes from. Draken kills that warrior. Arthur says that Life's End is the prison that holds the worst prisoners in the world and that the one who rules that place is Balak, the King of Punishment. He says that he has to hurry and get him on his side. A hand then grabs Draken's neck and lifts him. Balak asks Arthur why he is there, causing trouble and bringing a monster with him. Arthur asks if that is the famous Black Punisher, and Balak replies that it is and says that only he can control it, then asks what brings Arthur there. Arthur says that he has come for Balak and asks if he has heard the news that the Eurasia Empire has fallen and that Silver Jackson, who took him in, has been murdered. Balak flinches. Arthur says that the Imperial Palace is destroyed and the Eurasia Empire is no more, and that he has followed the will of the Eurasia Empire and built a new empire called Ainea. He asks Balak to come with him, find those who murdered Silver Jackson to avenge him, and create an empire more just than the Eurasia Empire. Balak releases Draken's neck and bows before Arthur, saying that he serves his new master. Arthur says that he will take care of the remaining prisoners and orders Balak to go to the new empire and prepare to show justice to the world. Balak agrees and says that Arthur's wish is his command. He orders the Guardians of Life's End to leave the place at once and tells them to follow him. The prisoners shout for them to take them along and ask where they are going. Draken tries to steady his breathing, and Arthur tells him that he will give him all the prisoners of Life's End, and says with a devilish glance that he hopes Draken does not disappoint him. A few days later, at Yibang, as soon as the Imperial army arrives, it constructs a fortress which it calls the Holy Tower. Inside the Holy Tower are peace devotees of St. Hall who surrender to and ally with Arthur. Kington tells the paladin of the peace religion, Loger, and the only saint of the peace religion, Irene, that the start of the Battle of Yibang is in their hands. He moves close to them and tells them to give their all in the fight if they wish for the peace religion to remain the empire's state religion. They both appear pressured. Irene says that they should start their prayer. They pray to their benevolent God and ask for strength for the brave warriors who have gathered there to defend the peace of the continent. A golden light appears above the fortress, and while they are worshipping, blessings descend upon them. Henry, seeing the divine power on the Holy Tower, says that he was not expecting divine power. Lore says that divine power is forbidden in war, and that the Pope must have finally gone mad. Henry turns to him and tells him to activate the magic circle that they made earlier inside the walls. Lore agrees and tells his subordinate to start. They form a circle, hold each other's hands, and cast their magic spells, forming a magic circle beneath them. After a while, the whole Shatra Palace becomes completely covered with a magic shield. Henry says that they should now look at how mighty the divine power is. He rises and walks on the magic shield, then raises his hand and summons a meteor. Lore wonders whether he said to summon a meteor. A swirl of wind gathers above Henry and gradually increases. A wizard asks Lore what kind of magic that is, and Lore replies that summon meteor is exactly what it sounds like. A magic spell that literally summons a meteor, a star that drifts in space into this world from the sky, and that even an archmage would never dare attempt this magic spell. The meteors start falling from the sky. The army of the Holy Tower is shocked upon seeing them. The Holy Tower trembles from the incoming meteors, and Irene tells everyone to focus while she continuously prays for divine blessings. As the meteors fall onto the holy tower, a protective shield surrounds it. Henry, seeing the shield, smirks and says that this must be how they intend to play. He then says that they should have a quick check on the saint's skill. He throws a huge meteor toward the holy tower, which strikes the shield. Everyone waits for the outcome, but the shield remains intact. As the meteors vanish, the soldiers celebrate and say that as long as the saint and the priest are with them, they are invincible. Henry says that they are tough and that they have withstood those attacks. Dole says that the once green Hanuran plains have become a desert. Henry wonders whether that is Irene, the saint of the peace religion, and notes that her skills are incredible. Henry says that since they have shown that they also have power comparable to the saint, that should be more than enough as a greeting. He tells Lore that once he is gone, he wants him to pour all magic attacks on the enemy. He grabs the wisdom spear and, while holding it, says that he has stored a large amount of mana in wisdom so that they can keep up with the attacks, and that he will now go back with Arthur's head. The allied leaders say that they believe in him. He then uses teleport magic and vanishes from there. In the Highlander Imperial Palace, Henry teleports in. The servants notice him and ask who he is. Henry says that he is the only disciple of a person who shares his name. He then releases his killing intent and says that in 1 minute, he will burn the place down, and that anyone who wishes to live should leave immediately. Frightened, the servants run away. Henry smiles and remarks that there is not a single shred of loyalty or patriotic spirit in them. He suddenly hears someone laughing. Arthur, who is sitting on the throne, says that he knew it was him. He calls Henry the disciple of a rebel and tells him that, since he has come all this way, they should see how skilled he is. 2 men wearing capes then appear. Henry, seeing them, says that it is a bother. He calls out his Colt sword, equips it, and puts on his armor. He raises his sword and uses the roar of the thunder god, causing lightning bolts to surround his sword. Both figures move toward him, and he swings his sword, throwing lightning at them. They scream as they are struck. When the lightning fades, Henry says that it was too easy. The two remove their capes and reveal strange figures. Henry reacts in shock and wonders what they are. Arthur laughs and says that they are the Pym and Lim brothers he took out of life's end, and that he personally performed surgical procedures on them to make them that strong. He calls them another of his masterpieces, besides the chimeras he has been creating. Henry appears annoyed and tells him to be quiet, saying that he does not need to know the names of those who are going to die anyway. Arthur then says that he will tell him something that will be useful in battle. He explains that black mithril is a rare metal that blocks all magic, and that he injected it into their skin. With a devilish laugh, Arthur adds that no matter how much magic Henry uses on them, it will be useless. He tells him that he will be watching from the throne and orders him to show some tricks. Henry wonders if Arthur really says that he put black mithril into human skin and thinks that he is truly insane. He then smirks, dismisses his Colt sword, and says that if what Arthur claims is true, then no matter what he does, magic should not work on them. He releases his aura, which shines in a different shade, and explains that his magic is unique. He says that the emerald shade of his aura comes from his body being in a special state, and that his aura is not ordinary but a blend of a knight's aura and a wizard's magic. He adds that this means his power is not purely magic. He then gathers a magic attack in his hand and hurls it toward them as they approach him. They are thrown back, and their waists are bound by belts and chains. Henry controls the chains, tossing them through the air, then tightens them and pulls them closer. He says that it is over and strikes them with lightning magic. They collapse and turn into ashes. Henry smirks and asks Arthur how that is. He says that this is the power of a magic knight who can use both aura and magic, and that Arthur will not be able to stop him even if he creates an army of black mithril soldiers. Arthur smirks and replies that it seems the disciple is better than his teacher. He says that he is curious about what makes Henry so angry and asks if it is because of his teacher, adding that they are not connected by blood and are merely student and teacher. Henry holds his sword and says that if Arthur is so curious, he should go ask his teacher in hell. He then rushes toward Arthur, shouts for him to die, and stabs him. However, the attack does not harm Arthur, and Henry wonders what is happening. Arthur begins to fade and says that he would like to stay and play, but that it is not the right time. He then vanishes. Henry shouts for him as Arthur leaves mockingly, saying that he does not need the Empire and that Henry can take it. Henry throws his sword away in frustration and wonders what has just happened. Meanwhile, in Shatra, the war between the Holy Tower and Shatra is still ongoing. Lor and his subordinates stand against the opposing forces, blocking them with lightning magic. Lor tells his subordinates not to cower and to fight until the end. He then notices Henry teleporting back and sees that he looks distressed. Lor asks what has happened, and Henry replies that he has failed in his mission. Everyone is shocked upon hearing this. Henry says that he will explain everything after the war. Hector then arrives, and Henry asks where he has been all this time. Hector replies that he got lost, but says that now is not the time for that because he has something urgent to report. He says that he believes Arthur also carried out chimera experiments in Life's End and may be trying to create a chimera army. Henry, troubled, asks him to tell everything he knows. Hector explains that on his way there, he accidentally entered Life's End, where he saw a prison full of strange-looking prisoners. He says that one of the prisoners approached him and begged for help, explaining that a man working for Arthur experimented on everyone there and intended to build a chimera army, and that he did not want to become a monster puppet. Henry realizes that Arthur experimented on more people than just the two he previously encountered. Hector adds that the last time he checked, all the others were dead except that one man, who also died shortly afterward. Henry clenches his teeth and understands that Arthur never truly sought unification nor genuinely wanted to become emperor. He realizes that Arthur built the empire to support the growth of his chimera army and that they should not be fighting each other now. Henry moves silently toward the terrace, and Lor asks what he is planning to do. Henry replies that he is going to end the war immediately. Henry releases his aura and raises his hand, causing a strong light to rise into the sky as black clouds gather above. Using illusion magic, he shows everyone what happened during his encounter with Arthur. Horarian realizes that Henry is sharing a memory through illusion magic and is amazed that he can already use such powerful magic. Henry reveals Arthur's words about performing surgical procedures, creating chimeras, injecting black mithril into human skin, and abandoning the empire. After showing the visions, Henry addresses the enemy soldiers, stating his name and explaining that he is the only disciple of the Great Wizard and has been pursuing Arthur for a long time. He reveals that Arthur has engaged in black magic and illegal human experimentation, including chimera experiments, and that Arthur abandoned the throne and fled during their battle. He declares that there is no empire anymore, that the emperor they served has disappeared, and that the reason to fight no longer exists. He urges them to stop the war and return home. The illusion fades, and everything becomes clear again. Loger and Irene are shaken. Loger angrily questions Kington, realizing that they have been aiding black magicians who created chimeras. The protective shield above the Holy Tower disappears. The saints and priestesses cry in disbelief, realizing that they must stop the war immediately. A soldier lowers his sword, questioning what he has been fighting for. The soldiers begin throwing down their weapons, saying that there is no empire or emperor left to serve and that they should return home. As they depart, Horarian reflects that the war has ended in vain. Henry says that although the war ended in vain, it is still over, and he states that he will grant full autonomy to each country as promised. Sagang expresses discomfort about this, and Henry asks what he means. Sagang explains that it feels as though he has not contributed anything, yet he is still receiving benefits. Hongwall admits that she shares the same feeling. Henry thinks that they all have kind hearts and says that this will now become the second war with Arthur, adding that if they help reveal the truth, he will make things much easier for them. They all agree to help. Dole also agrees, and Henry tells him that there is no need to pressure Yibang to join, saying that he already feels sorry for causing damage to the Hanuran plains right before harvest. Dole thanks him for his consideration. Henry then says that he will visit the Imperial Army camp. Later that night at the Imperial Army camp, Kington sits alone, drinking in frustration, and scolds Arthur for running away after preparing for the war and engaging in illegal activities. He wonders what he must do to keep the empire from completely falling apart. A soldier then rushes in and reports that a guest from Yibang has arrived. Henry enters and greets him. Kington angrily demands how he dares to come there. Henry remarks that Kington has turned to alcohol because he has nothing left. Kington asks what Henry is trying to do this time. Henry sits down and says that there is no longer any reason to fight, yet Kington is still wary of him. He explains that he has come to make an offer, pointing out that since the emperor has fled, the empire needs a new face to distract and reassure the citizens. Kington replies that changing an empire is not as simple as a child's joke. Henry answers that Arthur changed it easily and that whatever Kington worries about is insignificant compared to what Arthur would do to the empire in the future, urging him to choose the next empire. Kington asks why Henry does not do it himself. Henry replies that he is not interested in the throne but has someone he would like to recommend. At Ten's mansion, Henry tells Ten that the Ainea Empire's throne is empty and that he is considering making Ten the emperor, asking for his opinion. Ten freezes in shock. When Ten gives no reply, Henry assumes consent and begins to teleport. As Ten hesitates, Henry asks whether he is coming and then drags him along. At the Highlander Imperial Palace meeting room, the nobles and officials gather. Ten introduces himself as the owner of 10 million gold and gives his name. Kington questions whether he is to be the next emperor. Henry says that if anyone has a problem, they should say it to his face, and explains that he plans to disguise Ten as Arthur to stabilize the empire and maintain administration as usual until he ends the war with Arthur. He tells Ten to read the prepared speech. Ten reads the letter stating that after the war with Yi Bang, a false rumor has spread in the capital, that Emperor Arthur is well and is temporarily in refuge, that the war has ended peacefully, that all city defenses are to be lifted, that everyone should return to normal life, and that the order to execute all wizards on sight is withdrawn. Henry asks whether making such an official speech would not be better, explaining that proving the emperor and empire are well will stabilize soaring prices and calm the public. Everyone agrees. Henry then uses a summoning spell and says that all they need now is Arthur's location. He calls out to Scar, who appears. Henry greets him and asks how he has been. Scar replies that he has been better than ever and has enjoyed watching the human world, and asks what Henry needs. Henry says that he wants to know Arthur's location. Scar says that he cannot tell him because Arthur is favored by a high-ranking being whom Scar can never oppose, and therefore he cannot reveal anything related to Arthur. Henry asks who that high-ranking being is, but Scar says he cannot say that either because his very existence could disappear if things go wrong. Henry wonders who it could be, and Scar tells him not to even try to guess. Lore then asks Scar if he can reveal the location of Draken Lodiev. Henry asks about him, and Lore explains that Draken was an anthropologist wizard who disappeared without a trace and is suspected of being a traitor. Scar replies that he can reveal that. He detects the location and says that a wizard named Draken is now a 7th circle wizard like Henry, and that he seems to have reached that level after eating the devil fruit, Gribble. Henry is shocked to hear that there is another 7th circle wizard, and Lore adds that Draken was only a 5th circle wizard the last time he saw him. Scar then states that Draken is currently on the southern Charlotte Plateau. At the Charlotte Plateau, Arthur sits surrounded by chimeras and monsters. In front of him lies a huge pouch. The pouch tears open, and Draken appears from it. Arthur asks whether Draken is awake and whether his evolution is finally complete. Draken bows and confirms that, thanks to the experiments in Life's End, the 9 high-ranked chimeras that are about to be born will be chimeras of an entirely new level, like himself. He spreads his arms and says that he has also chosen names for them according to their special traits. Arthur expresses his appreciation and says that they will start the feast as soon as the children are born. Draken then notices another pouch opening behind them, from which an elf-like child appears, and he says that this is the first child, Narva. At the Highlander Imperial Palace, Henry asks Scar what Draken is doing there. Scar replies that he does not know the details, but that there are many monsters, and says that this is all he can tell him before disappearing. Henry then states that he will leave for the Charlotte Plateau in exactly 1 hour. He explains that the plateau is like a jungle with too many trees, so it will be more efficient to go in a small group, and instructs those who will accompany him to gather there in 1 hour after preparing themselves. At the Seldura Snow Tower, Henry goes to Torian and says that he has only 1 hour and will make things quick. He asks Torian to prepare a tub of chilling water and 2,000 doses of black tear immediately. Later, inside Henry's laboratory in the Snow Tower, Henry stands beside the tub and says that this will be very painful and far worse than last time because it is a highly concentrated black tear with 20 doses compressed into 1 bottle. He enters the tub and says that he has no other choice but to do this in order to become an 8th circle. explaining that he cannot summon Elragon because it is still healing, and that the tub of healing water might at least lessen the pain. He then drinks the black tear. Lightning runs through his entire body as he tries to form the 8th circle and screams in pain. Magic spells surround the top of the tower. After a while, he comes out of the tub and says that he is unable to reach the 8th circle and has failed despite all the pain, and adds that he should start getting ready. At Ankleman's mansion, Has sits reading a book and thinks about how peaceful things are now that the war with Arthur is over, adding that when everything is completely over, he will have to invite the Great Wizard and Sir Van to dinner. Meanwhile, at Ankleman's mansion, guards discuss that all soldiers are being given paid leave to celebrate the end of the war, and that the other cities are already on vacation. At that moment, someone approaches them. One guard says that the boy needs an identification card to enter. The newcomer removes his robe, and both guards are shocked by what they see. He then kills one guard with a slash, while the other guard becomes frightened. He is Narva, who tells the remaining guard that he will let him live and orders him to deliver a message that the new god's apostle, Narva, has arrived. The guard trembles and asks what he means. Narva, annoyed, says that he is not clever, unleashes his chimera body, and orders him to bring the highest-ranked human immediately. At the southern Charlotte Plateau, Henry teleports there with his group. They are completely surrounded by a large number of chimeras and monsters. Seeing them, Henry asks why they are still standing there and looking up. Hararian notices something in the sky, and as everyone looks above, Arthur and Draken appear and greet them. Arthur remarks that words travel fast and that it has not been long since his apostles were sent. Henry asks what he means by apostles. Arthur says it seems Henry has not seen his gift yet. Henry wonders about the gift and asks what gift he is talking about. Arthur says it would not be any fun to explain and vanishes, saying that they will see each other later. Henry, frustrated, notices many chimeras releasing their auras and growling at them. Meanwhile, at Ankleman, Has sits before Narva and confirms, with a trembling voice, that he is the highest-ranked human there. Narva remarks on this and, using his tentacle, grabs Has by the neck and lifts him, saying goodbye. Hans, haltingly, says that it is Narva who will be gone. He takes out the call card and reflects that he has always kept the call card Lord Henry gave him for situations like this. As he tears the card, Henry receives the message and wonders why the call card he gave Has is being used and what is happening in Ankleman. Suddenly, a chimera leaps toward Henry, who blocks it with a fire wind attack, causing it to collapse. Henry asks if it is over. Hararian clears the remaining enemies and tells Henry that he believes that was the last one. Hararian adds that he has something to report. Not long ago, he went to the temple to offer sacrifices, but Janus had disappeared. Henry, shocked, asks what exactly he means. Hararian explains that when he saw Arthur just now, he felt Janus's divine power. Henry, shocked again, asks if that means Janus is the god of darkness with the personality of a tyrant. Hararian admits that he has not figured out exactly what happened yet, but if Arthur has gained Janus's divine power, then it could be significant. At that moment, Van arrives and says that he thought there was a call from Ankleman just now. Henry begins to teleport and tells Hararian that they will discuss the matter later. Hararian says that he will go with him. When they teleport to the entrance of Ankleman, they are surprised to see the guards and Has lying dead, and the entire palace burned. Van grabs Has and shouts, questioning who could have done such a thing. Henry notices that something is written on Hans's forehead. Suddenly, a large number of undead start appearing behind them. Seeing this, Henry realizes that this must be the gift Arthur was talking about. He also notices that all the call cards he had distributed are appearing, calling for help. At the Shatra Palace lobby, undead beings also arrive and worship Arthur. Burham forms an illusion shield to block them. The undead notice a frightened soldier, leap at him, and the soldier cries out for the priest to help him. However, the undead bite him, and he also turns into an undead and begins praising Arthur. As the undead leave, Burham dismisses the illusion shield, having been injured. Selen rushes to support Burham, and while holding his wound, he says that the injury is from that being. Arthur's apostle, Gerslunger, appears and states that he has a name. He lifts rocks and weapons into the air and hurls them toward them. Seeing the attacks coming, Selen moves in front of Burham, and the sword pierces her. Gerslunger then uses his tentacle to grab Burham by the neck and hangs him in the air. telling him to remember his name and declaring that he is one of the 9 apostles sent to spread the teachings of Lord Arthur. Henry and Hararian arrive, and Henry states that he is the one Arthur has sent. Gerslunger turns to Henry and asks who they are. Hararian notices Selin lying dead. Gerslunger slams Burham to the ground and introduces himself to Henry as Gerslunger, an apostle of the great Lord Arthur. He leaps toward Henry, saying that he will show him the power of Janus that Lord Arthur has given him. Henry blocks him with reverse gravity magic and slams him into the ceiling. He then equips the Colt sword. Gerslunger asks what Henry plans to do with him. Henry, angered, unleashes his aura around the sword and demands how he dares to challenge him. He then strikes him with lightning, causing him to collapse on the spot. Meanwhile, Hararian holds Selin and cries. Henry appears disheartened. He summons Scar and asks him to explain exactly what is happening. Scar says that an unprecedented apocalyptic event is occurring and that only 30% of humanity remains. Henry asks what this means and requests an explanation. Scar explains that the 9 apostles who are given divine power by Arthur are slaughtering humans across the continent, and that they are also spreading a purple flower whose spores infect people and turn them into beings similar to zombies. He adds that everyone except for 30% of the human race is infected and has become blind believers in Arthur, and that even the allied countries are infected. Henry questions the mention of divine powers, apostles, and believers, saying that it sounds as if Arthur has become a god. Scar replies that Arthur is currently using divine powers and is more like a god than a human. He asks Henry if he is all right and then leaves, saying that he will help again if needed. Henry then approaches Hararian and apologizes for speaking of this while things are difficult, but explains that because of Arthur's divine powers, most people have died or become zombies, leaving only 30%. He says that to fight Arthur, who uses the power of Janus, they also need divine power and asks Hararian to lend him the power of Ra. With tears in his eyes, Hararian replies that only those chosen by God and who believe in God can possess divine power, as that is God's decree. Henry, distressed, grabs Hararian by the shoulders and asks if there is anything else they can do. Hararian replies that there is another way, which is to obtain a divine item. He explains the royal secret passed down among the kings of Kshatra, saying that the Khan's Eye, the cave they once hid in, is actually a tomb where the souls of their ancestors rest. He then tells Burham that they will meet the ancestors there to borrow the divine item and instructs Henry to follow him closely. At Kshatra Khan's Eye, they enter the cave, and Henry thinks that he can understand why the place is called the Khan's Eye because it truly resembles a human eye. Hararian shows him his necklace and explains that the divine item he possesses is the sigil of Ra, and that it is the only divine item he has. He gives Henry the necklace and tells him that until Arthur is defeated, he will lend him his ancestor's divine item. Henry takes the necklace and says that he will return it no matter what, and asks Hararian to guide him to the remaining divine items. Hararian agrees, places his hand on the rock, and casts spells. A golden light begins to emerge, magic circles surround him, and the rock opens. Hararian says that they should enter. As they enter, Henry falls into a deep place. After some time, he lies unconscious on a red carpet under moonlight. When he regains consciousness, his eyes widen upon seeing Haribala Khan sitting on the throne. Haribala warmly welcomes him and says that even though the place is a tomb, it is not unpleasant. He states that although he is the former king of Kshatra, he and Henry share a bond beyond political convenience. Henry sits and teasingly says that Haribala looks too good for a dead man. Haribala laughs and says that although he would like to explain everything and catch up, the living should not stay there long, and he states that Henry has come for divine power. Henry wonders how Haribala knows this. Haribala approaches and explains that the Khan's Eye can see every part of the desert. Henry asks him not to read other people's minds like that. Haribala then explains that Arthur uses a trick on Selin and comes into contact with Janus. Henry realizes that he never expected Arthur to gain power in such a way. Haribala says that Henry already has divine power because he is reborn through foreign power. Henry wonders if this refers to black magic and asks if this means he has divine power similar to an apostle. Haribala confirms it but says Henry is much weaker than Arthur. Henry thinks that even with divine power, he is no match for Arthur and asks Haribala to lend him as many divine items as possible. Haribala asks if Henry is requesting them without offering anything in return. They look at each other, and Harabola laughs, saying he is already dead, but that Henry looks as if he is about to kill him again. He then states that he knows what Janus wants. When Henry asks what it is, Harabola answers that Janus wants to incarnate in the human world. Henry wonders why a god would want to descend into the human world. Harabola says that he will lend Henry the divine items, but even then, Henry will not be able to defeat Arthur. Henry asks what he means, and Harabola replies that Henry will need to find another god. Henry asks if this means he must find a stronger god than Janus to believe in and use that god's power to fight back, adding that he believes only in magic and does not know what to do. Harabola says that a god can exist anywhere and everywhere, and is always watching. As the moonlight fades, Harabola says their time is up. Henry asks where that god is. Harabola begins to vanish, snaps his fingers, and says that Henry must find the answer himself. He tells Henry to take care of his son and to check his pocket when he wakes up. Later, Henry lies unconscious while Hararian sits beside him. When Henry regains consciousness, he thinks that he cannot believe Harabola throws him out like that. Hararian says that when he opens his eyes, he is already there and asks if Henry succeeds. Henry checks his pocket and says that thanks to Hararian, he is able to borrow the divine items. He also senses that something else is inside his pocket and finds an egg. He wonders if Harabola gives it to him and questions whether it is a chicken egg. When Hararian asks if something is wrong, Henry dismisses it, stands up, and says that he needs to search for another god. He states that Hararian must strengthen Ra's divine power as Ra's representative. Henry thinks that in order to use Ra's complete power, Hararian must become the son of Ra, the new sword of Ra, and the desert general. At Mushu, in the Balkanus mansion meeting room, Henry gathers the nobles and explains what he has discovered. He states that only Mushu and St. Hall, the Holy Land ruled by the Pope, have avoided the Apostles' attacks, while all other countries have fallen to Arthur and his Apostles. He reports that only 30% of humanity remains and that the rest are either dead or have become undead. Kington sorrowfully says that he is the only survivor of Highlander. Henry then declares that from this moment onward, Mushu will become a refuge for all survivors and that preparations must begin for Arthur's next attack. He explains that the messages left by the Apostles on the corpses indicate that Arthur will appear at the Lizark Hills 1 month later. He announces that he will depart to search for a new god capable of countering Janus's power, and instructs everyone to be prepared in the meantime. Before Henry leaves, Hector asks to speak with him and requests a favor. Henry notices Hector's armor and asks why he is wearing it when he once had his own body. Hector explains that every body Henry created for him is destroyed during his battles with the Apostles, and that his attacks cannot reach them, as if they are absorbed by something. Henry wonders why his own attacks can reach the Apostles while Hector's cannot. Hector explains that the armor is the only thing he has left, and that he needs a new body to regain his full strength. He asks Henry to make him another one. Henry turns to Hararian and asks if there is any solution. Hararian apologizes and says that there is none, explaining that he was only able to create Hector's body with the help of Janus's divine power. Hector asks if this means he must wear the heavy armor forever. Henry asks Hararian whether another divine power might be able to do the same, but Hararian says he is unsure. Henry then tells Hector that while he searches for a new god, he will also look for a divine power capable of giving him a new body. Hearing this, Hararian says that he will accompany Henry, but Henry refuses. He reminds Hararian that within a month, he must become the Sword of Ra and the Desert General, advising him to remain in Mushu and train under Bahold and McDowell. Hararian then gives Henry a scale called the Shalka, also known as Ra's scale. He explains that it is an item used to measure the traits of divine power possessed by apostles. If the bearer's power leans toward Ra, the needle points to the sun, and if it leans toward Janus, it points to the moon. Henry accepts the scale, thanks Hararian, and announces that he will return stronger. He then teleports away. At St. Hall, the Holy Land's Grand Temple, St. Irene is praying when Henry appears. After the war against Arthur ends without success, St. Hall decides to unite with other nations to oppose him. Henry asks Irene to hold the Shalka for a moment. When she does, the needle points to the sun. Henry remarks that this confirms his expectations, since Irene, who worships the goddess of love and peace, possesses divine traits similar to Ra. Irene asks what the scale is, and Henry explains its purpose. She then asks what it says about her powers. Henry tells her that the needle pointing to the sun signifies her alignment with Ra. Irene happily remarks that the sun represents Ra, while the moon represents Janus, and Henry confirms this. An elderly man approaches and introduces himself as Ras Borgia, the first pope of St. Hall. Henry greets him respectfully and acknowledges his reputation as the great wizard's only direct disciple. Inwardly, Henry decides to test him and offers the shalka to the pope, asking him to hold it. When Borgia grasps it, the needle points to the moon. Henry and Irene are both shocked. Borgia asks what this means. Irene begins to explain, but Henry interrupts and calmly states that it simply means the Pope's divine power is stronger at night. Borgia laughs and says that he should offer more prayers at night. Henry then tells Irene that they have other matters to attend to and leaves with her. As they depart, Borgia politely bids them farewell. After they are gone, he mutters that even the great wizard is nothing compared to the almighty Arthur. His face twists into a demonic form as he declares that petty humans could never understand Arthur's true power. Henry bursts open the door and scolds Borgia, saying that he knows he is a slippery old man. Irene accuses Borgia of daring to call himself the Pope after being corrupted by Janus. Borgia smirks and admits that they have caught him. He then declares that he will show them the true power of the one he worships and begins gathering demonic energy. Irene is shocked as he transforms into a chimera. Borgia proclaims that they are foolish lambs and that the god he worships is Lord Arthur. Irene realizes that he has become a chimera and says that she cannot believe he has betrayed Lady Arinia for someone like Arthur. Borgia laughs and challenges Henry to show what he can do. Henry wonders what Arthur could have said to persuade even the Pope and takes out a divine item. Borgia remarks that it appears Henry has borrowed low-grade divine items and questions whether such fake items can hurt him. Henry wears the ring as a bright light shines from it. He states that he does not believe in divine items, but only in himself, and declares that he will cut Borgia down. Using Ra's blessings, he leaps forward and strikes him, cutting his body in half. The chimera's body shatters and scatters around. Irene watches in shock. Henry then feels an egg crack in his pocket and takes it out, wondering what Harabola has given him. Irene apologizes for exposing such a shameful scene and expresses her gratitude, saying that without Henry, no one would have noticed the Pope's corruption. Henry replies that he has only done what he must do. He explains that he originally came to find a new god to oppose Janus's divine power. But after witnessing what happened to the Pope, he is no longer certain about this plan and decides to abandon the search for another god. Irene asks how he intends to fight Arthur, and Henry answers that he will strengthen what he trusts the most. At the Salgera Snow Tower, in the first-floor lobby, Henry gathers the priests and wizards and asks whether everyone is present. He announces that he has gathered all the wizards for an important declaration. He states that the final war that will decide the continent's fate is drawing near and instructs everyone to strengthen their magic circles by at least 1 or 2 levels. The wizards grow worried and whisper among themselves, questioning whether such a thing is truly possible. Henry says that it is simple, though the pain will be immeasurable. He then orders the servants to bring in urns of black tears. The servants distribute the urns to each wizard. Henry explains that the urns contain 1,000 drops of black tears, which are almost as deadly as poison. He warns that drinking them will cause pain unlike anything they have ever experienced, but enduring it will raise their circles. He urges them to endure the pain with all their might so that they may see the light. Noticing their fear, Henry reassures them that priests are present in case something goes wrong and instructs everyone to drink, telling the priests to prepare themselves. The wizards drink the black tears while the priests begin praying to their goddess to grant strength to those gathered. The wizards then start screaming in pain and calling for help. Henry reflects that he does not believe in gods, but in magic, and declares that he will fight Arthur with magic. He compares wizards to flames, stating that the more they gather, the stronger the fire becomes, and urges them to endure and reveal their potential. After some time, the priestesses appear exhausted and breathless, while the wizards collapse onto the ground. Seeing that their circles have advanced, Henry states that everyone has successfully become a 7th circle wizard. He thanks Irene and adds that there is still one person left, the one who will follow in the footsteps of his master as an 8th circle wizard, which is himself. All the saintesses surround Henry and form a magic circle beneath them. Henry asks them to take good care of him so that he can reach the 8th circle. He then drinks the urn of black tears. He suddenly feels a sharp pain in his heart and sits down. Irene prays to her goddess to give him strength. Henry realizes that the pain is beyond imagination. A green light begins to emerge from the magic circle. The egg in Henry's pocket cracks further. Irene senses a holy aura somewhere. After a while, the light fades and Henry rises, his appearance completely changed. He announces that he has reached the 8th circle and thanks everyone. Irene kneels and bows in respect, congratulating him on his success. Henry reflects that he has finally regained the power of the 8th circle and thinks that he should change his appearance because it is embarrassing. He changes his appearance with magic and notices something in his pocket. He finds that the egg has completely cracked and that a pearl has emerged from it. He realizes that it is the pearl inside the egg Harabala gave him and decides to examine it later, since he has now achieved his goal of reaching the 8th circle in order to face Arthur. 1 month later, in the Mushu meeting room, McDowell greets Ronan, saying that it has been a long time and that he has heard Ronan was trained for a month by his father in the Porum family swordsmanship to fight Arthur. Ronan confirms this. McDowell remarks that, as expected from someone recommended by Henry, he can look forward to Ronan's battle against Arthur. Ronan agrees. Kington asks whether they have been doing well in teaching His Majesty Hararian swordsmanship. They nod, and Kington says that he looks forward to Hararian's skills. Henry then enters and greets everyone, saying that he hopes they have been doing well. As his aura surrounds him, he asks whether they should return to business. Kington is shocked and remarks that he feels a far more powerful aura than before. Hararian also observes that Henry has done his best over the month and that he has reached a level no one dares to reach. Henry senses that Ronan has become a sword master. Ronan likewise senses Henry's overwhelming aura and congratulates him. Henry thanks Ronan and acknowledges that Ronan has also gone through much, and they encourage each other to do their best. Henry then sits down and states that when the sun sets, they will all head to Lizark Hell together. He instructs everyone to hold the divine items he is about to distribute, explaining that the apostles are filled with divine power and cannot be easily defeated without these items. He adds that no one knows why Arthur has invited them to that area and admits that he does not know how much force they should bring. Hararian asks why Henry does not use his teleportation spell. At that moment, demonic energy gathers, and Arthur appears, greeting Henry and stating that he wants Henry to bring only these people to Lizark Hell. Arthur threatens that if his words are ignored, he will turn all remaining humans on the continent into his apostles. He laughs and urges them to hurry, saying that he does not know what he will do if he becomes bored. Henry angrily shouts at him, but Arthur vanishes, and a teleportation gate to Lizark appears before them. Hararian comments that Arthur wants them to go through the gate. Henry then asks whether everyone is ready. Henry begins to enter the teleportation gate, and Hararian tells him that they should go as well. They arrive at the foot of the Lizark Hills and the Habit Plains, and the teleportation gate closes behind them. The entire plains begin to burn. Henry uses a magic shield to protect everyone, enclosing them within it. Hararian wonders what is happening. A man appears and asks how it is, revealing that the flames are his attack, claiming to be the Great Lidkin. Van angrily asks whether he is the one who burned Ankleman to the ground. Lidkin replies that Ankleman was his work of art. Then Narva appears with more apostles and smirks, explaining that they are all venom. He says that the 9 apostles were sent by the almighty Lord Arthur to dispose of trash that would have actually been the 8 great apostles, excluding the dead and useless Gerslunger, and he claims that he is the one who disposed of the trash in Ankleman. He introduces himself as the Great Narva. Henry dismisses the magic shield and explains that he is reactivating it while placing a protective magic shield around everyone's body so that they do not need to worry and can move freely. Van, frustrated, moves toward Narva and scolds him. Narva blocks Van's strike and hits him with his tentacle. Van manages to hold on by stabbing his sword into the ground and skidding backward. Narva says that he is the Great Narva, not a chimera, and expresses disappointment, adding that a dying trash bag had called out Van's name, which made him believe Van was powerful. Van, frustrated again, tries to strike Narva, but Narva dodges and pushes him backward once more. Narva says that he will also send Van to his dead, useless friend. Van grits his teeth and realizes that, just as Henry had said, His attacks do not work without the power of a divine item, so he wears the divine ring. Narva rushes toward him, saying that Van cannot do anything with such a weak attack. To Narva's surprise, Van manages to cut his arm. Narva wonders how this is possible. Van realizes that his attacks are working and begins to slash Narva continuously. With a final strike, Van cuts Narva's body in half. He looks at the severed body and states that it is for Ankleman and Hans. Henry approaches Van and asks whether he is feeling all right. Van replies that he is fine and that he has never felt so free, adding that the divine item is great and that he is willing to believe in Ram if necessary. Henry raises everyone's spirits and tells them to gather together and get rid of the apostles. Lidkin wonders what has just happened. Henry's group rushes toward the apostles, saying that they now have nothing to fear and that they should get them. Suddenly, a black fog surrounds them, and Henry moves away from the group. After a moment, Henry finds himself alone and wonders what is happening. Someone calls him from behind, and Henry turns around and asks who it is. Draken appears and introduces himself. Henry tells him that if he does not send him back to his comrades immediately, he will kill him on the spot. Draken says that he is surprised to hear that Henry is the hidden disciple of the Great Wizard, because he believed that the Great Wizard would never share his knowledge. He describes the Great Wizard as wise and benevolent, but still human and conscious of watchful eyes. Henry wonders what Draken is talking about and whether Draken is saying that he tried to keep everything for himself. Draken states that the Great Wizard limited the various ways to develop magic. Henry raises his hand, gathers magic, and says that Draken is talking too much nonsense and is no longer worth listening to. He uses bolt magic and attacks him. Draken appears unharmed and says that he has not finished talking. Henry wonders how Draken is still alive despite being hit. Draken says that the Great Wizard banned all studies of black magic, including human experiments, and ordered black wizards across the continent to be hunted down, also banning all related books. Henry asks what that means. Draken yells that this is a sin, stating that the Great Wizard blocked the growth of other wizards because his circle was higher and killed innocent wizards with different interests. He adds that from then on, the Magic Tower entered a dark age, and that only Lord Arthur understood him and opened a path for him. Henry raises his hand, thinking that speaking with someone like Draken is a waste of time, and unleashes another attack, saying that Draken's story is too boring. He uses lightning magic and throws lightning shards at him. After seeing the reflection of the lightning, Henry wonders whether Draken has survived again. He then finds Draken lying on the ground and assumes that he did not survive. Draken suddenly appears behind Henry and places his hand on Henry's shoulder. Henry turns back and wonders what Draken has done, saying that he has just seen Draken's dead body. Draken replies that Henry has seen correctly and explains that he can continuously revive after shedding his skin. He says that he calls this process Reborn and that it is a power he gained by himself. Henry is shocked upon hearing this. Henry wonders that Draken has created a method of rebirth and acknowledges that it is impressive. Draken says that he cannot remember how many prisoners he has used to create this magic, estimating that around 500 people have been injected into his body, which allows him to be reborn up to 500 times. Henry is shocked and asks whether Draken has not only conducted human experiments, but has also used people themselves. Draken laughs and confirms that he has stored human bodies inside himself to use them, calling this the secret of rebirth. Henry, frustrated, grits his teeth and calls Draken a maniac, saying that he was foolish to think anything about him was impressive. He adds that this is why his teacher banned all human experiments and black magic, fearing that someone like Draken might appear. Draken, angered, begins to approach him, accusing him of talking nonsense. Henry then calls Clever, who uses a chest to capture Draken inside it. A bright light falls on Draken as he finds himself in a hollow space surrounded by many magic circles. Draken, troubled, asks Henry what he is planning. Henry tells him that he is now inside Clever's stomach and explains that the magic circles will continuously cast 8th circle spells that Henry created himself. He adds that since Draken claims he can be reborn about 500 times, he will prepare his magic accordingly. Draken asks whether all these magic circles are meant to kill him again and again. Henry confirms this and bids him farewell. Seeing the thousands of magic circles around him, Draken shouts that he believes in his power and will prove that his reborn magic is superior and can withstand all of Henry's tricks. A sharp light then approaches Draken and attacks him. Henry teleports back to the Habit Plains, where his group members are sitting exhausted. Van says that after the apostles are defeated, the black fog disappears, and he asks who Henry's opponent was. Henry replies that he faced Draken, and that Draken is about to die, estimating that he should be facing his 400th death by now. Van asks what Henry means, and Henry tells him not to worry, adding that only Arthur remains. He then asks where Ronan and Kington are and whether they are still fighting. A teleportation gate appears before them, and a voice asks whether they are looking for their friend. Henry recognizes Arthur's voice. Arthur throws Ronan's head and says that this is him. Henry, furious, yells at Arthur and tells him to come out because he is going to kill him. Arthur agrees, spreading demonic fog as they wonder how he has ended up on the Lizark Hills. Arthur appears sitting on a tree branch and tells Henry to lighten up, saying that he has lost all his underlings, while Henry has only lost one useless swordsman, so he questions why Henry is so angry. Arthur snaps his fingers and shows them the situation of the cities, saying that these are a few cities not yet taken over by devotees. He reminds Henry that he told him to bring everyone to the Lizark Hills, but since Henry's swordsman is dead, he claims Henry has failed to keep the promise. Arthur states that he therefore has no choice but to turn all remaining humans into his apostles, and that he is sending all devotees to the rest of the cities immediately. He adds that the swordsman was killed by Henry's own comrade, not by him, and tells Henry not to misunderstand. Henry turns to Kington, who is standing close to Arthur, and demands to know how he dares. Kington kneels and says that he could not do anything because Arthur was controlling his body. Henry tells everyone not to panic and instructs them to go to their designated areas and protect the people. They agree, and some leave, saying they will leave the rest to him. Henry remains with Irene, Hector, and Herarion. Arthur says that Henry cannot be planning to fight him with just 4 people. Henry leaps toward him, saying that it is more than enough. He strikes Kington and kills him, saying that he is sorry he could not protect both of them. Arthur says that he did not expect to lose his new toy so easily. Henry jumps toward Arthur and says that he is next, but his sword is blocked by a shield that forms between them. Henry struggles and realizes that it is some kind of holy shield. Hector attacks the shield, telling Henry not to forget about him. Herarion also strikes it, saying that if they work together, they can break it. The shield begins to crack, and Henry shouts that it has worked. With their continuous strikes, the shield cracks completely. Henry then asks Saint Irene to lend him her divine power, and she begins praying and grants him that power. The shield shatters into pieces and scatters around. Arthur, now exposed, smirks that it is absurd, and throws them away with a demonic strike, saying that they have really improved and that he is honestly surprised. He adds that if this is all they have, they will never defeat him, and unleashes demonic spear-like attacks and hurls them toward them, badly injuring them. Irene, troubled upon seeing everyone injured, says that she will heal them. She sits close to Herarion, and Arthur appears behind her and says that whenever he sees Herarion, he only feels pity, asking why the Khan dynasty hid away the god Janus. Herarion replies that Arthur's current actions and behavior are the reason why. Arthur says that he is still grateful for the dynasty's stupidity and bids farewell, then strikes Herarion with a demonic attack, killing him on the spot. Arthur remarks that it is boring, but a sword pierces his body from behind. He looks back and notices Hector, smiles, and clenches his fist. A demonic fog is released, crushing Hector's armor completely and shattering it into pieces. Henry shouts for Hector, and Arthur says that he respects Hector's courage. He says to Irene to heal Henry and tells Henry that he will not let him off easily and that he will make him taste endless despair. Irene cries and asks why such a task is given to her. Henry grabs her hand and asks her to heal him. She cries and says that Arthur will only torture him, but Henry insists. While crying, she heals him and apologizes. Henry finds himself lying alone in a barren land. He regains consciousness and wonders where he is. A lady greets him, and Henry asks who she is. She says that people call her Arinia and tells him not to worry about the outside world, explaining that the place they are in is specially prepared for him and that time flows very slowly outside while he stays there. She asks him, on behalf of those who cannot intervene in the world, to stop Arthur's madness. Henry says that he does not have enough power like Arthur since he does not believe in gods, and asks how he can win without such means. She tells him that he is wrong and that he already has divine power but has not realized it yet. Henry asks whether she is referring to the items he borrowed. She denies it and says that although he does not believe in gods, there is something he has lived in for a long time. Henry asks whether she means magic, and she confirms it, saying that his true faith in magic has been recognized by other gods, including herself. She explains that as a sign of recognition, they have given him a small seed. Holding the seed, Henry realizes that the pearl is the god seed, and she confirms that it means he has the qualifications to become a new god and that he is now the god of magic. Henry then notices a golden light and asks whether it is Ra. Ra appears and confirms it, saying that the current Arthur is merely a puppet of Janus and is still only a half-god, an avatar. He says that Henry is different and is now a true god who can intervene in the real world because he still has a body there. He tells Henry that as long as he believes in his magic, he is more than capable of defeating Arthur. Henry asks why Ra's avatars, Irene and Herarion, were no match for Arthur. Ra explains that Herarion's body cannot handle much divine power, and that the saint who serves Erinia cannot harm others because she is the goddess of love and peace. Ra says that there is no time to lose and that when Henry opens his eyes, he will return to Lizark Hills. He says that he believes in Henry, and Erinia also says that she believes in him. They both disappear, and Henry closes his eyes and says that he believes in himself and in magic. As Irene heals him, Henry opens his eyes and releases a magic missile. A glowing missile forms at his fingertip, and he fires it at Arthur. Arthur is struck through the body, blood spilling from his mouth as a large hole is torn through him. He staggers back in shock and asks how Henry is able to do such a thing. Henry rises, stretches his arms, and calmly asks what exactly Arthur means. Arthur shouts that it must be divine power and declares that there is no way Henry could suddenly become so strong. Henry clenches his fist and realizes that this must be the flow of divine power, noting that it feels very similar to the flow of magic. Arthur rises into the air, spreads his demonic energy, and forms a spear. He says that Henry may have caught him off guard once, but there will not be a second time. Henry grips his magic blade, wields it firmly, and replies that it was awful knowing him, and that he hopes they never meet again. Arthur hurls the demonic spear at Henry. Henry dodges and slashes it apart, shattering it into pieces. Arthur stares in disbelief and says that it is impossible. Henry then rushes forward and, with a single powerful strike, severs Arthur's neck along with Janus. Arthur's body vanishes, and sunlight finally rises over the battlefield. Henry remarks quietly that it is over and that he feels strangely empty. At the Mushu walls, countless undead climb higher against the protective barrier. Lore says that it is only a matter of time before the barrier breaks and that all they can do now is believe in the great wizard and wait. Suddenly, the undead are engulfed in flames and burn away completely. Everyone watches in shock as Henry teleports before them. Lore and McDowell rush forward and ask what happened to Arthur and whether this means the battle is over. Henry calmly says that he destroyed Arthur with his own hands. Later, in the Mushu meeting room, the remaining members gather. Burham sobs and says that Herarion has died in the end. Behold angrily says that Kington betrayed them until the very end. Lore then turns to Henry and asks whether he is saying that he has become a god and is no longer human. Henry replies that this is what he has been told. Lore asks if he is joking, and Henry says that he thought it was a dream at first, but Erinia and Ra themselves explained it to him. Everyone is shocked and asks if the gods spoke to him directly, and Henry confirms it. He adds that he has now taken on the role of the god of magic. Van, looking exhausted, addresses Henry as the god of magic and asks what he plans to do next. Henry says that he is not sure yet, as it is his first time being a god. He tells everyone to rest and says that he will go around and see what he can do about the devotees. Later, at the Khan's cave, Henry arrives and reflects that, since becoming a god, controlling magic feels easier than ever, and that even teleportation feels as natural as breathing. He enters the cave, places his hand on the sealed rock, senses that a spell has been used before, and begins casting magic. The rock opens, and he steps inside, calling out to Harabola and asking him to let him in properly this time. An illusion forms, and Harabola appears before him, offers his hand, and says that Ra is looking for him and that he will take him there. Henry then finds himself seated at a table before Ra, sitting on a chair in a silent, otherworldly chamber. Ra greets Henry and says that now that they are equal gods, they can set aside formalities. Henry agrees, then states that he does not want to beat around the bush. He defeated Arthur just as Ra asked, and asks why he was summoned here personally after doing so, pointing out that Ra only came to him when he was desperate. Ra politely replies that Henry seems upset and that he understands, but explains that the gods cannot simply descend to the human world whenever they wish. Henry asks what he means by that, and Ra explains that although Henry is the god of magic, he is still not yet a complete god. To become a full god, Henry must no longer exist in or intervene in the human realm. Henry asks in confusion whether Ra is saying that his existence in the human world causes disorder. Ra confirms this and says that if Henry truly wishes to become a real god, he must give up his mortal body as soon as possible. Henry then asks what happened to Janus and why he caused everything in the first place. Ra explains that the power of the gods is proportional to the faith of their believers, and that Janus planned to turn not only the Eurasian continent but all humans in the world into his believers to gain the strength he desired. Henry asks why Janus wanted such power when he was already a god. Ra answers that Janus intended to gather enough strength to challenge the king of gods who rules over all deities, and that this was Janus's true ambition. Henry asks about the king of gods, but Ra says that he can say no more to someone who still exists in the human world. He adds that once Henry becomes a full god, he will be able to learn all secrets and powers, and urges him to give up his body and embrace death. Henry refuses and points out that becoming a full god would mean he could no longer appear in or intervene in the human world, and says that he still has things to do there. He stands and says that if Ra has nothing more to tell him, then he will be leaving. Ra warns that Henry will regret postponing becoming a full god. Henry replies that he believes he would regret it more if he abandoned his burdens by dying to become a god when he still has the power to reduce them. Ra then vanishes in a flood of brilliant light. Henry finds himself standing once more before the sealed rock. As he turns to leave, he quietly tells Haribullah not to worry, promising that his son's funeral will be more grand than any hero's, so that his name will be remembered by future generations. He then says that he is leaving and will see him later. At the back gate of Fort Kilburn, the undead are still gathered, climbing the walls. 2 guards on the roof watch them and remark on how long they will have to keep this up. They note that the zombies at the back gate and the monsters at the main gate went berserk, and that it has been over a month since they were trapped in the fort. One guard worries that it will not be long before they run out of food, pointing out rumors that everyone's rations are steadily shrinking. At this rate, he fears that whether the attackers are zombies or not, they are going to starve to death. They also lament that there is no news from the members who went to the capital to request backup, and that they do not even know if those members are alive or dead. Suddenly, they hear a commotion and look down, wondering what the noise is. To their surprise, a huge crystal wall has formed before the palace. Meanwhile, in Esselan's office, he sits and hears monsters and undead pounding at the main gate. He remarks that the monsters are getting more and more uncontrollable and wonders aloud what is happening in the world with the zombies at the back gate. Henry then arrives and apologizes for being late, addressing him as Commander Esselan before correcting himself, noting that he heard Esselan has been promoted and deciding to call him General from now on. Esselan wonders how Henry got there, and Henry explains that he had promised to come back to help once the war with Arthur was over, now returning to settle the Demon King problem. He reassures Esselan that all the zombies and monsters have been taken care of, so there is little to worry about. Esselan notices the sudden calm and thanks Henry, remarking that it feels like a heavy burden has been lifted from his shoulders, noting that he has not been able to sleep properly for a month. Henry suggests that Esselan rest first and promises to handle everything, vowing to return before dawn. Esselan replies that he wishes he could, but that habit has made him a light sleeper. Henry then uses sleep magic on him, assuring that when he wakes up, most of the problems will be resolved, and teleports away. Meanwhile, deep inside the Forest of Evil, Henry reflects that though several years have passed since his last visit, after being reborn, he still remembers the location clearly. Even in his past life, he had worked to stitch up the gaps of the underworld. Standing close to the gap, he notices a colorful glow inside it and realizes that, as he suspected, countless disasters were born from it. He recalls that he had not been able to close it completely in the past, but now he uses his divine blessings to form the divine strings to seal it. The process consumes enormous amounts of magic and divine power, exhausting him. Even after completely draining himself, it is still not enough to fully cover the gap. The divine strings begin breaking, and a huge hand suddenly approaches Henry, grabbing him in its fist and squeezing him. He wonders if this had to happen because he used too much power. As the fist carries him somewhere, he questions if he is in the underworld. The huge figure then begins hitting him with its other fist. Henry is troubled as he sees the incoming attack. He quickly takes out his Colt sword and slashes at the hand, shattering it into pieces and escaping from its grip. Frustrated, he repeatedly slashes at the enemy and severs both of its limbs. With several more strikes, he tears the body apart into pieces. As it completely collapses, Henry states that it never stood a chance. He then attempts to teleport, but no teleportation gate appears. He wonders if he cannot teleport because he is in a completely different dimension. He recalls that even in the past, when he was an 8th circle wizard, he was unable to close the gap of the underworld, and thinks that being unable to return to his own dimension should not be such an impossible problem. He cannot believe that he cannot go back and resolves to find a way. At that moment, something approaches him from behind. He quickly glances back and barely dodges the incoming attack. An angel descends and introduces himself as Ganasol, stating that Henry has dodged the great Ganasol's attack. Henry judges from his appearance that he is a celestial being from the heavens and asks why he is in the underworld. Ganasol replies that it is none of Henry's business and asks whether Henry is the one who killed Brilliant. Looking back at the fallen giant, Henry realizes that the giant's name is Brilliant, confirms that he killed him, and declares that Ganasol will also pay for attacking him. Henry rushes toward Ganasol and strikes his wings, causing him to fall to the ground. Henry warns that if Ganasol does not answer his questions properly, he will cut off his remaining wings. Ganasol agrees to tell him everything. Henry asks where the gap of the Thunder World is, stating that he needs to return to the human world through it. Ganasol replies that he does not know about the human world, but explains that gaps of the underworld are dimensional disasters that appear suddenly, and that any demons dragged into them disappear without a trace. Henry is shocked and argues that Brilliant seemed to be specifically aiming for him. Ganasol explains that Brilliant was the successor chosen by the demon god and was granted the power to control dimensions, so such a thing would have been possible. Henry wonders if that means he has just killed the successor of the Demon King, and Ganasol confirms that it was supposed to have been Ganasol himself who would kill him. Henry asks why, and Ganasol replies that he was the second best choice after Brilliant. Henry then asks why a celestial being would try to become a Demon King. Ganasol explains that he was once an archangel in the heavens, but was banished to the underworld, and that his dream is to become the Demon King, gain the power to control dimensions, return to the heavens, and take revenge on those who banished him. Henry points out that since he killed Brilliant and subdued Ganasol, he should be the Demon King according to that logic. Ganasol replies that becoming the Demon King does not work that way, and that only a candidate chosen by the avatar of the demon god Lamia can become the Demon King. Henry asks where he must go to meet Lamia. Ganasol warns that Lamia is stronger than the Demon King himself and questions how Henry dares to wish to meet them. Henry grabs Ganasol's wing with a menacing smile, threatens to snap his remaining wings, and orders him to take him to Lamia. He drags Ganasol along and demands that he guide him in the right direction. They jump into something and, after landing, Ganasol states that they have arrived. They reach the entrance of the demon god's temple. Henry enters and asks if Ganasol has brought him to the correct place. When Ganasol does not respond, Henry demands an answer, and then asks what is wrong, adding that Ganasol should not be too upset about losing his wings because Henry has stored them in a chest and will put them back once he gains the power of dimensions. Ganasol then announces that they have an important guest. Henry flinches, noticing that Ganasol's voice and presence have changed, and asks whether Lamia is inside Ganasol's body. He questions whether the avatar of the demon god greets important guests so impolitely without even showing their face. Lamia apologizes and explains that they have no physical body and must borrow another's body in order to speak. Henry states that he wants to skip useless conversation and asks why Lamia thinks he is there. Lamia replies that they are aware of why the god of magic still has a body, but apologizes that they cannot give him what he desires. Henry remarks that it sounds as if Lamia has read his mind. Lamia replies that they have not and could not possibly read a god's mind, and that they are only conveying what the demon god has said. Henry then orders that the demon god be told that his world has suffered for a long time because of the Demon King game, and threatens that if he is not given the power to control dimensions and allowed to close the gap of the underworld forever, he will kill them no matter what when he becomes a full god. He then notices a strange aura rising from Ganisol's body and states that the demon god has finally come to visit. Henry asks the demon god what his answer is. The demon god does not reply and continues to stare at him. Henry states that since he is being ignored, he will proceed. He equips his Colt sword. Suddenly, the demon god's aura spreads through the air, Ganisol's body collapses, and the demon god himself appears before him. Henry remarks that it is nice of him to join and adds that he never thought the demon god would be willing to show his true form. The demon god tells him that he already has what it takes to be a god and urges him to stop being stubborn, give up his human body, and accept what he must. Henry, annoyed, says that the demon god is nagging him about that as well and demands that it stop. He declares that the demon god has two choices: either acknowledge him as the new demon god and grant him the power of dimensions, or return him to the human world and close the underworld gap. The demon god replies that Henry is going to regret it. Henry shouts that if he does regret it, he will take all the blame himself and tells the demon god to clean up his own mess. The demon god sighs and says that he can never fully understand what is on a person's mind, but that he will grant Henry's request and give him the power to control dimensions. He then releases his godly power toward Henry. Henry feels a sharp pain and struggles to remain standing, wondering what is happening and why the pain is so overwhelming. He decides that he needs to heal himself and casts healing magic on himself. He takes a long breath, but his sword falls, and he continues groaning in pain, thinking that he has never felt such pain before and that the healing magic is not working. He then spits out blood and collapses. After delivering the power, the demon god observes that Henry collapsed and states that he has received the power well. He then flinches, realizes something, and wonders whether Henry had planned this from the start. He then vanishes. After a while, Henry rises and tries to sit, wondering how long he has been unconscious. He senses a strange feeling, sits, and begins practicing his mana. A circle forms around his body, and he happily exclaims that he has received the 9th circle thanks to the god's power. Ganisol regains consciousness and tries to rise. Henry happily calls out to him and says that all the problems have been taken care of while he was unconscious. Ganisol yells and asks what that means, and whether Henry has become the new demon king of the underworld. Henry replies that he was not able to hear whether he has become the new demon king, but says that he has been given the power to control dimensional gaps. He then wonders whether there will be no demon king at all and asks Ganisol if he wants to become one. Ganisol repeats the question happily and asks whether Henry means him, but then refuses, saying that it does not feel right to have the throne handed over so easily. He adds that even if he becomes a demon king, he would not be able to hold the throne for long in his current state. Henry snaps his fingers, takes out Ganisol's wing from his chest, and says that he will give his wings back. He casts regeneration and healing magic on him and attaches the wing back to his body, saying that he will also lend him some of his strength until he fully regains his powers. Ganisol is completely healed and thanks Henry, saying that he will be forever in his debt. Henry introduces himself properly, stating that his name is Henry Morris, a wizard from the Eurasia continent. Ganisol says that he will remember his name. Henry gives him a call card and tells him to take it with him, explaining that if he tears it apart, he will be able to summon him. He then says that he will head back to the human world and that he will visit sometimes, hoping that Ganisol will still be on the throne when he returns. Ganisol agrees, and Henry begins to teleport. Back in the Forest of Evil, Henry teleports there and takes a long breath, saying that he is really back in the human world. He notices the underworld gap and says that it is time for it to disappear. He uses his magic and divine strings, which begin stretching, and the gap closes. Henry remarks that it was too easy, then turns to leave, saying that he promised Essalon that he would be back before sunrise, but guesses that he will not be able to keep that promise. Back at Fort Caliburn, Essalon wakes up while Henry is standing close to him and asks whether he is awake. Essalon rises, and Henry asks if he has had a nice dream. Esselan apologizes and says that it seems he has fallen asleep without realizing it. Henry then tells him that, from that day onward, Fort Caliburn is no longer needed. Esselan, troubled, asks what he means. Henry explains that while Esselan was asleep, he had gotten rid of the Demon King, the monsters, and the gap of the underworld. Esselan, shocked, says that Henry must be joking, and that he cannot believe it. Henry replies that he knew Esselan would say that and tells him to come with him. He then teleports Esselan to the Forest of Evil and says that it would be more accurate to call it the forest that was once the Forest of Evil. Seeing the greenery and hearing the chirping around them, Esselan sits on the ground and says that there are no monsters and that the forest, which was once dead, has come alive. He becomes emotional, cries, and asks how this is even possible, thanking Henry for fulfilling his lifelong wish. The soldiers of Fort Caliburn begin cheering, saying that the monsters have disappeared, the gap of the underworld is no more, and that they are free. Meanwhile, in the Miss Who Free City meeting room, Henry says that the war with Arthur has ended, but that they still need to take care of the rising conflict between the locals and the refugees who have come to Miss Who, and to deal with the remaining blind believers. Van agrees and asks whether the god of magic has something in mind. Henry replies that it is embarrassing to hear that title and says that he would like everyone to treat him as they did in the old days. He then says that he has been thinking about it for a while and is considering creating a new country and ruling over it. Everyone flinches, and Van says that it would be nice, adding that it would be a new country with a new dynasty whose founder is none other than God himself. Esselan says that he thinks it is a great idea and that he is in, and Bahold also agrees. Henry says that he is glad everyone seems to agree and that he has something to tell them in advance. He says that he is thinking of reorganizing the military units, adding that there is basically no point in making a show of integrating the refugees. McDowell says that he is right and asks what he plans to do. Henry replies that he is going to focus on public security rather than national defense, changing the volunteer military system to a draft system. Bahold then asks whether Henry is saying that he is going to obligate the new cities to serve in the military. Henry confirms that, saying that there is nothing better to instill a sense of ownership than an obligation to serve the country, and adds that he is not going to designate a state or religion in the new country he is creating. Everyone is stunned by this. He explains that if a state religion is introduced, different cultures will go to war with each other in order to make their own religion the state religion. Van says that it would not make sense either if people believe in other religions when God himself is building the country to save the world, and McDowell says that he is right about that. Henry replies that they should first postpone the declaration of the new country, solve the food shortage, and get rid of the blind believers. Meanwhile, half a year later, at Saldra Snow Tower, Lore and the other wizards are performing rituals on blind believers, but they die. Lore seems hopeless and says that, as expected, they have failed and that blind believer mental recovery experiment number 348 has failed. Lore thinks that they are getting nowhere and that it feels like being a murderer, and then says that for the next case, they will use the previous technique. Meanwhile, Henry summons Scar, who asks what he needs this time. Henry says that he remembers Draken and that he needs one of Draken's possessions. Scar takes out an item and gives it to Henry, saying that it is the item Arthur gave Draken for his loyalty. Scar adds that he was willing to help before because the situation was tough, but now that things have settled down, he is going to charge Henry for everything, including that deal, and tells him to be prepared. Holding the necklace, Henry thinks that at this rate, the more blind believers die, the more exhausted the experimenting wizards become. He decides to ask the maker himself, thinking that since Draken made the blind believers, he will know how to fix them. Henry places the necklace on a magic circle and casts a spell to summon Draken. A door to the Netherworld opens and Draken appears, asking why Henry has called him out from the Netherworld. Henry says that he wants to ask him how to change the blind believers back to normal. Draken replies that Henry should not think he will tell him that as long as Lord Arthur is alive. Henry says that it looks like Draken does not know what is going on and that he has already gotten rid of Arthur, but that the blind believers have remained the same, which is why he is asking. Draken yells and accuses Henry of lying, saying that Lord Arthur is not someone who would lose to a person like him. Henry forms a magic circle, and seeing it, Draken is shocked and asks whether it is really true, saying that it cannot be. He realizes that Henry has reached the ninth circle and says that everything has come to an end. He then sits down and begs for forgiveness. Henry tells him that now that he knows what is going on, he should tell him quickly. Draken says that, to be honest, he does not know the solution either. Henry yells and asks what that means, saying that even poisoners make antidotes before they make poison, yet Draken does not know how to fix it, even though he is the one who created that magic. Draken pleads for forgiveness, saying that he was only able to make it by chance. He hesitantly leaves, saying that he will be out of Henry's hair, and adds that if Henry needs anything else, he should let him know. Meanwhile, Henry sits helplessly and wonders what to do with the blind believers, thinking that if only he could go back in time. He then realizes something and says that he has just had a great idea. In heaven, Henry teleports there and thinks that the place looks mysterious and that he is really in heaven. He thinks that if there is anyone who would know how to turn back time, it would be the God of heaven, and that with that method, he will turn back time to when the blind believers were normal. A series of arrows is directed toward him from behind. He looks back, quickly forms a magic shield around himself, and dodges the arrows. Baby angels are in the air and direct arrows toward him again. Henry says that they are going to attack again, and that although they may be much older than him, he does not want to attack them because of how they look. He tells Clever to handle them instead. Clever appears, takes the form of a fully armed man, and starts slashing the angels, killing them. Henry wonders whether their appearance changes and whether they disguise themselves to lower his guard. When they all fall, he asks Clever whether it is over, and then captures him. Henry hears a strange sound that resembles an instrument and wonders where it is coming from. The Celestials rise again, and their wounds heal as if they were never there. Henry realizes that the God of Heaven knows how to turn back time. They again direct their arrows toward him, but Henry vanishes, reappears with an explosion, and kills them all in an instant. He wonders whether they are really celestial beings because of the sudden attack and their devilish appearance. He hears the sound again, takes out his cold sword cautiously, rises into the air, and demands that the one hiding and playing the instrument reveal themselves. Viltus, the fifth-rank Archangel of Virtues, appears. Henry turns toward him in frustration. Viltus explains that the instrument he is holding is a lyre and that it is not an ordinary instrument, and tells Henry, whom he calls the imperfect God, to stop struggling. Henry smirks and replies that he has not even started yet, and says that it would be nice if Viltus stopped acting friendly toward him when they do not know each other. Viltus says that there is nothing surprising about his knowing Henry, because Henry has already told them his identity many times. He says that although he has not seen it himself, the God of Heaven has seen everything and has told him about Henry, and that this is the sixth time Henry has made the same choice after already doing so 5 times. Henry wonders what it means that he has been repeating this for the 6th time. Viltus says that he hopes Henry makes a different choice this time. Henry realizes what is happening and yells at him, questioning how the God of Heaven dares to do this. A dimensional door opens before him, and Henry enters it, realizing that time has been rewound continuously. Viltus smirks and says that Henry has finally realized it. Meanwhile, in the underworld, Henry explains everything to Ganassil. Ganassil says that what Henry has seen is the power of a divine item given to Viltus by the God of Heaven. He explains that every divine item has a special power, and that it is because of the lyre's power that the baby angels, also known as Cupids, are able to revive. He adds that there are 9 ranks of angels in heaven, that Viltus is in the 5th rank of the middle order, and that only the God of Heaven is in the 9th rank. He says that he himself was the head archangel and would be ranked 8th. Ganassil says that Henry may have already experienced it, but he cannot win against the God of Heaven alone, because there are only a very small number of outcomes that can be shown to the God of Heaven. Henry asks what he means by that. Ganassil explains that the God of Heaven knows all possible outcomes by rewinding time, which is why an individual can only lose. He adds that if there is an army, things become different, because with an overwhelming number of variables, even the God of Heaven will find it difficult to handle everything, and that this is why he was planning to build an army for revenge. Henry reflects on the idea of overwhelming variables and asks Ganassil to lend him his strength. He extends his hand. Ganassil hesitates at first, but then joins hands with him. He says that it is music to his ears and asks whether this means that a god and a demon king candidate are joining hands. Henry confirms that they are joining hands with the common goal of facing the God of Heaven. Henry teleports back to heaven and thinks that he wishes he could see what the God of Heaven looks like. Viltus welcomes him and says that he does not think Henry would come back so quickly. Henry replies that it does not matter and says that he wants to get straight to the point. Viltus asks whether he can then look forward to Henry making a different choice this time. Henry says that before that, he has a question and asks what Viltus means by a different choice, and whether he has tried to solve everything by force every single time. Viltus says that he would have loved to tell him the truth, but that the God of Heaven forbade them from telling. Henry grabs Viltus's collar, yells at him, and tells him to guide him to the God of Heaven. Viltus replies that he has no authority to do that, but says that if Henry gets permission from the lead archangel, he can meet the God of Heaven. He gives Henry one of his feathers and tells him to take it, saying that if he pours divine power into the feather, he will be able to go to where the lead archangel is. Henry takes the feather, pours divine power into it, and an illusion takes him somewhere else. The lead archangel, Angelus, is sitting before him in the air on a cloud. Henry asks whether he is the lead archangel and asks him to help him meet the God of Heaven. Angelus says that whatever Henry's circumstances may be, the God of Heaven is someone he cannot meet at will, and says that he does not think that is going to happen. Henry then asks what he has to do to earn his permission. Angelus smirks, takes out his sword, and throws it before Henry, telling him to show how determined he is, and asks whether he thinks he can win against him with his left arm on the line. Henry wonders about Angelus's arrogant attitude and thinks that he is making fun of him. Angelus then says to forget that and changes the condition, saying that it should be the neck instead of the arm. Henry thinks about whether he really has to accept this just to meet the God of Heaven. Angelus, with a devilish smirk, asks what is wrong and whether Henry is scared that he will lose. Henry thinks that, based on the attitude of those who call themselves angels, he will never be able to win that bet, even if this is the test given by the God of Heaven. Henry says that their negotiation ends there, takes out his sword, and rushes toward Angelus. Angelus is troubled by his approach. Henry slashes at his feather, grabs it, and Angelus stops him, saying that he cannot do that. Henry replies that he can and rips out his feather. He says that this is his determination and asks whether Angelus is satisfied. Angelus falls to the ground, sobbing. Henry shouts to the sky, saying that he calls himself a god and yet plays dirty tricks, and tells the God of Heaven to show himself fair and square. He then tells Angelus that he thought he could fool around, believing that the God of Heaven would protect him, but says that he should not be mistaken. He says that he is a god and that Angelus cannot do anything to him, and says that he will show him something. Henry opens a teleportation gate to the underworld. Ganassil calls out to him and asks whether it is him. Henry confirms it, and Ganassil appears there. Seeing him, Angelus is shocked and says that it is impossible. Ganassil tells Angelus that he threw him out and stole his place, and says that even after his death, the God of Heaven will not look after him. He then begins to strike him and severs his neck. The sword Ganassil holds absorbs Angelus's soul. Henry says that he has not seen that sword before and asks what it is. Ganassil replies that the sword is called Lilshwain and says that the more souls it takes, the stronger it becomes, and that is why it absorbs Angelus's soul. Henry then tells Ganassil that it looks like it is time for him to take his revenge. Ganassil agrees and says that it seems so. Henry says that from now on, the war between heaven and the world, the Heavenly Demon War, begins. Ganassil calls the monsters of the underworld into heaven and tells them to run wild to their heart's content. Meanwhile, the angels begin slashing the monsters, but the monsters spit out attack balls filled with demonic energy and kill the angels. Seeing this, Ganassil says that at this rate, they will be able to take over heaven in no time, but says that he does not know what will happen because of the God of Heaven. Henry asks whether the God of Heaven is that strong. Ganassil replies that the God of Heaven has a divine item named the Heaven-Defying Lyre, and says that although its power is usually weak, when an event occurs that can jeopardize heaven, it can exert tremendous power one time. He says that it has the power to control time at will. Henry thinks that if he remembers correctly, Viltus uses the lyre to revive the angels, and says that he is glad that he does not need to ask the God of Heaven, and that he only needs to take the Heaven-Defying Lyre from Viltus. As the monsters kill the angels and they fall, Henry grabs one of the angels and asks where Viltus is right now. The angel says that he does not know. Henry says that if he does not answer now, he is going to erase everything in heaven. Frightened, the angel gives him a feather and says that it is a feather that will take him to Viltus. Henry takes the feather and says that he made the right choice. He pours his divine power into the feather, and the illusion takes him to Viltus, and he says that he has come to the right place. Viltus asks whether he is looking for him. Henry says yes and tells him to give him the heaven-defying lyre that he is holding. He equips his Colt sword as many angels stand before Viltus to guard him. Henry begins to strike and says that it would not be much fun if they did not give a fight. The angels take out their shields and block his strike power, telling each other not to lose focus and to keep charging, and his attack does not work. With Henry's attack, the ground breaks apart, and they react to it. Then a fire bursts out of it, and Henry says that it is not a normal horizontal slash, but a magic spell without a time lag attack, and says goodbye. All the angel guards collapse on the ground as their feathers burn. Henry tells Viltus that since he has been fooled around with by the God of Heaven more than a few times, it would be unfair to him to end these things too quickly. He then, with a snap, shows the monsters from the underworld occupying heaven. Viltus wonders how it is possible and asks Ganassil how he dares to do this. Ganassil greets him, and Viltus yells at him and asks how an elite angel dares to set foot there. Ganassil takes out his sword and says that this is Lilshwain's power after absorbing Angelus's soul. Henry then stabs Viltus in the stomach, and Viltus coughs up blood. He sits and says to Henry, the god of magic, and asks whether this is the choice he makes. Henry asks what if he says yes. Viltus replies that then he is a fool and says that after this, the god of heaven will rewind time once more. Henry says that he knows and says that he is doing this even though he knows that. He then says that the item Viltus is holding is the divine item that can turn back time, called the heaven-defying lyre, and tells him to go ahead and use it. Viltus grabs the lyre and says that he assumes Henry has heard of the power the lyre holds from the outcast, and says that it is true that the lyre can turn back time and bring back the dead, and that it also has the power to make the revived stronger. While using it, he further says that he will never do anything that will get his brothers killed twice. Henry rushes toward him to stop him, but Viltus already uses it and says that everything happens by the will of the god of heaven. Viltus's lyre breaks into pieces before Henry gets his hands on it. Ganassil tells Henry that it is nothing but a mere divine item and says that Henry does not have to be devastated because the god of heaven also has the power of time. Henry says that he guesses nothing will change even if he stays there in despair. He asks Ganassil whether he knows where the god of heaven is. Ganassil replies that he knows where his temple is located, but says that he is not sure whether he will be there since the gods are unpredictable. Henry says that he does not have to worry about that and tells him to just show him where the temple is. Ganassil brings him to the temple of the god of heaven. Ganassil then calls out to the god of heaven and says that he has crawled from the depths of hell to get his revenge and tells him to show himself at once. Golden energy starts gathering, layers of water rise up in the air, and the god of heaven appears before them. Holding his sword, Ganassil yells at him and says that he has finally decided to show himself, and says that he will make him pay for banishing him to the underworld, and that he will not let him get away. Ganassil rushes toward him, but the god of heaven snaps his finger and freezes Ganassil midway, and says that he has been in the underworld for so long that he has truly become a monster. He then passes by him and approaches Henry, and says that now they can finally have a conversation in peace. Henry thinks that Ganassil is right and that the god of heaven does not need the lyre to use the power of time, and realizes that this is the power he holds. The god of heaven asks Henry whether he knows that this is the first time he has actually met him among the many repeated time loops. Henry says that he has a request to make. The god of heaven laughs and asks whether he wants to borrow the power of time. Henry confirms it. The god of heaven says that he has heard Henry's story and says that he is cleaning up the mess Janus has made and wonders what he should do. He then says that his answer is no and says that it is against equity. Henry asks what he means. The god of heaven replies that there are people like him who start out with pure intent, but things do not turn out well in the end, and says that time is more special and powerful than any other power because it achieves many things. Henry yells and says that he is not asking for this power for selfish gain, but to help him fix what the other gods have done wrong. The god of heaven refuses and says that he still does not think he can lend him that power. He also says that Henry is the one who starts the heavenly demon wars, and that it is even harder for him to trust him, and says that because of him, there is now a significant stain on heaven's history. Henry protests, but the God of Heaven tells him that enough is enough and says that only kids make a fuss, not gods, and tells him that he looks ridiculous. He then tells him that now that he has become the god of magic, he should stop interfering in human affairs. Henry sits on his knees and asks hopelessly whether there is really no way to fix this. The God of Heaven smirks and says that it seems he has learned something since he is not acting violently anymore. He then claps and rewinds time to the moment when Henry has his first conversation with Viltus. Viltus tells Henry that the lyre is not an ordinary instrument and tells the imperfect god Henry Morris to stop struggling. Henry says that he has not even started yet and asks why he is telling him to stop, and tells him to stop acting friendly when they do not know each other. Viltus gives him a bottle and says that it is a gift that the God of Heaven tells him to give, and says that it is not poison, and that he will know what it is once he drinks it. Henry drinks it, and thinks that poison will not work on him since he ate Venom's heart, so he decides to try it. After drinking it, he says that it tastes awful and says that Viltus lies when he says it is not poison. Henry suddenly feels dizzy and gets flashbacks of all the moments that happened in heaven. He realizes that all his memories of challenging the God of Heaven appear in his mind. He realizes that it is not because he is the king of the gods or because someone orders it, but because of equity. He smirks and thinks that in that case, he has no other choice but to use his last option. He tells Viltus that he does not need anything. Viltus asks whether he has decided to fight once more. Henry takes out his sword and says that he does not need the lyre anymore and tells him to look closely because he has a better idea. The angels stand before Viltus to protect him. Henry kills himself with his sword and collapses. Viltus wonders why he killed himself. A strong light emerges from Henry's body. Viltus feels sad for him and then hears Henry's voice saying that this is his second time being revived and that it is interesting. Viltus flinches on seeing Henry, who asks what he is doing and says that he should be bowing before him. Viltus realizes that Henry becomes a full god by giving up his mortal body. Viltus and the other angels bow before him. Henry then says that they should pay for what they have done and slashes them. Henry enters the temple of the God of Heaven, dragging his sword along the floor. He throws the sword into the fountain of the God of Heaven and tells him to stop sending his subordinates and to show himself. The God of Heaven appears and says that it is excellent and asks whether Henry gives up his body faster than expected and becomes a god thanks to his advice. Henry says that he thinks the God of Heaven forgets that he is now a complete god and not a half-god. The God of Heaven asks what he means. Henry replies that it means he now knows everything about the world that he did not know when he was a half-god, just like him, and says that the God of Heaven is not the only one who has the power of time. The God of Heaven asks what he is saying. Henry interrupts and says that he does not need him anymore. The God of Heaven yells at Henry and says that he helps him become a god, and yet Henry dares to treat him this way. Henry replies that even so, it seems that the God of Heaven is not able to predict this scenario. Henry then equips his sword and says that now that he is exposed, he must be scared, and says that since the God of Heaven's time ability does not work on him, now that he has become a god too, he is going to the King of the gods who also has the power of time, the Lord of gods. The God of Heaven yells at Henry to stop. Henry says that he does not have to exist anymore and rushes toward him and strikes his neck, killing him on the spot. Henry then says that there are two individuals with the power of time instead of just one, and says that if even the Lord of Gods does not lend him power, he will challenge him in the same way. He then reaches the stairs that lead to the Lord of the Gods. God Ra appears with some other gods. Henry asks what brings him there and whether he is there to congratulate him on joining the realm of the gods. The God of War introduces himself and tells Henry Morris, the God of Magic, that he must face the consequences according to the law because he killed another god. Henry smirks and asks why he should follow that law when it is a promise they make among themselves. The God of War asks what he is talking about. Henry tells Ra and Arinia to step aside, and they move aside. Henry equips his sword and says that if they think they can defeat him, they should come at him. He says that he now knows that no one is stronger than him. No one steps forward. Henry then moves toward the stairs and says that they are cowards, and climbs all the stairs and reaches the top, where he finds a door. Henry opens the door and enters. He uses lightning magic to light the place and notices a house and someone sitting outside who looks the same as him and greets him. Henry wonders why he looks like him and asks what is going on. The Lord of God says that he always wears the face of visitors to let them look back at themselves, and says that he cannot stop this because of their shocked expressions. Henry says that he has bad taste in hobbies and asks whether he is the Lord of the Gods. He confirms it and says that he is the Lord of the Gods and the King of all gods. He says that Henry does not have the right to say that, and says that Henry's countless attempts to kill the God of Heaven prove it, and asks whether there is truly nothing in Henry's heart but anger. He says that Henry obtains a new chance in life by luck and uses it only for revenge, and that every action, from killing the God of Heaven to visiting him, is driven by vengeance. He says that even though Henry becomes the god of magic, his weak conscience and sense of justice prevent him from even taking care of himself, and asks whether his life is filled with regret. Henry says that the Lord of the Gods must know his situation, and says that if he does not do that, he cannot do anything at all. The Lord of Gods replies that he is not berating him, and says that he is only curious whether Henry can really be satisfied with only turning back time and fixing the blind believers. He says that he will lend him the power of time only once and asks whether his real wish is only to fix the blind believers and nothing more. Henry hesitates and says that it is not his true wish and that he wants to go back further in time and correct all his mistakes. The Lord of God says that Henry is finally honest and says that he will lend him the power with one condition. Henry says that he goes through all that trouble, and yet it feels like it is for nothing. The Lord of Gods comes close to him and says that Henry has to give up everything he has, including divine power and circles, and that the only thing he can bring with him is his memory, and asks whether he is still willing to do it. Henry says that there is no right answer in life, and that it is just a series of choices, and agrees to change the past. He says that he is willing, and that he wants to go back to his real body, to the days when he was young, and on his journey to defeat the Demon King. The Lord of God smiles and agrees and says that he will be watching the choices he makes. At the Forest of Evil, Henry wakes up and wonders if he feels as if he has a strange dream, and asks where he is. He feels as if he has been there before to defeat the Demon King. He goes outside, finds himself in the Forest of Evil, and realizes that it is not a dream, and that the Lord of the Gods truly sends him back to the past. He thinks that he never expected to return this far back in time. As he moves forward, he suddenly starts coughing and realizes that he forgot the Forest of Evil is covered in poisonous fog. He thinks that he should eat the venom's heart immediately to make himself immune to poison, and that he should eat the hearts of every demon he sees to build his magic power, return to the 8th circle, and deal with the Demon King who killed Golden with a curse. In the Class 1 Danger District of the Forest of Evil, he kills many monsters and thinks that he almost faints from exhausting his magic power. He recalls that in the past, he would leave the venom's heart for future generations, but now realizes that it is better to use it for himself. He takes the venom's heart and eats it, thinking that now he will not repeat dying from poison as in his past life. He notes that it tastes disgusting despite being better than the black tear. He sits and practices his mana and manages to generate a circle, thinking that the effects of eating the hearts of demons and monsters and absorbing magic are showing. When the circle is completely formed, he happily says that although it is hard the first time, it becomes easier the second time, and that he quickly regains the 8th circle with the support of his magic power. Someone appears behind him and says that he comes because he feels powerful magic and finds a human wizard. Henry turns back and realizes that it is Demon King Vigorous, and thinks that Vigorous saves him the trouble of finding him. The Demon King says that Henry wipes out all his subordinates and calls him bold. Henry thinks that now that he has reached the 8th circle, he can kill him on his own and begins gathering magic power. The Demon King calls it a pitiful attempt by a human and says that he will see how Henry manages. Henry thinks that he will finish him with a single blow because he already knows his weakness. He strikes the Demon King and hits the stone on his forehead, cracking it. The Demon King yells and asks how a pathetic human knows this. His badge shatters into pieces, and he collapses. The next morning, Golden Jackson Edward enters the Forest of Evil and wonders what happened because all the monsters are dead. Seeing the body, he wonders whether it is the Demon King. Later, in Henry's tent in the Forest of Evil, Golden tells Henry everything he finds on patrol that morning. Henry suggests that they go back after taking care of the remaining monsters and thinks that Golden would not believe him even if he tells him, so he decides to keep it a secret. Golden asks whether they should leave it like that. Henry asks what else they should do and whether Golden suggests bragging about defeating the Demon King when they do not, and warns him that lies are bound to be caught and that he should not be greedy. Golden sighs and says that it is a shame because he is excited about the thought of defeating the Demon King. Henry thinks that if Golden knew that he would die early due to the Demon King's curse while trying to defeat him, he would not be thrilled. Golden says that there is nothing they can do and suggests that they quickly return to the plains of Lindbergh and finish building the capital so that they can move up the schedule for founding the nation. Henry agrees and thinks that history can be changed once he sets everything right and removes Arthur and other corrupt people. Seeing the soldiers enjoying themselves outside, Golden thinks that they have no choice but to delay founding the empire because of the Demon King. But now they can finally start again. He gathers the soldiers' attention and announces that the Demon King is dead, that they will head back to the plains of Lindbergh, resume building the new empire that they put on hold, share that glory with everyone, and grant them food, weapons, wine, and meat, and that they should celebrate their success together. Henry thinks that this time he will not let anything bad happen to the country that is going to be founded and decides to start by dealing with Arthur. Even though Henry becomes the god of magic, he does not have the power to fix the blind believers. He pleads with the Lord of Gods, gives up his godly powers and the Eighth Circle, and sends himself to the past to corrupt his destiny, all to save more people with his own power. At the plains of Lindbergh, at the Imperial Palace construction site, Golden finds Henry and asks what he is doing there. Henry replies that he is just about to build the Imperial Palace himself. Golden says that they were hiring Mishu craftsmen to build it and asks what made him change his mind. Henry explains that they were busy back then because of the Demon King and calling for craftsmen, and rebuilding would take too long. He thinks that he already has the complete image of the Imperial Palace in his mind. He uses magic to raise the Grand Mansion, which begins building itself. Henry tells Golden that it will be done by tomorrow and suggests that he rest with the soldiers in the meantime. Golden notes that Henry talks as if he is not going to rest. Henry mounts his horse and says that he has a place to visit and needs to find a Highlander noble. Golden asks for what purpose. Henry says that there is something he wants to check and thinks that it would sound odd to say that he is going to eliminate the one who almost succeeded in destroying the world, so it might be better not to tell him about Arthur. He sets off on his journey, thinking that the tracking spell he casts while thinking of the noble seems to work. Meanwhile, in the underground holding cell of the Highlander province, Henry arrives and looks down, noting that this is where Arthur is held. He wonders if Arthur truly claimed to be a descendant of the Highlander royal family, or if he covered his true identity with the money he earned from selling slaves. He realizes that he should hide himself with magic if he wants to know the details. Observing the monsters in the prisons, he wonders if Arthur is keeping them to sell as slaves. He notices a door locked with chains that seems different. Looking inside through the small holes, he sees Arthur bound in chains and thinks that perhaps Arthur was neither royalty nor a merchant, but actually a slave. Two nobles arrive, discussing among themselves that all the prisoners are non-human, and they open Arthur's cell. They note that Arthur is a half-dragon, born from a dragon and a human, and ask if he is not gorgeous. Henry wonders about the half-dragon race, recalling that he had heard of them, and thinks that if Arthur is half-dragon, he should have inherited some draconic abilities, so he questions why he is tied up. One of the nobles tells Arthur that this person will be his future master. Henry observes closely and thinks that the handcuffs and restraints seem imbued with special magic. Arthur whispers that he wants to kill them. The noble asks if it is possible to relieve the shackles to take a closer look. Another noble says that Arthur will not be able to do anything since he is drained. Arthur continues muttering that he will kill them all. As they begin to open his bound hands, the magic absorbing his mana causes a strange demonic energy to burst out. The nobles wonder if he still has some strength. As Arthur vanishes, they ask where he went. Arthur appears behind them and kills them both on the spot. Arthur then approaches Mordred, who is also imprisoned, and asks if he is a half-dragon. Upon confirmation, Arthur releases him. Other prisoners beg to be freed as well. But Arthur tells a human prisoner that he does not need anyone who is not half dragon and kills that human. He consumes the blood of non-human races to absorb mana and blows off steam while slaughtering all the other non-human prisoners. He feeds Mordred the blood as well. Henry uses sleep magic on them, and they both fall asleep. Henry reflects that while he can understand Arthur killing the slave hunters, he cannot believe that he killed all prisoners of other races except for Mordred, his own kind. Observing him holding a knife, Henry begins stabbing Arthur, thinking that after escaping, he must have changed his appearance and identity upon hearing that Henry is recruiting skilled people. Henry understands that Arthur's life has been pitiful and tough, but there is little he can do about it. After stabbing him, Henry uses fire magic to burn him, hoping that if there is a next life, he will live happily. Now that Arthur is taken care of, Henry considers helping his future allied nations, starting with the Shatra Kingdom, which helped him the most. He approaches Haribala, who is training on the ground, and notes that he trains from the crack of dawn, observing that he is living up to his title as the King of the Desert. Haribala confirms this and asks if Henry thinks he is a weakling. Henry points out that Haribala lost to a weakling in the past, then asks if he has finished his morning training. He recalls the trouble he faced during the Conquest War because of Haribala, and thinks that although he barely won, they became allies and close. Henry becomes serious and tells Haribala that he has something important to share, strictly confidential, not even Golden knows. Haribala, concerned, asks what kind of conversation this is for Henry to be so serious. Henry says that it is important, though he is unsure if Haribala will believe him. He explains that he has reached the 8th circle and created a future sight spell. He says that Haribala will have a son in the future. Haribala asks if he is the only child. Henry confirms but notes that the child despises swordsmanship training so much that he temporarily loses his royal authority, although he will eventually regain it. Haribala asks if this is truly possible for his son, the desert general, to end up like that. Henry says that it is Haribala's choice whether to believe him, but he tells him this as a friend with the sole intention of helping. He hopes Haribala believes what he says. Haribala, worried, asks what kind of future Henry saw. Henry replies that he saw the downfall of the Shatra Kingdom. Henry explains to Haribala everything that happened because of Janus. Haribala remarks that Henry is asking him to make everyone forget about the god Janus. Henry confirms that even if humans cannot kill a god, if they are unaware of the god's existence, the god will be powerless and unable to do anything. Haribala notes that it seems the future sight spell is indeed real, since Henry knows all the secrets of their royal family. He then asks who Howl is, and Henry says he will introduce him later, thinking that perhaps the child might become the next great wizard, following in his footsteps, and that Haribala should just trust him. Afterwards, Henry visits the king of Sori, Emperor Qin Kang, to warn him of a future epidemic that will affect Sori, and to deliver an invitation to the founding ceremony. He explains that even in Qin Kang's final moments, his daughter will be at his side, though she will likely be left alone after he is gone. Henry reflects that Sori cannot avoid the epidemic due to poor medical technology, and since he cannot force them to believe in the peace religion to take advantage of its healing magic, there is only one solution left. He tells Qin Kang that if Sori forms an alliance with them, combining the magic tower and improving Sori's medical technology, the kingdom will be able to overcome the crisis. Qin Kang, while thinking, considers that an alliance with the magic tower would protect his young daughter from bearing the fate of the kingdom alone. He trusts the offer because it comes from the great wizard and believes it will be best for his daughter, expressing his thanks to Henry. After informing other allied countries of the looming threats, Henry invites them to the founding ceremony of the Eurasia Empire. On the day of the ceremony, at the Lindbergh capital, everyone gathers, and the locals cheer for the empire alongside Emperor Golden. Henry observes Golden's happiness and reflects that the newly built Eurasia Empire will be perfected this time. As in the past, the empire enjoys an unprecedented era of peace and prosperity after its founding, thanks to Henry's tireless management of everything in the empire. A few years later, Henry observes Golden teaching his son swordsmanship, scolding him for a weak tone and noting that a future emperor should not speak so softly. He remarks that Silver will become the greatest emperor. Henry thinks that working out is indeed the best way to build character. He then considers taking care of matters he has been putting off. At Draken's laboratory, Henry reads Draken's anatomy book and remarks that he is deeply impressed, though dissecting humans must have made Draken truly insane. Draken explains that there is a reason for it. Henry asks what led him to write the book. Draken hesitates and says he wanted to fix people, having lost his family to the epidemic, and finding that even a priest's healing magic could not help. Henry asks if Draken majored in human studies to find a way to use magic to cure diseases that priests could not heal. Draken confirms this, and Henry reflects that Draken was not a bad person at the start, and he might truly achieve something great. Henry thanks him, noting that he was able to see his own error in imposing rules such as banning human anatomy and black magic, forcing everyone in the magic tower to obey as if he were a tyrant. He grants Draken permission to conduct experiments like those in his anatomy book, offering his support. Draken, shocked, asks if he is serious. Henry confirms and says they can build a medical tower focused solely on developing the art of healing humans, with Draken leading it. Draken asks where the medical tower will be built, and Henry suggests Life's End, thinking it is a suitable location. Henry then thinks it is time to meet another person. Meanwhile, at Hans Morris's mansion, Henry acknowledges that he received the title of Viscount for his role as a soldier and hero in the Unification War and asks why he chose the Morris surname. The Viscount hesitates and admits that he simply admired Henry deeply. Henry reassures him that there is nothing to forgive, as it only shows his admiration. He then inquires about the Viscount's son and wonders if his name is Henry Morris. Seeing the Viscount's troubled expression, Henry concludes that he is correct. The Viscount apologizes, admitting that he looked up to Henry so much. Henry tells Viscount Hans that he has come to make an offer. When asked what the offer is, Henry proposes to personally take in the Viscount's son and raise him as his disciple. The Viscount, excited, quickly agrees and asks why Henry goes to such lengths for their family. Henry explains that the son saved the country in his past life, leaving the Viscount confused. Many years pass, and Henry grows old. He reflects with gratitude that he was able to set things right again. His disciple approaches and says that he thinks he can finally reach the sixth circle. Henry tells him that it is too early and that he should be patient. The disciple insists that he wants to become like Henry as quickly as possible. Henry asks if he has thought about why he was taken in as a disciple. The disciple answers that it is because Henry saved the country in his past life and assumes he is going to repeat that again. Henry, after looking at him, quietly moves to leave, saying that he does not know and advises the disciple to think about it on his own. The disciple reminds him that Henry said he would explain someday. Henry asks when, and the disciple, while following him, questions whether he is really going to be like this.